The rise of the purple light. A green glow slowly faded, dispersing into the air. Yet, what emerged from the brilliance was different. Xiao Chen's transformed form exuded an imposing presence. His physique, honed as if through years of martial arts training, stood taller than the standard energy beings surrounding him. But the most striking feature? The crackling purple arcs dancing around his body, distinct from the usual yellow, marking him as something extraordinary. Even the patterns on his body had shifted from their typical golden hue to a deep, electrifying violet. I actually became this version of the light? Raising his arms, Xiao Chen examined the currents of purple energy crackling along his limbs. His eyes gleamed with surprise. Even his coloration had changed. And beyond that, he could feel it. A raw, majestic power coursed through him, surging, waiting to be unleashed at his command through any limb of his body. This is much stronger than an ordinary light. The sheer force of his electricity made it nearly impossible to approach him without getting shocked. Tian Xiaoban, Grandpa Mark, and the others instinctively took a step back, wary of the arcing energy surrounding him. Bzzzt. Every few moments, a surge of lightning would strike the ground, leaving behind deep, seared craters as if carved by an invisible blade. Who is this guy? Why does he look different from us? He's powerful, terrifyingly powerful. It's like facing that cursed sphere. The surrounding lights muttered in unease, their gazes filled with hesitation. The power radiating from Xiao Chen was overwhelming, making even the bravest among them reluctant to approach. Xiao Chen took a slow breath, his eyes narrowing as he turned to face the gathered lights. For a moment, many of them instinctively averted their gazes, unable to hold eye contact with the dominant, electrified being before them. Only one remained steadfast, the reigning champion of the lights. The champion's expression was unwavering, confident, yet beads of electrical energy crackled behind him, betraying an underlying tension. You may not know who I am, so let me introduce myself. Xiao Chen's voice carried across the assembly, his words calm yet authoritative. I was the human from before. Now I can switch between my human and light form freely. His eyes gleamed with dominance. And I'm here for one reason, to become your new leader. What? He wants to be our boss? But the current champion just won in the arena. Yeah. Only the leader gets to consume the most energy. He's way too big, he'd take all the batteries. Whispers rippled through the crowd, yet unlike before, their words weren't incomprehensible gibberish. Xiao Chen could understand everything now. Electricity surged around him as he hovered above the ground, his body radiating violet lightning. His stance was strong, unwavering, a figure of absolute authority. So you settle leadership through battle, he mused. His gaze flickered toward the reigning champion. Then let the current champion step forward. A burly light strode toward him, his expression dark with defiance. That's me. What do you want? Xiao Chen smirked. From this moment, I'm taking your position. A heavy silence followed. The champion clenched his fists, his pride wounded. You think you can just take my place? I challenge you, he roared, launching into the air, dropping the gauntlet with fury. Xiao Chen's grin widened. Then I officially declare this arena match, my first step to becoming your leader. His voice was laced with excitement. This battle wasn't just about leadership, it was his opportunity to truly understand the combat capabilities of the light race. Yes. A battle. The champion will win. He's the strongest. And he still has energy left from the last fight. The new guy is big, but maybe that's all he has. The spectators gathered in clusters, making their opinions known. None of them hid their skepticism. Xiao Chen, however, remained unfazed. Strength would speak louder than words. And he was about to demonstrate just how much stronger he was. Bzzzt. Without hesitation, the champion thrust his palm forward, generating a powerful electric blast. A golden streak of lightning shot forth like a spear, the air sizzling in its wake. The sheer heat and energy warped the air, its intensity undeniable. Amazing. The champion's technique is the best. He's going all out right from the start. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they watched the champion's attack, their belief in him unwavering. But Xiao Chen. He didn't move. The golden lightning surged toward him, yet he remained perfectly still, his body bathed in violet light. What's he doing? Why isn't he dodging? He must be frozen in fear. Excited murmurs filled the air, praising the champion's might. One of the lights, however, frowned. Don't underestimate humans. They're cunning. Shut up. You're just trying to ruin the moment. Another light swatted him aside. The champion grinned victoriously. I win. This energy is... Bzzzt. Before the champion could finish, Xiao Chen calmly raised his hand and caught the golden lightning. The bolt, which had just been a deadly force of destruction, curled around his fingers like a tamed serpent. Silence. What? The crowd's excitement vanished, replaced with sheer disbelief. Xiao Chen yawned exaggeratedly. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring your attack. It was just too weak. I dozed off for a second. His grip tightened, and the golden energy shattered within his palm. The spectators froze, their expressions locked in shock. The champion's face paled. At that moment, he knew. No matter what he did, he would never defeat the being standing before him. And Xiao Chen? He simply smirked. I believe that makes me your new leader. The champion's last stand. Despite his loss, the champion light was still unwilling to accept defeat. He had fought hard for his position, yet before he could even enjoy his victory, it was being taken away. No. What's the matter? Do you still want to fight? The purple light crossed his arms, his gaze steady as he questioned the champion. If you really want a fair fight, let me recharge first. I've been battling all day, and now I have to face you without any energy? That's bullying, the champion protested, puffing up his glowing face in frustration. Yeah. That's not fair. He has a point, you can't just fight an exhausted opponent. The other lights murmured in agreement. They were still uncertain about the purple light's strength. The champion had fought multiple battles before facing him, and he hadn't even had time to recharge with a fresh battery. Winning under such conditions wasn't entirely convincing. The purple light, however, wanted absolute authority. If he was to be their leader, he needed to prove his dominance beyond any doubt. He nodded. Fine. But if you lose after recharging, you must acknowledge me as your leader. No more complaints. No problem. As long as you win fairly, we'll all accept you as boss, the other lights echoed in agreement. As long as you can beat me at full strength, I'll acknowledge you as our boss, the champion light declared with confidence. With that, the purple light gave a slow nod. Go on then. But be quick, I'll give you 1 minute. The champion wasted no time, darting toward the fallen hardware store. He snatched up several scattered batteries and greedily devoured them, absorbing their energy in rapid succession. As he fed, sparks of golden electricity crackled around his form, his energy surging exponentially. The transformation was instant. His small body radiated immense power, arcs of electricity snapping wildly through the air. I feel unstoppable. Clenching his tiny fists, the champion's confidence soared. His hands shimmered with raw electricity, each spark bursting with uncontained power. This time I won't lose. He shot back into the air, his movements now lightning fast, strength overflowing from his recharged core. Not bad. The purple light observed him with mild surprise. The sheer output of energy from such a small creature was astonishing. Alien technology truly defies human logic. How could something so tiny generate such vast amounts of energy? I will win. Spreading his arms wide, the champion aimed his palms at the purple light. Sparks condensed at his fingertips, building rapidly into two massive golden orbs. Bzzzt. In an instant, the golden light wave surged forward, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Arcs of lightning crackled around them like whips, slicing through the space between them with deadly precision. What an incredible attack. Wow. He turned his electricity into an energy sphere. It reminds me of that rubber ball we hate so much. The lights gasped in awe, eyes wide as the golden energy soared toward the purple light. Useless. The purple light remained unshaken. His hands hovered calmly in front of him, he didn't even prepare a counterattack. Confidence exuded from his stance. You fool. You can't block this, the champion cackled, convinced of his imminent victory. But then, the expected explosion never came. Instead, the golden sphere stopped mere inches from the purple light's palm. Time seemed to freeze. With a simple upward motion, the purple light lifted the energy ball above his head. Bzzzt. In an instant, the massive golden attack disintegrated, dissolving into arcs of electricity that wrapped around the purple light's body like obedient snakes. His glow intensified, radiating a dazzling purple brilliance. In the space behind him, a streak of violet lightning flashed through the void, like the wrath of an unseen cosmic force. What just happened? The champion light stumbled backward, eyes filled with disbelief. The other lights stared in stunned silence. How did you absorb my attack? The champion finally stammered, his voice filled with sheer disbelief. The purple light smirked. Simple. My energy is on an entirely different level than yours. No matter how strong your attacks are on paper, in reality, they're just fuel for me. Casually, He flicked a spark of purple lightning into the air. It sliced through space like a blade, leaving a rippling arc in its wake. His strength had evolved, not just in raw power but in its very nature. His electricity was no longer terrestrial, it had reached a cosmic scale. A power beyond comprehension. A silence settled over the crowd of lights.
And then? What is quality?
And what is on paper?
What's paper?
What's an effect? Is it tasty? The purple light felt a vain throb in his head. These creatures, their intelligence was too simplistic. From a distance, Mark, Tion Xiaoban, and the others watched in bewilderment. Though the purple light could understand the language of the light beings, he still spoke Earth's language, making it feel like a conversation between two completely different worlds. It was oddly hilarious.
Screw it.
The purple light sighed, rubbing his temple. He had no patience for explanations. Instead, he spread his arms and roared, "Fine. Then all of you, attack me at once. Show me what you've got." The lights collectively blinked, exchanging hesitant glances. What kind of request was this? "I've never heard such a strange request in my life," the champion muttered. "Well, today's your lucky day." The purple light grinned, sparks crackling as he prepared for the ultimate test of his dominance.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
You don't have to worry about me, just go all out. The purple light impatiently urged the still hesitating lights. They look at each other. In the end, I couldn't hold back the curiosity in my heart and released the current in my body. Countless currents are like strips of electricity floating in the void, sweeping towards the purple light spectacularly. The electric light that gathered together devoured his figure. In front of this large amount of electric current, his already small body became even smaller. Monument. Until countless currents fell on his body, a large amount of current burst out, and even formed a ball-like lightning-like existence, completely submerging the body of the purple light. He won't die. Impossible, impossible, he shouldn't die. We all use electricity, how could we be electrocuted? It's all your fault for not showing mercy. I'm pulling my strength. Those lights are children who play the house and play the whole process. Seeing this situation, they are all panicked and fearful. No, are they really killed by them? Don't let this happen. Taste? The light from the sky suddenly dissipated. The figure of the purple light suddenly appeared in the sight of all that light. The electric current that had gathered on his body, as if it had vanished without a trace, had all disappeared without a trace. No, it's okay. Seeing this miraculous picture, the lights were all stunned. 650. They all realized how powerful the purple light is. Don't worry, I will release the electricity that I gathered just now, all at once. The purple light didn't pretend, his face flushed red, and a terrifying energy was suppressed in his body. He raised his fingers tremblingly and aimed at a large forest in the distance. Yep, that's the main dish. What's the use of just absorbing current? No matter how much you absorb, it's useless if you can't release enough power. He wants to show how strong he is. Call out. Suddenly, a purple laser light jumped out of his fingertips. The light split the vast sky, and every place it passed was illuminated by light, like a thunder calamity prepared for the gods. There is an unbelievable violent and terrifying energy suppressed in it. Boom! The laser light fell like a meteorite into a forest. In an instant, the tiny laser light suddenly burst, feelings swelled countless times, forming a storm-like current. The violent current is like a purple wave, spreading overwhelmingly, covering a large area of the mountains and forests. Countless broken pieces, broken soil, and sand and gravel, rolling outwards rapidly, like flying sand in the sky. It was also accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. Bjit! Even the boss of Happy Country, who fled far away, was so frightened that he held his head in his hands and looked shocked. Did these little guys absorb the power of the nuclear power plant? So fierce. After a few seconds, the smoke on the forest that bore the brunt slowly dissipated. Only a bunch of flat ground remains. Countless trees and rocks were destroyed by the lightning and only powder was left, and drifted away with a gust of wind. That whole forest. They were all wiped out under the finger-like finger of the purple light that was like a prisoner of heaven. All that light, looking at the explosion area that seemed to be destroyed by an atomic bomb, were all icy cold, and at this moment, the emotion of fear enveloped their bodies. In their hearts, there is a deep awe that begins with the awe of absolute strength. So, are you qualified to be your boss? The purple light and wind lightly fell from the door in the air, and asked calmly. Naturally, there was an uproar in his heart, because he did not expect that the power of the current could be so terrifying. Maybe the normal state is far inferior to the fire mage, the flame man, but the upper limit is very scary. Maybe it can be like the pirate king Anilu. Boss. The light of the champion was the first to call out the boss. The strongest, it is also more aware of how far it is from the purple light, and it can feel how weak its own strength is. Boss. The other light also said willingly. Hey, you shouldn't be willing to go back to that rubber ball, right? The purple light nodded with satisfaction, landed on the ground, and turned to ask. Of course no, boss. It's so stuffy in there. Boss, we also count on you to help us find a new home. The answer, of course, was in denial, and everyone was in tacit denial, deeply tired of that damn place. Ro. The purple light frowned slightly. I'll find a way to help you solve this problem. Who let me be your boss? Ahem, although there are systematic rewards that make him very excited, these little guys are indeed pitiful and need help. He kept the gang of lights standing still, while he flew in front of Mark and asked if there were any abandoned power stations nearby. For ordinary people, it may be difficult to answer this kind of question. But as a plumber of the Tiangong Union, Mark, even if he doesn't know, can easily investigate this kind of thing. In this regard, we still have to rely on Mark. Xiao Chen, don't worry, I'll check it out for those little guys. Mark naturally guessed what the purple light was thinking. He glanced at the purple light with approval, then took out the old man machine and turned around. Initiated a text message, which seemed very mysterious. After a while, he turned around and smiled. I found it. Just a few kilometers to the southwest, there is an abandoned power station, and there is still some electricity. Thank you, Grandpa, I understand. The purple light breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and flew back to the group of light. With the aim of finding a new home, he led a group of that light to the southwest. That light, as the name suggests, is the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of those lights flew out for several kilometers, and without any coordinates at all, they could keenly sense where the power station was in the southwestern suburbs. The flow of electric current cannot escape the eyeball of that light. When they arrived at the abandoned power station, there was no doubt that all but the purple light were ecstatic, not only because there was electricity, but because there were some magazines left by that kind of people. Stuff, everything seems so new. And the boss of the purple light, the status in their hearts has changed from the boss of fear to a real boss. From today, this is your new home, but I said in advance that I will set 2 rules for you. First, you are not allowed to go out to disturb humans, just play here. Second, don't destroy any facilities. If you destroy, there will be bad guys coming to capture you at night. The purple light looked at the lights playing everywhere, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For the sake of safety, he still made some rules. And in order to enhance the credibility, he also used the way that adults scare children to scare that light. Really? They all shrank their necks one by one, their faces full of fear, and answered in unison, yes, boss. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The sound of the system sounded immediately, which also meant that the purple light had indeed handled this incident perfectly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus. Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. This is the most basic reward. But, for Xiao Chen, 1 more minute is 1 minute of combat time. If it was the previous him, before he flew to this power station, he would have to change back to a human state in the sky, fall down and be half dead, but now he has been maintaining his transformation state. However, you can't stay here too long. The purple light's expression became serious, and he looked at the group of lights in front of him. Tell me, the boss has some things, so I can't stay with you. Ah, boss, don't. Could it be are you going to get caught back in the rubber ball? Hearing this, all the lights reluctantly looked at the purple light, looking very unhappy. It is a pleasure to communicate with them, without any intrigue, just talk directly. I'm going to do something to save the planet? Do you understand? The purple light said solemnly. Isn't it, like the protagonist of this comic? The champion took out a somewhat shabby magazine from the table, and the magazine read Furious Sumo Wrestler Fights Aliens. P.S. The Furious Sumo Wrestler is the most famous big IP work in the world, comparable to the status of the Marvel Universe. The discus mud in the minds of children? You are right. And I also told you that my body is a human being, the person who hosted the broadcast competition before. My true identity is to defend the Earth. It is also my duty to help you find a new home. Among. The purple light looked righteous and dignified, patted his chest and said. He talked about it anyway, and only persuaded these little guys. In the end, they all had tears on their faces, snot, and tears. Boss, we will miss you. No matter who you are, thank you for helping us find a home, you are our boss forever. The champion still clenched his fists tightly, with a red ribbon tied on his forehead, and swore secretly, one day, I will be as powerful as the boss. At last, Xiao Chen walked out of the abandoned power station in human form, and it was considered that these little guys were completely settled. It's really tiring. Ah, but it's full of benefits. The smile on his face is full of accomplishment. Obtained a new powerful alien hero, and extended the transformation time by 1 minute, which can be said to be quite rewarding. Now, we have to go back quickly, otherwise Grandpa and the others will be in a hurry. Stopping a taxi, Xiao Chen took the taxi back to Mirage Paradise, and happened to meet Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and the others at the door. Seeing him come back intact, everyone had to sigh, as expected of Xiao Chen. With the 4 of them, they can finally relax and go back to Mirage Paradise to have a good time. It is worth mentioning that, after the owner of Happy Country came back, after learning the ins and outs from Xiao Chen, Mark, and others, of course, he concealed the fact that Xiao Chen is the purple light. He also congratulated these little guys from the bottom of his heart. They even included a free 1-day trip to Mirage Park. Xiao Chen, who always got up early, also slept until 8 or 9 in the morning because of a day of play. After everyone got up in the morning and had breakfast, they politely declined the invitation from the boss of Happy Country the next day. After all, the summer vacation was full of plans, and there was a small plan to come, so we couldn't waste time here. Grandpa, wait a minute. I still have something to do, you wait for me a moment. Xiao Chen discouraged Mark from driving, but went to the door of the car, opened the Omnitrix, and took a picture of the light pattern. Become the purple light again. Xiao Chen, are those little guys running out this time? Mark asked with great confusion. No, before I leave, let's prepare some surprises for them. By the way, let the boss of Happy Country experience what a surprise is. The purple light opened the car door with a wicked smile, and moved towards the boss of Happy Country. Flew over. About 7 minutes later. Inside an abandoned power station. There are TV sets in the power station, as well as all kinds of new magazines, comic books, and each light is very happy. Only the boss of Happy Country, who diligently cleans and maintains electrical appliances here, can go back to be the boss after finishing these things. Okay, I'll be leaving here soon, I'll leave it to you. Remember, don't let them run away. If they're bored, buy them more comic books. The purple light looked at the boss, also added, buy some detective comic books, the ones I like to read. For flowers. No problem. The Happy Country boss answered in a very old-fashioned way. The purple light looked pleased. Congrats to that light, like to mention a male mother. This boss is really promising. With such a responsible boss watching these little guys, he can leave here with confidence. Then, I'll take a step first. Bye. The purple light disappeared in place, and hurried back while taking advantage of the 1-minute gap. The owner of Happy Country wiped the sweat from his forehead, and while playing with the lights, he thought, wait, why does this light speak human words? It's so strange. 0. Forget it, if you don't understand it, don't think about it. Taste? Old broken car window. The purple streamer penetrated into the car through the gap of the car, and changed back to Xiao Chen in front of Tian Xiaoben and others. Xiao Chen looked at the reddish Omnitrix, and heaved a sigh of relief. I'm almost running out of time. If it gets stuck in the car, it's going to be a big trouble. If it's all right, I'll crash. You will definitely be satisfied with where you're going today, Mark said mysteriously. Well, Grandpa is still the same, likes to show off suspense, like those writers who write novels. No problem. Xiao Chen made an okay gesture and sat down on the sofa chair, taking a gulp of water when he was thirsty. Xiao Chen, what were you doing just now? Tian Xiaoben came over again, very curious. Well, when you come back with me in the future, you will know, Xiao Chen said mysteriously. Xiao Chen, when did you and Grandpa learn how to betray you exactly the same way? Tian Xiaoben grabbed a few of his hair and complained. Xiaoban, I haven't heard you talking about me behind my back, Mark said without turning his head, with black lines all over his head. Old broken car. Under the chatter of the crowd, they drove towards the new destination, driving through the suburbs, highways, and finally to the city. And is the most prosperous and characteristic city center? Billion in the end, not only stopped in the city center, but also stopped at the entrance of a gorgeous hotel, surrounded by luxury cars and famous cars, and the old broken car seemed a little out of place in the parking space. Grandpa, did you take out all your pension money this time? Through the glass, Xiao Chen looked at the resplendent golden hotel and asked in surprise. Haha, Xiao Chen, you're exaggerating. It's just that the previous travel plans were all in the suburbs, and this time it's just a slightly more advanced place, Mark said while unbuckling his seatbelt. Tian Xiaoben almost burst into tears. Such a high-end hotel must have a buffet breakfast, buffet lunch, etc., right? Of course, Xiaoben, then we won't have to trouble Grandpa to cook. He is too old, and the physical work of cooking is not suitable for him. Xiao Chen also looked filial and tacitly exchanged glances with Xiaoben. 650 is filial to his grandson. Don't be sloppy, get out of the car, you guys are exaggerating, my meal is obviously delicious. Xiao Chen eats the most every time. Mark walked to Xiao Chen's side and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder meaningfully. Don't you want to cook me a private meal after arriving at the big hotel? With this kind of unease, Xiao Chen got off the bus with the three of them, and walked into the living room of the hotel with a suitcase filled with clothes. The living room decoration is also very luxurious, typical European style. The front desk is a blonde beauty, looking at Xiao Chen and others with a gentle face. Hello, this is the room number we booked. Mark reported the pre-booked room number, plus the mobile phone number. Booked for several days, which means you can stay here for the remaining days, or check out anytime to travel. Very convenient. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan looked around with novelty. This was the first time they had come to such a big place. After Xiao Chen took a few glances, his mood was also much calmer. He is an alien hero after all, and he looks down on these mundane things a lot. If you really want the money, little raiders can hammer all safety nets and call out wonderful at will. After confirming the room number, Mark took the lead and headed to the elevator. Along the way, Xiao Chen suddenly found that Tian Xiaoben, who was standing in front of him, was not moving. Mark still walked to the elevator door. He didn't follow, just stared at the corner of the hotel in astonishment. Xiaoben, what's the matter? This hall has the air conditioner on, so it's not hot. Xiao Chen poked Tian Xiaoben's back lightly and teased. You don't see that. Tian Xiaoben looked at a part of the hotel strangely, as if he couldn't take his eyes away. What's wrong? Xiao Chen followed Tian Xiaoben's gaze. Furious Sumo New Game Conference? At the door of a large room next to it, there is such a line of words written on it. It is Tian Xiaobin's favorite violent sumo soft. And a big bald head wearing a suit, with an unusually strong physique, like a cow, stood fiercely in front of the gate, like a door god. Grandpa, Xiaobin may want to go there to have a look. Can you go up and put your luggage first? Let's go and see this new game of violent sumo first. Xiao Chen understood Tian Xiaobin's thoughts very well, and looked at Mark with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Come back earlier. Mark turned around and sighed lightly while holding his forehead, but slowly agreed. Great. Thank you Grandpa, and Chen. Tian Xiaobin cheered, stretched out his fist, and insisted on a fist bump with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was about to stay. Tian Xiaoben naturally made an excuse to keep up, and in the end, Mark took the big bag and the small bag to the elevator. The three came to the door of the press conference. The big bald head stretched out his arms and stood in front of the empty gate, looking a little fierce, but his tone was very polite. Please show your VIP card. Well, our VIP was thrown into the certificate room. Can I go in first and make it up for you later? Xiao Chen asked with a serious face, posing as if a child would not lie. Then you can only pass after you get the VIP card. Children, I hope you don't embarrass me. I only have this job. The big bald man's tone was cold, but he was also telling his own difficulties. Xiao Chen, who has also been an adult once, knows that this is not easy, and unfortunately shook his head. There is no way. Let's go first. Okay. Tian Xiaobin agreed glumly. The three took the elevator again, got on the 4th floor where the room number was located, and came to the corridor on the 4th floor. The door of one of the rooms in the corridor was open, and Mark was carrying his luggage back and forth. Other than that, no one else. Xiao Chen, it's not as good as us. Tian Xiaobin looked at the green Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist. His expression became excited. You turned into a flash star, and sent me in while the bald head was not paying attention. I see, go away. Xiao Chen just wanted to speak. Xiaobin, don't even think about it. This watch is not used for such boring things. Mark stopped carrying his luggage and said in a reprimanding tone. I just wanted to go in and play, and it didn't matter. The problem is that it's not right to abuse the capabilities of alien technology. Okay, you always have a reason to find out what's wrong with me. I can't tell you, okay. Just like the estrangement between the elder and the younger generation, Tian Xiaobin and Mark exchanged a few words with each other angrily. The smell of gunpowder was a little full. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiaoben's expression was somewhat nervous. One hand grabbed the corner of his clothes, and the other hand grabbed the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. At this moment, only Xiao Chen, as a neutral mediator, can persuade the two of them. Grandpa, you calm down. Xiaobin didn't do it on purpose. We encountered so many incidents a few days ago, and Xiaobin was also busy. Maybe it's been too long. That's why I talked to you like this. I asked him to apologize to you. He is my grandson and also a child. I won't care about him. Mark naturally didn't take it to heart, but he still had a stern look on his face. Old Mark also implements the idea of boys can't get used to it. Little class, listen to me. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaobin, his voice lowered, and his eyes kept gesturing at him. Although Tian Xiaobin's face was a little unhappy, but under the persuasion of Haomeiji Xiao Chen, his heart was still a little loose, and he was angry before, so he didn't want to bear Mark. Yes, sorry. Tian Xiaobin didn't say this sentence very much, hesitating and hesitating. It's okay, Xiaobin. Mark looked at Tian Xiaobin, and turned his anger into joy. He also thought about it for a while. I thought about it, Xiao Chen, it's true, I have something wrong just now. I apologize. I probably won't apologize, but well, you can hang out with Xiao Chen. Go out to play. Xiao Chen, Xiaobin, and others were stunned together. Great, thank you Grandpa. Tian Xiaobin immediately jumped up and threw all the previous unhappiness into the sky. It seems, I still can't rest well. Xiao Chen held his forehead and smiled helplessly. It seemed that Grandpa wanted to help him take a look. Xiao Chen, shall we go shopping together later? Tian Xiaoben said in high spirits. No, let's go play video games. There must be super good video games in the city center. Seeing that the two were about to argue again over a trivial matter, Xiao Chen couldn't help interrupting them. Let's talk about it when we go out, and talk while walking. The two just gave up, but they also stood on the left and right sides of Xiao Chen, not talking to each other, and they were angry. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and walked down the hotel with the two of them. As he passed the press conference of the new violent sumo game, Tian Xiaoben also glanced at him from time to time. Those eyes were full of longing. Wow, your violent sumo character is amazing. You're not bad. In this new game of Furious Sumo, the character's movements are very smooth, and the sense of attack is also very strong, and the picture quality is also much clearer, a true masterpiece of the next era. The discussion among the group of internet-addicted teenagers made Tian Xiaoben almost unable to walk, and only drooled. It was Xiao Chen who held him with his hands to carry him and walk all the way. After coming to the door, the hot sun shines on Xiao Chen and others. Man 16 Chen Su squinted his eyes and looked at the poisonous sun, then looked back at the two of them. Okay, now it's up to you to make a decision. Are we going shopping or playing an electric car? My violent sumo. Tian Xiaoben still looks lost and keeps talking to himself. See Tian Xiaoben like this. Tian Xiaoben also sighed helplessly and said, Forget it, let's go play video games on such a hot day, even shopping will be very hot. When Xiao Chen sees her sweating appearance, it will ruin her image. Yeah, great. Tian Xiaoben looked at Tian Xiaoan in surprise, and praised with a smile, Bookworm, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Are you praising me or scolding me? Tian Xiaoan was speechless. The three of them stayed in this state and came to a video game city near the Grand Hotel. Walking into the video game city, there are game consoles everywhere. Many teenagers are playing video games in front of the game consoles, including some bad teenagers. The sound is very noisy. Fortunately, no one smokes, and there is no unpleasant smell in the video game city. Boss, exchange 30 game coins. Xiao Chen took out a few bills, put them on the table, and said to the boss on tiptoe, here you are. The boss took the banknotes, took a few glances, and then handed the 30 game coins in a small bag to Xiao Chen. Xiaoben, Xiaoan, you can play whatever you want, let's go. Holding the heavy bag of game coins, Xiao Chen spoke a lot harder, straightening his back. Let's go, Xiao Chen, let's try that first, the violent sumo game console. Tian Xiaoben's eyes lit up, he couldn't wait to hold Xiao Chen, and walked towards the violent sumo game console. It was a fighting game, and many people are playing. It can be seen that this IP is very well known. Xiao Chen accompanied Tian Xiaoben to play fighting games for a while, and then switched to FPS games, shooting machines, and even some role-playing games. During this period, Tian Xiaoan was watching quietly. Win the fight. When Xiao Chen, who played the knight, controlled the character to win the final level, he leaned against the wall lazily, his arms spread out, and his body was indescribably happy. The joy of playing games as a child, I'm back. It doesn't matter if the game is happy or not, the important thing is to play with you. Okay, there are only 3 game coins left. Tian Xiaoan looked relieved, stretched out his slender hand, and held the game coin bag. Well, play a few more games and go back. Counting the time, Xiao Chen has been playing for dozens of minutes, and Xiao Chen is also very relaxed. There is a good way, maybe we can win money. Tian Xiaoben's eyes slowly landed on a game machine in the distance. That is a coin pusher filled with a dizzying amount of game coins. Please, Xiaoben, anyone who is smarter knows that that is a scam. Tian Xiaoan put his hands on his shoulders, posing as a little adult, and there was an unexpected contrast. Forget it, Xiaoan, let's just let Xiaoben play once, they're here anyway. Xiao Chen winked at Tian Xiaoan. Hurry up and let Xiaoben quickly lose these 3 game coins, let's go back early. Xiao Chen, you are still the most supportive of me. Tian Xiaoben embraced Xiao Chen's shoulders full of enthusiasm, and walked to the coin machine with his shoulders hooked. Come to the slot machine. Tian Xiaoben spotted it, it seemed to have a great chance, and the coin pusher with the most game coins piled up, first took out a game coin from the bag and stuffed it into it. The game coins fall into a pile of game coins. Under the push of the machine, it seems that a large amount of game coins will be pushed down, but it is still a little bit. So close? Tian Xiaoben put in the second piece non-stop. Still as terrifying? His heart was pounding, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart saying, it's almost. Out of nowhere, he dropped a 3rd coin. This thing is actually a bit of a gambling thing, making full use of people's greedy nature. Xiao Chen saw through the coin slot machine at a glance, and he had already guessed Tian Xiaoben's ending. The ending was, of course, unexpected. Tian Xiaoben lost the 3rd game coin, his palm slipped from the machine, and his face was unwilling. Damn it, this is a broken machine that cheats money? Give me back. Boy, willing to admit defeat, this is the rule. The boss on the other side responded provocatively when he heard this. Cut. This shop is a black shop. Tian Xiaoben muttered in a low voice. Xiao Ban, it's just a game, forget it, let's go. Xiao Chen comforted him gently, knowing that he was angry and unreasonable. Yes, they are black shops. It's not your bad luck, the machines in this shop have done tricks and no one can win. While the 3 were chatting, a rather gloomy voice suddenly came from the side. Xiao Chen and the others turned their heads and looked around curiously. It was a tall and thin boy with black hair and black clothes, leaning on the game console, with his hands on his shoulders. His eyes were full of depth, and there was an unknown darkness in the depths of his eyes. He happened to be located in a dark corner of the entire video game store, and the darkness seemed to merge with his black clothes and set off each other. What he said just now is naturally what he said. And that guy's tone is also ugly, I really want to Habian him. Tian Xiaoben also responded jokingly. Yes, me too. The tall and thin boy cast a look of approval. Unlike Tian Xiaoben, he seemed to have a bit of murderous aura in his bones. Xiao Chen realized instantly. This person is not the same as himself and others. This friend, thank you for helping us speak, but you have seen it, willing to admit defeat. We can't do anything with this guy, let's go first. Xiao Chen didn't finish his words. The tall and thin boy on the opposite side turned strange, and said grimly, you help me block it, I have a way, let us make a lot of money together. Making money. Xiao Chen frowned and looked at the tall and thin boy in front of him. This dress seemed very familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. It seems that the characters I saw when I was watching the drama in my previous life were the ones that left a deep impression on me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to remember it so clearly. Who is it? That's right, it's time to share with you. The tall and thin boy said lightly, got up, came to the coin slot machine, and put his hands in front of the coin slot machine slowly. Xiao Chen was standing next to him, and Tian Xiaoben followed behind the tall and thin boy, who just formed a natural encirclement. Because the boss is busy with business, he can't take care of them at all, and he is so busy. Sit size. The master boy's palms flashed with bursts of blue electric light, just like the electric light man in the Marvel movie, and the electric current covered the body of the coin machine like a spider web. The pusher of the machine pushes the game coins in a burst. That blue light lit up his excited face slightly. What is this? Tian Xiaoben's eyes widened, and he said strangely, looking at the scene in front of him. Power of electricity. Xiao Chen immediately recognized the superpower of the tall and thin boy, and at the same time, a thought also rose in his mind. This person looks like Kevin? When I watched Ben 10 in my previous life, Kevin was an important character in the first movie. In the world a few years after the second movie, he was even more of a protagonist. How could he forget such an important person? Clap clap clap. A large amount of game coins from the slot machine was pushed down, and Kevin's hands stopped flickering, as if he had done nothing. He retracted his hands, showing a sophisticated and innocent look. Great, we won. Tian Xiaoben's eyes lit up. After cheering in a low voice, he took out a lot of game coins from the pile of game coins. But he was still kind, and only took part, most of which he didn't move. Kevin unceremoniously scoured the remaining game coins and put them into his pocket. Well, my friend, what's your name? Xiao Chen didn't care about the game coins, but looked at Kevin with bright eyes and asked closely. Kevin was stunned, with a bold smile on his face, and stretched out his palm. My name is Kevin. Hello, friend. It's definitely Kevin? After getting the affirmative answer, Xiao Chen felt a great uproar in his heart, but he quickly calmed down and shook hands with Kevin. How do you want to play games together? Full of enthusiasm, Kevin stretched out his finger over his shoulder and pointed to some game consoles behind him. Tian Xiaoben just wanted to agree. Xiao Chen showed a refusal expression and shook his head slightly. No need, Kevin, we have to go back soon, there will be a period later. Oh well. Kevin's expression didn't seem to care much, he just nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to go to other game areas. After he left, Tian Xiaoben looked at Xiao Chen puzzled and asked, Xiao Chen, why don't we play games with him? Besides, he is a super cool person. Like you, he has superpowers, maybe he will become the same as us. Superhero? Superhero? Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. There are too many people now, and Xiaoben and Xiaoan are also there, so it is not easy for him to come forward to solve Kevin's problems. He can only deal with Kevin's affairs when there are few people. If you don't handle it properly, it will be a big worry in the future. Before Xiao Chen could answer, Tian Xiaoan answered him. Xiaoban, didn't you see? His clothes were tattered and his appearance was scary, and he was completely different from us. Oh, it's a pity, we could have another superpower friend. Tian Xiaoben sighed helplessly, and shook the remaining game coins in his hand. Anyway, the remaining game coins, can I use it up? Of course there's no problem, Xiaoben, it's not lunchtime anyway. Xiao Chen smiled lightly and agreed to Tian Xiaoben's request without hesitation. Let's go. Tian Xiaoben immediately forgot his unhappiness, and went to a game console with Xiao Chen and started playing games. This time, Xiaoben didn't get angry with Kevin to make a havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and the reason was very simple. With Xiao Chen, a good moji, it was impossible for Xiaoben to act like the original novel. This is a real world, not a rigid animation world, everything is possible. Xiao Chen gradually threw himself into the game world and played games happily with Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoan drank a glass of orange juice with a straw, resting his chin in his hand, watching quietly. But, the good times don't last long. The noisy sound made Xiao Chen and others wake up from the immersed game world and return to the real world. It was a thumping sound. It looks very loud in the video game city. Xiao Chen retracted his hands on the gamepad, stood up, and looked at the source of the sound. At the same time, many people did the same. One of the gaming areas in the video game city. Kevin, blocked by a few punks. One of the most dragged gangsters pushed and fucked Kevin directly, making Kevin slammed into the wall. His already slender body was knocked to pieces, and he slumped on the ground, with a trace of fear on his face, and hatred. Weird, long time no see. With a playful look on his face, a gangster clasped his hands on his shoulders and said mockingly, hand over the game coins on your body, I won't embarrass you any more today. Haha, weirdo, did you eat a battery and run over to steal the game coins? Why are there so many game coins? No matter how much, it's ours too. The other gangsters sneered and attacked Kevin viciously, and their expressions were full of rejection and disgust. Wang Li's was bullied time and time again by them just because Kevin had superpowers. If I don't pay, Kevin's expression was a little fierce, and his cold facial features were even more awe-inspiring, like a wounded wolf. No payment. You have to eat hard. The few thugs looked at each other immediately, picked up Kevin knowingly, beat, kicked, and fell. As long as they didn't kill him, they only made him feel pain. Others looked a little unbearable, but they didn't dare to reason with these unreasonable bastards. Anyway, it was just a freak. This is too much. Even Tian Xiaoan opened his mouth, looking like he couldn't bear it. He helped us. We should help him too, right? Tian Xiaoban was even more impulsive, and his hand gradually touched the air gun in his pocket, approaching little by little. Profit. Monument. Xiao Chen's palm grabbed Tian Xiaoben's wrist in time. The slight grip made the nervous Tian Xiaoben release the air gun in his pocket, and then he remembered that there were so many people around. Just as Tian Xiaoben was about to speak, Xiao Chen retracted his palm and made a booing action. He promised, "Don't worry, I will never just sit back and watch." Although Kevin is currently a gangster, this does not mean that Xiao Chen will condone another group of gangsters to bully him. Summarize in one sentence. Kevin and these gangsters have to be educated, it's just a matter of priority. Xiao Chen, be careful, there are many people here. Tian Xiaowen urged with concern. Don't worry, Xiaowen. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, looked around, and then made sure everyone's attention was on the gang of gangsters. Then he quietly hid behind a game console and covered his body with the help of the huge game console. He opened the Omnitrix screen and twisted to the position of the flashing star. Overall, this hero is the most suitable for fighting here. Boom! As he pushes the button, a strange sound effect sounded, accompanied by bursts of light, but most people didn't care when they heard it, thinking it was the sound of someone playing a game. Only Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben looked back with anticipation. Flash Star slowly walked out from behind the game console. Call out? His black face with a lightning pattern of 650 was unveiled, and his expression was extremely cold. Xiaoben, you also pay attention, don't be accidentally affected by my attack. Quick flash, Ji Xing is indeed the most handsome alien hero. Tian Xiaoben put his hands in his pockets, and his tone was admiring. Taste? The pulleys of Flash Star's feet moved gently. Xiaoben and Xiaowen felt a gust of wind before they suddenly passed by, and Flash Star disappeared from their sight in an instant. It appeared directly in the area more than 10 meters away. What sound? What is this? The next second, the gang of thugs heard the noise beside them, and they looked for it, and suddenly saw the flashing star standing in the aisle. Those cold eyes, icy temperament, and the appearance of aliens made them shudder. Calm down, this guy looks like he's a cosplayer. Soon, a gangster pretended to calm down. Thinking this way, the other gangsters didn't quite believe in the so-called aliens, and they became angry one by one. Are you dressed like this and want us to be out of the mold? I think you just watched our reaction on purpose, right? After we teach him a lesson, you will be dead. Listen to their threatening voices. Flash Star wiped his nose disapprovingly, and said calmly, you guys, deal with me together first, I'm in a hurry, don't waste my time. Those arrogant and provocative words immediately made a group of gangsters look ferocious and look at the flashing star with their blue veins bursting. In this band, no one dares to speak to us like this. You wanna die? Kevin Freak, stay there and don't move, we'll take care of him first, and then take care of you. A group of gangsters clenched their fists, their brows looked like the word well popped out, and they walked towards the flashing star in anger. Hey, little one, be careful. Kevin looked at the flash star as if he was a friend who was suffering together, and reminded loudly. Only, when he just finished the sentence behind. SHHHHHH, the flash star will instantly evaporate in place. Then, the little gangster who was closest to him suddenly had a concave belly in his stomach, as if he had been hit by a fist, his eyes burst out, and he fell down holding his stomach. The second, the third. Every gangster was attacked by fists, and in the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground, wailing with their stomachs or swollen faces, rolling back and forth on the ground. In front of Kevin, the flash star that he was talking to in the distance just now arrived in front of him in an instant, and behind him was a group of gangsters who cried and cried. Looking at the slender figure of the flash star, Kevin's face was full of astonishment, and he didn't have time to react. Everyone was beaten down. Okay, great. Who is this guy? Have you seen his speed just now? This is faster than an Olympic champion, right? BGEF, the onlookers looked surprised, their eyes focused on the flashing star. Fortunately, it is not the era of internet celebrities and short videos, otherwise the pop-up star must be famous. Thank you. Kevin, who responded, quickly thanked the flash star, and at the same time, deep admiration rose in his heart. This kind of powerful force, ruthless character, is the person he should worship. He also wants to be as powerful as Flash Star, then take revenge on all those who bully you? Kevin's eyes were deeply distorted, but the Flash Star just turned around, gave him a cold look, and without much nonsense, went straight to a gangster. Taste? He stretched out his claws, picked up the collar of a gangster, and searched the man in front of him with the help of his clothes. His expression was full of icy coldness, and his eyes flashed with terrifying murderous aura. You guys, do something like this for money grabbing. How long has it been? We. The little gangster stammered and looked at the flashing star in front of him. His pupils shrank extremely, showing a very frightened look, and he couldn't say anything. We only grabbed a few $1,000s. Another gangster lying on the ground hurriedly replied. Okay, leave them all to me, now they don't belong to you, as stolen money, confiscated. Flash Star said domineeringly. What? A little gangster was dumbfounded. Aren't you stealing money? I'm just robbing, the money of the money-robbing person? Don't talk nonsense. The flashing star's eyes are filled with more murderous aura, and there seems to be a cold wind blowing around, and the gusts of cold wind are extremely piercing. The gangsters shivered and hurriedly handed a pile of US dollar bills to the flash star. The flash star accepted the money unceremoniously, and finally, glared at the gangsters fiercely. You guys, if you have another time, there will be another time. Die. His sharp claws, which were comparable to Wolverine's claws, opened up, and his 5 claws flashed coldly like knives, reflecting the fearful faces. They were frightened, their faces were pale, they did not dare to speak, they just sat there dumbfounded. Tick-tock, tick-tock, and the little gangster who was picked up by the flash star. The pants were directly wet, and it goes without saying that he must have been scared to pee. I'm leaving first, and you bless yourselves not to cause trouble in the future. Flash Star disgustedly used the diaper punk on the ground, and disappeared with a smell. He appeared suddenly, left suddenly, came and went without a trace. This is the Flash Star? Leaving only the gangsters who were in a state of madness, they no longer dared to have the intention of doing bad things. And Kevin showed an expression of extreme admiration, and squeezed his palms tightly. One day, I will be as strong as you, I can bully everyone at will. His thirst for power is desperate. Since after leaving, the Flash Star didn't go anywhere, he squatted in a corner near the video game store, and returned to the video game store as if nothing had happened until the Omnitrix's transformation time came and returned to a human state. That guy was so handsome just now, he knocked everyone down at once. He looks like a cartoon superhero. Ha ha ha, who believes what you are saying, like the aliens, bragging? The video game city is full of discussions about Flash Stars, people are eagerly discussing, and the newcomers express their disbelief, and it is very lively for a while. Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen who came back, Tian Xiaobin's expression was suppressed and eager, and he said in a low voice, the move you just made was the one that instantly knocked everyone down. What's your name? X. Looking at the small class who was still in the second year of middle school, Xiao Chen was speechless, holding his forehead, and said with tears in his eyes, what's the name? It's just a casual trick. You must know that even without strengthening, sufficient physical coordination ability, coupled with the foundation of martial arts, can enable him to transform into an alien hero and exert stronger strength. This is the power of the Transformers themselves. By the way, with that money, do we want to buy a new version of the violent sumo machine? Tian Xiaobin asked cautiously, like a thief. Xiao Ban, I'm going to donate this money. If I really want to give it back to the victims, I can't find so many people, so I have to donate it. Xiao Chen said with a nonchalant expression. Did you see it? At this time, Kevin suddenly walked to the side of the crowd again, his expression full of excitement and excitement. The guy who was very fast just now is so cool. Yeah, I think so too. Tian Xiaobin also responded with a smile. Only Xiao Chen greeted with a smile on the surface, but his heart was full of vigilance. He wore Omnitrix's hands and put it into his pockets as if nothing had happened. He clearly knew that Kevin could absorb alien DNA and temporarily strengthen himself. So he won't let Kevin have a chance? In the future, I will also be as powerful as him. We all have superpowers, and I can be that strong. Kevin obviously thought that the Flash Star was also a superpower. He slowly opened his palm and jumped with electric lights. Expression, full of ambition, gloomy. That way, Xiao Chen felt a little bit of vigilance. Kevin, it's almost time for us to eat, we have to go back. Xiao Chen looked for the perfect excuse, his face filled with regret. It's a pleasure to meet you, but unfortunately we can only come in the afternoon, then you will still be there in or not. It doesn't matter, I'm in the vicinity of this area. What alleys, warehouses, under bridges, anyway, the places where the sun can't shine are all places where people like me live. For Kevin, these are commonplace meals. Good. Invisibly, Xiao Chen set out Kevin's address, remembered it in his heart, and nodded. Kevin, I'll come back to you when I have time. See you later. Kevin also readily agreed, hiding his antisocial personality deep in his heart. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaobin said goodbye to Kevin, came to the front desk, and exchanged some game coins for coins, carrying coins and US dollar bills, and walked towards the hotel. On the way, it seemed like a coincidence, Xiao Chen came across a charity organization that was collecting donations, and he donated the money without thinking. Because the amount was too large, he explained it for a long time before returning to the hotel with Xiaobin and the others. When returning to the hotel lobby, it was exactly 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Chen touched his dry and sore belly, and grunted in his throat, I'm so hungry, I don't know what lunch I can have. A burst of aroma diffused from the kitchen to the hall, with the smell of seafood, as well as cooked food, main dishes. What's more terrible is that there is a restaurant next to the hall. Nuda's restaurant is full of people, and they all ate in buffet style. This almost made Xiao Chen unable to walk. Why don't we stay and go up after dinner? Tian Xiaobin also grunted and said eagerly. Forget it, let's talk to Grandpa first, and then come down to eat together, so that he won't be in a hurry. Xiao Chen still resisted the urge in his heart and brought the two to the hotel elevator. Coincidentally, the elevator was going down. The elevator came to the first floor and opened the door. An old man dressed in floral red clothes, with a strong figure and a radiant expression, appeared in front of the three of them. Grandpa Xiao Chen was stunned, and after reacting, he let out a cry. Xiao Chen, Xiaobin, you guys, you've really ordered lunch. Well, don't tell me, let's go straight to the buffet. Mark smiled understandingly and wrapped Xiao Chen with his right hand, grabbed Xiaobin with his left hand and walked towards the restaurant. For flowers. Of course, he also wanted to hold Tian Xiaoan, but Tian Xiaoan embarrassedly refused. After taste. It's a pleasant mealtime. Xiao Chen can be said to eat very comfortably. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was 70% full, stood up, took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Grandpa, eat slowly. I remember that there is still something to do. Let's go first. I have something to do with Kevin later. Don't eat too much. Xiao Chen, you have to be careful outside. Pay attention. Mark said with concern, and then agreed. In his eyes, Xiao Chen is actually no different from a child who is about to grow up. 0. Xiao Chen, I want to go too. Although Tian Xiaoban didn't know what Xiao Chen was going to do, he still stood up happily. Xiaoban, Xiaoan, I can't take you there this time. Sorry, but I'll be back soon. I promise you, I will definitely play with you all afternoon. After Xiao Chen comforted the two, he hurried out the door. Tian Xiaoan looked at his back and remembered what he had said before. He seemed to have figured out something, but he didn't break it. Instead, he helped Xiao Chen keep a secret. After going out, Xiao Chen borrowed a small bicycle and quickly rode through the nearby video game store, corners, and alleys. Until you reach an alley, he just saw Kevin's back in the alley. But, at this time, Kevin is doing despicable things. He turned his back to the entrance of the alley, blocking the only sunlight, and put a few children 1 or 2 years younger than him inside, with a vicious expression. Hand over all the money on your body, hand it over now, otherwise, don't blame me for taking it. After you, take money from your pocket. He is forcing these people in the same way, Kevin. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression became colder, and his voice became a lot colder. Okay. Kevin noticed the voice behind him, turned his head, and saw Xiao Chen with a hostile face. His eyes jumped up, his expression was very subtle, and he put on a fake smile. It's you, Xiao Chen, my good friend? How about it? Would you like to help me? 100 million, yeah. Kevin replied as a matter of course. That's why I have to use this method to make up for some of my losses. Friends, we are still working together this morning. Will you help me this time too? I will only help the right side. If you are bullied tomorrow, I will also help you. But bullying others, I will not allow it. Xiao Chen put on a fighting stance and said decisively, I knew for a long time that you would not support me. Kevin's expression became grim, his palms flashed with electric sparks, tearing his face. Did you come here alone? If you don't leave, I will rob you too. I'll let them go. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, squinted his eyes, and carefully observed Kevin's movements. In words, he was still trying to provoke and attract Kevin. Don't even think about it. Since you delivered it to your door, don't blame me for being rude. Friend. 650. Kevin opened his palms, and both arms had blue lightning bolts, running towards here like a hungry tiger. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity, and when Kevin was about to touch him, he twisted his footsteps and slanted to avoid Kevin's arms. Call out. His right fist also took advantage of the situation, and his fist burst into blue veins. It was obviously a child's fist, but it also had amazing strength. Octopus collapse. Boom. Kevin was hit in the back by a punch, and a powerful force directly knocked him down, making him eat a nose of ashes, and his expression was extremely ugly in an instant. A tingling pain in the back told him. How powerful is Xiao Chen's fist? You guys, let's go. Xiao Chen ignored Kevin, strode into the alley, and urged the children. Okay, thank you. A few children were obviously frightened, and after Xiao Chen's reminder, they left here as if they had just woken up from a dream. I want, make you pay. Annoyed, Kevin, after slowing down for a while, got up again fiercely, and yelled at Xiao Chen hysterically like a beast. That terrible antisocial personality, completely inspired? Cost. Xiao Chen frowned, not at all afraid of Kevin in front of him. Kevin took out a plate of batteries directly from his pocket, clenched the battery in his palm, and suddenly the blue light came out, very dazzling. After he absorbed the power of the battery, the power became a lot more terrible, and the current was gathered in both arms. This scene is so familiar. Not long ago, Xiao Chen was educating a group of aliens who eat batteries when he saw a familiar scene in Kevin. What if you are very good at fighting? Still can't stop my superpower. Kevin's expression hugged, and he approached Xiao Chen in the alley step by step, as if to create a suffocating pressure on him. It's a pity that Xiao Chen, who has seen strong winds and waves, is completely ordinary. He looked at the fully charged Omnitrix on his wrist, and said without raising his head, give me a few seconds. What? Kevin's expression was a little puzzled, and then he saw Xiao Chen walking out of the exit of the alley and hiding near the wall behind the alley. Want to run? It's not that easy. He thought it was Xiao Chen, but his expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he was about to rush forward. Taste? On the other side of the wall, there are bursts of green light. The strange light made Kevin's expression startled, a little confused. Immediately after, a purple light approached quickly, moving from the back wall to the entrance of the alley. That purple light? He has a figure the size of an 8 or 9-year-old child. His body is surrounded by purple thunder, and his expression is full of icy colors. This is an alien. Kevin's eyes widened rapidly, his expression became surprised, and he blurted out the title. He suddenly remembered dealing with those little punks in the morning. It is also so oppressive and powerful. This purple guy, and the guy in the morning, don't actually have superpowers at all, but this Xiao Chen has changed. The more you think about it, the more likely it is. Kevin, reason can't convince you, so I have to use force. The purple light spread out his small palm, and between his fingers there were circles of tiny needle-like currents. That tone, it's really you? Kevin looked affirmative, and asked again puzzled, I still don't understand. You and I have such powerful superpowers. Why don't you destroy the world, control the lives of others at will, and let us become the masters of the world? Woolen cloth. His mind, deeply ingrained, has taken these things for granted. Different road non-phase plan. The purple light didn't talk nonsense, but simply explained it with a reason. Scare? Kevin showed a sinister expression, and before the purple light answered, he was fully prepared. Raise your palms sharply, releasing a blue electric current like a small snake. Call? The purple light's expression was a little dignified, and he didn't quite know whether he could equal or surpass the current that was getting closer and closer in front of him. His right palm spread out, and also released a purple electric current, which collided head-on with the blue electric current. Monument? The two currents collided fiercely, and the currents were colorful, and the mutually deformed currents left cracks on the walls on both sides. It didn't last a few seconds. The purple electric current dashed away Kevin's offensive and quickly attacked him. What? Kevin's expression changed drastically, his arms were raised on his chest, and bursts of strong electric light flashed. Monument? Even so, the purple electric current also pushed his arms, knocking back a dozen meters away at once, until the electric current in both arms completely dissipated, and he was worthy of stopping? His superpower can't stop the attack of the purple light at all. It seems that your strength is not very good. Come on. The purple light flicked his fingers again, and in a blink of an eye, another purple electric current hit Kevin's arm. My arm, is numb. Kevin's expression became frightened, and his arms were directly numb with the purple electric current. Even with most of his body, he was also half kneeling on the ground, completely paralyzed. Just keep your head up. Like an ant looking up at Mount Tai, looking at the 4.5 purple lights floating in the sky from a distance. The huge gap in strength is self-evident. This enhanced version of the current is really terrifying, and the current Kevin is not my opponent at all. The purple light had an extremely satisfied expression, and flew in front of Kevin, who was too lazy to continue preaching. You have to use force to educate directly. Xiao Chen, my good Maji, we were still friends yesterday, right? At this moment, Kevin showed a very humble expression, smiled to please Xiao Chen, and looked very confusing. But deep in his heart, he was full of resentment and murderous intent, and vowed to take revenge. Do you think I'm an 8-year-old child? You can fool me by pretending to be pitiful. Unfortunately, this kind of trick can deceive the kind-hearted Tian Xiaoban. But I can't fool Xiao Chen. He exposed Kevin's lie with a cold face. Then what are you going to do? After being punctured, Kevin put on a vicious attitude. Kill me? Then you hope you don't get wanted. It's really troublesome to deal with you. This point, the purple light must be admitted. Kevin in the original book is indeed a heinous crime. Even if he accidentally kills Kevin, no one will stop him. But this motherfucker Kevin didn't do anything. He killed him by himself. Who would believe it? Let me go. We can still work together to conquer the world. You and I join forces, and no one can stop us. Kevin put on a confused gesture again and kept persuading. He is more cunning than Kua and them? Okay. At this time, the purple light suddenly realized that the purple current on his body has been silently blending with Kevin's blue current. The current in Kevin's body will be pumped a little bit, without even knowing it himself. That is to say, the purple light has the power to suck away Kevin's superpower. Kevin, your superpower is the root cause of your personality destruction, and it is also a bomb that will explode at any time. This cannot be left to you. He stretched out his palm, suddenly grabbed Kevin's -168 wrist, and one hand flashed a terrifying purple light. What? Kevin's expression became extremely frightened. He saw the circles of electricity on his arm, like flowing water, disappearing very quickly, and even his sense of superpowers in his body was getting weaker and weaker. His ability to be deprived. Until then, he felt a deep fear. Superpower is necessary for him to realize his ambition, and he cannot lose it. No, please, Xiao Chen. Ignore Kevin's pleadings. The aura of the purple light is getting more and more extreme. He can feel that his original strength is constantly increasing. On the contrary, Kevin is getting weaker and weaker. Until there was no trace of electric light on Kevin's body. He was screamed by the electric current of the purple light, and fell directly to the ground, rolling back and forth. Already, completely swallowed by me. The purple light took a deep breath and slowly retracted his palms. He could feel that his strength had increased, and it was permanent. Kevin's superpowers helped him a lot. More confidence to deal with Mahaz. You deprived me of my superpower. Give it back to me. Give it back. Kevin is like a beast, holding the gravel on the ground with both palms, and roaring piercingly. You wait. The purple light glanced at Kevin lightly, and flew out of sight with a taste. In 2 minutes, just when Kevin kept scolding in a low voice, the purple light is back. There was still a lot of beauty in his hand, and he threw it directly in front of Kevin for several $100s. Far away, another gang of thugs were shaken by electricity and almost died on the spot. This is money. Kevin's expression was shocked. His hands were shaking. He didn't expect that Xiao Chen would give him money. This money, give you the superpowers that I have taken away, but I will not let you die. You can take this money to new places, or you can choose to use it to transition until you find a job. The purple light said without question, back to normal life, Kevin. He, with another flavor, disappeared into the sky, and he had already done what he had to do. There is only a trace of electricity left in the body, but the superpower is useless, and Kevin has become an ordinary person. When Xiao Chen returned to the hotel, his expression was a little complicated. This was the best ending he could give Kevin, at least, he thought. Of course, there is a high probability that Kevin will be sent to a juvenile detention center after the money is spent. But this is at least a normal life, and it is better than being treated as a freak. God, I've met too many aliens and weirdos. Sending them to a juvenile detention center is a very common thing in my eyes. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled wryly. Xiao Chen, are you back? At the buffet restaurant, Tian Xiaoben was still eating with his plate. After noticing Xiao Chen, he greeted him warmly. Xiaoben, why are you still eating? Forget it, I'm hungry too. Xiao Chen also greeted Tian Xiaoben. He put down these messy things and threw himself into happiness. The buffet was delicious. Afternoon. Tian Xiaoben also did a swimming activity in this luxury hotel. Xiaoben and Xiao Chen enjoyed watching TV and playing games in the luxurious and cool private room. Learn from small classes, forget about the unpleasantness, and enjoy the summer in peace. This allowed Xiao Chen to have a very full and happy afternoon. Nighttime. Mark also insisted on taking the three out, ready to go to the nearby big supermarket, so as to buy some food storage and the like. Haha, I hope that when I go to the supermarket this time, there won't be a weird guy riding a big frog. Xiao Chen followed Mark and the others on the street, blowing the cool breeze, and said jokingly, if no one helps Dongwu, he will never be able to escape in this life. Mark gloated and said that he didn't like this kind of guy at all. Several people walked to the supermarket while chatting. As everyone knows, far away, 7 or 8 small robots broke through the atmosphere and landed in midair. The scanners landed on Xiao Chen's back, zoomed in, focused, and zoomed in again. Directly zoomed in on the Omnitrix on his wrist. Confirm, it's Omnitrix. It was a small robot of the Jean 650 bucket type. After confirming it, the turret was clamped up, and its body was like a flying saucer, and it quickly approached Xiao Chen's side. Another wave of the machine army of Morjath. Coming? Okay. Feeling the sound of breaking air behind him, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head, and what caught his eye was a small robot that looked very abrupt in the night sky, and it is densely packed, like an army of locusts. Oh, it's this familiar face again. I hate it when I look at it. It's endless. Tian Xiaowen said helplessly, holding his face in his hands. To be honest, Xiao Chen, if I hadn't known that Mahaz was here for the watch in your hand, I would have thought it fell in love with you. Tian Xiaoben still looked serious and said to Xiao Chen, of all enemies, it is the most annoying. Xiao Chen left this sentence with black lines all over his head. Under the cover of Mark and the others, he nimbly avoided the bombardment, and finally rushed into a small alley. After losing the target, the small robot rammed around like a headless fly. To deal with you guys, of course you have to choose the right one. In the dark alley, Xiao Chen clicked the Omnitrix button and decisively chose the place where the dream started. Flame Man? Boom? Dark alley. Illuminated by that fierce fire, feeling a violent energy reaction. Feel a violent energy reaction. 8 small robots circling in the air all turned their gazes to the alley, and detected violent energy fluctuations, like a nuclear bomb. A violent energy reaction? Me. The Flame Man flashed dazzling fire all over his body, took off into the air, and there was flames under his body, like a series of shock waves. Taste? Taste? Ignoring the question of the Flame Man, the small robots automatically entered the fighting state, and raised their turrets one after another, condensing bursts of red light. Just haven't waited for them to start. The Flame Man with rich combat experience has already condensed 2 flames in his hands, and roared, Shen Huo Shiranui. Taste? His arms swung heavily towards the 2 small robots in front of him. The 2 flames slammed into the air, condensed into extremely sharp and powerful flame spears, and directly exploded the 2 small robots, causing huge light fluctuations in the air. For a while, the huge flame also covered the figure of the Flame Man. Can't find it. The target is gone. The target is gone. The remaining 6 small robots scrambled around, delivering battle information. Mahaz, who was watching remotely through the monitor and camera on the robot, heard this and was furious. What target has disappeared? His move just now was not only a means of attack, but also caused an explosion to cover up figure. The purpose is to stop you from attacking. This kid already has a feeling of being battle-hardened. Fire punch. In the firelight, the more intense flames dispelled all the firelight, and the huge flames released were like heavy punches, and one punch hit the bodies of 3 small robots. The fire fist burst open, and the explosive force of the destructive force directly blew up 3 small robots. No. While full of anger, Mahaz roared with a little heartache. Finish this fire fist. The Flame Man easily fell back to the ground, put his palm on his forehead, and looked at the remaining small robots in the sky. Only 3 small robots left? At this time, the flames dissipated. The 3 robots also seemed to have noticed the Flame Man, and raised their turrets one after another, flashing red light waves. The Flame Man did not have any intention of evading, and his arms were condensed with crimson flames, as if to fight against the waves. The surrounding Mark, Tian Xiaoben, and others could feel the heat, and the air temperature had risen a lot. Even the night wind is full of heat. 3 combat robots, the maximum output energy at the same time. The 3 lasers suddenly condensed together, forming a red light wave like a galaxy. The power is terrifying as you can imagine. Both hands fire fist. This time, the Flame Man used his own original creation, based on the Fire Fist, more powerful tricks. His fists swung out at the same time, releasing 2 huge fire fists, and the fists flew out side by side, like a pair of rocket launchers. Countless sparks, flying all over the sky, symbolize the power of the Flame People. This fight has completely become his one-man show. Of course, this kind of huge movement will naturally attract many people's onlookers. They look at all this from a distance, and they can't calm down for a long time. Including those punks of the day, all of them looked at the Flame Man in disbelief. Is this the one from the daytime, the brother of the tall, thin big brother? It must be, it's all that great. This guy is even scarier than that tall, thin guy. One punch could knock us all out. Obviously, after seeing the fighting strength of the Flame People, the gangsters all had cold hands and feet, and they dared not do any bad things again. And on the other side of the alley, in the darkness, a figure was hidden, silently watching all this. A pair of fire fists collided heavily on the huge light wave. No suspense, the huge light wave attacked from a straight line, was directly suppressed to deformation, and continued to expand inward. The fire fist was also advancing rapidly, until it directly defeated the red light wave and landed on the remaining 3 combat robots. Boom! The air and the earth are shaking. A huge explosion sounded, and immediately came a ripple-like firelight that spread to every place in all directions, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. That light naturally swept across the dark alley. In the alley, Kevin was leaning against it. His expression was very cold, and his hands were tightly clasped. It's just what he didn't expect. The broken parts of the 3 battle robots flew directly into the alley with force, almost hitting him, making a only sound. Kevin collapsed to the ground in fright. This is. He took a closer look and found that the parts of 2 of the battle robots had turned into dust, but there were a lot of parts of the battle robot left. Kevin, slowly approaching the machine parts, touched his hands down curiously. Who knows, the machine part jumped on his arm? Outside, the Flame Man slowly landed on the ground, his arms stretched out, looking at the fireworks in the sky like fireworks. He said lightly, "These guys are really unexpectedly easy to deal with. Xiao Chen, don't you have a weaker trick? This destructive power is too amazing, right?" Mark also rushed to the side of the Flame Man with a headache and asked. The Flame Man showed a helpless look on his face and sighed, "Grandpa, my weakest tricks are all that level. There are 2 big guys, I didn't dare to use it in the city, last time not even in the woods. After all, those 2 tricks were too terrifying, equivalent to his trump card tricks." This time, in less than 3 minutes, all 7 robots were killed. Tian Xiaoan looked at the time, and his tone was congratulatory. "Strength, visible growth. Okay, I still have a few minutes left to transform. Xiaoan, Xiaoban, you all go to the gate of the big supermarket and wait. I will take a step first, find a hidden place, and when the transforming time is over, I will find you again." Convergence. The Flame Man looked around, his pupils shrank slightly. There are fire brigade, and many people are rushing towards here. It seems that the noise, Wang Li's, is still too loud. Let's go, be careful not to be discovered. Mark wanted to reach out and pat the Flame Man's shoulder, but was burned by the flames. He quickly retracted his hand, and said with a grin, "I know, let's go first." The Flame Man hurried forward a few steps, and after a distance from Mark and the others, his whole body burst into flames and flew high into the sky, becoming the brightest light in the night sky. Countless people looked up at the light that the Flame Man turned into, and their expressions were amazed. In the future, this will become the most famous urban legend. Alien hero, urban legend? Of course, that's all for later. After the Flame People left, Mark, Xiaoban and the others didn't stay for long, and also walked towards the supermarket. "Look, go back to the alley again." In the alley. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect, Xiao Chen, my ability was taken away, but you gave me another chance, a brand new opportunity, Li?" A gloomy voice with mechanical and electronic sound effects resounded throughout the alley. In the alley, except for the exposed face, Kevin was covered by the armor of the battle robot, like a humanoid Gundam. His face was slightly red, and it became the same color as the robot, but the coldness in his eyes did not change. Roar. He let out a low growl and punched the wall next to him at will. Boom. The wall was torn apart in an instant, and the wall that was more than 10 meters wide became torn apart. "My strength is stronger than before." Kevin retracted his fist with great excitement and clenched it again. In addition to the huge energy around him, there are also blue currents, which are particularly dazzling. Superpower. It is also like being beaten with blood, and is reborn. He even felt that he could defeat the alien transformed by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, thanks to you, you helped me gain such a powerful ability." Kevin's expression was icy cold, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an extremely crazy smile. "In order to thank you, I will be the last one. Looking for you. First take revenge on all those who bullied me." The murderous aura in his heart swelled infinitely, his legs were bent, he leaped up like a flea, and disappeared into the vast darkness. Like a cyberpunk? Over there at the supermarket. After the Flame Man released his transformation, he quickly joined with Tian Xiaoban and the others, just in time for the supermarket to have no samples. Everyone walked into the supermarket, wandering around, buying various supplies, snacks, cards, and the like. When Xiao Chen couldn't resist protesting until one big bag was small, the other three stopped the urge to shop and returned to the hotel with the large and small bags. After all, there are a lot of things during this time, everyone needs to vent, and after shopping happily, they feel much more comfortable. At 9:30 in the evening, Xiao Chen and others went to sleep. 10 o'clock. Mark fell asleep too. This is a large deluxe private room with 5 beds, so they all sleep separately. Here, it seems very quiet. And under the bridge. But there was a loud noise. What is this? Monster, Kevin was swallowed by a mechanical monster. Don't come here. Come over again and I'll call someone. BGEF. A group of gangsters living under the overpass kept shrinking and retreated to the corner under the overpass, and in front of them, it is Kevin, who is covered in machines, with electric lights flashing all around, and his expression is very penetrating. He is a humanoid monster. Good evening. Goodbye. Kevin raised his wrist lightly, with a red muzzle on his wrist. Call out. The muzzle flashed a faint red light, and even the weakest energy from Kevin turned into a tiny beam of light, penetrating the bodies of the gangsters. Crushed. The little bastards fell to the ground one after another, and before dying, their faces were filled with expressions of fear, begging for mercy, and begging. There was a hole in the chest. I feel a lot better. Kevin showed a very morbid smile, laughed excitedly for a while, and even danced. After a few minutes, he was completely stern and roared, "They are too cheap. Too cheap for them? I have to continue. After I have killed all the enemies, this city, no, this earth, it's all mine." He once disappeared into the darkness of the night. It wasn't until someone passed by the bridge hole and found a few icy bodies under the bridge hole in horror. Overnight, passed. We are at the scene now, and it can be seen that the deaths of these people are very tragic. Early in the morning, what woke Xiao Chen up was the sound of the TV coming from the living room. He opened his eyes in a daze, looking at Mark's slightly blurred figure, sitting on the sofa, watching the TV news, concentrated. He smashed his mouth, turned over, lifted the quilt to cover his ears, and wanted to continue to sleep. Call out. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly opened. He woke up from a hazy state, sat up from a lying state, wiped his eyes and looked towards the TV. On TV, a news hostess was at the bottom of a bridge, with an isolation line in front of her, surrounded by reporters, all with fearful expressions and shyness. And inside the isolation line, it's a few dead people. Xiao Chen looked at their faces, which seemed somewhat familiar. The wounds that were completely penetrated in their bodies were neat and uniform, and it looked like they had been penetrated by a high-powered laser gun. We don't know who did this. Just when the news host was about to continue to say something, someone suddenly came to her side in a hurry and whispered a few words. Her expression changed suddenly, and her tone became more urgent. The latest news is that there are several dead homeless people in another abandoned house called Homeless Home. It's the same wound. It's most likely caused by a serial murderer. 1 news, 2 accidents. Xiao Chen, this kind of injury, I am afraid that only the alien technology of Mahaz can do it. Mark held his chin in his hand, and had already noticed Xiao Chen next to him, and he offered his own opinion. Yes, but I feel that Mahaz is not such a person. Xiao Chen frowned. Not this kind of person? How to say? Mark asked suspiciously. According to what we know about Mahaz and what he has done in the past, every time it shoots, it has a strong purpose, and it always comes at me. It can be said that this kind of random killing is not in line with its style. In other words, it is very likely that someone has obtained alien technology and made these things. In 3 or 2 times, Xiao Chen cleared the suspicion of Mahaz and almost pinpointed the real murderer. The question is, who did it? Etc. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. After watching TV for a long time, he recognized the faces of several people in the TV screen. It's those bastards. It was the gangster who extorted Kevin yesterday, and then he was taught a lesson by himself. This thing definitely has something to do with Kevin. But I've already deprived that kid Kevin's money ability, and used it to strengthen my light. How could he do that? Xiao Chen was puzzled. It's those people from yesterday. Yes, it's them. 2 surprised voices came from behind. Well, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan also woke up, and they also recognized these thugs. They were not as calm as Xiao Chen, and they shouted directly. After all, the big living person I saw yesterday died on TV just like that. Their expressions were a little frightened, their mouths closed, and some couldn't believe it. Xiao Chen, do you know them? Mark turned his head seriously and asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also took advantage of the situation to talk about the things that happened to these gangsters yesterday, as well as the things that happened to Kevin. Of course, after Xiao Chen deprived Kevin of the matter, he still had some selfishness and kept it secret, because it was not confirmed that it was Kevin who did it. In other words, it means that he thinks Kevin will do something wrong in the future, so he did something to deprive Kevin of his superpowers, which is unreasonable. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Tian Xiaoban said with a stunned expression, and he also had one more thought. In the future, be cautious about making friends. Xiaoban, we are still not sure if it is him or not. Maybe it is the other enemies of this gang of gangsters? We can't make a conclusion too early. Mark was still quite calm, first to appease Tian Xiaoban, and then asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, do you only have information about the grievances between Kevin and this group of people? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. This is troublesome. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others all frowned. How to investigate? Can't condone that monster's reckless behavior. At this time, Xiao Chen had a flash of inspiration and said in a whim, I have a solution. Any solution? Did you think of it so soon? Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and the others all looked at Xiao Chen, looking very curious. This serial killer must be the enemy of the gangsters, that's for sure. Then we just need to find the other gangster friends of those gangsters, who haven't died yet, stay there in advance, and we can wait for the murderer? Xiao Chen said in a series of words, and also threw out an idiom. Good idea. Tian Xiaoban tapped his palm with his right fist and said in agreement. But, Xiao Chen, how do we get the information of these people? Tian Xiaoan asked with some worry. It's very simple. It can be done. Xiao Chen turned on the Omnitrix screen, twisted to the pattern of Xiao Kaibing, and took a photo. Taste? His body disappeared in place, replaced by a super dwarf-like little soldier. Gavin Star, the most intelligent species. Mark looked at the little surprise soldier and recognized the latter's race at a glance. Now, I need a laptop. Little Kaibing's small eyes are full of wisdom and calmness, and there is absolute majesty in his words. Tian Xiaoan quickly took out his laptop and spread it out in front of Xiao Kaibing. Xiao Kaibing sat on the touchpad of the notebook, stretched out his fingers laboriously, and started typing on the keyboard of the notebook. Just the moment he touched the keyboard, he turned on the computer system and took a look. He immediately understood all the mysteries and codes of the computer. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. Xiao Kaibing showed a win-win expression on his face. After asking Mark to bring some chopsticks, he quickly clicked the buttons that were far away with his chopsticks, and his legs were responsible for stepping on the buttons that were close. Clap clap clap. With the sound of knocks, the screen instantly went black, and then, countless strings of codes appeared. Xiao Kaibing selected one of them and clicked it without hesitation. A brand new picture jumps to the computer screen. That is an image of a green-haired punk with his profile underneath. Home address, elementary school, and even his dense network of relationships are all compressed under the hood. What did you just do? Tian Xiaoan stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. She has always been smart among her peers. I can't keep up with the thinking rhythm of Xiao Kaibing. It's very simple. I just figured out all the codes of the system, and then broke through the firewalls of the world in a few seconds, and found all the information of this gangster through big data. The understated words of Little Raiders are enough to make all hackers take a deep breath. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he broke the internet all over the world. In other words, it doesn't matter if he wants to build a matrix. This is the terror of the Little Raiders. The potential is endless, and no system enhancement is required at all. Relationship network, open it up. Xiao Kaibing pointed to the mouse in front of him, asked Tian Xiaoban to help move the mouse, and clicked on the little gangster's network. Soon, his family, girlfriend, and his dog, and all his punk friends are on screen. Friends, to sum up in one sentence, colorful. Then exclude some of the gangsters who died. Xiao Kaibing immediately commanded Tian Xiaoban, clicked on the information of the other gangsters, and found their residence. Abandoned RV at the entrance of Xixiang. I didn't expect you to live in such a place. Tian Xiaoban exclaimed. Taste? Xiao Kaibing jumped off the bed and onto the wooden floor, looking anxious. There's no time. The murderer has high technology and must be very fast. If he shoots at these people, we don't catch up. At that time, the clues will be completely cut off, and you can't find it if you want to find it. For flowers. This is the last clue. Hearing the words, Mark leaned forward and grabbed Xiao Kaibing's body with his hands and put it in his pocket. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, your speed is really worrying. Xiaoban, let's go. Here, it's too condescending. Little Kaibing, who was in his pocket, had a lifeless expression on his face. After waiting for the old broken car, Mark let him down. Fortunately, after he came out of his pocket, he turned into a time release and turned back into a human. If you change it back in your pocket, the consequences are unimaginable. Seat belt, put it on. Mark looked at a nearby path, his expression became solemn, and he tied himself tightly. Although he knew that Grandpa didn't do anything he was not sure about, Xiao Chen sat nervously in his seat and fastened his seat belt. Grandpa, be careful, if there is a car accident, it will be over. 0. Don't worry. Mark showed a confident smile. Your grandfather and I never drove anything back then. An old and broken car in the area, no problem. The old broken car began to deform, unfolded the thruster state, and rushed directly into the path at full speed, advancing towards the west alley. Outside the back door of a burger joint not far away, Kevin used his robotic palm to grab a hot burger that he had just snatched, stuffed a gust of air into his mouth, and said vaguely, you still have to eat something to feel comfortable. Everything is given to you, and the money is also given to you. Please, don't kill me. The shop owner knelt beside him. The whole person was extremely frightened, and said tremblingly, as if he had encountered a devil. Don't worry, I'm just taking revenge on my enemy. You don't have to worry. Swallowing the hamburger, Kevin smiled comfortingly. Phew, thank you. The shop owner felt relaxed when he heard this, and quickly raised his head to thank him. His expression suddenly solidified, and the hairs on his body stood up. Seeing him, the cannon in Kevin's palm was aimed at himself. Taste? A red light penetrated the body. The shop owner fell heavily to the ground. Kevin's eyes didn't change at all, as if he had killed a bug. It's so long-winded. What do I want? There's no need for you to talk nonsense. Now, taste? Kevin took off in place and flew towards the West Alley. Time to find the last few enemies? Billion West Alley. A few thugs stood chatting at the mouth of the spacious alley, squatting and chatting while lighting cigarettes, their expressions full of fear and anxiety. So far the serial killer has not been caught. What a bunch of rice buckets, what to eat. A gangster squatted on the ground, threw the cigarette on the ground and stumped it out, rolling it back and forth, his expression full of irritability. He won't find us, dead, but they are all the same people as us. Another timid bastard said nervously. When he said this, the air seemed to freeze. All the bastards shook their hands, and immediately glared at the bastard. Don't talk nonsense, it has nothing to do with us. Yes, we just bullied some little devils. How could those little devils be so dangerous? Serial killer? Do not know why. They thought of Kevin, the kid who seemed to please, but was full of madness and gloomy 650s. That monster has superpowers? The atmosphere, silent, was full of restlessness, unease, and fear. But no one is willing to point it out, for fear of returning to reality. On the road near Xiangkou, the old broken car slowly stopped. Ahem, fortunately, I didn't eat much in the morning, otherwise I would have. Xiao Chen unfastened his seat belt, leaned against the body a little weakly, and said in a prostration. Just get used to it, Xiao Chen. Why did Mark's comforting words seem so disturbing? After resting for a while, Xiao Chen got off the car first, hid at the corner, and looked carefully towards the West Alley. A group of gangsters stayed there, calm and nothing happened. It seems that the serial killer hasn't appeared yet. Tian Xiaoben followed behind and lowered his voice involuntarily. It doesn't matter, we stay here, he will always show up, Xiao Chen said while looking down at Omnitrix. It's still red charged, but it's not far from being fully charged. Taste? There was a sudden roar from the sky. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and the gangsters, without exception, all looked up at the sky. See you? An existence like a falcon, flying in the sky, like Iron Man, his body is covered with armor, but his face is not covered with armor. Kevin? Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly widened, his fists were slowly clenched, and there was a trace of puzzlement in his heart. Why? I have already deprived him of his superpowers, how do you feel that he has become stronger? The armor on his body has a déjà vu feeling? Kevin flew straight over the heads of Xiao Chen and the others, flew all the way to the front of the group of gangsters, and quickly landed on the ground. He landed bent over, arms outstretched, fists crowned on the ground, in a superhero stance. It's just that those eyes are full of ferocity and murderousness. Kevin. The gangsters looked at Kevin who was like a god, all of them, dumbfounded, speechless. They didn't dare to associate the armored monster in front of them with the thin, gloomy Kevin. Long time no see, friends, did you miss me? Kevin slowly showed a smile, his teeth grinned. This is the last face you will see in your life, please remember my face, next call my name in hell. Crazy and gloomy. It wasn't just the gang of thugs whose limbs went limp. Tian Xiaoben's scalp was also numb for a while. He really is a serial murderer, and we are not the same person at all. It's too scary. Xiao Chen? Transformation time, how's it going? Mark looked at Xiao Chen anxiously, clasping his hands tightly. Not yet. Xiao Chen looked down at the Omnitrix on his wrist, still the same? There was a sudden anxiety in his heart, and he could not wait to rush out immediately. Kevin, the previous thing was that we were sorry for you. If you are really upset, you can also maim us. Please, don't kill us, we have parents to support. A gangster knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, trying to win Kevin's sympathy. But Kevin instead looked very strange. Father, parents? This kind of thing, I have never owned, and I don't need to have it. Don't take this thing to disgust me. Call out? His armored fists fluttered down to the body of the kneeling gangster, the latter seemed to be made of paper, and immediately flew out, fell heavily on the wall, fell to the ground and fainted. I thought about it. It's too frustrating to kill you guys directly, so I can only have a good time at the beginning. So, I'm going to torture you guys slowly. In Kevin's blood-red face, there was a blood-eating light, and his pupils were even more crazy and cruel like a poisonous snake. Research? Boom! A dull sound rang out. Kevin defeated all the gangsters with great speed. He clapped his palms, with a calm look. His palms covered the trousers of the group of people, dragging them to take off. Xiao Chen, at the corner, stuck his head out slightly, anxiously observing this scene, eager to come forward. Omnitrix shapeshifter detected. At this time, a chip in Kevin's wrist sensed the existence of Omnitrix and gave him a special biological sense. Head twisted over. This moment, the air froze. Xiao Chen and Kevin face each other. His eyes are full of darkness and viciousness. Of course, Xiao Chen's eyes are also full of perseverance, carrying out what he believes in. When the eyes of the two collided, neither of them took a step back, but it felt like they were evenly matched. Moreover, Xiao Chen is not in a state of transformation, nor is he in the aura of a heyday. Look who it is, it turns out to be my old friend Xiao Chen. Kevin loosened the punk's trousers with both hands, and his armor-covered feet stepped forward with an overwhelming murderous aura. That aura surpassed all the enemies Xiao Chen had encountered before. His tone was filled with suppressed fury. Ding dong. And this time, the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist also made a strong sound. But just as he moved his arms slightly, he was about to press the Omnitrix screen. Taste. Kevin's palm cannon pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead, 4.5, with a sneer on his face, don't move, if you dare to move, you will die. I can see the movement of your shoulders. Oops. Xiao Chen secretly screamed, and his expression suddenly became a little bad. You think I'm a fool? Will I watch you complete some small actions? Kevin continued to walk towards Xiao Chen, his movements unchanged. And Xiao Chen, who has no chance to transform, is about to die here. I'll help you. Tian Xiao and Nang's warm little hand suddenly rested on Xiao Chen's wrist and said softly. Xiao Chen came to his senses, and the sense of crisis on his face suddenly faded a lot. He and teammates? Kevin was getting closer and closer to Xiao Chen, just when he thought he was going to succeed. Monument. A strange sound came from Xiao Chen's wrist. What happened? Kevin was stunned. He clearly did not see that Xiao Chen's double activation had any amplitude. How could there be such a startup sound? That end. Tian Xiaoan helped Xiao Chen to open the Omnitrix screen, and then, regardless of the 3721, he directly pressed in. There was no time for any choice. Think of it as a lucky bag. Taste? A burst of green light, emitting countless DNA, combined on Xiao Chen's body, changing him into another creature. The stature gradually became tall and burly, with a new pair of arms, eyes, and red fur all over the body as hard as armor. Four-handed king. The four-handed overlord's roar was like thunder, instantly dispelling the green light particles beside him, and waves of power fluctuations spread in all directions, causing gusts of wind. Absolutely powerful? What's going on? How did you become another alien? Kevin, who was the closest to 16, was caught off guard by the roar and knocked back several meters. His expression looked very surprised. At first, it was running fast, then the purple light, and then the guy who was on fire. This time, it's a super muscle man. Devil muscle man? Kevin, I have given you a way to choose life, but you haven't chosen. Forehand Wong, four palms are put together, relax, massage joint, send out crater sound, such, more powerful. Life? Please, if you really give me life, you should kill all those people to make me feel better. Kevin growled frantically. Hearing his words, the four-handed overlord was secretly happy. This is equivalent to admitting in disguise that he had dealt with those people before, so even if he deprived him of his superpowers, it's also justifiable. This Kevin, I almost became friends with him. I didn't expect this kind of person. Dumb, compared with him, I feel that you have become extra pleasing to the eye. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban whispered in a low voice. Mark's eyes showed a little surprise when he heard the conversation between Kevin and the four-handed bully. There seems to be a story between the two. Okay, gossip time is over. Kevin took a step without any fear, his alloy fists clenched tightly, and at the same time, bursts of high-intensity blue electric currents lingered. I just want to try. Superpower plus high technology. Can you? Beaten up. Not only did he want to become a strong man like Xiao Chen, but he also had to step on him. High tech, I get it. The four-handed tyrant suddenly thought of a certain setting, and suddenly he was at a loss. Kevin's body is exactly the armor of the robots of Mahaz. He must have picked up the armor ruins last night and merged with it to become what he is now. His superpowers have also awakened and become stronger. Taste? Kevin's body jumped hard, like a rabbit, and the mechanical punch bent, like a heavy cannon, and slammed it heavily on the shoulders of the four-handed overlord. The four-handed overlord was caught off guard. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoban, and others shouted anxiously. Oh, it turns out that there are helpers. No wonder you can transform into an alien hero without moving. Kevin's face was a little provocative. Don't worry, he's fine, he's just going to die. The next moment, the current on Kevin's mechanical arm spread all over the body of the four-handed overlord. Size? The four-handed overlord shone with blue light all over his body, bathed in electricity, and seemed to smell a little burnt. Ha ha ha, go to hell. The blue light reflected Kevin's crazy face. This scene made Mark and the others even more shocked, and their hearts couldn't help but twitch. Hey, you're boring. Who knows? The four-handed bully in the high-voltage current, with a calm face, made a complaining sound, stretched out a hand and clasped his ear. Like a normal person. What? Looking at the unscathed four-handed bully, Kevin couldn't believe his eyeballs, and his current was strengthened again, changing from light blue to dark blue. Roar! The four-handed bully has puffed up his muscles, like an exploding balloon, releasing an unparalleled impact. Taste? Just the impact? He flew out Kevin's mechanical body and slammed it on the opposite wall, smashing a crack that matched his size. Current goes. The four-handed bully has only some fur, barbs, and was burnt to black, but his steel-like skin is completely fine, not to mention his explosive muscles. I don't believe it. Kevin fell to the ground in disbelief. His self-esteem seemed to be frustrated. He frantically raised his palms. A huge electric current gathered in front of his palms, like a wave of light. I don't know how many times stronger than before. Are you going to play table tennis with me? The four-handed overlord raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and the monster-like body full of intimidation began to slowly walk towards Kevin. Every step is stepping on the ground and shaking. Die. Kevin let out a low growl, and pushed the current light wave out with both palms, with a long light tail. Look at that current light wave. The four-handed overlord's expression was still very calm. He stretched out his forearms, and hugged the huge current light wave head-on in a hug-like way. He is dead. Kevin clenched his fists tightly, his expression full of ecstasy. That move can be said to be his strongest move, so he can definitely win, right? Roar. Next second, the four-handed overlord actually picked up the current light wave and slammed it upwards. The light wave flew high in the sky, and he threw it directly into the sky and exploded. You won't, just this trick. Retracting his arms, the four-handed overlord asked casually. But this, 650 stung Kevin's little heart, making his eyes extremely angry. I don't know how many times stronger than before. He can even harass those who bully him at will. Can face this Xiao Chen. Still as powerless as before. No, not willing. Call out. Kevin angrily moved to the front of the four-handed bully, and his fists continued to attack the four-handed bully, forming a dense attack like raindrops. Bang bang bang. Countless fists hit the chest, shoulders, arms, and even shoulders of the four-handed overlord. Every fatal weakness is being attacked madly. Look, it looks like, is Xiao Chen taking the beating? Tian Xiaoban clasped his hands anxiously. No, you can see the state of the two of them. As an old plumber, Mark has a vicious eye, and he can see the situation at a glance. The four-handed overlord stood on the spot and was attacked, but his body was as stable as a mountain, and he was never touched at all. Even his eyes looked irritated. A tiger is attacked by a cat, and it really doesn't feel anything. And Kevin? His physical strength is getting weaker and weaker, and he can't even catch his breath. The most outrageous. Obviously he is the attacker. Just like hitting a steel plate with both fists, it actually started to hurt. Co-authoring the four-handed overlord standing in the same place and bringing his own anti-armor. Can he kill this kid Kevin? One punch, another punch. Kevin's punching speed slowed down a little bit, and it was as heavy as lead. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to throw a punch. A pair of fists slipped down the shoulders of the four-handed bully, bowing his head and mouthing loudly, breathing and sweating. Kevin, are you done? Then it's my turn. The four-handed overlord and Four Eyes slowly jumped, and he gently stretched out one of his forearms, holding his hand tightly. Monument? The sound of the air being squeezed burst suddenly. What's even more terrifying is that invisible ripples formed around the fist, covering the fist like an air current. Quick, stay away, don't get close. Seeing this situation, Mark's expression changed, and he hurriedly took He Xiaoban and Xiaoan to the distance to watch. Xiao Chen, I will never lose to you? Absolutely not. Kevin raised his arms frantically, and the armor on his arms was instantly assembled to form a thick alloy shield. Wow, four-handed overlord, one punch? This punch, without any advanced force technique, is just a simple straight punch. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the earth, from the foot of the four-handed overlord, to the ground more than 10 meters behind Kevin. The walls on both sides even showed tear marks as if they had been crushed. Before the fist could reach, the gust of wind rolled up by the fists made Kevin's body sway and let out a low roar, almost unable to withstand the attack of the gust of wind. Boom! The fist hit Kevin's alloy shield firmly. Originally, Kevin still had a little bit of luck. Even if his shield couldn't resist such a heavy punch, at least he could block it for a few seconds, right? But only just met. Yesterday, a crack opened directly in the middle of the alloy shield. Through the gap, Kevin saw the huge, fierce fist, and shuddered. This is a punch that I'm going all out for. Any armor can't stop my punch. The four-handed bully is like a one-punch Superman, cracking the alloy shield with one punch. More than that? After half a second, with a boom, the shield shattered directly, and countless parts were scattered on the ground. That fist still kept its swinging motion, hitting Kevin's alloy body according to inertia. Kevin's face was extremely ferocious, and while making a screaming scream, he flew towards the rear, and took off more than 100 meters away. This is because the alloy shield has endured a lot of force. It feels good. The four-handed overlord retracted one of his fists, and there were bursts of sparks on the fist, which seemed to be the temperature of the air being blasted. And Kevin's screams. It also woke up the gang of stunned gangsters. When they woke up for the first moment, they subconsciously wanted to kneel and beg for Kevin's mercy. Then they saw the four-handed overlord standing there, and Kevin who was beaten and flew out. What's the situation? When a bunch of gangsters saw this unforgettable scene, they even forgot to escape. Let's go, immediately. The four-handed tyrant saw that this group of people was frightened and stupid, leaned over and shouted unceremoniously. The gangsters were yelled at by a carp, jumped up in place, and fled to the west alley in a hurry. Cough cough cough. Kevin, who fell to the ground, rapped his chest, coughed violently, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the armor on his body, like it was falling apart, became loose. Kevin, I gave you a whole new way, but you have killed so many innocent people. Sin is beyond redemption. The four-handed overlord's eyes were icy cold. He strode towards Kevin's side, clenched his fist tightly, and continued to cook Kevin. Stop joking? How could I possibly lose to you? Kevin lifted the trembling double hulls, and the palm cannon released a red laser, accompanied by a blue current, flying towards the four-handed overlord who was walking in front of him. The four-handed overlord's expression did not change at all, and he continued to move forward, as if he could not see Kevin's offensive. Boom! The red laser and the blue current are intertwined, falling into the body of the four-handed overlord like a light wave. The muscles of his body suddenly bulged, his face was covered with blue veins, and the red fur on his body stood up like the tips of needles. Monument? The four-handed overlord took a heavy step forward with his left foot, and took a huge footprint, which was actually released against Kevin's light and continued to move forward. My long-range attack is completely ineffective? Kevin's expression was even more broken, and there was an incomparable sense of gap in his heart. How excited I was before. How terrified now. He is still far from Xiao Chen. The muscles of the four-handed overlord are surrounded by steam, which is the result of the high temperature touching the air. His entire body is using muscle strength to defend against the offensive. Boom. Kevin's palm cannon did not stop outputting until it tripped instantly and could not release energy at all. Exchanged result. It's nothing more than some charred fur on the four-handed overlord. This is simply Guasha and Guasha Master Kevin. Kevin, let me remove those little blocks on you first. Without the obstruction of the light wave, the four-handed overlord was even faster, came to Kevin's front, hugged Kevin's arms with one hand, and pulled it out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The palm cannon and armor on Kevin's arm, like clothes, were searched out by the four-handed tyrant and turned into a massive scrap metal, and Kevin's current was directly ignored by him. Okay, now, only you have armor left. The four-handed tyrant used Kevin on the ground, and the black shadow cast by that huge body enveloped Kevin's body, like his darkness, shadow. I don't understand, you have such a strong ability, why do you still do such a thing? The gap in hard power made Kevin, Wang Hao, have no resistance, and instead replaced it with language attacks. I'm not the same as you. The four-handed overlord just left this sentence lightly, clenched his right fist again, and aimed at Kevin's body. Now, I will remove all the tattered copper and iron on your body. Call out. He was another crushing punch, which landed on Kevin's body like a rocket. The energy exploded, and cracks appeared in the surrounding streets. And the ground under Kevin directly opened a big hole. Boom. The fist of the four-handed bully has been falling for more than a meter before it can stop. Because the big hole was punched by the fist in front of him, it was already bottomless. Kevin, was he buried in it? No. The four-handed overlord leaned over and listened to the voice in the deep pit, and his expression changed slightly. Actually sent Kevin to that kind of place, underground, there is a large space. Therefore, the four-handed bully punched the big pit and directly connected it to the underground space, and Kevin fell into it, and in there was a roar of the engine starting. The four-handed overlord instantly understood what was under the hood. It's the subway? Damn, if he gets on the subway, he won't be caught. The four-handed tyrant stomped his feet and stepped on the big pits. His expression was a little annoyed. I had known that I didn't work so hard. The ground is like tofu scum, a dozen it's pierced. Of course, Kevin had another result, that is, being directly crushed by the subway, but that result can be said to be extremely tragic. Xiao Chen, where did that Kevin go? Mark and the others trotted over from a distance, looked around suspiciously, and asked the four-handed overlord. It's down here, I don't know what's going on. The four-handed overlord pointed to the subway under the big pit, and said solemnly, if I go to pursue him, I will definitely catch him, but I will most likely be trapped there. Compared with his own safety, a mere Kevin is not worth his risk. He should be miserable. Tian Xiaoben could no longer imagine what happened to Kevin, and said with some disgust, over there are aliens there. And there's a robot in 663, and the aliens and robots are fighting? It sounds like a movie, but it's true. At this time, the voices of the gangsters came from a distance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Those footsteps were very heavy, and they must be people in full armor. At this time, the four-handed overlord doesn't want to face the media, the official force, he just wants to be an urban legend. Come on, Grandpa, Xiaoben can't be wasted here. Each of the four-handed overlords stretched out one arm and hugged Xiaoben and Xiaoan, while the remaining two arms were protecting Mark and led them to jump out. One jump is as far as 10 meters, and soon disappears in this alley, only a mess left in place. Inside the hotel, the four-handed overlord took Mark and the others to the back of the hotel, put down a few people, and the time for transformation just arrived, lifted the state of the alien hero and changed back to the human state. Okay, Xiao Chen, I still need you to explain some things. Mark looked at Xiao Chen with a solemn tone. The conversation between you and Kevin was not easy. As expected of the grandfather of the plumber, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, but he still couldn't hide from Grandpa Mark. He recounted what happened yesterday, and successfully speculated that it was probably last night that Kevin picked up Mahaza's alien technology and merged with it before he regained his supernatural powers. Ability? If these things hadn't happened, I might have thought that you were just conjectures and wronged Kevin. However, seeing Kevin's harm to so many innocent people, you did the right thing, Xiao Chen. Mark in turn encouraged Xiao Chen, but did not blame Xiao Chen for not telling the truth. Because he was very smart, he knew that Xiao Chen at that time would definitely be punished for saying this. It would be better to pretend that nothing happened. Now it seems that Xiao Chen's approach is simply too witty. Xiao Chen, I still don't understand. How on earth did you see Kevin's motives? Tian Xiaoben held his chin in his hand, still unable to grasp Xiao Chen's thoughts. I always see people very accurately. Xiao Chen blinked mysteriously, pretending to be mysterious. Then Kevin was beaten under the subway, the result should be miserable. Tian Xiaoan asked a little nervously. Even if he is lucky, if he is punched on the subway by me, he will not get better. Taking a heavy punch like mine means that his armor will collapse across the board, leaving only the human body. Xiao Chen said lightly. As for the result, he did not say it, leaving enough suspense. Some things, if you say too much, will have the opposite effect. Just let Kevin fend for itself. The four of them didn't stay at the entrance of the hotel for too long, and soon went to the inside of the hotel, and started to play around again, swimming, playing ball, etc. Bjit had a lot of fun. On the subway, Kevin collapsed on the high-speed subway car. His expression is very ugly. He was like a broken body, paralyzed on the carriage, unable to move his limbs. As long as he moved slightly, it would cause pain like tearing all over the body. The armor, just like the four-handed overlord said, completely collapsed. I didn't expect that Kevin would die in such a place. I still want to steal money. I still have many ambitions that have not been realized. Fear? It was the attack of that fist that beat him like this. Now, he must die. Over time, the hurricane brought by the high-speed subway will undoubtedly accelerate the time of Kevin's death, making his consciousness a little blurred. Taste. Okay. Kevin noticed that a red light suddenly came from a distance. His expression was a little demented. So, is it the light of heaven? His own death has indeed come. The red light suddenly enlarged and approached Kevin rapidly, gradually showing the outline of a small robot. It matches the color of Kevin's armor quite well. What's the matter? Well, what is that? Looking at the high-speed moving small robot, Kevin was very confused. The electronic parts left on his body could even match the signal of the fast-approaching small robot. Taste? The small robot surpassed the speed of the high-speed rail, arrived in front of Kevin, stretched out its limbs, and directly picked Kevin up from the subway. Suddenly from the passive high-speed movement state, Kevin's body is still weightless and unbalanced. I remembered, you were the robot that Xiao Chen killed last night. How did you come to save me? Kevin still couldn't understand the situation, and asked in confusion. Now, take this kid to safety. I have something to say to him. In the contactor installed on the small robot, sending out an extremely domineering, murderous voice, even Kevin was terrified, like a lone wolf meeting a tiger. No, I ran into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Taste? The small robot hugged Kevin's body, moved to the platform next to the track, and put Kevin down gently. Ahem. You, who are you? Why are you saving me? What's going on with this robot? Kevin lay on the platform and threw the question all at once. Hehe, friend, don't worry, I'll tell you from the beginning to the end. The story has to start with a watch that fell to the earth. Omnitrix. Mark, Tianzioben. Kevin's expression was a little shocked when he learned all the information about Xiao Chen. This huge amount of information, he will not be able to digest for a while. How about it? Do you want to work with me to kill that kid Xiao Chen and take back the Omnitrix on his wrist? Although it was a question, Mahaza's tone was not very domineering and would not allow any refusal. Of course, I would cooperate. With nowhere to go, Kevin forced a smile and released his goodwill towards the small robot, but his heart was full of darkness. Very good. Don't rush to find Xiao Chen's trouble. We still need to arrange for a while before we can deal with him. Mahaz said slowly. A conspiracy against Xiao Chen began, and the protagonist who was targeted was in the room at the moment, touching soda bottles with Xiaoben Xiaoan and having a great time. Xiao Chen turned on the TV program, and even watched some reports about the fireman and the four-handed overlord. Although not many people watched it, they gradually gained popularity. It's past 9 o'clock in the evening. You guys, it's time to go to bed. When the time came, Mark took out his mobile phone on time. The current time was displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, and his words carried an irresistible majesty. I'm almost sleepy too. Xiao Chen picked up the remote control, turned off the TV, and fell asleep on his bed, while the others rested one by one. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen got up, took a shower, and watched TV for a while, until after Mark and the others got up, everyone went downstairs to have breakfast. It looks like nothing happened today, Tian Xiaoan said happily while watching the news on the big TV in the restaurant. Well, now I can be sure that the murderer is the guy Kevin, and his ending will not be easy, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Now there is an urgent news. The commercial street in this city has been destroyed. A group of robbers are robbing the commercial street, and no citizen should approach it. The robbers have a lot of hot weapons in their hands. In the originally peaceful morning, an urgent news suddenly popped up. It turned out to be another group of robbers, and this time it was a group of robbers with a lot of hot weapons. Cough, such a beautiful morning has been ruined by these bastards. After I catch them, I must take care of them. Xiao Chen was still complaining there. His body stood up honestly, and said Mark and the others rushed to the old broken car and drove fast towards the commercial street. Since there is no shortcut near the commercial street, you can only take the main road, and it is not convenient for the old broken car to turn on the full speed mode, so you can only drive slowly to the destination. When arriving at the commercial street, a loud explosion sounded. A woman with a big red back and blood-red lipstick, armed with a submachine gun, and a group of younger brothers shot the windows at the entrances of several stores, asking those store owners to hand over their money obediently. Okay, it's time for the hero to go out. Xiao Chen pushed open the car door, looked at the group of robbers, and raised his wrist. Boom! At the same time, there was a burst of engine roar in the sky. Xiao Chen looked up, his expression froze immediately, and he quickly hid behind a building beside him. After Mark, Xiaoben, and the others came down, they were also called by Xiao Chen and hid behind together. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Tian Xiaoben asked in confusion. You guys, look there. Xiao Chen looked very complicated, and pointed to the fast-moving figure in the sky. Everyone's eyes looked together. It is fully armed Kevin? This time. There is also a cannon on Kevin's chest, and there are even many octopus tentacle-like mechanical long hands behind him, like a fusion of Iron Man and Dr. Octopus. His complexion is very good, and the armor on his body has also been enhanced, which is in stark contrast to the appearance of the wolf. Kevin, he's not already. Tian Xiaoan looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. She, Xiaoben, including Mark, and Xiao Chen all witnessed Kevin's end. In everyone's memory, Kai Wenming was seriously injured and was hit on the subway car. Even if you don't die, you shouldn't be like this, right? Do not worry. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, let's see what he is going to do first. It seems that he is also here for those robbers. If he wants to take action on those robbers, we can go all out. Bo, let Kevin take care of those people, and I'll take care of Kevin. However, what the hell did Kevin escalate into? He has absolute confidence to defeat it. It's a good idea. Mark nodded in agreement. I want to ask, where did the wolves come from, and where did the tigers come from? We are not in the zoo. The question asked by Tian Xiaoben was that the other three had black lines, and Tian Xiaoan explained the meaning in a humiliating manner. Boom, that one. Kevin landed heavily. Due to the upgrade of the armor, the sound of the landing became louder, leaving a big pit on the ground. What monster is this? The red-haired woman held the submachine gun, and the muzzle was immediately aimed at Kevin's body, with a nervous expression. She can see clearly, this kid is full of cannons. It's a humanoid self-propelled gun? Don't move. Be careful, we'll kill you together. I tell you, the guns in our hands are not vegetarian. Several other robbers also threatened each other with hoarse voices, but judging from their trembling hands, their hearts were not as fierce as they appeared. Xiao Chen thought. Kevin, the devil, will kill these people mercilessly. But Kevin smiled coldly, showing a somewhat playful expression. You don't really think that those toy guns in your hands can pose any threat to me? Don't be ashamed. The red-haired woman was shocked when she heard the words, but she still pretended to be calm and threatened. Kevin didn't talk nonsense. He directly raised his right palm and shot a laser towards the red-haired woman. Bang! The ground was bombed with huge potholes, and the thick smoke spread to all directions along with the terrifying shockwave, and the nearest group of robbers were blown away by the explosion shockwave. The red-haired woman fell to the ground, and the submachine gun fell to the side, but did not take it. His expression was sluggish. The huge explosion that was so close at hand made her stunned. Until Kevin came to him. Only then did she recover. Her expression was full of fear, and she kept begging for mercy. What do you want? Money? I can give you a lot of money, millions, tens of millions. True, Kevin's heart jumped when he heard this number, but after he remembered his conversation with Mohath. No, I am the man who wants to do big things. My goal is not money, but you. Billion, my goal is not money, but you. After Kevin's words came out, the red-haired woman was stunned, with a look of surprise on her face, and looked at Kevin deeply. You, are you sure? Don't give me nonsense. Kevin said viciously, unceremoniously. Okay, but you have to find a place where no one else is, and you are not allowed to take my little brothers there. The red-haired woman sighed in resignation. Puff. Kevin almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, his expression full of anger. Idiot, I mean, I want you to be my subordinates? Do you understand? Being your subordinate. The red-haired woman suddenly realized, scratched her hair, and said a little embarrassedly, we understood from the beginning, it's just a joke with you? Is it any good to be your subordinate? Your equipment is not as strong as mine, I can take you to a big one with 663. How? A smile appeared on the corner of Kevin's mouth, and you just need to do me a favor. Specifically, I'll talk about it after I leave. The red-haired woman and the other robbers glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Among them, the red-haired woman introduced herself. Her name was Pell. SHHHHHH. Several small robots flew from the remote, grabbed Pell's clothes, carried them into the sky, and Kevin also launched into the sky. That's Mohatha's robot army. Actually mixed with Kevin. Xiao Chen's expression was a little surprised, and a bad premonition vaguely appeared in his heart. When these people stay together, something bad must be brewing. Xiao Chen, it's up to you. Tian Xiaoan said firmly. It's fine if they're together, I'll kill them together. Xiao Chen let out an extraordinarily domineering low roar, raised his wrist Omnitrix, and turned on the screen. Fireman, it's you? He took a picture of the Omnitrix's raised screen. Call out. A burst of light flickered, accompanied by a strong stench. Hey, it smells so bad, I can't stand it anymore. God, Xiao Chen, why did you become this big alien bug? Isn't it disgusting? Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoben, and the others hung their mouths and noses and kept backing away, resisting the vomiting wormhole, and asked Gliding King Kong who was standing there. Gliding King Kong has 4 tentacles eyes, turned to look at his body, hung his face, and sighed. I originally wanted to become a flame man. But, it's okay. Taste? The 4 wings of Gliding King Kong fluttered rapidly, its expression was full of firmness, and he said solemnly, there are no weak alien heroes in the Omnitrix. As long as I am strong enough, whoever becomes, can intercept these guys. Its figure immediately turned into a mass of afterimages, much faster than the first transformation, and flew into the sky. Hey, big monster. Kevin in the distance was attracted by passive silence, and his eyes fell on gliding King Kong with interest. Xiao Chen, this time you used Omnitrix to transform into another alien hero. Kevin, you know everything. Gliding King Kong's complexion sank, like an eagle, swooping into the sky and attacking Kevin's side. The speed exceeded them by many times. Megas told me. Also, your good luck, starting today, will end. Kevin's expression was full of confidence, and an inadvertent sentence caused an uproar in Glider King's heart. Kevin and Mahaz. Did they join forces? This is a powerful alliance? No, definitely can't let Kevin take these people back. Thinking of this, King Glider flapped his wings even harder. The speed was getting faster and faster, and he was about to catch up with Kevin. Shhhhhhh. Another 3 small robots descended near Gliding King Kong, forming a triangle-like encirclement. Gliding King Kong had to brake suddenly, flapping the insect wings backwards, forcing the body to stop. Detect to Omnitrix shapeshifter, start clearing. 3 small robots raised red cannons and aimed at Glider King's body one after another. With their cover, Kevin and the group also escaped smoothly, and soon disappeared in the sight of King Glider. You guys, you succeeded in angering me? Gliding King Kong's tone was intricate, as if it was infinitely cold, and the entire space was frozen. 3 red rays suddenly came from different directions. Xiao Chen, be careful, dodge quickly. If this is hit, it will definitely be seriously injured. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban clasped their hands together impatiently, shouting silently, wishing they could use telepathy to remind Xiao Chen. After all, among all Xiao Chen's transformed heroes, except for Xiao Kaibing, only Gliding King Kong has the worst combat ability, not to mention that Xiao Kaibing also relies on IQ to eat, and the upper limit is terrifying. It's useless. Gliding King Kong's 4 tentacle eyes, looking in the direction of the southeast and northwest, observed the position of all rays of light. Its body just swayed a little, and it brushed against the red laser. Research. The laser fell into the air, a terrifying explosion occurred, and it fell directly. Keep releasing. The 3 small robots also continued to gather red light. Bang bang bang. However, Glider King spit out a lot of green mucus at a very fast speed, and smashed it directly on the robot's scanner, so that they couldn't see the surroundings at all. For a while, the 3 small robots couldn't tell their surroundings, as if they had lost their vision systems and flew around. Between lightning and flint, Gliding King Kong, at lightning speed, moved in front of a small robot. That figure, like the king of the sky, taste. Gliding King Kong's indestructible claws stretched out, like crushing tofu drags, tearing a small robot into pieces, falling to the ground and exploding. Taste. Its tail flicked again, and the split axe-like tail slashed the body of another small robot, fighting style like a beast. And the last battle robot was attacked by the claws and tail of the King Kong glider, and it was beaten into a ball of scrap metal. It seems that even the weakest alien hero in our mouths, Gliding King Kong, has been exerted to perfection by Xiao Chen. Mark stared blankly at the battle in the sky. That line of combat style, that silky feeling. It's a textbook fighting style. Even Xiao Chen didn't find it himself, after accepting various concepts such as Beiji Bang, Diamond Aries Fighter Chiao and so on. Although he himself does not know this, his fighting consciousness has been directly elevated to the existence of the universe warrior level. Every alien hero can gradually become stronger in battle. This is his greatest skill. Glider King landed on the ground with a hurried look. Grandpa, according to reliable information, Kevin and Mahaz have joined forces. Joined. Mark showed a horrified expression. How did you know? When Kevin left just now, Morjatha's mechanical unit took the initiative to help him break off, and he also knew about my watch. There are indications that he must have joined forces with Morjath. Glider King said solemnly. The 2 people joined forces. It's really a powerful alliance. It's very difficult to deal with. Mark's pressure also doubled for a while, and his expression became worried and anxious. Let's go back to the hotel first. Staying here is just a living target. Who knows when I will be transformed and released. To be on the safe side, Glider King said cautiously. But Tian Xiaoban looked at the old broken car and said in a low voice, Xiao Chen, if you get on the old broken car with us, we will be crowded together. He was embarrassed to say what happened later. I understand what you mean. Is this the head office? Glider King reluctantly flew to the roof of the old broken car, lay on it, and asked the 3 of them. The expressions of the 3 of them clearly showed a touch of relaxation. Chi breathed a sigh of relief, and the originally wrinkled nose also relaxed. It is really so stinky? Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan, the 3 quickly got into the car and drove towards the hotel with Gliding King Kong. When the Omnitrix pattern on the glider started to flicker, they hurriedly stopped, so that it could settle down safely and return to the car in human form. In this way, it was delayed for a while. When the old broken car is driving again, Xiao Chen and others did not find it. A gangster in a helmet, riding a motorcycle, trailing behind. When they got to the door of the hotel, the old car stopped and the motorcycle also stopped. After reporting a few words on the mobile phone, the gangster followed Xiao Chen. Come to the hotel. Xiao Chen was walking when suddenly a waiter came across the face, holding a plate, turned around to talk to others, and accidentally bumped into Xiao Chen's body. Please, be careful when you walk. Xiao Chen was knocked back 2 or 3 steps, rubbed his face, and complained to the waiter. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The waiter put down the plate in his hand and said apologetically, "It does not matter." Xiao Chen didn't make things difficult for him either, his eyes fixed on the flawless, clean silver plate. The silver plate reflects his body, including the hotel behind him. And a thug who pushed in from the front door, that bastard with a green coxcomb head, wearing a prickly leather armor, was obviously out of tune with the hotel environment, and his eyes looked towards Xiao Chen from time to time. Someone is following me? This thought popped into Xiao Chen's mind, but he wasn't 100% sure yet. After apologizing, the waiter also bypassed Xiao Chen and walked towards the gangster. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Chen turned his head back suddenly, and his eyes fell directly on the gangster. Face to face, the gangster's eyes moved away directly, and he stopped unnaturally in place, showing embarrassment with his nose. Shouldn't it be discovered? It can only be replaced. Waiter, please inform the cleaning staff at the front desk. Remember to come to clean our room in the afternoon. The room number is XXX. Xiao Chen smiled, looked at the waiter, and said politely, "Lala, okay, no problem." The waiter hurriedly took note and nodded in agreement. The little bastard breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I didn't find it. After Xiao Chen turned around, he continued to follow Mark and the others. Tian Xiaoan suddenly lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Chen, you turned your head back, shouldn't you be asking the cleaners?" "Huh? How did you know?" Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of curiosity, and asked with interest. "The room was cleaned by the cleaners in the morning. I think, according to your personality, you won't forget this kind of thing." Tian Xiaoan showed a chuckle and guessed very intelligently. A look of admiration crossed Xiao Chen's face. "Xiaoan, you are very adaptable." Hear Xiao Chen's praise. Tian Xiaoan's expression was obviously a little shy, and he was very happy, and said softly, "No, I'm just taking a guess." As if nothing happened, Xiao Chen kept his original pace. "When I speak next, no matter what I say, don't be surprised or make weird behaviors. Someone is following us? I found out." Although he received a vaccination, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan were still stunned. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and continued to keep up with the original rhythm. "What's going on? Are you sure, Xiao Chen?" Tian Xiaoban asked nervously. "It's confirmed. It should be the person sent by Kevin and the others. The reason why I don't point it out, because even if I point it out, they will find new people, and it will be difficult to find out later. It is better to grasp the known person. Hold on and see what he wants to do." Xiao Chen speaks his mind, his words and deeds, full of tricks against Kevin's conspiracy. Mastering the whereabouts of the enemy, isn't it better? "Huh, we have to be careful, there is someone behind us staring at us." Tian Xiaoan took a breath, not daring to make his voice louder. The four of them pretended that nothing happened, and went to the elevator as usual, but at the moment when the elevator door was closed, everyone saw the bastard's appearance. "Go upstairs. Go back to the room." At the moment when the door closed, except for Xiao Chen, the three of them couldn't help discussing. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the door, observing every move in the aisle through the cat's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, and 10 seconds passed, and it seemed that there was no movement. Call out? Suddenly, an eyeball appeared opposite the cat's eye, with white eyes, black pupils, and twisted bloodshots. Xiao Chen abruptly retracted his head, and his expression became a lot more cautious. Fortunately, people outside can't see the internal situation through the cat's eye. 663. After the little gangster lay outside the door and watched for a while, he cautiously lurked near the corridor. And now it seems that Kevin and the others must have a lot of money in their hands, otherwise how could that bastard get in the corridor? Xiao Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and his brain was racing. "What should we do now?" Tian Xiaoban asked helplessly. "Dealing with stalkers, they're inexperienced. I go out and lure him away, his target is me, and if I'm alone, I'll definitely show it." Xiao Chen recounted in a very calm manner. "Xiao Chen, no, you are in a human state now, it's too dangerous." Mark was firmly opposed. "Grandpa, please believe in my ability, I won't have anything." Xiao Chen continued to persuade, with a very insistent expression, and only then did he persuade the three of them. But before going out again, Tian Xiaoban regarded himself as a treasured air gun and placed it heavily in Xiao Chen's hand. "Xiao Chen, grab it, I'm already loaded. Whoever troubles you, just do it." Tian Xiaoban said this sentence with great domineering, full of deep friendship. "Okay, I will definitely come back safely." "No nonsense." Xiao Chen said these words heavily, holding the air gun in his right hand and hiding in his pocket, opened the door with his left hand, and walked into the corridor. The bastard hid at the corner of the corridor, and when he heard the sound, he nodded carefully, and when he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his expression was full of surprise. After Xiao Chen came to the corridor, he pretended to be nonchalant and casually walked towards the end of the corridor, observing behind him through various reflective objects. As imagined, the target of the little gangster is him, and he has been quietly following behind him, for fear of being discovered by himself, but he has long been exposed. This little bastard is really unprofessional at all. Xiao Chen showed a sneer and shook his head secretly, just find it casually. The person Kevin was looking for is really not good. There are many people in the hotel, so he can't threaten this little gangster. Only by deliberately walking out of the hotel and coming to the open space behind the hotel can he have the opportunity to threaten. After a few minutes, Xiao Chen came to the open space behind the hotel. The gangster followed and pushed open the back door of the hotel and came to an open space, but his expression was stunned. Xiao Chen, who was clearly not far from him just now, disappeared. Where's the person? I remember that he's not far from me. The little gangster said with a puzzled face, looked around, and felt a little anxious. Are you looking for me? At this time, Xiao Chen walked out slowly from the trash can beside him. He just bent his body and hid beside the trash can to cover his body. After being discovered by Xiao Chen, the little gangster's expression was a little flustered at first, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Little boy, are you lost? Can I take you back to the hotel late and tell me your room number? Okay, stop pretending. Xiao Chen pierced the gangster's disguise and asked coldly, Tell me, who sent you here? What's your purpose? Who sent me here? The little bastard turned into anger, opened his arms with a fierce face, and grinned, Isn't he just a stinky child? And I stinky fart. You have to believe it if you don't believe it, I received you believe it. Until. Call out? Xiao Chen took out his tightly gripped air gun in the next second and aimed the muzzle at the gangster's body. Monument. The little bastard's knees softened, knelt on the ground, and raised both halls, like a conditioned reflex, and his expression was very frightened. Well, what is that? How could this kid have such a gun in his hands? By the way, don't question the authenticity of this thing in my hand. Xiao Chen's face showed a cold arc, and said indifferently, My hands are shaking. If you try to verify whether this is true, I may hit you body. This is a blatant threat? But let the little bastard sweat profusely, and stammered to explain, I didn't mean that. I believe in you. I believe what you have in your hands is real. What kind of kid did he provoke? To carry such a weapon with him? It's outrageous. He was already starting to regret taking the errand. Now, can you answer my question properly? Who sent you here? Xiao Chen clenched his air gun tightly, holding down the gangster firmly, and asked. When I say it, you may not believe it. It was a robot that flew in front of me, and then the robot heard a voice and ordered me to do it, and gave me a little money. The little gangster said as he took out a few $100 bills from his pocket, This is the money they gave me at the time. They told me your location, and they asked me to follow you all the time. Robot? Sure enough, it was Mahaz and Kevin who ordered this little bastard. It just made Xiao Chen a little puzzled. Why did he send such a useless guy to follow him? Do you think he doesn't even have any anti-reconnaissance ability? Wow. Suddenly, the big hotel behind Xiao Chen, the brightly lit rooms, or the bright decorations around the building, suddenly plunged into darkness. At the same time, there were some loud noises inside, because it was across the back door, so Xiao Chen couldn't hear it clearly. This has absolutely nothing to do with me, big brother. I don't know anything. The little bastard immediately cowered, and even the words big brother came out. Xiao Chen scolded impatiently, and the little bastard ran away hurriedly. When there was no one around, he clicked on the Omnitrix screen again, thought for a few seconds, and chose Flash Star. Taste? The flashing star rushed out of the green light particles, put his palm on the back door, pushed open the back door and walked into the hotel lobby. The lights in the entire hall are off, and all the electronics are useless, and the door of the hall is equipped with an electronic system, so people can't get out or come in when they are blocked at the door. Glass, Huan Niang is bulletproof glass, no matter how you hit it, it can't be broken. Power outage? What's going on? Flash Star's expression became a little dignified. No, there seems to be a ticking time bomb on the top floor of this building. Really? Don't talk nonsense. Several waiters on the top floor rushed down the stairs, shouting in fear, and blocked the door of the first floor, but they couldn't get out at all. Top floor, time bomb? The flashing star wakes up? He clenched his fists tightly. No wonder that little gangster is full of flaws. That guy Mahaz clearly wants my attention to that stalker, so as to keep the tiger away and send someone to the hotel by himself arrange the bomb. No, he has to defuse the bomb? Taste? The flashing star is like a blue electric current, and it comes to the entrance of the stairs in an instant. He went upstairs 1 floor in a second, sprinted upstairs for 100 meters, and rushed to the top floor in just a dozen or so. The top floor, an open-air restaurant, has become a mess. Some of the guests were calling, some were screaming, and some were preparing for parachutes. Tick-tock. That ticking time bomb is placed in the corner of the dining room, and it is firmly embedded in several bricks. I don't know when it will explode. You all get out of the way, let me get rid of that time bomb. Flash Star looked at the panicked people around, and demanded in a very domineering tone, In these times, Wang Hao, it is necessary to be tough in order to save these people? What is this? I don't know, it should be a bomb disposal expert, right? How can a bomb disposal expert dress like this? Although most of the guests had doubts in their hearts, they still obediently stepped aside and stood in the way of the flashing star, and they would suffer a terrible sense of oppression. No go. There was only a small child holding a doll, looking at the heroic appearance of the flashing star. His eyes gradually lit up. TV doesn't lie. There are really alien heroes in the world? Wow. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, the flashing star moved ahead of the time bomb, with both claws like knives, and chopped off the head behind the time bomb in 3 or 2 strokes. At the moment of falling, the dynamic vision of the flashing star exploded, and all the flow of time became a state of slow motion, and it's very slow, only in slow motion. Only then could the flash star clearly observe that when the time bomb touched the ground, it did not cause any explosions, and he recovered his dynamic vision. If it explodes with one touch, the flash star will directly kick the time bomb away with its scud. The crowd around didn't react. Seeing the time bomb landed, they all hugged their bodies and lowered their heads and screamed constantly. They were extremely terrified. It's so noisy. Flash star pouted, picked up the time bomb with one hand, and looked around. There are high-rise buildings all around. Even if this time bomb is thrown out, it is very likely that it will blow up other buildings, so other innocent people will be sacrificed. Also, I don't know how powerful this damn thing Mahaz is. Flash Star's eyes sank, hugged the time bomb directly, and came to the edge of the top floor of the building. Call? He took a deep breath, and his body fell on the glass on the side of the building in a vertical manner. Until you get to the bottom of the first floor? Yes, someone came down with a bomb. He jumped from the bottom of the building. 663 looked at the flashing star rushing down from the top floor, and the people blocking the door were all stunned, showing extremely shocked expressions. How did this guy do it? You don't have to worry, the time bomb is on me, I will take it away. Now, you can find an engineer to restore the power, so that no one is trapped in the elevator. The flash star shook the time bomb it was holding and soothed the crowd through the glass. He doesn't have much time. Leaving a sentence, is holding a time bomb crazy fast? Highway, suburbs. All the scenery is passing fast at this moment, and any vehicle is far less than 1/10 of his speed, and the physical ability of Flash Star has been exerted to the extreme. It wasn't until he arrived at the suburban no man's land that Flash Star put down the time bomb on his body and rushed towards the big hotel. Coincidentally, boom! As soon as he went out more than 100 meters away, the time bomb sent out an earth-shattering explosion, which directly blew the suburbs into yellow sand, as if a natural disaster had occurred. The time was just right. This guy Mahaz is really insidious. Fortunately I can use the speed of the fast, BGEF Shining Star, to play. Flash Star breathed a sigh of relief, and with a bit of scolding on his face, he continued to rush to the highway, and then returned to the city. But the city is not peaceful. Research? Monument? There was a banging sound in the direction of the hotel, and the closer the distance, the louder the sound. Obviously something happened there. What happened? There was a trace of tension in the Flash Star's heart, and his legs couldn't help but speed up, almost forming 10,000 after-images. There are also countless clone-like, after-image flashing stars behind. It took about half a minute or so. The hotel appeared not far from the flashing star. There, many onlookers gathered by the road and stared blankly at the hotel. Outside the glass on the 4th floor. A full 5 small robots broke the glass with light, the wall, and flew out towards the inside. That's our room. The eyes of the flashing star suddenly shrank, and the tension in his heart intensified. Originally, he was moving at a high speed. Detected owner of Omnitrix, entered combat mode. The owner of Omnitrix is detected, enter combat mode. 3 small robots flew out of the hotel and lined up in front of the cracks, like a machine wall. The flashing star turned its body directly in the air and flew towards a small robot. Die? His face was full of murderous aura, as if a killing god was alive, and a pair of sharp claws accompanied the afterimage, penetrating the body of a small robot? And is a pair of sharp claws, directly submerged? Take a nap? The interior of the machine was instantly destroyed and smashed, and after a trace of electric arc flickered around it, it fell down. Boom! The Flash Star's legs evaded heavily on this machine, and then jumped to another small robot. Sharp claws, super speed, the combination of the two is like an invincible weapon, and this small robot is divided into 2. It's just you. The flashing star is dodging again, rushing towards the last small robot outside, facing the red light condensed by the battery. He is not afraid. Taste? Like dodging bullets. His body just twisted to the side flexibly, and the light swept past him and landed on the open space. It's useless. Attacks at this speed won't have any effect on me. The tail of the Flash Star turned into a dozen afterimages, as if more than a dozen whips were whipping past at the same time, and it landed on the small robot with a crackle. The last one was directly beaten and swayed wildly, and was smashed into pieces at an extremely fast speed. Even with 2 other small robots sitting on the ground and smashing them to pieces, there is absolutely no chance for them to merge with ordinary humans. Xiaowen, Grandpa, are you all alright? Flashing Star looked anxiously at the room inward, stretched out her claws and grabbed the edge of the wall, using her strength to flip into the room. The room was a mess, the door was still open, but no one could be seen. Let go of my grandpa, and the nerds, you bastards. On the other side of the corridor, Tian Xiaoben's struggling voice came. Taste? Flash Star rushed out of the gate without hesitation, and immediately came to the corridor. He first looked to the left and saw nothing. Looked to the right. The wall at the end of the corridor collapsed. A small robot was grabbing Mark and Tian Xiaoben, and another small robot was grabbing at Tian Xiaoben's body with its limbs, but Tian Xiaoben used agile movements to dodge from time to time. You give me? Stop. The furious Flash Star, seeing this scene, raised his right leg angrily, raised his right leg directly to the level of the backrest, and then kicked it fiercely, kicking a tin can on the corridor. Monument? Under the blessing of absolute speed, the tin can's head is like a cannonball, flying over Tian Xiaoben's side, directly smashing the small robot out a few meters away. Its head and the body underneath were completely smashed, and fell to the ground along with the can. Let's go, don't worry about Tian Xiaoben, our goal has been achieved. From the microphone of the last small robot, the voice of Mohatha's absolute order came. The small robot directly grabbed Tian Xiaoben and Mark, quickly lifted off into the sky, and fled into the distance. Until this time, the conspiracy of this incident just surfaced. Xiao Chen, you're finally here. Tian Xiaoben looked at the flashing star behind him with great excitement, and heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed lucky just now, but every time he dodged, it was extremely thrilling. Only when Xiao Chen came over could he feel more at ease. Xiaoben, how are you? Are you alright? Flash Star appeared next to Tian Xiaoben as soon as he finished speaking, while Tian Xiaoben was still looking at the original position of Flash Star. I'm fine, that tin monster didn't touch a single hair on me. Tian Xiaoben shook his head, then his expression became angry and stomped his feet. They took Grandpa and Xiaoben away. I know, and I see what they're up to. The flashing star looked up at the gradually small figure, and the anger in his heart became more and more uncontrollable. But the voice of reason told him that at this time, he must calm down, he must. Xiao Chen, let's find a way to find Grandpa and Xiao Wen now, otherwise they will have unimaginable consequences. Tian Xiaoben's voice gradually weakened, and he no longer dared to think what would happen to the two of them. The flash star took a few deep breaths before calming down a little, holding his chin in his hand. Xiao Ban, don't worry, the two of them will be fine for the time being. Mahaz and Kevin grabbed them just to make my brains get hotter. Chase them all the way to the trap they set? When the time comes, it's really over. So, can't pursue at this time? He needs to be more capable of fighting, alien hero? And Mahaz's plan was also very clear. It was to use a time bomb to attract Xiao Chen's attention, so as to take the opportunity to capture Xiaoan and the others. But, even if you see it, what's the use? This plan is malicious, either Xiao Chen saves Mark and the others, or saves the rest of the building. No choice. I really want to smash the heads of those two robots, but I can't. Tian Xiaoben was a little lost, staring at his reflection on the glass, looking a little lost. Just like during the summer vacation, I wanted to save the kid who was hanging on the tree, but I was also hung up. Still as powerless. But, this time, he did not lose any longer, and soon he regained his courage, without anyone's comfort. Flash Star originally wanted to comfort him, but seeing Tian Xiaoben's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little gratified in his heart. Xiao Chen, you say, what should we do next? Tian Xiaoben asked with a serious expression. My transformation time is almost up, let's wait for the next transformation time. During this time, we will find a way to figure out what Kevin and the others plan to do next, said the flashing star. He grasped the Omnitrix's transformation time quite accurately, and after a while, as he said, the transformation time was released. Together with Tian Xiaoben, he came to another house on the 4th floor arranged by the hotel staff, who were also responsible for helping the police. Of course, for Mahaz and Kevin, it is basically useful. On the contrary, it is easy to cause confusion. Xiao Chen, I don't know if there is any clue to Kevin's words. I vaguely remember that he told the robbers that he would take them for a big ticket. Tian Xiaoben recalled what he heard when he met Kevin before, repeated. Xiao Chen, who had no clue at first, got a key clue and couldn't help but praise. Xiao Ban, this clue is very important. I will definitely figure out where Kevin is going next. Let me help you think about Kevin. He is a man who loves money very much, and his robbers also want to make money. Big ticket means making a lot of money. Tian Xiaoben and Xiao Chen said one sentence to another, reasoning with each other. Although Xiaoben's thinking is not so clear, it is definitely invaluable among his peers. If Kevin wants to make big bucks, then I'll see if there's a bank or something around here. Xiao Chen immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the nearby map. Really? Near the city center, there is the most luxurious big bank in the city, which stores countless gold bars and cash? They're definitely going here, don't think about it. Xiao Chen said with great certainty, and stood up directly. We have to leave first, we can't let them seize the opportunity. This time, let's ambush them. Tian Xiaoben shook his fist fiercely, with a look of indignation. By the way, Xiaoben, I'll give this back to you first. If you encounter a gangster or something, use this to scare them. Xiao Chen handed the air gun to Tian Xiaoben and said solemnly. The two walked out of the room with each other, asked the hotel staff to borrow some money, and took a taxi to the door of the bank. Because of the time bomb, there were no cars on the road, so the journey was smooth. After Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben got off the bus, they looked around nervously. There were only some pedestrians, and swept around the bank again. Bank gate. There are actually quite a number of fully armed personnel in a state of high security. Usually, even if there are armed personnel, it is impossible to have such a big posture, making it like robbing a bank. For flowers. Xiao Chen looked at them with a strange expression. Did these people know in advance that Mohatha's machine troops would come, so they are ready to fight? Haha, robot troops? Abandoned JAS? Children, your imagination is really rich. If I guess right, you must also believe in alien heroes, such as deceiving children, right? At this time, a blonde man in his 40s who passed by was amused when he heard Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen was not annoyed, but pretended to be ignorant. This uncle, do you know what's going on? Oh, today, the cash truck will be transported. It is estimated that it will be coming over on the highway, so martial law is imposed. By the way, children, don't talk nonsense, or I will suffer too. The blonde man patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and walked into the bank, obviously not caring about the two children. A cash truck. This was the key clue that Xiao Chen wanted. But we don't know how to get to the expressway, and there is no means of transportation. Tian Xiaoben said with a sad face. Highway? I'm familiar with it. Xiao Chen waved his hand disapprovingly, and out of the corner of his eye, Zhang arrived at the two scooters standing by the street. Cough cough. He coughed twice, walked to the scooter, stepped on it, and said righteously, this is a scooter dedicated to justice, Xiaoben, just use this scooter to get near the highway? This is still an electric scooter, the speed must be enough. I haven't done anything so exciting. Referring to stealing a car, Tian Xiaoben was eager to try, riding another scooter. The two were heading towards the highway, with Xiao Chen taking the lead. A cash transporter like an explosion-proof vehicle was carrying banknotes. Several heavily armed men hooked the roof of the car and hung it outside the car body, with a solemn expression. Shouldn't there be a lunatic who grabbed a cash truck? Boys, kill them, the money is ours. At this time, there was a dark, crazy voice in the distance. Several armed personnel raised their guns with one hand to look, and their expressions all became incredible. Appeared before their eyes. It was a black-haired boy who flew straight in, armored everywhere, with a circle of electricity around him, and there were several other people with armor all around him. Those people have also been transformed. This is the plot of a sci-fi movie? Billion in fact. This is not a sci-fi movie, but the real world. SHHHHHH. After a short time, several militants raised the firearms in their hands and released the maximum firepower towards Kevin. A shuttle of bullets broke through the speed of sound barrier and collided head-on with Kevin. Useless. Kevin's face was frantic, and he threw his palms forward, and the blue electric current swayed out like a wave. The huge electric current directly scrapped all the bullets instantly, and fell from the sky to the ground. Boss, we will help you avenge Xue hate. Pell raised his arms, with two small turrets on them, aiming at the position in front of the explosion-proof vehicle. Flavor? Her arms released two red lightning bolts that landed directly on the road ahead, making a boom. A big hole was blown directly on the highway. The cash transporting truck of 663 was caught off guard and plunged into the big hole, stuck in it diagonally, and the armed personnel on it were also used on the road. Super accurate. Seeing this scene, Kevin praised Pell's attack method with a smile, and regarded this behavior as a game. I didn't expect that after being transformed, it would become so strong. Pierre also looked surprised, holding his hands tightly, extraordinarily excited. With such a powerful equipment, from now on, they will not be short of money. You, who are you? Don't move. Call for help. Call for help. The armed men endured the severe pain, got up, held large-caliber weapons to face Kevin and Pell, and used the walkie-talkie to notify the people over at the bank. Boom! Kevin fell to the ground first, as if he couldn't see the weapons, and walked towards the armed men playfully. He enjoys it very much, enjoys this state of watching the prey go from winning, to disbelief, and finally fear, begging for mercy. Of course, he didn't like being abused like this. Shot. The one with the sniper rifle shot directly at Kevin's head, the one with the rifle's direct trigger was pressed to death, and there were even those with a light machine gun. Taste? Kevin's body was covered with a huge electric light, just like the god of thunder in mythology. The moment all the bullets approached his body, they were scorched by the huge electric current, and even melted. Absolutely, an undead monster? And Kevin's younger brothers also fell behind him one by one, looking at the gang of militants jokingly, like a cat playing a mouse. At this time, because of Kevin and the others, the entire expressway was blocked in an emergency, for fear that innocent people would be involved and die. Before that, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben have already stepped on the scooter and arrived on the highway. From far away, they could faintly hear the explosion caused by the light and the noise of the bullet. Little class, it's almost here. Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped the scooter and discouraged Tian Xiaoben, who wanted to rush to the battlefield, and said solemnly, there is a large-scale exchange of hot weapons everywhere in front of you. It will be very dangerous if you go there. Then, well, but what if I am attacked by Mohatha's people? Tian Xiaoben raised a very important question. Hit the sky with an air gun, and if I hear it, I will save you. Xiao Chen pointed to the air gun in Tian Xiaoben's pocket, and formulated this code with him. In addition, Yu Xiaoben also hid under the railings of the expressway, so that the flies who were flying in the sky, it was difficult to see Tian Xiaoben hiding underneath. With the experience of being sneak attacked by Mahaz, Xiao Chen naturally couldn't keep Tian Xiaoben in the hotel. Now, I'm going to use Heibian Kevin's way to vent the anger in my heart. After settling in Tian Xiaoben, Xiao Chen was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He turned on the Omnitrix screen heavily and turned in the direction of the Flame Man. Anger means fire? That's the Flame Man. Push the button. Boom. The dazzling fire light erupted from the body of the Flame Man, as if a volcano erupted. As terrifying. The ground beneath his feet was as if it had been scorched, and a large area of pitch black had become a coward. The Flaming Man looks more scary than usual. Tian Xiaoben put his hands in front of his eyes, covering up some scorching flames. His expression was full of shock. Boom. The flame of the Flame Man returned introverted. His expression was domineering. The flame on his body was more like a crimson red lotus fire, and a large group of fire rose directly from the soles of his feet. Taste? Like a red comet, he flew towards Kevin and their battle location. Resisting it's useless, you idiots. Kevin grabbed the last armed man, and after enjoying the latter's terrified expression, he threw it directly off the highway and flew out a dozen meters away. Brothers, get the money out of the cash truck together. Hurry up, these are all ours. I have never seen so much money in my life. The other mechanical robbers came to the cash transport truck excitedly, and with their own armored claws, tore open the two sides of the cash transport truck. Box after box of gleaming gold was revealed. Haha, you don't have to worry about money in this life. Our structure is too small, we should focus on the wealth of the whole world. Kevin made no secret of his raging ambitions. When Mahaz was away, he was the king. Kevin, your daydreams can't come true, because you're going to die here. Above the sky, a huge fireball swooped towards Kevin, Pierre and the others, like a falling meteor, but the one in the raging fire was an adult figure. Fireman? Xiao Chen? Have you turned into that guy who is covered in fire? Hearing this familiar tone, Kevin raised his head suddenly, his pupils shone with bright fire, and shrank subconsciously. Fear and tremble? This is his first impression? When facing Xiao Chen directly again, he still couldn't help being a little timid. Boss, let's kill this guy together. No matter what he looks like, just get in our way and kill him together. Don't you just play some Fire 4.5? We have high tech. On the other hand, the group of mechanical robbers next to Kevin thought they were invincible, and sneered at the flame people in the sky, and didn't understand Xiao Chen's horror at all. Kevin's mood also stabilized, he took a deep breath, and his expression returned to self-confidence. He, once again strengthened with armor, became stronger, and a bunch of guys who can fight? Even the chairman of the universe, JAS, supported him. Afraid of what Xiao Chen will do? Kevin's confidence is back. Boom, but with the flame man sitting in their midst. The huge impact directly blasted Kevin and all his companions out of the air, and directly lifted them into the air dozens of meters high. The spreading wave of flames. It is spread over a range of tens of meters, like a tsunami of fire. God of fire, join us. Since in the sea of fire, the flame man raised his head slightly and glared at Kevin and his group who were falling from the sky. He controlled the flames with his left palm to ensure that the area around the militants would not be burned by the fire, and his right palm slowly stood up to shoot at Kevin. Boom! The flame man's erected right palm poured out a pillar of fire, like a towering pillar, rushing straight into the sky. A shot is an absolute killer move. You, give me the past. Without hesitation, Kevin grabbed a mechanical robber who was also falling, and threw it towards the gushing fire column. On the other hand, he used his strength to jump around, deviating from the original attack track of the pillar of fire. Boss Kevin, why? The mechanical robber didn't say a word, and his body was completely submerged by the whistling fire column. That alien technology, like a mass of hay, was directly burned to ashes, showing how outrageous the temperature of this flame is. Call. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, and there was still a lingering expression on his face. Just now, it was almost fired, and he was the one engulfed by the pillar of fire. Although he might not be instantly burned to dust, he would definitely die. Why did his flame temperature become so powerful? It is so much stronger than it looked in 16 days yesterday. Kevin looked puzzled. What they don't know is, Xiao Chen is most angry with his family, because his own affairs are implicated, which is something he cannot tolerate. Whoever touches this point is bound to bear all his wrath. Damn it! Attack him! We must not let him attack us again, we have to turn passive into active. If we fall below, we will die. Try to fight him in the air battle. Those mechanical robbers, the rocket thrusters on their bodies began to operate, their sinking bodies began to stabilize, and they were suspended in the air, including Kevin and Pell. Going down, it is a hell of fire, and there is a dead end. When you come to heaven, I can still kill you? The flame man's body is straight, and the flame under him is like a rocket, supporting his body to lift directly into the air, flying to the same height as Kevin and the others. He is alone, facing several mechanical robbers, Pell and Kevin, but the party with the large number of people was trembling with fear and did not dare to make a move, but the party with the small number of people, the flame people, was unstoppable, and the people who came were not good. In the aura, he completely suppressed these weak chickens. Fire punch. The flame man waved his right fist angrily, releasing a huge fist-like flame, evaporating all the moisture in the surrounding air, and changing color at a speed visible to the naked eye. This punch was naturally directed towards Kevin. Looking at the fire fist almost as big as the small house, Kevin opened his mouth wide and looked extremely shocked. Come on, let's go together. Several mechanical robbers flew side by side, directly lifted the turrets on their arms, and released red lasers one after another. The layers of lasers are superimposed together, and it is like a shock wave, colliding with the fire fist. In an instant, the sky keeps changing color. You nameless people, you want to block my fist too? What a joke. The flame man growled, gritted his teeth, and released a stronger flame with one punch. Boom! The fire fist directly suppressed the light and continued to attack Kevin. Don't think I'm the lamb who will slaughter you, Xiao Chen. Kevin raised his palms angrily. The swirling electric current condensed a mass of heavy hammer-like substance in front of him, like Thor's hammer, while spinning one side smashed to the fire fist. Let's get started with Pell. So many attacks, superimposed together, collided with the fire fist of the flame man, and competed with each other, and this was able to block the incomparably terrifying punch of the flame man. You guys don't forget I have another punch. The flame man kept his punching state with one punch, and the other arm was slightly bent, and another fire fist went out. Boom! This punch is over. Kevin, Pell, and a few mechanical robbers, all scattered like birds and beasts, fled towards the surroundings, and only managed to escape this fire fist with reluctance. The sky is like a fighter jet entangled, and there are huge vibrations from time to time. Musket, musket, musket. Compared with his fingers, the flame man is like a Gatling, frantically releasing bullet-like muskets, shooting all enemies in front of him. What? A mechanical robber was directly hit, burning with fire all over his body, and fell fiercely on the ground in the distance, and was directly burned to death. When the others saw this, they were even more terrified, and did not dare to be touched by this terrifying flame. The only ones in the audience who could touch the flame man's tricks were Kevin and Pell, and they were barely touching each other. Even Mahaz couldn't stand it anymore. These rubbish, I asked you to make a good layout, but you still want to seduce Xiao Chen after you grab the money, so I have to send troops to rescue you, and when I grab the Omnitrix, you are all dead. A piece of armor on the body of a mechanical robber, with Mahaz's camera and monitoring program attached, it looked at this scene and was extremely annoyed. There are so many together, but I can't beat one, it's so fucking embarrassing. Mechanical troops, dispatch. The small robots that had been hiding in the dark appeared a dozen of them at one time, and they landed beside Kevin and the others like a magic weapon from the sky. Flavor. Countless turrets aimed at the flame man at the same time. Ho, there are so many. How rich is that guy Mahaz, to be able to create such a huge number of robots? Kevin looked confused, and was frightened by this posture. Pell, the other and the mechanical robbers, were also extremely shocked. This kind of Guojia level, no, even world-class firepower, is the strength of that Mahaz? Follow this existence. Make a future? Even if the strength has been greatly strengthened, the flaming man who has experienced hundreds of battles, facing so many forts at the first time, still feels a little numb in his body, and a strong sense of crisis arises spontaneously. It's a long-lost sense of danger? His expression became tense, and he murmured, fire fists, muskets, etc. I'm afraid they can't stop so many attacks. Taste. Countless red lights flickered, and the laser began to charge. Kevin showed a smug smile and shook his fist excitedly. Xiao Chen, you used to run after us, now, it's our turn to run after you. What he imagined was the dozen or so small robots of Guangjazai, attacking the flame man frantically, hitting the flame man with nowhere to escape. But who knows? The flame man slowly raised his palms with a firm expression. Only with that trick can we defeat these mechanical troops. Then, the strongest move? What? He actually thought of going head-to-head. Kevin looked at the flaming man who was busy standing still, ready to face the head-to-head, and he was even more stunned. Is this hard steel? I'm afraid this flame man really thinks how strong he is. Mahaz also gave the whole fun. I didn't expect that. Xiao Chen, you are so strong, yet so conceited. Or, your anger has swept your mind, making you think that you are no longer invincible? Today will be your funeral. The firemen ignored their taunts. Just whispered a word. Fire ring. Great Yin Emperor. The sea of fire on the highway was turbulent, swept from the ground to the sky, and condensed directly on the top of the flame man's head, rapidly expanding, getting bigger and bigger, until a majestic fireball like the red sun was formed. It can no longer be described by a fireball, but a fire sun. Even far away, you can see the red sun in the sky, and the hot fire even blocks the sun's sunshine. Monument. More than a dozen red rays of light blasted out at the same time, and the layers of light overlapped together, making it look unstoppable. Take it up. The flame man gently used his palms towards the front, and threw the huge Yandi like a hill to the red light in front of him. Boom! At the moment when the huge Yin Emperor collided with the red light, the fire light directly covered all the void within 100 meters, and there were burning flames everywhere, extremely hot. Boom! Resurge! Under this destructive offensive, countless small robots exploded in the flame hell, and the scattered parts were instantly melted into dust, and not a single part was left. Long time? The whole sky still seemed to be stained red with blood, and the red light of the sunset color was everywhere, and it never dissipated. Once ordinary people get close, they will be severely burned all over. Are they all dead? The flame man slowly fell from the sky back to the ground. His body felt a heavy tiredness, and his eyes quickly swept across the entire sky. In the thin firelight, he could not see the figures of those small robots, and it seemed that they had been wiped out in a violent explosion. That move just now, it can be said that it was a shock, and it directly wiped out the mechanical army of Mahaz. But Kevin, Pell, why are they all gone? Could it be that they were also buried in the sea of fire together? The flame man thought with a puzzled expression, still looking around with some caution. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, in the wasteland on both sides of the highway, several figures rushed out, flying towards the flame man like a tiger. It was Pell's group who had long been ambushed around the wasteland, always ready to attack the flame people. Inflammation? The flame man rested his palms on the ground, and his body erupted a flood of flames again, forming a high wall of fire around him, like an absolute defense. Don't get near his flames. It's so hot, I feel like my armor is about to melt. It's so hot, Pierre and several other mechanical robbers hurriedly stopped around the fire wall. All expressions were full of fear, not daring to have a trace of that terrifying flame. That move just now is really heavy. When I catch my breath, I will kill you all. The flame man gasped slightly, his physical strength recovered a little, and his expression became cold again. Why did Pell and the others come out, Kevin? It's too late, it's too soon. Although Yanshangang protects the surrounding area, the attack from high altitude cannot be protected. Kevin was surrounded by electric currents, as if he had already been prepared. He moved to the defensive blind spot of Yanshangang, and swooped towards the flame people in Yanshangang. Come on, well, if you fight me head-on, you will only die faster. The flame man felt the movement above his head, looked up and saw Kevin. He was not timid at all, but applauded in a low voice. Even a tiger with no physical strength, not a wolf, can touch porcelain? With a slap, you can beat Kevin's mother without knowing it? Fire punch. The flame man threw out his right fist angrily, and released a fire fist that was like lava with countless gunpowder smoke toward the sky. My purpose is not to fight with you. However, Kevin retreated, his body flashed with bursts of electricity, and with a bang, he escaped the attack of the fire fist like lightning. The flame man wanted to raise his left fist to continue the attack, but at this time Kevin had already landed in front of him, and a pair of palms grabbed his shoulders fiercely. Court death? The flame man's expression was full of murderous aura, the flames on his body suddenly became hot, and the ground under his feet was melted through. Ah! Kevin's face changed drastically in an instant, and he let out a scream like a pig. Boss Kevin? What's wrong with you? He's not dead, is he? Ah, don't get close to that wall of fire, don't get close. It's burning me to death. The few people outside looked very nervous, and when they heard Kevin's screams, they were all terrified. Kevin singled out the flames in the past. Is this the rhythm to die? But Kevin doesn't look like a man to die. Kevin, go die. The flame man continued to maintain the heat of the flames on his body, and announced Kevin's death very indifferently. Xiao Chen, I want to gain your superpower and become as powerful as you. But Kevin changed from the pain at the beginning to the extreme excitement. Without the restraint of the armor, his palms began to flash a huge electric current, covering the body of the flame man for a short time. Although there is no armor that Mahaz bestowed on him, the kinetic energy of the robot has greatly enhanced his superpowers. What is this? Go away. Electric current spreads all over the body, even if there is a flame for self-defense. The flame man feels a little numb, immediately raised his fist, and slammed it on Kevin's right face. Boom! Kevin was punched and flew several meters away and fell not far from the fire wall. Almost forgot that you have superpowers. Looking at Kevin, who fell to the ground, the flame man said while raising his finger. The fingertips were surrounded by wisps of flames, and a bullet-shaped high-power flame was quickly condensed. Musket? One hit kills? Taste? The fiery red bullet slammed into Kevin's head mercilessly, far more powerful than Barrett. It's useless. The next moment, hello Wang Wang? Kevin got up abruptly, and his body was also flashing with light red fire, accompanied by bursts of electric current, forming a protective shield-like existence. Research? The musket hit his body, and it only made the protective cover on his body tremble slightly, and he stepped back a few times, and then he endured this move. This is the power of fire. The flame man's pupils shrank slightly, and immediately recognized the flame on Kevin's body. Yeah, this is your superpower. Now your death is coming. I have your superpower, plus my money power. You are sure to die. Kevin slowly withdrew the flashing flames and electricity. Exposed. It is a flaming human head, while the body is wrapped in magma-colored skin, while the body is in human monster pity. The expression on his face was full of pride, like a villain's triumph. You got my fire superpower and thought you would be as powerful as me? Stop dreaming. Are you strong? Try to know. Kevin looked like a flame man, raised his right fist, swung hard towards the flame man, and released a huge fist composed of flames. Watching his tricks hit him, the flame man's expression was not afraid at all, and the red arrogance on his body seemed to explode, spreading out in all directions. That crimson flame, compared to Kevin's crimson flame, is completely incomparable. Boom! Kevin's fire fist was instantly thrown out by the crimson flame on the flame man and landed on the fire wall of Yanshangang, but was directly shattered into sparks by the fire wall, without causing any damage. Damn it! Kevin stomped his foot and cursed through gritted teeth. Try my fist again and see if my fist can wake you up. There was a sneer at the corner of the flame man's mouth, and the red arrogance on his body condensed on his right arm at this moment, gathering into a red lotus-like fire fist. This fire fist is countless times more powerful than Kevin's fire fist. Fire punch. At the same time, Kevin also swung his right fist, releasing a fire fist of the same size. Not only that, but there was also a blue electric current around his fire fist, which was equivalent to a thunder and fire fist. A pair of fire fists collided with 663 in the front, like two giants reaching out their fists to touch their fists, creating unimaginable destructive power. Crack crack! Kevin, the ground under the flames' feet collapsed directly, and the entire highway was crushed to pieces. And Yanshanggang's wall of fire was completely defeated, and the gestures of the two of them shaking each other's fists also appeared in front of Pierre and others. It seems earth-shattering. The two are deadlocked. Monument? Actually, it only lasted for 3 seconds, and Kevin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His waist was bent, his expression was twisted, and his forehead was full of sweat, sweating profusely. His fire fist is retreating step by step, coming towards him, fist-shaped flame, about to be crushed into a shield-like flame. The flaming man's fist, how domineering, with the cooperation of Kevin's two powers of thunder and fire, he can still prevail. Even, the flame aura burning around the flame man is not only his own crimson flame, but also a looming crimson flame. That was the fire on Kevin's body, which was directly absorbed by the flame man. You guys, what are you looking at? Hurry up, do you think this is a fair and just duel? We are the villains. The humiliating Kevin finally couldn't bear it any longer, and scolded the subordinates behind him loudly. Yes, brother Kevin? We are grasshoppers on a boat now, and we will definitely help you. Pierre and the others lifted the turrets as if they had just woken up from a dream, and the pair of turrets were surging blood-red lightning. See you? The flame man had to release his fist unwillingly, and the flame condensed by the fire fist suddenly burst open, turning into countless flames, falling to the ground like a downpour. Now, a prairie fire. As if he were the master of the flame battlefield. SHHHHHH. The flame man who retracted the fire fist, sensitively controlled the flames on his body, accelerated his body, constantly dodged an attack, and even fought against it with a musket. Continue to attack, don't stop, he has a time limit for his transformation. Huh. Kevin panted. He alone can't beat the flame man. But they are fighting together. I can't believe that they can't deal with this damn flame man. In fact, in this battle, Morpheus was the one who heard the most, and a large number of mechanical troops were all damaged here, and this was exchanged for the flame man, the great Yin Emperor, who was enough to destroy the world. If it hadn't consumed a lot of physical strength, the flame people in their prime state, coupled with the rage, would definitely let Kevin and the others die here. Fighting alone is always alone. The flame man has to dodge the attack of the red laser for a while, and then he has to use the musket to fight against the attack of Pal, and he has to use the fire fist to constantly entangle with Kevin's thunder and fire. People and Kevin Pal their fierce battle, not inferior, even like a tiger. The more you fight, the more courageous, and there is no way to try your best. This guy is fortunate that he is only one person, and the transformation time is limited, otherwise we will definitely lose this battle in the end. At this time, even Kevin had to admit the power of the flame man. That deep sense of disparity made him feel quite powerless. The flame man is also very clear that the transformation time of Omnitrix is quite limited, and it is not always possible to continue the combat mode. We must find a way to retreat. If he loses here, the consequences are unbearable. Mohath can lose countless times, but he cannot lose even once. Think of this. Laozi, I will give you one last move, Shenhuo, Shiranui. The flame man's palms arched slightly, and a long stick-like fire appeared between the palms of his hands. Like a thrower, he used the long hair condensed by the fire to move forward. Boom! A group of long roots pointed directly at Kevin. The other group is attacking Pell directly. This seemingly subtle, powerless Shiranui, but twisted the air, knocking Kevin and Pell back quickly, almost pierced through their bodies. You bastards, hurry up and save me, what are you waiting for? Kevin yelled, his left palm was wrapped in electricity, and his right palm was burning with flames, blocking him together. Even so, he couldn't stop it. Stay away from the ignorant invasion. Power, so scary. When the mechanical robbers heard the words, they flew towards Kevin and Pyre in a hurry. Boom! Take advantage of this time. The flame man turned around and looked in the opposite direction of Kevin and the others. His body burst into red flames again, and it lifted off like a rocket, leaving a deep skyline in the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Only a prairie fire left? Damn it. With the help of the mechanical robbers, Kevin managed to escape the attack of Shiranui in embarrassment. He knelt on the ground on one knee, breathless, and his arm even showed signs of extensive burns. The complexion is quite ugly. Still haven't caught Xiao Chen. Moreover, his arms were also burned, not even when he absorbed the ability of the flame man, but by Shiranui? Ah, Pell was even more miserable. She fell to the ground and rolled back and forth, her arms were missing. It's okay, we just started hunting him tonight, and his family hasn't used it yet. Morjatha's voice was pervasive, and it sounded from a certain mechanical robber. Tonight is the decisive moment. This time is nothing more than a small test. Research? Kevin stood up and stumped his feet hard, leaving dark footprints with a hideous face. Before tonight, I will become stronger, at least I won't lose so ugly. Listening to Kevin's angry words, Mohath wanted to scold people very much, and it was useless to give you a chance. But there is no way, at the moment, only they can help it fight against Xiao Chen, so it won't tear its face until it gets Xiao Chen's Omnitrix. Similarly, after Kevin took the money from the cash truck and shared it with his younger brothers, he took off and left the highway and started to execute the next plan. People are flying, but they are thinking about other things in their hearts. The flaming man transformed by the Omnitrix, the four-handed overlord, are all so brave and powerful. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if he obtained the Omnitrix? Idiot Mahaz, who wants to cooperate with you? I just want to use you to get Omnitrix. After getting Omnitrix, you are useless. Mahaz, just thought so too. Just replace Mahaz behind the idiot with Kevin, just fine. Boom! The flame man took Tian Xiaoban and flew all the way to an alley in the city. After confirming the safety, he landed with Xiaoban. He came to the ground, didn't say a word, just collapsed on the wall exhausted. His body was very heavy, as if he had added a load. He could not wait to sleep here in one breath. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Don't fall asleep. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen with concern, and clenched his hands nervously. After the Flame Man escaped from the battlefield, he flew with him without saying a word, and has not said a word until now. He was afraid that his last friend Xiao Chen would not be able to sleep here forever. Don't worry, it's not to that extent. The Flame Man's voice was full of exhaustion, giving Tian Xiaoben a little comfort. Call? Tian Xiaoben also knew that he couldn't let the flame people bother and force him to calm down. After 10 seconds, with a burst of light dissipated, Xiao Chen lay in the corner of the alley, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he felt exhausted. Xiao Chen, I'm here to beat you. I'm not tired at all. Tian Xiaoben stretched out his arm and hooked Xiao Chen's neck, so that the exhausted Xiao Chen could barely stand up and limped out of the alley with him, not disliking the thick smell of sweat at all. Because of lack of money, Yu Xiaoben even planned to help Xiao Chen all the way to the hotel, gritted his teeth and insisted on walking. It was like something was stuck in his heart, and he needed to vent, but he couldn't, so he could only use the crazy way to help Xiao Chen to make himself feel better. He couldn't do anything, and the feeling of powerlessness made him hard to let go. Fortunately, a kind person gave them a taxi fare on the way, let them take a taxi, and return to the hotel. The waiter at the big hotel also helped Xiao Chen, and sent Xiao Chen and Xiao Ban back to their room all the way. So much better. After returning to the room, Xiao Chen lay down on the soft sofa, like lying on a ball of marshmallows, with a much more comfortable expression. Xiao Chen, you have a good rest. I saw the big sun in the sky just now from a long distance. The battle just now must have made you very difficult. Tian Xiaoben clenched his hands tightly and asked in a deep voice, and I can't do anything with an airsoft gun. Xiao Chen opened Jiangsu and wanted to say something, but the language was pale and feeble. He stretched out his palm and patted Tian Xiaoben's shoulder to show his comfort. Next, he drank energy drinks again and ate lunch, and then he recovered a lot of physical strength and returned to his heyday. Even so, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to take Tian Xiaoben out to find Kevin and their whereabouts, because it would be difficult to get good results when they went there, so he had to wait and see. But Kevin and the others, they didn't stop. Just as Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben were in the room, after having lunch, another urgent news was broadcast on the TV. The TV screen is shooting a building remotely. It is the city TV station. There were flames burning everywhere outside the TV station, and there were flying mechanical robbers around. Witnessed by the reporters, they recklessly destroyed the TV station and blocked the people inside. These bastards have attacked the TV station? What are they trying to do? Xiao Chen angrily stretched out his fist and smashed the table, making a bang sound. Hello, journalist friend, take a photo of me first and let me be on camera. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but if you dare to disobey me, you will surely die. Kevin suddenly fell to the ground and appeared on the camera, threatening the reporter with a sullen look. The shaky camera image, which was still going backwards, reluctantly stabilized. Kevin? Seeing Kevin's face, Xiao Chen was about to move, and if he was shown Morpheus's face, he might be directly disgusted. I announce one thing, starting today, this TV station will be my Kevin's private building, and it will be used to convey my words. The Times Square next to it will be my home base. Kevin was ambitiously facing the camera, no longer like a child, but extremely ferocious. I will build my kingdom in this city. If you don't obey my orders, there will be a dead end. Ask for flowers. As he said that, he raised his burning arm and smashed the buildings on the side with a fire fist. His mechanical younger brothers also flew from the TV station one by one, excitedly heading towards Times Square. One of the mechanical robbers left behind in the city. He even held Tian Xiaowen and Grandpa Mark, who were tied with ropes. Although it just flew by and flew into Times Square, Xiao Chen definitely didn't see the wrong figure. Immediately afterwards, the reporter lost his effect, and Kevin's fist was aimed at the reporter. A fiery red light spread all over the TV screen. Then, the TV screen went black. Needless to say, we all know what happens to reporters. Kevin doing this will cause great panic. The more chaos the whole city will be, the more the police will not be able to send anyone to support him, which will benefit him. Xiao Chen squeezed his fists tightly, seeing through Kevin's trick. But this kind of conspiracy is useless if you see through it. The reason why Kevin dared to say that he was in Times Square on TV was to tell Xiao Chen, I'm right here, waiting for you anytime. Xiao Chen, since we know where Xiaowen and Mark are, then let's go directly. Tian Xiaoben stood up obliged. His voice was extraordinarily solemn. It really doesn't work. I can be the first to go, even if it is a bait gang. You lead out those mechanical monsters. He doesn't want to sit still. Even being beaten up is better than watching Xiaowen and Mark get caught in Times Square. Death, this word, Xiaoben has not thought of yet. No, with the strength of the two of us, even if I can protect myself, you will be finished. I will never watch you die. Xiao Chen completely rejected Tian Xiaoben's proposal, with a very positive attitude. Where are they going to find allies? The guy who drilled diamonds doesn't even know how to contact him, let alone whether he will come to support Xiao Chen, etc. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and became very strange. Remember clearly. Parts of the crab robot. Still in the old car? By the way, those mechanical robbers also have a rudimentary mecha, or a design drawing of a steel battlesuit, which can give the little surprise soldiers inspiration, right? Xiao Chen, immediately inspired. Little class. I'll help you make an iron suit, like an Iron Man in this world, okay. Yi Tian Xiaoben was stunned. Immediately, ecstatically asked, "Really, Xiao Chen? Of course I do. I dream of becoming a superhero like you and fighting those alien monsters?" When he got this answer, Xiao Chen was actually not surprised. He was just asking this question casually, and he hadn't asked the real soul torture yet. "Xiaoben, there are some things I want to tell you in advance." Xiao Chen's face became more solemn than ever, and he said word by word, "You know what? When you put on a steel battlesuit and go to fight those monsters, you will not necessarily be like a hero. Fly that group of mechanical monsters, but it is possible to die in their hands." The word death, he bites very clearly. This is a very cruel fact, but it must be known to Xiaoben. In the anime, Xiao Chen can certainly sit back and watch the protagonist Tian Xiaoben fight against foreigners, because he knows that Xiaoben will not die no matter what. But this is reality. There is no Omnitrix, replaced by a steel battlesuit, which means that Tian Xiaoben will risk death in battle. He had to make this clear in advance. Die. Tian Xiaoben was stunned. He had thought about this issue before, but he didn't understand it, and he didn't want to think about it, so he took the initiative to avoid this topic. But Xiao Chen raised this topic emphatically. He had to think about it. A long time. Tian Xiaoben lowered his head and thought deeply about what death was. "Xiao Ban, I'm almost recovering. Although I can't fight Kevin and the others head-on, I can transform into a flash star and harass them." Xiao Chen pressed the fully charged Omnitrix and got up slowly. "No, keep asking." But Tian Xiaoben was rather stimulated, and suddenly raised his head. His expression was full of determination, which was obviously the result of a fierce ideological struggle. "Xiao Chen, give me that steel battlesuit. I want to put it on, and with you, rescue Grandpa and Xiaoan." He didn't want to experience that feeling of incompetence again. 87. Right now, Xiao Chen had no choice but nodded slowly, agreeing to Tian Xiaoben's idea. The two chose to leave the hotel room, took the elevator to the first floor, and finally walked towards the old broken car parked outside the hotel. The old broken car was not driven away, and it was still in the corner of the hotel parking lot, which was a fortune among misfortunes. And Xiao Chen managed to get into the old broken car with Xiaoben through the open car window, and unlocked the car with the car key inside. The purpose of coming to the old broken car is naturally to open the warehouse of the old broken car and take out the wreckage of the extremely heavy crab robot. "Xiao Ban, let's move all the machine parts of the crab monster in. Take your time, don't worry." Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben, holding one by one, laboriously delivered the parts one by one. By the time they delivered the last of the parts to the old junk, the two of them collapsed on the body of the old car, panting, unable to get up for a long time. The last one to get up was Xiao Chen, who had the best physical strength. After a few minutes, Xiaoben followed. "What are we going to do next? Just put it on for me." Tian Xiaoben asked very curiously. "Don't worry, I have to open the internet first to see if I can find the video of Kevin and the others being interviewed." Xiao Chen took out Tian Xiaoben's laptop and clicked on the internet. On the internet in this city, the video of Kevin is circulating wildly. Some people say that it was an attack planned by a group of lunatics, and some people say that it is a post-production. Only a few people know that this is what really happened. It has caused quite a bit of panic. Xiao Chen clicked on the video, slowed down the speed of the video 3 times, searched repeatedly, and finally found the pictures of the mechanical robbers flying by. Pause. The screen is frozen here. In this picture, several mechanical robbers are flying high in the sky. Although it is a little unclear, they can barely see how the various parts are connected together and matched with the reactor. Then, let's start. Xiao Chen slowly turned the Omnitrix, and without hesitation, twisted to the side of Xiao Kaibing. "I can't understand these myself, little strange soldiers. I will definitely be able to understand." Boom. He took a picture of the Omnitrix's screen and transformed into a wise little soldier. "Little class, let me go up." After transforming into a little soldier, he seems to have entered a kind of absolute calm. His words and deeds are filled with incomparable composure, and at the same time are full of command. Tian Xiaoben stretched out his hands involuntarily and placed Xiao Kaibing in front of the laptop on the table. Xiao Kaibing's eyes, like a pair of data eyes, saw the entire structure the moment he saw those mechanical robbers. How to transform the human body, how the reactor is connected to those parts. Even after a period of thinking, he directly calculated how the original small robot was assembled and became a combat robot. Mastering these materials, for Xiao Kaibing, is tantamount to getting the inspiration of steel battle suits. Mahaz, Kevin, the cleverness of the two of you is going to be used by me. I will definitely help Xiaoben create a battle suit that can defeat your spicy chicken robot. Little Kaibing pondered, and asked Tian Xiaoben to take out paper and black pen. He quickly calculated on the scratch paper, and from time to time he looked at the wreckage of the crab monster, the reactor, various parts, and armor. Damage core parts. Except for one processor. According to the existing small robot structure, and the mechanical body of the crab monster. Little Raiders turned over the scrap paper he had drawn on, and quickly reverted to it, drawing a complex and esoteric blueprint. What is this? I don't understand it at all. Tian Xiaoben looked at the design drawing on the paper, only to feel that his feet were weak and the sky was spinning. This is many times more difficult than the subject he had in school. Nothing. Xiao Kaibing said in a flat tone, I used the parts of the crab monster to assemble an improved version of the steel battlesuit, which is an advanced version of the armor of those mechanical robbers. You transformed into a monster. A few 4.5 minutes. He independently developed a set of human steel battlesuits, although there are elements for reference, but it is far more than these broken copper and iron. Also, the material is superb. However, Xiao Kaibing, what I want to say is that Tian Xiaoben brought questions to his face and wanted to express his own questions. You mean, even if we have a blueprint, the production is still a problem, right? However, Xiao Kaibing had already figured out Tian Xiaoben's problem and said it one step ahead. Yes, yes. Tian Xiaoben nodded speechlessly. Don't worry, I have a way to assemble these parts into a steel battlesuit on the blueprint. What I have to do now is to thoroughly understand this blueprint and ensure that even if I transform into other alien heroes, I can remember this. Xiao Kaibing sat down with his knees closed, his eyes closed, and he said in an eloquent manner, Baya. Omnitrix's transformation time was about to end. With the strange sound of sound, Xiao Kaibing transformed back into Xiao Chen. He sat cross-legged on the table, and hurriedly jumped off the table. And that blueprint. He looked away. It's already been recited in a mess. He also had to study a lot with Xiao Kaibing, so that his body's learning ability also increased significantly, and his doctor-level learning ability allowed him to remember this complex blueprint. Xiao Ban, wait 5 minutes, it only takes 5 minutes, I can transform into another alien hero and start turning these parts into treasures. Xiao Chen's calm and steady voice revealed a feeling that seemed to be related to life self-confidence. Which alien hero is that? Could it be that Xiao Chen, you want to transform into a four-handed tyrant and use that strength to press the parts together? Or do you want to use a flame man? Tian Xiaoben has always been full of curiosity and asked. Xiao Chen, as always, shook his head mysteriously. You will know in 5 minutes, don't worry now, Xiaoben. Usually 5 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. This time, the time seemed extraordinarily long. When the Omnitrix was recharged, Xiao Chen opened the screen and turned the screen to a strange 16-shaped alien pattern. Shapeshifter? The superpower of the deformed monster is that it can be covered on any part. As long as I cover these parts, I can use the superpower of the deformed monster to transform their structure and create the battlesuit on the blueprint. The shapeshifting monster said in a deep voice. Its body was like plasticine, it fell straight on the ground, and merged with it. Under its control, the parts are quickly disassembled and assembled, and the high-strength parts that are difficult to destroy with a steel hammer can be deformed under the ingenious control of the deformer. Of course, this is not something that can be solved by one transformation. It takes many transformations to solve it. After all, this is a big project. In Times Square, Kevin's subordinates of mechanical robbers used those things recklessly in various shops that had long been empty. There were also small robots of Mahas around them, and their strength was significantly increased. Kevin, with a left punch and a right punch, swiped towards the air in front of him, exercising his strength. Pell was on the side, looking at Mark and Tian Xiaoan, who were tied to the tables and chairs outside the restaurant. Little girl, and this old man, don't think of a way to struggle, it won't work if you struggle. Pell said kindly, if you really escape, we have to arrest you again, you are likely to cut off your arms and legs in this process. The threat in words is self-evident. Tian Xiaoan gave up the struggle, but his expression was not discouraged in the slightest, and he muttered, Xiao Chen will definitely come to save us? And that idiot, although he is usually annoying, he is as reliable as Xiao Chen at critical moments. We have to trust Xiao Chen. Mark followed suit, not only comforting Xiaoan, but also trusting Xiao Chen. Kevin, who was exercising, showed a disdainful look and mocked coldly, I will definitely come to save you? Ha ha ha, stop teasing you two, are you still daydreaming? An hour ago, when we went to snatch the cash truck, Xiao Chen also came to stop us, but we drove away. Yeah, he looked like that, but he was the same as a bereaved dog. Ha ha ha, we were almost beaten to the point of losing arms and legs. Look at him now, does he dare to come to Times Square to find us? How long has it been? Naturally, the other mechanical robbers followed suit and slandered Xiao Chen, full of malice. They automatically ignore the fact that they are being fought by shameless wheels and devalue it. How could Xiao Chen lose to you guys? Tian Xiaoan still trusts Xiao Chen, but a little shake appeared in his heart, and he became deeply worried. So many enemies. Xiao Chen, can he really handle it? Time, a minute and a second passed. Among the old broken cars, Xiao Chen turned into a small soldier in order to study the parts, improve them, and propose the next changes to the blueprint. The shapeshifter is responsible for the realization, and he also turned into a diamond god of war to contribute crystals, or to help with installation. The process is not too long. The anxious Tian Xiaoben acted as an assistant and handed Xiao Chen a glass of water, trying to urge Xiao Chen from time to time. This matter cannot be rushed. When he turned into a little surprise soldier, Xiao Chen said plainly, I can't rescue Xiaoan and Grandpa by myself, and I must ask for your help. So, until this steel suit is strong enough, we can't go anywhere. Don't go, I am responsible for your safety. The long build, the production, and so kicked off. Time, even from noontime to afternoon time, the sun sets in the sky, and the splendid golden red of the sunset rises, showing the best side of nature. In Times Square, Kevin, lethargic and yawning constantly, had been training for several rounds. This Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben, have they been scared by us and dared to come here? Pierre said with a look of waiting until he doubted his life, and gritted his teeth. Although our plan is to kill him when it gets dark, it stands to reason that he should come to attack us. More or less, he will attack once or twice. Is it too calm now? Kevin couldn't help but say, could it be, are you really scared? It was as if he was scared out of his wits, and didn't even dare to show up. This result was somewhat unexpected. Mark and Tian Xiaoan waited all the way until the afternoon, approaching dusk, and could not wait for anyone to come, and a trace of anxiety gradually appeared in his heart. Occasionally, they also add to the unease, but quickly reject it. Only 663. As time goes by, their sense of unease will become heavier and heavier, until Xiao Chen's invincible image collapses. The red sunset glow from the sky, through the modeled car window, illuminates an object placed on the table. Yes, an object. The wreckage of Noda's crab monster, all the parts extracted from it, turned into a small circular reactor on the table. Even the colors have been changed. Xiao Chen looked at this reactor and was very excited. He knew very well what this small reactor meant. A miracle that cannot be explained by science, symbolizing the infinite wisdom of the little raiders, even the developers of Omnitrix, that race. Xiaoban, who used his arm as a pillow, fell asleep on the table. It wasn't until he was woken up by Xiao Chen's excited voice that he suddenly got up from the table. It seemed that he had a bad dream. Xiaoban, your steel suit is complete, now put it on your chest. Xiao Chen carefully supported the heavy reactor with both hands and faced Tian Xiaoban. This is my steel suit. Look at the reactor. Tian Xiaoban looked in disbelief. Such a gadget? Xiao Chen, are you mistaken? Xiaoban, I'm not mistaken. This is your steel battle suit. Hurry up and put the reactor on your chest. Xiao Chen hurriedly urged Tian Xiaoban. Cough, good. Tian Xiaoban stretched out his palms to take over the reaction furnace as if he had just woken up from a dream, lifted his coat, and pressed the reaction furnace to his chest. Research? The reaction furnace automatically released a special substance with a very unique viscosity. Although it was not comparable to the super viscosity of Omnitrix, it was like a body part on Tian Xiaoban's body, hanging firmly on his chest. Superior, and after identifying biological information, the lamp of the reactor also slowly turned on, emitting a light blue light. This is an energy response? Xiaoban, because the energy on Earth is scarce, so I designed two absorption methods for this reactor. One is solar energy, the other is electronic energy. Solar energy, as the name suggests, as long as the reactor will automatically absorb solar energy and convert it into energy during the day. The downside is it's slow. Electronic energy, not ordinary electricity, but the electronic energy parts in those robots of Mahaz. Xiao Chen made a long story short and told Tian Xiaoban about the two absorption methods of the reactor one by one. It's like saying, Tian Xiaoban's steel suit also has a debuff similar to Omnitrix, with a time limit. When the time is up, you need to recharge to activate the iron suit again. Then, can I try it now? There was a trembling in Tian Xiaoban's tone. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. Of course, the energy you are using now is the electron energy from the crab monster, enough for you to transform for a long time. Xiao Chen nodded and pointed to the reactor on Tian Xiaoban's chest. Press the inside, try. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoban put his palm on the reactor and pressed it lightly. Click. The reactor instantly transformed into countless silver armors, which covered Tian Xiaoban's body. His body, limbs, and even his head were all wrapped in silver armor, and after the armor fits his body completely, the limbs are extended, and it is about the height of an adult. Yes, very similar to the suit of Iron Man. Xiao Chen looked at the steel suit in front of him with satisfaction. The suit he made was more technological than the steel suit. I feel that my strength is so great. Tian Xiaoban's voice became heavy through the special treatment of the mask, as strong as an adult's voice. Xiaoban, let's go out and see how your combat effectiveness is, so that you can get used to this suit. Xiao Chen pushed open the car door and walked straight out of the car, while Tian Xiaoban followed and bent out of the old car. Xiao Chen, stay away a little, I'm going to exert my strength. Tian Xiaoban, who was standing beside the old broken car, said very stinky. Okay, I'll stay away from you. Xiao Chen also cooperated and took a few steps back, keeping a few meters away from Tian Xiaoban. Boom! Tian Xiaoban stretched out slowly, holding up the bottom end of the old broken car, and then, his arms suddenly exerted force, and lifted the old broken car to the top of his head in one breath. The backs of the hands are extremely straight, and the thighs are not bent, it looks a little relaxed. Powerful? Monument? He put the old broken car down again, raised his feet one by one, and found that there were holes under the soles of his feet. There is also a palm, and it is also equipped with a palm cannon. The one under your feet is a self-contained rocket thruster, which can make your feet shoot out flames and keep your body in the air, while the one in your hand is a palm cannon. Xiao Chen explained patiently on the side. Zanya, my favorite cannon is also ready for me. I don't know what effect this armor will have in sumo. Tian Xiaoban raised his palm eagerly, and the cannon in his palm was aimed at the sky, as if he wanted to try the power of this palm cannon. Xiaoban, this can't be messed up. Your palm cannon is very powerful, and it's easy to cause unnecessary disturbance. Xiao Chen couldn't stand, and hurriedly discouraged Tian Xiaoban's behavior. Okay, I'll try the overall quality of this steel body first. It can be regarded as Tian Xiaoban's adaptation training. He jumps hard. Jump, you can jump several meters high. If he runs with all his strength, he can run a lap in a 100-meter parking lot in a few seconds. As for strength, it can be said to be a youth version of Four-Handed Overlord, or in other words, Four-Handed Overlord is his plus deluxe edition. After getting used to it for a while, Tian Xiaoben couldn't keep up with his physical strength. He panted and asked, Xiao Chen, how can I remove the steel suit? It's very simple, just press hard on the reactor on your chest and you're done. By the way, in order to prevent accidental touches, the pressure required for this reactor after transformation is different from that before transformation. Accidentally touches the reactor. Xiao Chen thought very carefully. It would be better to say that after he turned into a little soldier, he thought very carefully. Tian Xiaoben pressed the reactor on his chest vigorously, and the steel suit was quickly lifted. In just a few seconds, he returned to his original state after putting it on his body, standing there dripping with sweat. This time, it was his turn to struggle. Xiao Chen, I feel like I've gotten used to it, can we go? Tian Xiaoben clenched his fists and asked expectantly. Don't worry. Xiao Chen's deep eyes looked at the gradually dark sky, as if being swallowed by a dark beast. Wait, when you put on your coat to cover the reactor at night, no one will be able to find your reactor? Kevin, they will definitely take you lightly. He also came up with a very simple solution. Tian Xiaoben discussed the plan to save lives. After all, Xiaoan and Mark are still inside, so they can't go to fight Wang Hao, regardless of them. Kevin and Mahaz grabbed the two of them, presumably to blackmail Xiao Chen and Xiaoben. So, you have to think about it before you go? Wait until sunset, when the day rises. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben put on his jacket, zipped up, and walked out of the old car with a dazed expression, looking in the direction of the TV station. Xiao Ban, have you remembered my rescue plan? Xiao Chen asked extremely cautiously. Well, I remember everything word for word. If this job is used in my studies, I might get better grades than a nerd. Tian Xiaoben is obviously serious, but his words always have a sense of humor. When you get to Times Square next to the TV station, you have to watch your performance. Remember, you can pretend to be frightened and have no emotions, but you must not be exaggerated, or you will be seen through. After patting Tian Xiaoben on the shoulder, Xiao Chen urged. The two of them embarked on a journey to Times Square. Times Square. Kevin paced back and forth in the square, looked at the sleepy people under his hands, and said impatiently, Isn't this kid Xiao Chen really afraid to come? No? It stands to reason that he must have seen our broadcast on TV. Boss, I think he's really scared out of his wits, so he might as well take the initiative. Hearing Kevin's complaint, Pell woke up from his dream, yawned sleepily, and answered in a daze. But this proposal was rejected by a small robot in the sky. Mahaz's low and domineering voice came from the small robot. No, we have to wait here for Xiao Chen to come. If you go to find him, it will be easy to disperse, and it will be troublesome to be defeated one by him. Then Mahaz, tell me, what's a good idea to deal with him? Kevin looked at the small robot in the sky with a displeased expression. Mahaz in the small robot was silent for a few seconds, and said with murderous intent, if he doesn't come out again, you can grab his two family members, go to the TV station, and torture them in front of the camera. I don't believe it. He doesn't come out. It's a good idea. Kevin showed an evil smile, rubbed his chin with his hands, and his eyes wandered between Mark and Tian Xiaoan. The two 663 had lost their strength to struggle, and were even tied to the point of falling asleep. When they heard the conversation between Kevin and Mahaz, they were all refreshed. Grandpa, what should I do? Tian Xiaoan asked Mark in a weak voice. Mark clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, Xiao Wen, you don't have to be afraid. If they really want to do something, Grandpa will definitely not sit still. Until Xiao Chen comes to rescue us, you will be fine. Although the two have a lot of unease, their trust in Xiao Chen is as always. They firmly believed that Xiao Chen would definitely come to save them. Another 10 minutes passed. Kevin, who was sitting cross-legged on the spot, a carp straightened up, growling in a low voice, his expression full of violence. Enough. I've waited too long, now I'm going to the TV station to show Xiao Chen. Catch that old man, it will stand our toss. Pell pointed at Mark and said without emotion. As for when she looked at Tian Xiaoan with a beautiful face, her eyes still showed a trace of pity, and she didn't want to torture this little girl unless she had to. It's the same for anyone. I've waited too long and I need someone to quell my anger. Kevin gritted his teeth, BGEF, said heavily. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there were some dull footsteps coming from the gate of Times Square, because no one came in at the gate, and no one dared to enter, so when someone walked in, the sound was very obvious, wandering back and forth. Yes, Xiao Chen. Kevin cheered up all of a sudden, and stared at the gate shrouded in darkness with his eyes ferociously, and vaguely, he could see a dark shadow as tall as a child. It must be Xiao Chen, that's right. Flavor. Several small robots and mechanical robbers came to the depths of Kevin in unison, and together they raised the fort and aimed at the figure in the darkness. Xiao Chen? He's here. Tian Xiaoan and Mark's eyes also seemed to have more light, looking at the dark shadow at the door with great expectation. The black shadow walked out of the door shrouded in darkness and came to the ground where the moonlight swayed. The body is illuminated by the bright moonlight, which makes it look unobstructed. It's the embarrassed Tian Xiaoben? Xiaoben, why are you? Mark exclaimed, looking at Tian Xiaoben very differently. Ah, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoben squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and greeted Mark and the others. It's the person next to Xiao Chen, I know him, what is his name? Tian Xiaoben, he's not threatening at all. Kevin put down his palms in disappointment. The mechanical robbers and small robots also all withdrew from the team. They did not take Tian Xiaoben in their eyes and looked down on him very much. Tian Xiaoben, very upset? Tian Xiaoben, what are you doing here? Are you here to die? Or send us an extra hostage? Kevin looked at Tian Xiaoben jokingly and asked sarcastically. That's it, Kevin. Tian Xiaoben showed a pleasing look. I think following Xiao Chen really has no future, so I came to join you. Huh? Why do you say that? Hearing this, Kevin became interested and asked. That guy Xiao Chen didn't dare to come out and face you when he stayed outside. I asked him to save people and he wouldn't do it. I think following him is courting death, so I want to come here and surrender. Tian Xiaoben said through gritted teeth, as if Xiao Chen was really as timid as he said. Xiao Ban, what are you kidding? How could Xiao Chen be such a person? Although Mark's heart was turbulent, he was able to restrain himself. Tian Xiaoben asked directly and loudly, his face full of disbelief. Nerd, forget it if you don't believe me. Anyway, I'm already disappointed in Xiao Chen. It's better to be Kevin's younger brother? Tian Xiaoben held back Tian Xiaoben unceremoniously, and praised Kevin again. After a few words, Kevin was overjoyed, and when he thought that Xiao Chen had been frightened by himself, he was even more elated. Xiao Chen, don't you think you are strong? If you can say that you can deprive me of my superpowers, you can deprive me of my superpowers. If you want to hang and beat me, you can beat me. I'm not scared like a mouse now, and I don't even dare to come out in an open and honest way. Pal and his mechanical robbers are also proud of the spring breeze and look like they are floating. Only Mahaz remained a little calm. As a cosmos-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him to have no concentration at all, so he immediately scanned the location of the Omnitrix with a scanner. Omnitrix 17. It's right next to Times Square. In other words, Xiao Chen, this kid, came here secretly? I just scanned the location of Xiao Chen and Omnitrix, which is near Times Square. Go to your destination now. Abandoned Jazz's urgent prompting sound came from the small robot, and when Omnitrix was close at hand, it couldn't stop. But this moment, Kevin, Pell, robots. All eyes were on the robot that made the sound, completely forgetting the existence of Tian Xiaoben. No way, Xiao Chen is too important to them. Tian Xiaoben seems to be dispensable. Well done, no one saw me. Xiaoben raised his palm angrily, rapped his chest, and pressed it gently. Silver armor quickly appeared on his body, quickly spreading all over his body, and wisps of silver light glowed under the moonlight, like a silver killer. Kevin's gang haven't noticed that Tian Xiaoben has completed his transformation. The small class has become. Tian Xiaoben was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tian Xiaoben's current shape. She didn't dare to admit that it was Tian Xiaoben. Mark also looked surprised. This steel suit. What's going on? Okay, freaks, the family reunion time is over, and then you're going to be ruined. Tian Xiaoben raised his palm cannon domineeringly, gathering a lot of energy, and said in a low voice, severe energy fluctuation detected. Severe energy fluctuation detected. The small robots, Kevin, Pell, and the others turned to look at Tian Xiaoben, and what appeared in front of them was no longer the helpless Earth child, but a warrior in a suit of steel. In their pupils, the dazzling golden light waves are reflected, which is particularly dazzling in the somewhat dim Times Square. Where did this guy get this suit? Why does it look more advanced than the suits on us? Fight back against him? Quickly fight back against him. The source of the armor material on his body is the body of a mercenary I sent to Earth before. How could it appear on him? And it was transformed into this battle uniform. Pal's puzzled voice, Kevin's hasty tone, and Maha's explanation, mixed together, making it very noisy. Many forts quickly aimed at Tian Xiaoben's body, and began to flicker faintly, and quickly became dazzling. Even Kevin's arms began to flash with two elements of electricity and fire. But that's too late. Boom! The palm cannon that Tian Xiaoben aimed at the front burst out a golden energy cannon, which did not directly hit Kevin and the others, but landed in the area in front of them. Boom! The whole Times Square was blown up slightly. The golden light with extremely high temperature like a fire instantly covered the entire Times Square. Kevin and the others who were in this halo could not see anything, but could only feel the strong shock wave caused by the explosion, which seemed to blow them away like a gust of wind. Body flies away. With that shot just now, Tian Xiaoben can be said to have released a lot of energy from the reactor. Of course, this kind of trick just looks powerful, but the actual lethality may not be so terrifying. It is mainly used to create special battlefields. I can't see. Why is his move so powerful? It's not right. It's not right. He obviously had the opportunity to attack us, but he didn't attack us. The purpose is definitely not ordinary. Times Square is buzzing again. In the ray of light, Tian Xiaoben, regardless of the 3721, rushed forward with a few strides and hit a left hook in the face of a mechanical robber. What? The mechanical robber screamed, and was immediately beaten away by a powerful punch. He didn't know how many meters away, his face almost turned into a pig's head. Then this light, I will teach you a good lesson. Tian Xiaoben was gearing up and said with great relief. At the back of Times Square, the moment Xiao Chen saw the golden light shining, he knew that the plan was successful. Tian Xiaoben took advantage of the chaos to release energy cannons, making the enemies in Times Square lose their sight, and then rescued Grandpa Mark and Xiaowen first. Xiao Chen raised the Omnitrix on his wrist, selected the four-handed overlord, and pressed it down. His whole body soared from a child's body to a Hulk-like burly body. Four-handed king? Ding. Detect sign-in objects. Tian Xiaowen and Grandpa Mark, who were taken hostage by Kevin and Mahaz. The host rescued 2 people, and there can be no less than 1, and no major injuries such as disability injuries can complete the sign-in. What? Sinuable objects detected. Mahaz, Kevin, and his gang. The host successfully repelled them and disintegrated their plan to rule the city, and the sign-in can be completed. Xiao Chen has just turned into a four-handed bully, and the sign-in system actually issued 2 sign-ins at one time, which means it is very likely to usher in enhanced sign-in. It can be said that the long-awaited sign-in. Perhaps Kevin and Mahaz, because of the 2 villains, their overall strength is very strong, so they directly sent me 2 sign-in tasks. The four-handed overlord thought ecstatically. I never thought that the system would have such hidden settings. To save people, we must save people as soon as possible. The four-handed overlord, who was eager to save people, even bent his legs like he was on the surface of the moon. Middle, boom, his fall to the ground directly caused the ground below to collapse, and there was a loud noise. Yes, who is here? Mark's tentative voice came from the corner of the wall. Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Chen. Are you and Xiao Wen in the corner? The four-handed overlord walked towards the corner according to the voice, and lowered his explosive voice so as not to let Mahaz and the others notice. Yes? When I saw Xiaoben use his palm cannon, he broke free from the rope and escaped with Xiaowen. In fact, I have untied the rope long ago, but I have been waiting for an opportunity. Mark is insignificant, said. He is like a skilled hunter, hiding for a long time, and when he encounters an opportunity, he will seize it. For flowers. The four-handed overlord used his forearms to test the surroundings, and knocked out all the things that were blocked in front of the group. Only when his forearms supported the wall in the corner could he feel the breath of the 2 of them. Hold me tight. With a low roar, he stretched out his arms, one arm grabbed Mark, and the other one carefully hugged Tian Xiaowen, who needed more protection. Boom! He stumped on the ground with his legs again, and the endless air was kicked out, forming an explosive force that directly sent him to the sky. Ah! Tian Xiaowen grasped the four-handed overlord's arm tightly, shrunk into the four-handed overlord's body, closed her eyes, and couldn't help screaming. The strong wind in the sky made her hair a little messy. Xiaowen, don't worry, I will take you to a safe place. The four-handed overlord comforted Tian Xiaowen, controlled his body, and quickly fell into the distance. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben's steel battlesuit, and your battle plan, I must listen to it after this matter is over, because I'm so curious. Mark said with interest. Don't worry, come on, Grandpa, I'll tell you when it's over. The four-handed bully fell into a clearing, and the sound of the fall could not cover his loud voice. Boom! As a big crater appeared on the ground, countless rubble flew out of the crater, like a galaxy surrounding the sun, appearing around the four-handed king. His pair of bent thighs sank deep into the ground, bearing the punishment of all the shock force. Muscle, unscathed. The anti-shock force, to his physique, is like playing a family. Okay, you are all right. The four-handed overlord slowly put Mark and Tian Xiaowen down, bent one knee on the ground, reduced a lot of height difference, and looked at the 2 with a soft expression. I'm going to help Xiaoben now, Grandpa, and Xiaowen, you 2 have to hide and never be discovered. I know that you will definitely come to save us, so my grandfather and I never doubted you. Tian Xiaowen looked at the four-handed overlord, and said with confidence, as if he had given up. You are right, I will definitely come. The four-handed overlord smiled slightly, then got up, his expression turned cold again, and looked towards Times Square. Now, it's time to kick the aliens? Oh, by the way, the reward for the first sign-in task in the system is coming. 100 million, ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward, from the martial arts world, and the enhanced martial arts book King Kong is not bad. Please choose an alien hero to strengthen it. King Kong is not bad magic. It is this? As a person who was born in China in a previous life, Xiao Chen is no stranger to King Kong's indestructible magic, which is a well-known defensive skill. It can not only defend itself, but also make his body as strong as King Kong, which is comparable to that of a human being, with super strong bones. Strengthen on the four-handed king. The four-handed overlord chose without hesitation to strengthen the King Kong's indestructible power to the currently selected alien heroes. This martial arts is suitable for alien heroes of this kind of force. This is also the second time that the four-handed overlord has strengthened himself. It was the same process as obtaining the Beiji Bang. The consciousness of the 663 four-handed overlord entered his mind, a waterfall appeared in front of him, and a figure was tempered under the waterfall for 10 years, until the golden light on his body even covered the waterfall. Not live. The man walked out of the waterfall impressively. Look at each other with the four-handed bully. That person is the phantom of Xiao Chen. The consciousness of the four-handed bully has returned to the real world, and there are wisps of perseverance in his eyes, as if the person who was trained under the waterfall was him. King Kong is not bad magic, practice it. Why do I feel that the appearance of the four-handed king has changed, and it feels stronger? Looking at the four-handed king in front of him, Mark always felt that the sense of oppression seemed to have risen a lot, and he took a few steps back. Then, I'm leaving. The four-handed overlord has completely mastered the magic of King Kong's indestructibility, no longer lingering, and after leaving a sentence, he rushed out again, stretched out his arms to protect him, and slammed into the back wall of Times Square like a rhino. Boom! The sturdy wall seemed to have cut corners and was directly collapsed by the huge body of the four-handed overlord, which attracted everyone's attention for a while. The smoke caused by the collapse of the wall covered his burly body, and through the smoke, only the shadow of a prehistoric beast could be seen. It can be said that the four-handed bully came out just in time. The light caused by Tian Xiaoben has dissipated. If the four-handed overlord arrives one step late, Tian Xiaoben will be attacked by concentrated fire, and the consequences will be disastrous. Your opponent tonight is me, the four-handed king. Accompanied by the suffocating voice of the four-handed overlord, he slowly walked out of the smoke. His sharp eyes swept over Kevin, Pell, and all the enemies. His four fists were firmly clenched, entwined with wisps of air that had been rubbed into steam. He is very hot right now and wants to beat up these bastards. Xiao Chen, you are finally here. Kevin's attention shifted directly to the four-handed overlord. He looked at the familiar red figure, and some bad memories vaguely appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, the flame of revenge burned in his eyes, and his fists rubbed together. I must be ashamed. Come on together, don't give him breathing space. As long as we work together, we can defeat Xiao Chen. The voices of Mahaz and Pell sounded one after another, and they reached a tacit cooperation. Let's go together, it doesn't matter to me. The four-handed tyrant hammered his chest with his fist, making an extremely dull sound, like a collision of steel, extremely heroic. It just so happened that he also wanted to try. What effect did his King Kong immortality magic have? Taste? Kevin didn't say a word. His body was surrounded by electricity and fire, like thunder. He took the lead in rushing to the position of the four-handed overlord, and wherever he went, he was illuminated by lightning and flames. At the same time, Pell, several mechanical robbers and two small robots also attacked the position of the four-handed bully, leaving only one small robot. It flew towards Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben clenched his fists tightly, stepped on a small robot that was about to be flattened, and said unhappily, "It will cost a lot to underestimate me. Your end will definitely be worse than this tin monster." Call. The four-handed overlord took a deep breath, kept his body still, and made a defensive posture, which made the attacking group very strange. When they thought about it, they were even more happy. Since the four-handed bully wants to defend and be a punching bag, then they will fulfill him. King Kong not bad magic. In an instant, the muscles of the four-handed overlord tensed up like a human-shaped tank. The red muscles were actually flashing with bursts of dazzling golden light. The whole person was like a Buddha, and the skin color completely changed to bronze, which matched the golden muscles. His muscles, his body, shining? What the hell is this? The expressions of Kevin and the others were all astonished. Monument? Kevin's electric fists landed on the bronze-colored shoulders of the four-handed overlord, but there was a huge buzzing sound. The four-handed overlord's body was not shaken at all, and he didn't even feel any pain. Kevin's face twitched, and he retracted his hands like an electric shock. My hands? It hurts to death. His hand, like it was hit by steel, was shocked and stinged. Broken pieces? The punches and kicks of several mechanical robbers caused their fists and the mechanical parts on the soles of their feet to be scrapped directly, and they exploded on their bodies with a bang, blowing up their bodies? And bursts of lasers from small robots? After falling on the body of the four-handed bully and causing several explosions, the smoke once again covered his figure, but he did not retreat a little bit. The light seemed to have no effect on him. Call out? The golden light penetrates the smoke like lightning, dispelling all the smoke. The four-handed overlord has blue veins bursting out, and his body is covered with muscles. Every muscle is bronze-colored, exuding a dazzling luster, which makes people unable to open their eyes. The whole night seems to reflect that golden arrogance, like the light that suppresses the darkness. What kind of weird trick is this? I remember that the muscles of this race don't glow at all, and they don't have such a terrifying defense. A fake alien? It hurts to death. Kevin was still wailing while holding his fists, barely able to stand up, but also broke out in cold sweat. His fist is about to be broken. What is this concept? The defense of the four-handed bully before just made him feel unmoved, like a big mountain. Now, not a mountain. It's a mountain of steel. It's me, I'll fight back. The four-handed overlord didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows when he endured all the injuries painlessly, but his tone was obviously a little unhappy. Boom! His dazzling fist swung towards a small robot in the air, and the golden halo instantly formed a shockwave of power, directly blasting the robot in the distance into scum. This time, instead of simply turning into a pile of parts, it was completely crushed into slag by fists. The four-handed overlord slowly retracted his fist glowing with golden thunder light. The golden light on his body quickly disappeared, and he exited the state of King Kong's incompetence. Although there was no injury on his body, his breathing became significantly aggravated. When using this move, his defense will be as terrifying as the Diamond God of War, and of course, his physical strength will be consumed quite quickly. So, you must control this trick. It's changed back again? Could it be that the state just now was a certain trick he learned? Or is it an ability that he hasn't fully mastered yet? Go, kill him together. Mahaz ruthlessly ordered all the small robots, even the robbers who were transformed by machines, to turn into mechanical creatures and rush towards the four-handed overlord uncontrollably. It's good, I'll let you guys try my punch. Bajabang. The four-handed overlord's right fist raised like a cannonball. The fist was so powerful that it even burned with wisps of flame, leaving a perfect arc in the air when swung. Boom! His right fist instantly shattered the first small robot that flew in front of him. It also turned into a pile of scum. And after smashing one and not stopping, the speed of the fist still did not decrease by 16. It blew up all the small robots in a row, and after the mechanical robbers flew out together, it was worthy of stopping. Boom! A mechanical robber was thrown into the air by his fists, and soon he was no longer visible in the sky, as if he had been knocked out of the atmosphere by his fists. Another mechanical robber directly smashed a shop in Times Square. The entire shop collapsed with a bang, and countless building fragments were crushed on him. There was only one right hand left, and it still stretched out of the ruins through the gap, trembling, obviously not living long. Octopus collapse. Cleared all enemies except Kevin and Pell. The four-handed overlord slowly used his slightly sore right fist, and said lightly, I can perform the same punch 3 times. Then, Kevin, the red-haired one, the two of you decide who will be. Did you come up first to die? At this moment, his aura was like a living monster, violent and chaotic, almost changing the color of the whole world, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart. The clouds in the entire Times Square were torn apart by the violent momentum, revealing mottled moonlight, shining on the body of the four-handed overlord. The momentum has become stronger. Kevin gradually became out of breath. He looked at the four-handed bully with a little trembling, raised his hands and aimed at the four-handed bully's body. He only dares to attack from a distance. Boom boom boom! A series of current attacks and flame offensives were mixed together, frantically blasting the body of the four-handed bully like a meteor shower. The thick smoke soon spread out, and Times Square was shaking because of the explosion. Kevin bombed dozens of offensives. The fireball and the electric current attack in turn, it is simply a super mage output. This wave of A's is enough to send Dr. Dongwu's Tyrannosaurus Rex to heaven. He is confident that his attack methods have far surpassed the stage when his superpowers were just enhanced. Kevin, your attack power is as weak as ever. For me, it's useless. The four-handed overlord, like a god, was surrounded by golden light, and he waved his forearms again, causing a violent tornado to overturn the smoke in Times Square. Countless debris fragments also took off in the opposite direction. The wind is fierce, like a natural disaster. King Kong doesn't break the magic, remove it. The four-handed overlord chanted silently, and the golden light on his body dissipated again, showing his body without any damage. Although this move is physically exhausting, if compared with Kevin, whoever persists longer, he will definitely win. One is defense, the other is crazy attack. Of course, Kevin can't support it. I want to absorb your abilities. Kevin looked at the unscathed body of the four-handed overlord. His eyes were extremely scarlet, and he was extremely greedy for this power, and his body flashed with bursts of electric sparks, like a light, which instantly reflected in front of the four-handed overlord. A palm surrounded by electric flames touched the Omnitrix pattern on the body of the four-handed overlord. Do you think this stratagem can work on me twice a day? Boom! As soon as the words fell, the palm of the four-handed overlord's iron pincers firmly grasped Kevin's outstretched wrist, and even kept his body in the air. Kevin's wrist was being held, and his entire arm couldn't lift his strength. The fingertips were only a tiny distance away from the Omnitrix pattern, and the fingertips were almost touching, but the palm behind his wrist, as if it didn't belong to him, was completely paralyzed and could not move. Let go, let me go. Kevin's body kept shaking, trying to use his body, but his wrist was tightly pinched, and he couldn't shake it at all. Boom! His other fist, the solace of his feet, constantly attacked with fists and feet, and attacked the body of the four-handed overlord with rage. Before Kevin's punches and kicks hit the four-handed bully, the four-handed bully's palm will forcefully lift Kevin high, and a burst of weightlessness makes all the latter's attacks in vain, and his body shakes. Boom! The four-handed bully lifted Kevin up, and slammed it on the ground on the left side, then lifted it up, on the ground on the right side, and smashed back and forth on the ground like this, smashing one big hole after another. Kevin's voice, from rage at the beginning, to some fear, to completely inaudible. The process is extremely violent. Pier 680 looked at all this and was stunned, unable to say a word, his body trembling violently. Looking at the Red Overlord, she was a little unclear. Who is the villain? Mohatha's robots also disappeared, and only one was still practicing with Tian Xiaoban. After a mess, the four-handed Overlord showed a happy smile, lifted the fainted Kevin with one hand, and said cheerfully, "This style of play is really relieved, and I feel a lot better." At this time, Kevin's face was smashed into a pig's head, and his body was swollen, as if he was beaten into a swollen man. Originally, he also absorbed the genes of the Flame People, but now it seems that even the genes have been beaten and collapsed, and the body has returned to its original state. Then, it's your turn. The four-handed king touched Kevin with the palm of his hand and walked slowly towards Pier, his expression full of penetrating chills. Wait a minute. Pier hurriedly raised his palm and aimed at the four-handed Overlord, his expression full of fawning and fear. I will do it myself. She lifted a cannon with the other hand, the red laser penetrated her lower abdomen instantly, and then she fainted to the ground with a scream. This guy would rather give himself a laser. Also unwilling to face the four-handed tyrant? After all, she doesn't want to be thrown back and forth. Looking at Pierre, who took the initiative to knock himself out, the four-handed overlord also twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly, but his pace of progress still stopped slowly, and he did not continue to trouble Pierre anymore. Look further. In the Times Square of Nuda, only he and Kevin in his hands, Tian Xiaoben and the small robot were left. Xiaoben, stop playing, let's fight quickly. The four-handed bully said to Tian Xiaoben boldly. Understood, Xiao Chen, I just want to get used to the various functions of this steel suit. Tian Xiaoben sounded a dull voice, looking at the small robot in front of him. He no longer held back. Bang bang bang! Tian Xiaoben's fist hit the robot's head, causing the latter to make a visual error. Then he kicked the robot high and flew. The last jump, over the small robot that flew up, hugged his fists together like a heavy hammer. Swipe down hard. Boom! The small robot slammed to the ground like a basketball, but did not bounce up again like a basketball, but directly bombed the ground and was smashed. Beautiful, little class. The four-handed overlord looked at this fluent set of movements, and gave Tian Xiaoben a thumbs up without hesitation. Phew, you're done. Tian Xiaoben's palm rested on the reactor, and he pressed it hard again. The suit was quickly lifted, and the body dripping with sweat fell to the ground, panting like a cow. Really exhausted him. However, although the body is very tired, the heart is very happy, just like the four-handed bully. He vented that chi. Kevin, it's time to deal with you. Your death is coming. The four-handed overlord slowly copied Kevin in front of him, staring fiercely at the Kevin in his hand, flashing a rare killing intent towards humans. Who let Kevin and Mahaz touch his bottom line? What's more, Kevin has done too many evil things, much more than John Amel, and must be punished. Just as he was about to strike. Flavor? Two small machine figures flew down from the sky again, and they were two small robots of Mahaz. One collided with Tian Xiaoben, who was sitting on the ground, unarmed, and the other flew towards the four-handed overlord. A choice of two again. The four-handed overlord reacted in a very fast time, and instantly saw Mahaz's intentions. It's nothing more than letting him choose one of these two people to deal with Kevin and save Tian Xiaoben. Mahaz doesn't seem to give him a chance to choose. Even if the four-handed overlord does not let Kevin go and smashes the small robot flying towards him with one punch, Tian Xiaoben will die. On the other hand, if the four-handed overlord puts down Kevin, he will not be able to reach Tian Xiaoben in time to save Tian Xiaoben. Small class? Could it be that Morjath hates himself to such an extent that he doesn't even want to be an ally like Kevin, and only wants to kill Tian Xiaoben? On the spaceship. Lord Mahaz, are you sure Xiao Chen can understand what you mean? I mean, in normal times, Xiao Chen can definitely understand what you mean, but in this critical moment, the time to think is only a few seconds. Even no, can he react? Mohatha's deputy, the red robot, leaned over and asked. It doesn't matter. That kid named Tian Xiaoben is also a scourge. Even if he gets rid of him, it will not be a loss. Kevin, although it is worth taking advantage of, it is still untrustworthy. Mahaz said in a low voice. I understand what it means to abolish JAS. The four-handed overlord suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, and he suddenly realized. He no longer hesitated, directly lifted Kevin and smashed the small robot flying towards Tian Xiaoben. Kevin's body was like a football, spinning rapidly while flying outwards, almost vomited, and directly turned into a humanoid magic circle. Monument? The small robot that attacked Tian Xiaoben really stopped attacking Xiaoben, and instead raised its limbs to catch Kevin, who was flying in. Shhhhhhhhh. However, it was not all smooth sailing to catch Kevin. The power of the four-handed overlord's throw is so terrifying. As soon as it touched Kevin, the small robot flew back dozens of meters, and it couldn't stop the impact of the four-handed tyrant on Kevin, and it was almost shattered. Fortunately, it still stabilized its body, grabbed Kevin, and flew up quickly. Boom. The four-handed overlord raised a palm, grabbed the small robot flying towards him, pinched the palm inward, and the entire robot was directly squeezed into a round iron ball by him, completely deformed. Taste? Unwilling, he also held the iron ball and threw it hard. The iron ball and the small robot turned into a small dot in the sky. I don't know if it hit the enemy. These guys, it's so insidious. The four-handed overlord stared at the sky for a while, and then stomped his feet in annoyance. The ground cracked open a large hole, and the soles of his feet were stained with a pile of broken soil and gravel. Scared me to death. How many robots does that guy Mahaz have? Could he be a super large Titan robot? Tian Xiaoben wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, said with lingering fears, and full of anti-magic Jaws' gas. The four-handed overlord couldn't help but smile. Mahaz, the head is like an octopus ball, but the body is very strong, but he really wants to see, who is stronger than the power of Mahaz now? Woo-oh. Long bells rang out from outside Times Square. Okay, we should go too. The four-handed overlord heard this voice, stopped staying, and hurriedly came to Tian Xiaoben's side, as if carrying a convenient bag, and gently picked Tian Xiaoben. Taste? With Tian Xiaoben jumped out of Times Square. Times Square, except for the potholes caused by the fists of the four-handed bully, and Pell, who fell to the ground, returned to its calm appearance. It seems that Morjath will not continue to send robots, and its plan is completely broken. Report in report, the suspects are basically gone, only one person is left. Times Square was destroyed like this, it must be the suspects. Don't think about it, those big pits are all made by that damn robot. It's too outrageous. If you can catch them, you must make them compensate. Wang Qian's, the police officers who had just entered were wandering in the square, and the voices made through the walkie-talkie. The culprit, the four-handed bully, was at ease, grabbed Tian Xiaoben and fell to the previous open space together. The surroundings were quiet, and the shadows of Tian Xiaoben and Mark disappeared. Strange? People? Was it taken? The four-handed overlord who put Tian Xiaoben down looked around with a strange expression on his face. It's Xiaoben and Xiao Chen. At this moment, behind an abandoned building in the distance, Tian Xiaoben's voice rang out. She and Mark walked out of the building one by one, and after seeing the four-handed overlord and Tian Xiaoben, they waved to the two of them and rushed over. To be cautious, they hid behind the house. Unless Xiao Chen or Xiaoben came over, they would never go out, lest they be caught and become hostages. Grandpa, Xiaoben, everything is over. The four-handed overlord said softly to the two with a relieved smile on his face. This understatement made everyone's tense spirits relaxed. The tension and crisis that lasted for most of the day was finally over at this moment. This is definitely the most dangerous time they have faced all enemies, bar none. However, with their concerted efforts, we can overcome the difficulties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus, Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. The four-handed overlord also completed the second sign-in task, and the watch's transformation time continued for 1 minute again. Including the previous time, the transformation time also extended to 9 minutes. Well, it's about to break 10 minutes. Grandpa, Xiao Wen will take you for a ride. Everyone must be tired. I will tell you all about it after returning to the hotel. The four-handed overlord spread his forearms and said as usual. This is already the daily life of the big guy. In the hotel room, there was a sumptuous amount of food on the table. Xiao Chen, Mark, and others gathered around the table, enjoying this delicious, warm food. There was a 680 night comedy show on the TV, and everyone burst into laughter from time to time. This kind of ordinary life, even Xiao Chen, who is a superhero, feels very comfortable. Long-lost relaxation. Dude, I really didn't expect that you could actually get the steel suit given by Xiao Chen, and even beat the aliens. This time, you're not bad. Tian Xiaoben looked at Tian Xiaoben, bickering as usual, but finally praised Tian Xiaoben. She and Grandpa both saw how hard Xiaoben and Xiao Chen worked to save them. Although I may not be as good as Xiao Chen, I will also be a hero. Tian Xiaoben stood up from his chair and said confidently. Ouch. Not long after the announcement was made, Tian Xiaoben, whose legs were weak, sat back on the chair with a grin. This evening's duel with the robot really cost him too much energy. Xiaoben, take a hot bath at night and have a good rest. Xiao Chen said to Tian Xiaoben, who rubbed his knees and showed an embarrassed but polite smile. Grandpa, I have a very curious question. At this time, Tian Xiaoben put down his knife and fork, his expression full of curiosity. Why, you and I have been caught in Times Square for so long. No one came to rescue us? It stands to reason that the police in the United States will come to rescue us. What? After her question came out, the happy atmosphere of the entire dinner table solidified and became very embarrassing. Tian Xiaoben also became puzzled and patted his head. Yes, why didn't I think of this question? Xiao Chen and Mark fell silent together tacitly. They all know what the reason is, but they are all pretending to be confused. In fact, Xiao Chen was also secretly watching Mark's expression. He wanted to see if Mark would reveal any information. He didn't have to worry about secrets, so he could discuss such topics occasionally. In this world, there is an organization called the Tian Guild. After a little silence, Mark slowly put down the plate and said slowly, it is an organization with superpowers, aliens. Their definition is similar to the hero organization you see in comic books, and the members there are specialized to deal with this kind of abnormal crime today. The reason why ordinary police officers are not involved in this matter is because this matter is handled by people with special abilities, such as members of the Heavenly Union, or people like us. To be precise, Xiao Chen's processing speed was so fast every time that the members of the Heavenly Guild had not rushed over, and the task was completed. So there is no need to come. For the rest, Mark didn't reveal any more, let Xiaoben and Xiaoen ask what he wanted, and he didn't reveal any useful information, such as his old plumber's identity. Bjit. He just lied that he was a coincidence. The next day you know the union. Of course, Xiaoben and Xiaoen are not so easy to fool, they don't believe it, and they both think that Mark is definitely a member of the Heavenly Union in private. Why? Which retired old man would have such a modified car? What a joke! When I'm a few years older, maybe I can consider joining the Heavenly Guild. Xiao Chen thought silently. On the sky. SHHHHHHHH. The small robot that was caught off guard was caught by Kevin's palms, and all the electronic energy in the body was inhaled by Kevin. Ah. Kevin's eyes turned into electro-optic eyes, like stars. His whole body was full of electric light, floating in the air. As for the small robot that was originally holding him, because it had no power, it first stopped in midair, and then began to fall downward. Kevin, what are you doing? The small robot fell down, and the last angry roar of Mohath sounded. What? Kevin's mouth slowly curled into a smile, his head was raised high, his chin was facing the robot. My Kevin wants to be his own master, not someone's younger brother. Mahaz, you won't think I've been a scumbag these past few years? On Earth, we are allies. I went to your territory, on your spaceship, didn't I let you slaughter you? Stop teasing. He is not stupid. If he really can't cooperate with Mahaz, he would rather take revenge on Xiao Chen alone? Size. In order to prevent being tracked by Mahaz, Kevin turned into an electric light that cut through the sky like a flash of lightning and quickly disappeared into the dark night. Looking from a distance, the people on the ground thought it was a comet passing by. Silently make a wish. On the spaceship. Quiet and scary. Mohatha's lungs were about to explode. First, Xiao Chen, who dared to resist him and even let his plans fail again and again. Here's another Kevin from My Life is Up to Me, I Can't Help Mahaz. Are all the children of the earth so hanging? How much has my body recovered? Mohath resisted the weather and asked in a very low voice. I see. In the nutrition compartment. His upper body has almost recovered, and it is extremely strong, almost the same as that of a four-handed overlord, but his arms and lower body have not fully grown. Lord Mahaz, it won't take long for you to fully recover, maybe, within half a month. The red robot replied after looking at the data from the nutrition cabin. Very good. Mohath spit out this word bitterly, and his words were full of impatient murderous aura. When I recover completely, I will go out in person, first deal with that kid Xiao Chen, and get the Omnitrix I want. That kid Kevin, if you can use the waste, you can use it, if you can't use it, kill it. Murderous, the night passed. Dawn comes. Xiao Chen and others, who had stayed in this big hotel for more than 2 days, also checked out in the morning, and drove the old car to the new town. They didn't encounter any dangers along the way, it was an accident. When we arrived in town, it was already noon. The town is the same as Aunt Vera and the others before, except that the settings are relatively backward, and it is also in some remote suburbs. Grandpa, did we spend almost all the funds for our entire summer vacation in the big hotel that stayed in those 2 days? Looking at the small town in front of him, Xiao Chen teased with his head up. It's also very fun here, and there will be a meeting at night, you will definitely like it. Mark said indifferently, and when it came to the meeting, his eyes lit up even more. Let me just say, Grandpa must have regarded summer vacation activities as his retirement life. Who still watches the rally? Tian Xiaoben leaned over to Xiao Chen and whispered to Mark. Okay, just say a few words less, don't let Grandpa hear it, his ears haven't carried that level yet. Xiao Chen looked at Mark carefully, and reminded Tian Xiaoben to prevent him from talking more and more. Next, the 4 of them ate in the town and played around. Although it was not very fun, it was quite comfortable. It wasn't until the time of the rally that Xiao Chen and the others, led by Mark, came to the rally site and felt the prosperity of this town. There were large tents erected everywhere at the rally, like the dome tents in a circus, with people walking around everywhere, and it was very lively. What's going to be fun here? It's so sleepy, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoben looked around, and after confirming that there were no video games or the like, he immediately dozed off. I heard that there will be a circus performing at the rally tonight, why don't we go to the circus together? It just so happens that we haven't had a good time these days, and watching the circus will relieve our boredom. Mark said with a look of interest. Xiao Chen was the first to raise his hands in approval. Good to send. Going to the video game hall will meet the unruly gangsters. There should be no dangerous people in the circus. Today can be my vacation day. Well, as long as he is willing to go, Tian Xiaoan definitely wants to accompany him, and Xiaoben is not willing to be single, which is directly equivalent to unanimous approval. Mark is very pleased and saved a lot of trouble. The gathering was not big, and the 4 of them only needed to follow the majority of the people and walked forward to reach the circus. It could be seen that the circus was very popular, and people from the whole town might have come to watch it. After walking for about a few minutes, a circus appeared not far in front of Xiao Chen, and there was a clown's big face on the door of the circus. It was a clown with pale skin, a fat face, and a pair of gloomy eyes. It didn't look like it could bring laughter to people, but it had a gloomy feeling. Is this an illusion? Maybe I've been too sensitive lately. Xiao Chen comforted himself, or the villain might be so weak that I didn't even have an impression of him. And on the stage next to the circus, a host was facing Xiao Chen and all the visitors, and explained generously and enthusiastically, everyone, come and see, our circus people, the most ferocious and invincible geeks in the whole universe, who can cover mountains and rivers with boundless strength skinhead. It's so powerful, I'd like to see it. Xiao Chen stopped and said with interest, the most invincible monster in the universe? He is so powerful, have you ever asked Mahaz? Tian Xiaoben also joked. Others also stopped one by one. Without him, this host is too appetizing. Everyone wants to know what the most ferocious geek in the universe looks like. His hand pointed to the side, and the light matched the light to cast a beam of light, illuminating the dark stage. Taste? A tall man dressed in black like a prison uniform, with a small inch of green hair, a tiger-backed waist, and a muscular man in a comic, appeared under the light. He was holding a steel bar in both hands, and the steel bar was just like that against the back of his neck. Humph. The bald tyrant groaned and pushed forward with both palms. Nothing happened to his neck. Instead, the steel bars twisted instantly, and the 2 sides directly pressed against the sides of his neck, twisting from straight to the shape of a collar. Wow, what a lot of strength, and his body is so strong. As expected of the most terrifying monster in the universe. Ha ha ha, this time the ticket price is worth it, to see such a powerful geek performance. The passers-by let out an exclamation of admiration, all admiring and touting the bald man. In their eyes, this is almost a superpower? As for Xiao Chen, he looked at the thin body of the bald fighter and thought to himself, if he turned into a four-handed tyrant, one punch would probably make the bald fighter and the steel bar end up in the same way. However, this guy is also a freak compared to ordinary people, and he is worth guarding against. For flowers. Taste? The bald tyrant raised the bent steel bars in his hand high, as if he was about to fly into the crowd to smash people, and many people screamed. The host said unhurriedly, applause to welcome the snake hair girl. Taste? A long red hair like a vine curled up the rebar that was thrown high, hanging in the air until it was pinched. It was a hot, fair-skinned woman, wearing a black dress, but she herself had a cool, repulsive temperament. As for her hair, it was more like Medusa. The roots of red hair are actually cooked, like countless red snakes. Many people's eyes were sunk in, and they couldn't take their eyes off the hot girl, the snake-haired girl. Even Xiao Chen showed a hint of surprise at first glance. It's really pretty, mainly because of her good figure. 0. The most important thing is that she is a superpower. In Xiao Chen's knowledge, among all superpowers she has met, the snake-haired girl has the highest appearance and first-class figure. Kevin and the bald guy just now, you know what you know. But how could this small circus actually have two superpowers? This deserves Xiao Chen's vigilance. You must know that he and Xiaoben are the famous death physique in this world. Wherever they go, things will happen. Although I don't remember exactly what will happen here, Xiao Chen knows that nothing good will happen. In short, keep an eye out and pay attention to these people, you can't go wrong. Next, Gorgon used her red hair to make a heart shape, and the steel bar was deformed again, and finally she used her hair to gently put it on the display cabinet beside it. Crushed. A man wearing a metal mask, looking really sorry for the audience, with a thin body, like a walking dead, finally made his debut. He took off his mask. Puff. Spit out a mouthful of corrosive liquid, and the entire steel bar is completely corroded. Seeing this scene, many viewers almost vomited, and the emotions that had been raised by the appearance of the snake-haired girl were suddenly extinguished. 3 superpowers. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It's better not to do anything for me, I just want to watch a circus. If you guys do something with me, then don't blame me for being rude. After the performances of the bald tyrant, the Gorgon, and the sour monster ended, the 3 slowly disappeared into the shadows, as if they had never appeared before. People who didn't plan to go to the circus originally had high expectations for the circus because of the appearance of the 3 of them, and joined the queue to buy tickets one after another. Suddenly, there was a long queue in front of the circus, including Xiao Chen, Mark, and others. Xiao Chen, do you feel that the 3 of them are not quite right? Tian Xiaoben shouted at Xiao Chen who was in front of him. Because there were so many people, only Xiao Chen and others could hear his voice. No one else will notice. It's a little strange. I hope they don't make any trouble, or they won't end well. Xiao Chen spoke his thoughts. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, are you too sensitive? These are just 3, 6, or 80 ordinary superpowers. Actually, it's not surprising that there are such superpowers in this world. Mark asked curiously when he heard the conversation between the 2. Sensitivity is better than dullness, right? After all, we can't afford to lose. Xiao Chen said sharply, immediately leaving Mark speechless, raising his hands to agree with Xiao Chen's thoughts. Who made Xiao Chen speak so reasonable? Even his grandfather couldn't say it. Xiao Chen, inside the circus, you can watch, and I can watch outside, okay. Tian Xiaoben discussed with Xiao Chen, today is your vacation. When he heard the holiday, Xiao Chen was a little moved, but Chang Sheng still refused. No, it's too risky for you. Alright, Xiao Chen, can't I deal with these 3 weirdos? If they dare to mess around, I'll pick them up. By the way, I will trouble you to take care of them in the circus. Tian Xiaoben patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, and without giving Xiao Chen a reason to refuse, he ran away from the team and slipped into a certain shop in the rally. It just so happened that the owner of the shop came to see the circus, and there was no one there. Even if Tian Xiaoben stayed inside, no one would find out. Xiao Chen sighed silently, and after sighing, his mood improved again. The 3 weirdos outside are handed over to Xiaoben, and he can just stay inside and watch the performance in peace. After waiting in line for several minutes, Xiao Chen and the 3 arrived. After spending the money to buy tickets, they could enter the circus. The space inside the circus is very large. Xiao Chen and the others sat in the middle of the auditorium in 3 consecutive positions, holding soda in their hands, chatting and laughing as they waited for the performers to come on stage. Until the circus lights are on. The one on the previous sign, the fat clown who looks very gloomy and can't be said to be funny at all, Posen, walks out from behind the curtain of the stage, and the performance officially begins. Everyone, good evening, audience, welcome, come and watch my performance tonight. Posen slowly lowered his hat, squinted his eyes and looked at the audience. His expression was very excited, as if he was expecting something. When his eyes passed Xiao Chen can feel the coldness in waves. This clown made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. It seems that you can't take it lightly in the circus. This clown named Posen must have a ghost. Xiao Chen resisted the urge to do something and sat quietly in his place. He wanted to see what kind of moth this circus could toss up. Clap, clap, clap. There were bursts of warm applause from the audience, welcoming the arrival of Posen, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Then, the show begins. Posen took off his magic hat, revealing a Mediterranean expression, coupled with its pale complexion and old and ugly facial features. It looked like an old hair-loss vampire. Monument? There was a burst of smoke from the magic hat in his hand, the smoke disappeared, and the magic hat in his hand turned into a lot of white doves and flew out. Haha, isn't my head funny? Posen pointed to his Mediterranean Sea and showed an innocent smile. This is the circus? Is this an insult to my IQ? Xiao Chen felt a burst of disbelief and almost spit out a mouthful of water. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Xiao Wen, Mark beside him, actually laughed out loud at the same time, looking like he was laughing. Ha 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 ha. Even the other audience members laughed together, and the entire auditorium suddenly boiled. It was extremely lively. As if Posen is really a Uranus superstar. Hey hey. Posen's smile evoked, and it became even more ghostly. 2 balls began to appear in his hands. He threw the balls back and forth, and then caught them with his hands. There were only 3 or 4 balls in the whole process, and he almost couldn't catch them. The most outrageous thing is that after he could no longer catch the ball fell to the ground, and he kicked the ball away with one kick. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. And the auditorium, looking at Posen's failed appearance, once again burst into laughter. Isn't it, Xiao Wen, Grandpa, can you all laugh at this? This Posen magician is obviously very inferior. Xiao Chen finally couldn't help it this time, looked at the 2 laughing beside him, and asked Road. But, as if they couldn't hear him, the 2 continued to laugh to themselves. It's just like uncontrollable laughter? Huh? This kid is all right. It doesn't matter, after a few rounds, you will laugh out loud too. Posen's expression remained unchanged after seeing Xiao Chen, the only one who didn't laugh, and thought confidently. As predicted, it wasn't just the audience members in the auditorium who were laughing after Posen went through several rounds of hilarious performances. Even Xiao Chen's heart was filled with a strange wave, a smile unconsciously evoked on his face, his eyes were a little blurry, and he was about to fall into endless jokes. That's right, this kid is laughing too. Haha, I'm really surprised that he can resist my joke for so long. His willpower is very strong, but he can study it well at 4.5. Posen said with great interest after taking a few glances at Xiao Chen. He looked away. Xiao Chen's smile became more and more enthusiastic, almost like Xiao Wen and the others, and he was about to burst out laughing. In the watch, Ghost Shadow's domineering and side-leaking voice sounded impressively, as if it penetrated the Omnitrix and could directly reach Xiao Chen's heart. Boy, don't be deceived by that guy who pretends to be a ghost. He is performing a special illusion. Wake me up. When I was playing illusion, he didn't know where to learn to walk. You are my change the body, absolutely cannot be controlled by his illusion. That voice directly hit Xiao Chen's heart. Taste? Suddenly, the smile on Xiao Chen's face disappeared completely, and he looked at everything around him with ruthlessness like waking up from a dream. What happened to him just now? It was like he was out of control. Xiao Chen recalled the memory just now. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his expression showed a look of horror. Even a strong-willed person like him almost fell into Posen's illusion. Fortunately, my willpower is strong enough to wake me up from the state of being subjected to illusions. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he was hypnotized, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he found that he was no longer affected by Posen's jokes, as if he had become resistant. Omnitrix. Ghost Shadow said sideways, idiot kid, without me, can you resist that illusion? It's your honor to have my help. Xiao Chen couldn't hear Ghost Shadow's proud voice. His attention fell on Posen, because he would not be affected by the illusion, so he had to pretend to be laughing so as not to be seen by Posen. He has to figure out a way to get Mark and the others out of this ghost place too, and figure out what the hell Posen is up to. Outside, almost everyone in the market went to the circus to watch Posen's performance, so it was very deserted, and there was no one there. Tian Xiaoban put his hands in his pockets and walked in the lively and empty market, with a hint of fear on his expression. Clown or something. Looking at the sign is scary. I don't want to see that thing. He insisted on coming out, not just to watch the 3 superpowers, more because he is afraid of clowns. Well, this may be because he watched too many clown horror movies and too many urban stories before, so he was not fooled. In short, even if he was killed, he didn't dare to face Posen the clown. That was his psychological shadow. Research? The noise made Tian Xiaoban, who was in deep thought, wake up suddenly and return to reality. Boom! Another sound of beating and smashing sounded, especially loud in the deserted market. It came from a shop in the distance. Tian Xiaoban looked at the store in the distance. I saw that the superpower bald tyrant was using his brute force and iron skin to smash the radio of the shop and take out the dollar bills inside. I like money. The bald man wiped a large amount of banknotes in his hand, looked at the banknotes, and smiled. Taste? There is a shop with jewelry next to it. The snake-haired girl waved her strands of red hair, smashed the display cabinet, took out a string of jewelry, and took out one of the rings, and put it on her slender jade finger. The moonlight shone on her beautiful appearance, coupled with the high and cold temperament. It was unimaginable. This was a disaster. Unfortunately, his 2 accomplices are not people who will appreciate it. Pfft. The sour monster took off the iron mask and used a mouthful of corrosive liquid to corrode the walls of the store, so that he could easily enter the warehouse behind to check if there was anything missing. The 3 of them robbed money in the market when there was no one there? These 3 people really have a problem? use their superpowers to steal money. Tian Xiaoben's expression suddenly became solemn when he saw this scene, his fists clenched tightly. His intuition is definitely not covered? What's the matter with that kid? At this moment, the bald tyrant in the distance noticed Tian Xiaoben, who had a serious expression, and asked his companion with some doubts. Why didn't he go to the circus? The snake-haired girl noticed Tian Xiaoben, her pretty face was a little puzzled, she tilted her head slightly, and her cold eyes seemed to have wisps of serenity. Anyway, knock this brat out, don't let him get in our way, said the sour monster fiercely. The three superpowers put the money in their hands into a sack and walked towards Tian Xiaoben. What surprised the three of them was that the child was neither frightened nor turned around to look for his mother, nor was he frightened, but instead looked eager to try. Frightened, stupid? You three, bumping into me today is considered unlucky for you. Tian Xiaoben looked at the three of them with awe, and said lightly, ha 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 ha. The bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the stinky weirdo all burst into laughter when they heard this. Why is this little bastard so unreasonable? Didn't his mother teach him what fear is? Wait, I can't stop laughing. Tian Xiaoben slowly stretched out his palm and pulled down the zipper on his clothes, revealing the shimmering reactor on his chest. The faint light adorned his domineering face. This scene is domineering. What kind of bald guy this kid is wearing seems to be frightened, and his expression is a little surprised. Who? It's freezing me. Tian Xiaoben suddenly closed his clothes again, folded his arms, and fought a cold war. His domineering image instantly collapsed. It's really cold tonight. Unsurprisingly, the bald bullies burst into laughter again. The snake-haired girl even leaned over in a tone of coaxing a child, with a playful smile on her pretty face. Little devil, is that thing you're wearing a fluorescent lamp your mother used to prevent you from getting lost at night? Ha ha ha. The bald tyrant and the sour geek burst out laughing, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily happy. That's weird. Tian Xiaoben pressed down the reactor forcefully, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. Ping ping ping. The reactor possesses terrifying nanotechnology. The originally small reactor instantly extended countless steel parts, which were assembled on Tian Xiaoben's body to form a terrifying body of steel, a suit tailored for him? See. All three of them were shocked. Standing in front of them, it was no longer the brown-haired little boy, but an iron man with an adult-like body. That big monster, aren't you the most vicious monster in the universe? Would you like to bump a fist with me? Tian Xiaoben grabbed his steel right fist and shouted directly at the bald bully. What the hell is this 680? It looks like it's like armor. How could a kid have such a thing? Gorgon and Sour Strange both looked very surprised. The bald tyrant with well-developed limbs couldn't control his emotions on the spot. His eyebrows were pulled down. His eyes were fierce. No matter what it is, I will beat him. Bang bang bang. He instantly raised his thighs, like a cheetah pounced on its prey, and slammed into Tian Xiaoben. Bang bang bang. In the same way, Tian Xiaoben also drove his body and rushed towards the bald bully. The two were like beasts, launching the most ferocious and primitive means of fighting. When the two approached, they raised their fists almost at the same time and walked towards each other fiercely. Boom! A punch hit Tian Xiaoben's chest first and foremost. He just took 2 steps back, his body swayed a few times, and then he showed an indifferent expression. It hurts, but only a little. Boom! The bald bully was hit in the chest in the next second. His entire body bent suddenly, his knees went weak, he half knelt on the ground, and coughed several times. Not only that, but his fists were red with pain. This bald tyrant is so rude. Tian Xiaoben retracted his fists and said in high spirits. His eyes fell on the Gorgon and the sour monster. You two, who will go first? Kid, don't be arrogant. Seeing Tian Xiaoben's appearance, the sour monster was furious and spit out a large piece of corrosive liquid directly at Tian Xiaoben. When he flew over in midair, the surrounding air was covered with corrosive liquid. Burning, bursting with steam. You are wicked. Tian Xiaoben let out a strange cry, his feet spurted out flames instantly, his body vacated, and the corrosive liquid just flew under his feet and landed on his original position. Sizzle. The ground seemed to be burned through, making the sound of frying pans, corroding into a big pit, and bubbling with smoke. What if you can fly? I don't believe it, I can't vomit you. The sour monster spit out corrosive liquid at Tian Xiaoben several times in a row. Fortunately, it was not the first time that Tian Xiaoben had used this mode of battle. He controlled his balance and flew to the left and right, narrowly avoiding the corrosive attack of the stinky sour monster. And, as the number of dodging increases gradually, Tian Xiaoben's body movements have obviously become a little more agile. From the very beginning, he can dodge easily, and then he can easily avoid the attack of the sour monster. His strength is growing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, and these three guys have become the existence to give Xiaoben the experience. Damn it, why can't he vomit him? The stinky and sour monster stepped on his feet in despair, spitting out so much corrosive liquid that even he couldn't bear some of it, and was extremely thirsty. I think you should be more worried about your safety than whether you can attack me. Take advantage of your illness to kill you? Tian Xiaoben seized the stagnant space of the stinky man, and rushed towards the stinky stupid. The steel body crashed down from the air, and it was like a meteor. Tian Xiaoben's figure was reflected in the eyes of the sour monster. His expression became panicked. He turned around and fled in an instant. In a hurry? Research? It's just that he didn't have time to dodge. Tian Xiaoben rushed over too fast. Tian Xiaoben's body instantly hit the back of the sour monster. The sour monster let out a scream. His body seemed to have been hit by a train. He took off straight ahead, slammed into a dog and ate shit, and his back swelled up a lot, screaming again and again. Tian Xiaoben, on the other hand, only slowed down a little, but he could still maintain a distance of about half a meter from the ground and continue to fly. His eyes fell on the last person, Gorgon. The snake-haired girl's cold and pretty face suddenly became a lot nervous, her silver teeth clenched, her hair twirled like a snake dance, and the whole person looked extremely nervous. Okay, you're the only one left. Although I'm a person who doesn't like to beat women, but if you want to resist, then Tian Xiaoben will keep talking and pause for a while. Originally he wanted to say girls. However, if he says woman, will he look more like an adult and more mature? The snake-haired girl didn't listen to Tian Xiaoben's kiss at all. Taking advantage of the gap between the latter's words, circles of red hair flew out like vines, and instantly wrapped around Tian Xiaoben's waist, wrapping layer after layer. Hey, don't force me. Tian Xiaoben, who was caught off guard, grabbed the snake-haired girl's hair with both hands and roared. Taste? The snake-haired girl's light body leaned back, her posture was very flexible, and the snake-like red hair also used Tian Xiaoben's body, crossed directly above her, and swung hard toward the rear. Monument? Just now, the stinking dog eating shit was reacted directly on Tian Xiaoben, and the heavy body was directly smashed into smoke. Cough cough. The snake-haired girl quickly retracted her snake hair, her eyebrows frowned, and a burst of smoke couldn't help making her cough a few times. Her beautiful pupils shrank suddenly, and a trace of fear appeared in her heart. In smoke? A huge figure appeared? It's Tian Xiaoben? It took less than 2 seconds for him to fall down, and he got up again as if he was nothing. How could an attack of that level cause harm to me? Tian Xiaoben slowly walked out of the smoke and narrated flatly. He didn't mean to look down on the snake-haired girl. It's just that one fall, it really has no effect on him. Boom! Tian Xiaoben, who clenched his fists, was about to attack the snake-haired girl when the bald bully who had been hammered down stood up and hit Tian Xiaoben's shoulder from the side like a bull. Bang bang bang! The bald bully himself was shocked and took 3 or 4 steps backwards. The arms that were protecting him were slightly numb, and he was a little dumbfounded. This guy's defense is too terrible. What material is it? Even steel is not like this. Exaggerate. Boom! And Tian Xiaoben inevitably tilted to the side and fell. This made him disheartened and shameless. He put his palms on the ground and hurriedly prepared to stand up. It seems that I didn't take you down completely just now, bald freak. Let's go together, don't take it lightly. You can't underestimate him just because he's a kid. At this time, the sour monster also stood up again, rubbed his still aching cheeks, and said to the other two. The Gorgon and the bald man nodded solemnly. The 3 of them reached a direct alliance. If you can fight in groups, why do you want to fight one-on-one? Hey, it's too shameful for you to be like this. I haven't stood up yet, you wait for me. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly cursed at the shamelessness of the 3 of them, his feet spewing flames immediately. To help him get up faster? Taste? The Gorgon's work is faster, her slender waist, which seems to be unable to hold a hand, bends slightly, her hair is like a biting snake, and she grabs Tian Xiaoben's knees. She used to step back. Tian Xiaoben, who was about to stand up, lost his balance again and fell backwards. Taste? At the same time, the bald tyrant rushed out with lightning speed, jumped fiercely on Tian Xiaoben, and smashed the latter to the ground at once. Bang bang, Wang Qian's monument. He directly bent his fists into a bow shape, punched and punched again. While he was grinning and screaming in pain, he fiercely touched Tian Xiaoben's body. Although the steel battlesuit is separated, Tian Xiaoben can still feel the strength feedback, and his expression is also twitching. Let me do it. The sour monster opened his mouth and spit out a large chunk of long-charged corrosive liquid towards Tian Xiaoben, who was being held down by the bald bully. Ugh, that's disgusting. Tian Xiaoben resisted the urge to vomit. One palm straightened from the ground, the palm gun condensed a little golden light, and quickly reached out. Boom! The weak golden light and corrosive liquid formed an explosion in midair, which blocked the attack of the stinky sour monster. Goo! But Tian Xiaoben is still at a disadvantage. 3 people, 1 controller, 1 warrior, and 1 mage. It's a perfect lineup. This makes it difficult for Tian Xiaoben to gain the upper hand. You guys are too rude. Tian Xiaoben's fists are overwhelmed. While resisting the offensive of the bald man, he has to release weak energy to block the corrosive liquid of the sour monster, and by the way, he has to avoid the attack of the Gorgon. This made his physical strength consumption very fast, and even his eyes began to be dazed and groggy. The situation is very dangerous. After all, Tian Xiaoben still had little combat experience, and his physical strength was not strong enough. The picture returns to the inside of the circus again. Here, the situation is equally critical. The clown posing on the stage, riding a prop car, drove around the stage and stopped, rammed the car door and walked out, posing a funny posture. The jokes were very neat. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny, I've never seen such a happy clown in my life. It's more fun than Belling's comedy movie. The audience in the auditorium, including Mark and Tian Xiaoben, gave applause and laughter without hesitation, which made Posang the clown very gratified, as if this personal show belonged to him. Only Xiao Chen, with a very stiff smile, has been forcibly adapting to the atmosphere in the auditorium. I can't stand this guy's full-footed joke, it makes me so embarrassed that I want to get into the ground. Xiao Chen resisted the disgust in his heart and looked at Tian Xiaoan and Mark beside him. Grandpa and Xiaoan, it seems to be getting more and more serious, and even I ignore it. He must leave here, and take Xiaoan and Mark away together. Others, leave it alone for the time being. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen stood up directly, holding Tian Xiaoan's soft little hand in his right hand, and holding Mark's shoulder in his left hand, and abruptly pulled the two of them up from the seats in the auditorium together. He hugged the two and wanted to take them out of the audience. Wow! Suddenly, a light came to the auditorium, which happened to be on Xiao Chen and the others. Xiao Chen's body movements froze immediately, grabbing Mark and Xiao Wen's hands and staying on the spot. Flavor? The eyes of all the audience members in the auditorium converged on Xiao Chen's body, and those eyes were full of displeasure, disgust, and even anger. Like a group of zombies, they found the performance of a normal person. Even Xiaoan and Mark besides Xiao Chen are the same. This little boy, what are you doing in such a hurry? Where do you want to go? Posen still had a chilling smile on his face, his eyes floating on Xiao Chen. With so many eyes gathered, Xiao Chen is very uncomfortable, and he can't wait to take a picture of the Omnitrix screen immediately to get rid of this discomfort. He took a deep breath, his emotions, calmed down quickly, and he kept a smirk with a calm look. Mr. Posen, I want to go out to the toilet. Saying that, he released his hands and let Tian Xiaoan and Mark sit back in their seats. Posen stared at Xiao Chen's face for a while, who was still calm. Then he smiled again. Children, go and come back quickly, don't miss the wonderful performance next. I'm going to tell you a joke about polar bears. The circus resumed its liveliness, and everyone looked at Posen with a smile. Only then did Xiao Chen breathe a sigh of relief, carefully avoiding the legs stretched out by other audience members, walked out of the auditorium, and walked towards the outside of the circus. If he forcibly took Xiaoan and them away just now, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave, and he can only transform into alien heroes in front of everyone. God knows if these people will remember this memory if they regain their senses. Posen on the stage still looked disapproving, thinking to himself, that kid is so calm even when I've been staring at him. He must have been controlled by me, so he doesn't know he's afraid. The child has been frightened and cried for a long time. How could he know that Xiao Chen had encountered more terrifying ruthless characters than him, so how could he be afraid of a clown? After Xiao Chen walked out of the circus, breathing in the cold, fresh air outside, his thinking became much clearer. This time the opponent is a bit difficult to deal with. He controls too many ordinary people. I can't do it well. By the way, what about the small class? He remembered Xiaoban? Bang bang bang. There was a dull sound of fists and feet colliding in the distance, and it could be clearly heard from far away. It must be a duel between Xiaoban and those weirdos. Right now, Xiaoban is also an important fighting force. Xiao Chen must join him quickly. Xiao Chen quickly walked towards the source of the sound. As he got closer, he saw a shadow pressing on a shadow, and there were two shadows beside him to help control the one below. I became a little wary in my heart. Get closer. Xiao Chen was stunned to see the battle situation. Tian Xiaoban's body was tied by red hair, and pressed by a bald tyrant. The sour monster was assisting him, and he was directly pressed and beaten. Xiao Ban, why did you do this? Xiao Chen covered his face and said helplessly to Tian Xiaoban. Who? Why is there another brat? He sounds like he still knows this kid. Damn it, are the little brats so restless these days? The three bald tyrants were startled again, and their eyes fell on Xiao Chen coldly, full of impatience. Xiao Chen, it's not that I can't beat it, it's really these people who bully the less, it's too shameless. Tian Xiaoban wailed, still trying to save his face. Okay, let me help you. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was eating marks, and couldn't bear it. Help. Does this kid have any superpowers too? Could it be the little brother of this little brat called Xiaoban? The trio looked at Xiao Chen uneasily for a while, thinking that the latter was Xiao Ban's younger brother or something. After all, in their cognition, as a child, Tian Xiaoban is strong enough, it is impossible to have another child. Is he more powerful than him? Xiao Chen ignored them, raised his finger and pressed the Omnitrix's screen. The screen popped up, and he turned his watch again. Seeing this, Zhang Kaiba was about to spit the corrosive liquid at Xiao Chen. He didn't know what happened to the Omnitrix, but his intuition told him that it must not be something beneficial to them. Don't move, if you dare to shoot, my palm cannon will blow up your body. However, Tian Xiaoban vigorously raised his palm cannon, threatening the sour monster. Just so little time. Boom! Xiao Chen has already photographed the Omnitrix screen, and the body is surrounded by green light particles, which are particularly conspicuous in the night. What armor is this? Fluorescent armor? How can it be so dazzling? The three superpowers all jumped up their eyes subconsciously, looking at the green light with anxiety. The green light dissipated. What appeared in front of them was not the so-called steel armor, but a brand new, completely unseen humanoid creature. Especially his body is very dazzling, that diamond body almost blinds the eyes of the trio. In their eyes, this is a moving treasure house. Diamond god of war. He can turn into an alien. The sour strange said in disbelief. He looks very valuable, and the diamonds on him are beautiful. The snake-haired girl looked interested, looked at the sparkling diamond god of war, and then looked at the ring on her finger. She couldn't. After a brief shock, the bald tyrant took a long breath and said, whether he transforms into an alien or uses a steel battlesuit, as long as he dares to hinder us, we will beat him down. After the other two heard the words, their expressions became a lot more stern, and they threw Tian Xiaoben aside, posing, ready to deal with the diamond god of war. Boom! Tian Xiaoben's body fell on the ground, and he couldn't get up. He was completely overdrawn, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Xiaoben, take a good rest, and leave it to me to solve it here. The diamond god of war slowly raised his head, his arrogant eyes swept over the three people in front of him, and he did not put these three opponents in his eyes. Good. Tian Xiaoben spat out the word with difficulty, put his trembling palm on the reactor and pressed it hard. Monument. The steel battlesuit was lifted, and Tian Xiaoben, who was sweating profusely, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The sour monster, the bald man and the Gorgonian, the three of them are undoubtedly irritated by the arrogant words of the diamond god of war. The previous Tian Xiaoben, seeing the three of them going together, just yelled shamelessly. How dare this radiant fellow dare to speak so bluntly, to deal with the three of them at once? Court death. The sour monster's eyes are extremely hot, and when he opens his mouth, he spit out a mouthful of corrosive liquid. What? It's disgusting. The diamond god of war frowned slightly, the solace of his feet stepped on the ground in front of him, and the ground suddenly grew huge green crystals, blocking him like a city wall. The diamond city wall, while its defensive power is amazing, also reveals a beautiful posture. Sit size. The corrosive liquid has no way to hold the diamond at all, and slipped down the smooth diamond body and fell to the ground, just leaving some traces on it. This scene. But it stimulated the sour monsters even more. Catch him. As long as we catch him, we can have infinite wealth. Everyone sees it. He can create diamonds and we're going to make a fortune. No more robbery to live. The bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl and the others, their eyes turned red, panting heavily, as if looking at their prey. No, looking at the fat sheep, looking at the diamond god of war behind the diamond city wall. Interesting. You are still the first enemy who wants to catch me because of money. The pattern is a bit low, but it is understandable. The diamond god of war walked out of the diamond city wall and commented on the three of them lightly, with a vague confidence of winning. Death is imminent, and you are still stubborn. He rubbed his bald head with his fists, imitating the way he hit Tian Xiaoben before, and slammed into the diamond god of war, trying to knock down the diamond god of war. The diamond god of war just showed a shallow smile, and that smile was full of disdain, as if mocking the bald man's self-control. The bald tyrant is even more angry, his body speed has accelerated a lot, he must knock down the diamond god of war. Boom! Until the two figures completely collided and made a huge roar. The figure of the diamond god of war, because of brute force, shook a little, but stabilized in a very fast time. The ground under his feet collapsed instantly due to the feedback of strength. However, on the other hand, those who hit people are bald. Instead, he looked like someone who had been hit, his face was red and swollen, and most of his body was bruised. He took off in the opposite direction, accompanied by bursts of screams like ghosts and wolves. The mantis arm is a car, and it is beyond its capacity. The diamond god of war gently patted the dust on his clothes and said calmly. This unexpected result made Gorgon and Sour Strange look shocked. Bald tyrant, why do you feel that you have lost more than when you faced Tian Xiaoben just now? Isn't this person Tian Xiaoben's younger brother? How can he be so powerful? You two, who comes first? Don't wait for me to find you. The diamond god of war looked at the two of them gently, and asked calmly, exuding a strong arrogance between his words and deeds. Invincible god of war, diamond god of war. Let's go together. I don't believe that he can resist our offensive. The snake-haired girl bit her lower lip, leaning forward, and countless snake hairs instantly wrapped around the knees of the diamond god of war. Duh. She looked happy. You're not as good, but it's not strong enough. The diamond god of war looked at the snake hair on his knees with interest. Call out. The next moment, his right arm turned into a diamond knife with coolant, and it slashed toward the snake. Cess. The snake head at the root of the snake's hair screamed in fear in an instant, and hurriedly retracted its body, as if hitting a nemesis, while the slightly slower snake head, directly connected to the hair, was cut off and fell to the ground. For flowers. The sword light of Lengzhou. It mirrors each other with the rays of light on the diamond god of war, full of chilling meaning. My hair was cut off directly. The Gorgon looked at the snake hair she maintained with some distress, and then looked at the diamond god of war with fear. She quietly took a step back. You, aren't you Tian Xiaoben's younger brother? How can you be so much more powerful than him? The stinky sour man obviously still maintained his previous concept, and asked incredulously. What? The diamond god of war has a black question mark on his face. This little brother, did you unilaterally come out? I am the strongest one. Gorgon, bald bully, and their hearts suddenly felt chills. 0. It turns out that this kid is the strongest? He can transform into an invincible alien? The three of them stopped talking nonsense. The snake-haired girl was in charge of wrapping the body of the diamond god of war with her snake hair again. The sour monster was in charge of the sneak attack. Monument? The snake hair girl's hair was cut off by a knife again, and it almost hit her directly. Zi Lala? The acid monster's corrosive liquid flowed down the body of the diamond god of war, corroding the ground, and the corrosive liquid passed, and his body was unscathed. As for the bald tyrant's fist, the diamond god of war did not even fight back, but instead deliberately rammed his fist with his body. In the end, the bald tyrant was holding the hand that was about to break off the bones, screaming over there. The three worked together. As a result, the three of them were killed together. At the level of Xiao Chen's cosmic powerhouse, it's not that the weak can make up for the gap with numbers, and even if they can, to what extent do they have to count? Then, are there only 3 of you who want to solve it? The Diamond War God's eyes were filled with cold light, and he asked slowly in a low voice. The killing intent was so real and completely unbelievable. This is a 10-year-old boy transformed? The stinky weirdo, the snake-haired girl, and their expressions were all filled with fear. They no longer took the initiative to attack, but instead, they retreated together step by step. This person. They are not rivals. The gap is so big that it makes them a little desperate, looking for the boss to deal with this diamond monster. The sour monster's eyes burst with bloodshot, and he growled hysterically. This is the only way out? Billion, yes, look for the boss. The strength of the boss is much stronger than ours. He will definitely be able to defeat this big green monster. The Gorgon also nodded desperately. The 3 of them obviously lost their fighting spirit. They were constantly thinking about how to escape the attack of this Diamond God of War, and they asked the boss to come out to support them. But the Diamond God of War took the initiative but opened his mouth, with a playful look on his face. Wait, did you just say that there is still a boss who hasn't come out? The 3 of them tightened their bodies and stared at the Diamond God of War, not daring to speak easily. If you don't speak, you will acquiesce. Your boss is the one named Posen the Clown, right? The Diamond God of War asked again. This time, the bald tyrant had a little courage, and replied weakly, yes, our boss is Lord Posen. His strength is very powerful. You are not his opponent. When it comes to the boss, his confidence is also more 60-80. The sour monster and the Gorgon all looked at him speechlessly. You said that big guy will definitely not let them find the boss easily? Isn't this a fool's behavior? Okay, then the 3 of you, one of them, go and call your boss over. The words of the Diamond God of War made everyone else stunned. What the fuck does this mean? Knowing that the enemy is very strong, are you still willing to let them find that enemy? For a while, the sour monsters and the others couldn't understand the logical relationship of the Diamond God of War. First, it's very troublesome and a waste of time for me to catch you one by one. I want to get rid of you together. Second, I am very upset with that clown and want to beat him, so please invite him over and be beaten. In the silent market, every majestic words of the Diamond God of War resounded, filled with the arrogance of being a god of war. Well, then I'm going to find the boss. The bald man looked carefully at the Diamond God of War and asked for instructions. Go. By the way, don't call me a big man, or some green diamond, I'm a Diamond God of War. The Diamond God of War nodded, and then emphasized it with a serious expression. Mars? This word resounded heavily in the ears of the 3 people on the opposite side, but the Diamond God of War was really like a god of war, and it was full of terrifying oppression from a distance. The bald man immediately ran to the circus, directly posing for a 100-meter sprint. After running to the circus, he jumped onto the stage without stopping, directly in front of Posen, who was performing a joke. Why did you suddenly appear? Did you know that I was enjoying the food? Looking at the bald tyrant who suddenly stood in front of him, Posen's expression darkened, and a pair of horrified eyes stared at the bald monster. Being stared at like this, the bald man even has a feeling that his body is being torn apart. The boss, as expected of the boss, will definitely be able to defeat that guy called the Diamond God of War. Yes, it is like this, boss. Let me tell you that the bald monster lowered his body slightly, and briefly talked about the Diamond God of War and Tian Xiaoben. Posen's expression changed rapidly, and finally, he gave the bald man a vicious look. 3 frivolous rubbish. This little trouble still needs me to do it myself. The bald tyrant shrank his head, did not dare to refute, and looked very submissive. Everyone in the audience. Posen bypassed the bald man again, with a penetrating laugh on his face. I need to excuse me for a while. Don't worry, I will be back in 5 minutes. Everyone can wait for my performance with peace of mind already. What Diamond Aries? He can beat this unknown freak in 5 minutes. 07. The audience in the auditorium completely lost their subjective consciousness. No matter what Posen said, some people applauded, and they kept smiling with dementia. Go. Posen turned around. His expression became cold, like a ghost-like face, extremely ferocious. I want that guy called the Diamond God of War to die without a place to be buried. He and the bald man quickly walked out of the circus, and before they reached the Diamond God of War, the latter's complaints could be heard from a long distance away. Your boss named Posen. Did he become frightened when he heard my name and didn't dare to walk? Why hasn't he come over yet? Has he not had enough to eat? Xiao, An, God of War. Posen's footsteps stopped abruptly. His expression was so angry that he couldn't hold back, and he gasped for several breaths before he could barely hold his footsteps and continued to walk with the bald bully. 2TM arrogant? He has to tear this bastard apart? Involuntarily, he quickened his pace and rushed to the battlefield with the bald bully. When he saw the appearance of the Diamond God of War, Posen's anger turned a lot, and his expression was a little obsessed. This is a perfect body. Not bad. It can be used as an ornament in my house, saving you from death, but it will break your limbs. Okay, so scary. Seeing the clown, Tian Xiaoben subconsciously shrank his neck and lowered his head, not daring to look at the clown. The Diamond God of War was mocking and fired on the spot. Ugly ghost, use me as an ornament in your home? Save me from death? Seeing you like that, I will be disgusted to death by you. In an instant, the smile on Poseng's face disappeared without a trace, and his chubby body swelled even more. No one dared to be so disrespectful to him? How dare you mock him like that? Nobody? He totally pissed off the boss. The bald tyrant and the stinky monster stayed aside, looking at the two facing each other. His heart became even more chilled, and he was afraid of the death of the Diamond God of War. If the Diamond God of War is killed by the boss who is not exhausted will definitely trouble them. Then what God of War, you must be strong. Hold on, within 3 rounds. Die. Poseng kicked up his feet, and a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground that did not match his solace. His body seemed to be a balloon and flew towards the body of the Diamond God of War, as if performing karate. His palm slashed towards the body of the Diamond God of War. Bang bang bang! The building that his palms swept across had a lot of cracks directly, and it was unbearable. The strength is actually close to the 6 or 6 monsters, and the crabs blame them? It's not as loud as I thought. The Diamond God of War's expression was slightly surprised. Afraid? Are you? Poseng noticed the change in the expression of the Diamond God of War, and he was even more proud in his heart, until Monument? His pair of knife-like palms made a deafening sound when they severely hit the fatal part of the Diamond God of War. In mind, is the Diamond Ares body is split. Actually, the Diamond God of War didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows, and his body only trembled slightly for a few seconds. Poseng's face was completely twisted, and he couldn't control his facial expression at all. His palms swelled up instantly, he lost consciousness, and he began to make a heart-piercing scream, louder than the sound of a bald bully. Comment? Holding a pair of swollen hands, he rolled back and forth on the ground, as pitiful as a little shrimp. Beautiful, that green idiot was beaten and screamed. Ha ha ha, are you still arrogant? In their minds, the boss is an invincible existence. Even if they saw Poseng screaming in agony, they smiled and called Poseng. When reacting, all faces changed dramatically. Shit, how is the boss who fell to the ground? This script is wrong. Posen's dress is very realistic. The clown was me. The Diamond God of War looked at Posen, who was rolling on the ground while calling. You really chose a good name for yourself, Joker. It suits you very well. How did you come up with your brain and confront me head on? If you want to meet him head on, at least you have to be a character like a titanium alloy all over the body, so you can touch him. It hurts me. Poseng strongly resisted the pain, wiped away the tears that he had shed, and hurriedly got up and stepped back, pulling a lot of distance away from the Diamond God of War, as if he was very afraid. Boss, are you alright? Do you need our help? Seeing the cancer-eating boss, the stinky weirdo, and the bald head bullying them, his confidence instantly weakened, and he asked Poseng in a submissive manner. No need, I was just careless, I can handle this guy. Poseng is still pushing hard, after all, he is a boss-level character, how can he lose face in front of his younger brother? Call out? Suddenly there was an axe in his hand, and a sharp mountain axe appeared like magic, showing a strange smile. Ha ha ha, if I can't touch you with my hands, I will use an axe, like chopping wood, to kill you monster. Split. Come to 16 to scare me with a toy? The Diamond God of War sneered and immediately counterattacked, taunting Poseng until his face flushed and he was speechless. I'm going to kill you. Poseng looked crazy, waved the mountain axe in his hand, lifted up the cold blue light, and slashed at the body part of the Diamond God of War. Mound. Ping ping ping. Every time it collided, the body of the Diamond God of War swayed slightly, and the axe was directly shaken back, causing Poseng's palms to go numb one after another, and he almost couldn't catch the axe. No matter how many times he attacks, the Diamond God of War has always had a calm expression on his face, standing proudly in the same place, as invincible as Xingtian. I don't believe it, I can't stop cutting you. Poseng roared hoarsely, and jumped from the ground in an instant, waving the axe in his hand and falling from the air to the body of the Diamond God of War. The combination of weight and strength caused the axe to set off bursts of cold light, and the surrounding buildings appeared directly. Cracks? It's useless. The words of the Diamond God of War made Poseng's heart beat fiercely, and he felt a trace of fear inexplicably. He raised his right arm casually and blocked it in front of him, not paying any attention to Poseng's tricks. Ping! Another crisp roar. The axe on Poseng's hand, the top half was directly chopped off by the huge anti-shock force, and flew out. The bottom half was still in his hand, followed by him by the anti-shock force and flew bald to Ba's side. As for the body of the Diamond God of War, his knees were only slightly bent, and he did not take a step back. Pick up, catch up boss. The bald man and the others looked at Poseng who was flying over, and they were in a hurry, using snake hair and both hands, and finally the bald man hugged the flying Poseng. Don't worry about me, let's see if that guy is injured. Poseng didn't care about his own safety at all, but looked at the Diamond God of War eagerly. He just wanted to know now, how different is it between me and this guy? Is there any chance of winning? Hiss. The next moment, the Diamond God of War took a deep breath, turned his arm over, frowned and looked at the arm that had blocked the axe. Ha ha ha, are you suffering now? Your hands must be ripped apart. Poseng's eyes were full of twisted bloodshots, showing an excited smile, and said sarcastically, Xiao Chen, are you alright? Tian Xiaoban's eyes opened a gap, trying his best not to look at Poseng, but looked at the Diamond God of War with some worry. I've never been injured so badly. The Diamond God of War suddenly raised his head and turned his arm over. On the arm illuminated by the moonlight, a shallow white mark could be seen, which is probably equivalent to the kind you cut out by pressing hard on your arm with your fingernail. Mark. He was very upset. What kind of cat and dog can hurt him now? At least it has to be at the level of the 6 monsters to have face? Haha. After Posen saw the mark, he immediately laughed out loud. Just as he was about to sneer a few words, his face turned completely dark. White stamp. After a few seconds, the print became lighter. Be sure to hurry up and send the Diamond God of War to the hospital, and never send it again. The wound will heal on its own. Posen once thought that the Diamond God of War was mocking himself in a way of high emotional intelligence. But looking at that guy's angry look, it's not pretending at all. Taste? This moment, the Diamond God of War has moved. He showed warrior-level speed, and rushed to the stupefied Posen very quickly, with a fist like a whirling cannon, his elbows bent, his fist clenched, and he perfectly hit Posen's body from the side in a whirling manner. Body? Puff. Posen opened his mouth instantly, spit out a small mouthful of white foam, his body bent like a small shrimp, and was knocked flying into a building with a bang. The building was smashed by Posen's body on the spot, and countless broken wood bricks pressed against his body, like a natural coffin prepared for him. From coming, and then to fly Posen. The whole process is less than 10 seconds. The Diamond God of War even kept leaning forward and punching, staying beside the stunned bald man and the others. The boss was punched and flew out. Snake-haired pretty face was covered with cold sweat, her delicate body was trembling, and she began to fear the Diamond God of War from the bottom of her heart. We're going to rescue the boss. The sour monster scrambled to the side of the ruins, frantically scraping at the debris. Stop pulling, maybe your boss has already been knocked out by that punch. Remind in advance that if you don't save your boss now, I will let you go to prison and get a good death. But you must fight me again, then do it well and die here. As long as you dare to find Posen, we will fight again. Just hold on to the determination to die here. The Diamond God of War said so. 680's domineering and unparalleled remarks directly shocked the three people present. Their bodies remained motionless, and their hands began to slowly throw up, because they could feel the real killing intent from the words of the Diamond God of War. Surrender now, before it's too late. Seeing the effect of his mind attack, the Diamond God of War also showed a satisfied expression. In the face of these scumbags, you must be violent enough. He is not a Spider-Man hero like Xiaoben, he prefers to be Batman. The three of them were about to surrender. Research? Suddenly a figure appeared from the ruins, and that figure was accompanied by countless pieces of wood and broken bricks that had been thrown away, rolling down in all directions, and some of them also flew towards the Diamond God of War, but they were shot down by his palm. It was Posen with a trace of blood on the pig's horns and a crazy expression. His magic hat disappeared, and only the hairstyle of the Mediterranean Sea was left. He looked very embarrassed. It looks like he is very angry. Ugh. The Diamond God of War sighed and looked at Posen with cold eyes. Why come out again? If you keep pretending to be dead and wait until you are caught, you can still escape, and now that you have come out, you can't let me turn a blind eye. Bar. How do you know? He just finished saying such a domineering sideline. Taste? Posen turned his head and fled to the circus. This made the Diamond God of War stunned, and the three Posen superpowers all stared blankly at his back. This. Skinhead, boss, have you made a mistake? The Diamond God of War is in front, why did you go in the wrong direction? Boss, you may be a bit lunatic, this guy called the Diamond God of War is here, you are going the wrong way. The bald man shouted at Posen's back. Puff. The stinky monster and the snake-haired girl's faces instantly became extremely ugly, and the former even spit out a large mouthful of corrosive liquid and fell on the ground, both of which were shown by the bald tyrant's IQ. Show, the ultimate show. The figure of Posen who had gone away also twitched and shouted angrily, now, you all go to the circus stage with me, hurry up. SHHHHHH. The sour monster, the bald man, and the Gorgonian, after the three were instructed, as if they were ready, they fled with Posen to the backstage of the circus. Don't run. The Diamond God of War did not expect the four of them to be so spineless. Their expressions froze for a moment, and immediately raised their right arm, which turned into a honeycomb-shaped gatling, and released countless diamond xyli flying knives from the holes. One after another, the sword shadows glowing with cold light poked past. The four people who were escaping immediately dodged left and right, and almost got hit several times. The bald tyrant was unlucky enough to bump into the shop several times, but even so, he didn't want to be attacked by the diamond. The diamond flying knife that fell on the ground penetrates directly to the end, and there is no trace of the knife at all, only bottomless cracks. How did you escape so fast? At this moment, the Diamond God of War, like a big boss hanging and beating uprightly, sent all four of them into the circus. He was a little unhappy, and his mood became hurried. Transformation time is limited, must be as soon as possible. Xiaoben, it's very dangerous to stay here, come in with me. When the time comes to rescue Grandpa and Xiaoan, you will need your help. The Diamond God of War looked back at Tian Xiaoben and urged. Tian Xiaoben was still hesitating and frightened, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he stood up again. Okay, Xiao Chen, I'll follow you. Let's say it first, you will deal with that clown, I will no problem with the other three. Let's go. The Diamond God of War smiled happily, and Tian Xiaoben quickly ran to the entrance of the circus, bypassing the ticket check, and walked directly into the circus. The auditorium was full of people and it was very quiet. The two of them stood in the aisle between the auditoriums, looking particularly embarrassed. On the other hand, Posen, the bald head overpowering them, was standing on the stage, looking very embarrassed. Everyone, good evening. I am also an invited guest to perform. My performance project is, try how durable Mr. Clown is. The Diamond God of War was not at all stage frightened. Facing the gazes of many audience members, he showed a relaxed look, his right arm turned into a diamond knife, and he slowly walked towards Posen and the others on the stage. Look at the Diamond God of War coming. The bald tyrant, the Gorgon, and the sour monster all looked extremely nervous, and they had no choice but to retreat on the stage. Why? Boss Posen is coming here? Posen, however, looked mysterious, and his eyes fell on an audience member in the auditorium. This audience member, please play a sumo wrestling with Mr. Diamond in the aisle? This is your show. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the audience laughed. Posen's words seemed to have magic power, which could make them fall into laughter. And the audience who was given the order even got up and ran to the front of the Diamond God of War, blocking the way of the aisle. Control this person. The Diamond God of War looked at the person blocking him with a slightly cautious expression. He didn't dare to use too much force, it would easily hurt ordinary people. What? The man stretched out his strong arms, hugged the body of the Diamond God of War, and let out a strange cry. He really regarded himself as a sumo wrestler. It's just that in the eyes of the Diamond God of War, there are many flaws and it is very ridiculous. He casually turned to the side, and let the man rush to the open space behind him, throwing a dog and eating shit. These little tricks of yours are useless. The Diamond God of War glanced at the fallen man, then looked at Posen coldly, and set up a honeycomb gatling directly. He would use a long-range attack, so that Posen had no chance to order. But, flavor, one, another, the audience who got up from the auditorium while laughing wildly, blocked the front of the Diamond God of War, and the entire aisle was blocked. He couldn't even aim at Posen, because the dense head in front blocked Posen's figure. Why are these guys laughing all the time? When can they stop for a while? Tian Xiaoben, who stayed behind, watched the strange scene, and his heart was a little cold. The Diamond God of War also felt a sense of discomfort, staring at the crowd gathered in front of him. He knew that this group of people could not pose a threat, but the harsh laughter and weird expressions could still cause him physical discomfort. Play sumo wrestling for a while with that person called the Diamond God of War. Posen's arrogant laughter sounded, and he used these ordinary people to deal with the Diamond God of War very despicably. I can't do it at all. Those ordinary people poured in one after another, and the Diamond God of War couldn't do all of them, but just protected his body and was pushed back by a large group of people. He also tried to push his arms towards the crowd. But there are always people who accidentally knocked on the auditorium next to him because of his strength, and even stabbed out blood, which made it even more difficult for the Diamond God of War to do it. He couldn't gamble on the safety of ordinary people. More importantly, Xiao Chen, let's watch Mr. Posen's performance together. Xiao Chen, why don't you laugh? When you encounter difficulties, you have to face him with a smile. Tian Xiaoan and Mark, the two most important relatives of Xiao Chen, were also in the crowd, walking towards the Diamond God of War. Xiao Chen, you can't do it. Grandpa and Nerd are in there too. Tian Xiaoben retreated with the Diamond God of War and said in a low voice, I know, this is the most troublesome thing, and it can only be left to them. The Diamond God of War was very troubled. He was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd and mixed into the crowd. In order to prevent anyone from being stabbed, he had to withdraw the handsome double thorns on his back. It's time to transform, and it's almost time to use this method. Wang Qian's looked at the Diamond God of War who was unable to move an inch, and the bald tyrant said, Boss, as expected of you, you are so smart to come up with such a way to deal with him. Hee, otherwise why do I have hair on the sides of my head, but you don't? Posen smiled slyly, and patted the bald-headed bully's shiny back. It's just that Posen didn't know that the transformation time of the Diamond God of War was limited, so they took advantage of the time when the Diamond God of War was blocked, and quickly fled into the backstage of the circus, for fear that the Diamond God of War would break out and look for it again. They settle accounts. This clown? It's useless to use someone manipulated against me? The Diamond God of War was drowned in the crowd, his voice was also drowned out, his mood gradually became irritable, and even a little angry. Bayo. This anger will not last long, because the transformation time of the Diamond God of War has reached the limit, and the special sound effects of Omnitrix are flashing and flashing. Oops, it's time for Omnitrix's transformation? Xiaoben, the two of us hid in a place where no one was around. If we were discovered without being transformed, the consequences would be disastrous. The Diamond God of War said anxiously, stretched out his palm and grabbed Tian Xiaoben's collar directly, led him out of the crowd, and landed in the corner of the circus, behind a pile of prop boxes. The prop boxes are stacked together, and there are still gaps, which can not only hide, but also observe the outside world. Bayu, there were bursts of light behind the piles of prop boxes. The arrogant Diamond God of War returned to his human state. Xiao Chen, his expression suddenly calmed down. Xiao Ban, don't make a sound, we'll just hide here. Then, what if those guys come over? Tian Xiaoben asked nervously. Don't worry. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed a ruthless color, and he said firmly, if you really get to that step, when you have to, you can directly activate the steel battle suit, blast them away, and cover our evacuation. Good? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tian Xiaoben involuntarily became serious, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the stage through the gap. Xiao Chen, look. Okay. Xiao Chen pressed his body against the box and looked along the gap. Posen and the others, who had been hiding behind the stage, slipped out quietly because there was no movement. Great, okay, boss, that big guy is really gone. The bald tyrant couldn't find the figure of the diamond god of war in the crowd, and instantly said with a smile, "SHH, be quiet." Posen reprimanded the bald tyrant fiercely, and then looked around nervously. Among them, when he saw the prop box, he didn't care about his expression, that kind of big man couldn't squeeze into such a small place. Boss, should we wait for him to come back and ambush him? The snake-haired girl lowered her voice, her pretty face covered in frost. No. Posen refused, let's go now. We don't know where he is, and we must not stay here. Go to our base camp. He wasn't sure if the diamond god of war was nearby, so he didn't even search, he just left. The loser is poor information? Hear their conversation. Xiao Chen was shocked. This circus is not yet their base camp? Where is the real home base? Friends, let's walk together and keep smiling. Posen smiled again and walked to the front of the crowd. Like a king, he led many people out of the circus, including Tian Xiaoan and Mark. The rest of the people also fainted and fell to the ground. The bald tyrant and the snake-haired girl followed closely behind. They're leaving, let's just mix into the crowd. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and grabbed it with both fists. It seems that this is the only way to follow them, then let's go. Tian Xiaoben also judged the result and nodded helplessly. Then, Xiao Chen stood up first, showing a serious smile, and with the help of the child's body, he easily blended into the team and followed the crowd. After taking a few deep breaths, Tian Xiaoben lowered his head and tried his best to ensure that he would not be seen by the clown, and walked slowly towards the crowd. Hey, sudden? The bald bully looked at Tian Xiaoben coldly and stopped the latter. Tian Xiaoben's body froze suddenly, his movements became much stiffer, and he put his palm on the reactor. Xiao Ban was found. Xiao Chen also turned his head nervously, looked at Tian Xiaoben who had not yet mixed into the crowd, and became worried. Little devil, you look familiar to me? Hurry up, or I'll beat you up. Who knows, the bald-headed bee is just trying to scare the child? Tian Xiaoben's face was covered with black lines, he resisted the urge to scold, and kept smiling as he mixed into the crowd. You're so boring. The snake-haired girl hugged Xiang's shoulders with her hands, and her beautiful eyes squinted at the bald man, and sneered very, BGEF. Tonight was too embarrassing. The bald tyrant said sullenly, being beaten twice in a row can only maintain his dignity by bullying children? The three of them are in charge of the rear of the palace, in case the diamond god of war comes to sneak attack again. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben followed the army and came to a big truck. Posen was sitting in the driver's seat of the car, and those people came to the empty trailer behind the big truck, standing in rows and rows. This made Xiao Chen extremely curious. Where are these people going? He and Xiaoben also followed suit. The Gorgon, the bald-headed bully, approached the car cautiously, and after watching it for a minute or two, reported to Posenghui in the car, the diamond god of war has disappeared. I must have been frightened by us. Ran. It must be like this. The corner of Poseng's mouth twitched. He was very good at using the spiritual victory method. Sitting in the back of the car, Xiao Chen heard everything word for word, but watched the bald man and the others follow him. Xiao Chen, aren't these people too shameless? Tian Xiaoben couldn't help but scold Xiao Chen. They are in trouble. They will control the trouble these ordinary people find us. I have to find a way to control these ordinary people. Xiao Chen began to look for the next transformation option in his heart. The car started. After driving through a meeting, a small town, I came to the road in the mountains outside, and circled around the road again and again, until I stopped in front of an open space halfway up the mountain. In the open space, various warehouses were erected, and there must be many treasures stolen by Poseng and the others, and the most conspicuous one is the clown house with a bust of Poseng at the door. That's probably the base camp. Xiaoben, let's go down first, don't follow the crowd this time, and survey the surrounding terrain. After speaking, Xiao Chen shook the Omnitrix on his wrist. Green, fully charged state. From now on, this camp will be called Xiao Chen Camp. Wow, that's great. We can finally walk in front of those thugs without any hassle, and we don't have to worry about the charging of the watch. Tian Xiaoben felt exalted, even his back straightened. Of course, Xiao Chen remained cautious, penetrated the crowd, and after realizing that there was no one behind the car, he turned over the door of the trailer and landed gently on the ground. Tian Xiaoben followed. The two quickly hid beside a warehouse and quietly watched the movement of the truck. It's all down, don't linger on it. The bald tyrants and the stinky weirdos came to the back of the car, opened the door, and drove down a large number of people above, commanding them unceremoniously. After everyone came down, the camp immediately burst into laughter and became infiltrating. Come on, I'm going to start, enjoy the food. Only Poseng showed an excited expression, rubbed his hands, and walked towards the clown house with a large group of people. Poseng, the bald bully and the others led the controlled crowd into the clown house one by one, and soon returned to the outside. Go, let's follow. Xiao Chen suppressed his temper, and after confirming that no one would be ambushed, he whispered to Tian Xiaoben, "Really, do you really want to go in?" Tian Xiaoben's eyes were slightly blurred, looking at the bust photo of Posen on the signboard, the red nose, and the makeup eyes were all scary. At this time, Xiao Chen noticed that Tian Xiaoben's mood was not right, and asked with concern, "What's the matter, Xiaoben? What do you think of this clown?" I'm not afraid of clowns," Tian Xiaoben said anxiously, and immediately stopped recruiting himself. "I believe you are not afraid of clowns, but we have been in the crowd for too long just now, you need a breath of fresh air, right?" Xiao Chen also gave face very much. He did not expose Tian Xiaoben and pretended to be confused. "Hey, let me wait a moment. Okay, I'll give you some more time." Tian Xiaoben took a few breaths again and again, looking at the bust of Posen. He kept encouraging himself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, he's just a fat man with a red nose, don't be afraid at all. He's still Mediterranean." Thinking of this, he took the first step bravely. Raise your head and look directly at the bust of Posen, and finally don't feel scared because of the image of the clown. Let's go. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoben's growth, cast an approving look, and walked out immediately, heading towards the clown house. He takes the lead. After the two entered the clown house. It's a long corridor. There are mirrors all around the corridor, which directly mirror each other, making the figures of the two people everywhere. "A lot of me and you." Tian Xiaoben looked at the mirror around him nervously and said horribly, "It's just a little trick to play tricks, don't worry." Xiao Chen was very rational. He looked at the mirror around him dismissively, and continued to walk at a relaxed pace, as if he was walking in his own courtyard, and walked forward. With a very brave teammate, even Xiaoben's courage also improved. The two walked out of the mirror area like an enclave, and encountered some tricks along the way. This corridor seems to be endless. After several areas in a row, the front is always dark and long. Until it was pitch black in front of Xiao Chen, and the soles of his feet continued to walk forward, subconsciously thinking that the front was still a corridor. Call out? He suddenly lost his foot, his body suddenly entered a state of weightlessness, and fell down. There is a dead end ahead. It was just because the clown house was so dark that he didn't see the road clearly. Fortunately, Xiao Chen only fell down for a short while before falling onto the soft carpet, barely able to stand up again. But Tian Xiaoben at the back was hesitant. After he noticed that Xiao Chen had fallen, he stopped moving forward and did not dare to shout. It was as if the darkness would devour him. Wow! The headlights in the clown house suddenly turned on, and the light dispelled a large area of darkness, illuminating the area where Xiao Chen was. All around, Mu Ran appeared one after another with smiles on their faces, but they couldn't laugh anymore, as if they had lost their souls. In the center of the hut, there is a huge container with a glass cover around it. Inside the glass cover is a clear black smiley face, as if something wants to run out of it. It's a smiley face. Xiao Chen looked at the smiling face in the container, and then looked at the person beside him. They also have a smiley face, the same smiley face. Moreover, it is because they came to this ghost place that they lost their laughter and just stood there stupidly. It must be the one who pounded the container. Xiao Chen reacted instantly. He looked at Tian Xiaoben, who was still standing in the corridor above, suppressing his voice. "Xiaoben, come down, jump on the carpet, and try to be as quiet as possible." Saying that, he stepped back a few steps and gave up the distance. "It's simple, just don't make me face the clown and the darkness." Tian Xiaoben was very courageous. He took a few steps back, and actually used one end to run, so that he could jump out of the corridor and landed directly on the carpet. His physical fitness was obviously not as good as Xiao Chen's, and he held onto the carpet and cried for several seconds before being helped by Xiao Chen. "Is there nothing wrong?" Xiao Chen asked Tian Xiaoben while supporting him. "All right, Xiao Chen, compared to those people's ghost appearances, I'm much better." Tian Xiaoben patted his chest and pretended to be fine, but this shot made his expression twitch. After waiting for another half a minute, the pain subsided, and Xiao Chen didn't need to change to Fusion's class. Tian Xiaoben also noticed the people around him, as well as that terrifying container. "Ask for flowers." What's going on with that container? There are still many faces in it, and they're still stuck to the glass leather. Tian Xiaoben looked at the huge container with a look of admiration. First, Dongwu, a biologist, and then Posen, a leading scientist. Holy crap, these scientists, they should be in textbooks. Watching their stories is no more exciting than watching theories. This is Tian Xiaoben's witty idea. Laughing, it corresponds to a human expression. That container probably holds people's smiles in it. Xiao Chen's answer was almost the same, and he immediately made a decision. "Xiao Ban, we are going to destroy this container now. Go." Tian Xiaoben quite agrees with Xiao Chen's decision. It was Xiao Chen who took the lead, Tian Xiaoben was behind, and the two of them tiptoed towards the huge container, walking out until the crowd approached the huge container. 0. I didn't expect that. After capturing so many people's joy value, in the end, the two of you were still missed. A inside voice suddenly came from behind the container. Posen staggered out from behind the huge container. His pale face was illuminated by the pale yellow light. His face was bloodless, and he grinned. "I originally wanted to hide here, thinking I could ambush that diamond god of war, but I didn't expect that. The two of you are in ambush? Clown." Tian Xiaoban's expression became tense. He instantly squatted down, lowered his head, and wrapped his hands around his knees, looking pitiful and helpless. Xiao Chen did not laugh at Tian Xiaoban, but stood in front of him silently, facing the clown Posen without any fear. Boss, I remember him. The bald head, the snake-haired girl, and the others also walked out from behind the container, and the sour monster pointed at Tian Xiaoban and said, he is the kid with the steel battle suit, the one who fought us before you came out. Huh. Posen raised his eyebrows, looking at Xiao Chen with a meaningful look. He's the kid in the steel suit, so that diamond god of war is also a kid transformed. Could it be you? His tone suddenly became fierce. What tricks do you want? I would really like to ask, what is the function of this container? It looks like a piece of broken metal. Xiao Chen pointed to the huge container and asked deliberately. Really? The bald tyrant on the opposite side put on a not-so-smart yazzie, blushing and holding his bald head. He directly shook out the roll of the container. 100 million, how can you, little devil, understand the great achievements of our boss? This is called the clown instrument. It can absorb people's joy value, make people lose their smiles, and only have sad emotions. With the ability of our boss, enough to make anyone his puppet. The skinhead introduces the terrifying abilities of this container. Clown apparatus. Absorb people's emotions? Okay. Posen interrupted the bald man impatiently, because he was very upset because he was robbed of his lines. Little devil, although I don't know what trick you wanted to become that kind of big guy. But as long as this if the puppet is here, you will never dare to act rashly. He looked as though Xiao Chen was determined, and put on a complacent gesture. That's not necessarily. If you meet someone who is stronger than your illusion, then your words won't work. Xiao Chen slowly raised the Omnitrix of his wrist, turned on the screen, and 680 quickly reversed to the position of the ghost. Ghost Shadow couldn't wait, and growled excitedly in the Omnitrix. Finally it's my turn, this old and ugly clown, I've long wanted to flatten him. Boom! Xiao Chen took the Omnitrix's screen heavily, his body flashing with a green storm. Can he transform by pressing the watch? What is that watch? Posen immediately saw the Omnitrix's mechanism, and his expression was full of doubts. Get ready for the big green man. We already have enough combat experience to face him. The Gorgon, the bald man, and their expressions are obviously more confident. They think that they will not lose so badly, at least not worse than before. But the green light slowly drifted away, and what appeared in front of them was no longer the familiar diamond god of war. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, it's my mealtime. An ethereal, ghostly voice resounded throughout the clown house, as if with a terrifying magic power. Spectre-like existence, floating in midair, full of thrilling murderous aura. Boom, bang bang bang. The bald tyrant, the sour monster, and the Gorgon, the hearts of the three of them are like the engine is starting, shattering. In front of you, it's like waiting for a god of death. Let them be so terrified that they can't breathe. Hoo. Even Posen, who thought he was extremely terrifying, was short of breath for a while, and looked at the ghost in front of him tremblingly. It seems to be in front of this monster. His so-called terrifying tricks are like a child's existence. Ghosts are the incarnation of gathering terror, and even the god of terror. You, aren't you that big green man, the diamond god of war? How could you be like this? Posen wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said calmly. How could it be? So scary? This guy looks so scary? My god. The ghost hand covered his eyes and looked like he was powerless to complain. You guys really have a good purpose, and you like to make up some things on your own. When did I say that I can only transform into that alien? Human. He now has the DNA of 11 powerful aliens? No, don't worry. Everyone else, come on together, and stop me from this person, who is a ghost. Posen took a step back, not even fighting, and directly waved his hands and directed the surrounding puppets. Yes, he was afraid. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Flavor? Groups of puppets are like robots that have received instructions. Once again surrounded by ghosts, they seem to want to stage the previous drama. Joy, let you follow Posen's orders. Then I want to see what the extreme fear can do to you. The ghost's eyes suddenly released a purple evil ray of light, enticing the soul, like a circle of light, from his body as the center, spreading to all the crowds around, passing over their heads. That was the first time he used alien power on humans. I don't know what the effect will be. Bang bang bang. All the puppets suddenly stopped in place, and their faces that were originally extremely sad were suddenly replaced by another emotion. Fear. Their eyes also reflected bursts of purple light. World. Changed. In the illusion, the ghost's face occupies the entire sky, looking down at everyone like a ghost. Welcome to my world. Here, I will let you experience the ultimate fear. Help. Hell. This is hell. Mom, I want mom. One after another, the puppets trembled violently, and fell directly to the ground, crying and shouting, immersed in extreme fear and unable to extricate themselves. What shit jokes, what shit sad emotions. Not at all. My illusion was replaced by this guy with a more powerful illusion. Posen's expression was as ugly as eating a fly, and his fists were tightly clenched. Just for a moment. The people blocking the ghosts around are like a flock of mowed wheat, quickly falling down one after another, all of them posing a pitiful and helpless look. So scary? You, what have you done? The stinky man looked at the wailing crowd on the ground with some fear in his heart and asked. Me? I just showed them hell. My hell. The ghost figure slowly spread out his arms, and Kazlan stared at them with big eyes. You guys, do you also want to experience what hell is like? What? Except for Posen, who could barely stand, the other three all retreated under the gaze of those eyes. How does this feel? It's scarier than the diamond god of war. You guys have to give me this? Don't look at his illusion skills, maybe the physical skills are his shortcoming. Posen stared at the ghost, desperate to slander him. Look at his thin body, definitely don't hold your fist. This moment, the bald tyrant, the snake-haired girl, and the others looked at each other rarely, and they disobeyed Posen's orders unknowingly. Obviously, in their minds, the fear brought by ghosts has surpassed Posen. Hehe, you can come and try, can you beat me? Ghost Shadow put his hands together, rubbed his joints, and suddenly a violent impulse rushed out of his heart. I want to punch people with my fists. You don't go, I go. 4.5. Seeing that his face was in danger, Posen rushed over in a rage, and his swollen palm slashed at Ghost Shadow's body again, using the same attack method as before. Your skills are really bad enough. Maybe you haven't encountered a strong enemy before, and you think your superpower can crush everything, right? Ghost Shadow mocked lightly, looking at the split palm, neither in a hurry nor impatient. Could it be that he, like the diamond god of war, has high physical strength and can block the enemy's offensive? The others thought suspiciously. Broken body. Until it was about to be hit, the body of the movie suddenly became transparent, as if there was no such time, and it jumped to another dimension. Ah! Posen made another scream like a pig. Palms together. Swollen again? Idiot, how do you remember to eat or not to fight? The ghost in a transparent state fluttered backwards, sarcastically said to Posen, and his body returned to reality. Why can't you touch your body? Posen retracted a pair of hot palms, holding back the tears and pain in his eyes, and asked inexplicably. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to tell you about my abilities? Idiot clown. Ghost Shadow mercilessly mocked Posen, which immediately made Posen feel that his IQ was being insulted. Sour and sour monsters, you guys, hurry up and do it for me? I have already done it for you once, do you still want to be a tortoise? Posen angrily yelled at the three behind him. The bald tyrant gave a submissive glance at the ghost in front of him, summoned a little courage, lifted a brick on the ground, and threw it forcefully at the ghost. Monument? When dealing with this kind of worm carving trick, Ghost Shadow doesn't even bother to use the blur, and with a hard punch, it smashes the flying bricks. It has a solid body now, which means that its ability to incarnate the body is temporary. It can be attacked. The sour monster's eyes lit up, and after figuring out the ghosting of the ghost, he seemed to have plucked up his courage. Puff puff. The sour monster spit out several 16 mouthfuls of corrosive liquid and flew towards the ghost. Try this, three freaks. The ghost figure looked at the corrosive liquid that was flying, and the pupils began to flash with strange light, and the four people who were caught off guard instantly fell into his illusion. Taste? His figure also disappeared in place, and the corrosive liquid just fluttered and landed on the ground. Even Tianzioben was covered by the power of illusion, and he couldn't see where he was at all. This was also to prevent these people from taking Tianzioben as a hostage to help ghosts. He's gone? Could it be invisibility? The bald man asked in confusion, touching his bald head. You idiot, and that kid disappeared together, which means we were also caught in that damn guy's illusion. Posen realized that something was wrong, and he looked around, but he couldn't find Tianzioben, and his mood sank. The frontal combat capability of this movie is definitely not as good as that of the Diamond God of War, but it has so many capabilities and difficult tricks that it is rare. For a while, the four fell into an extremely tense atmosphere, looking at the silent surroundings. The fear in their hearts intensified little by little. The fear of the unknown is far more terrifying than the fear of the visible. Boom! The face of the bald tyrant suddenly made a loud noise. The whole figure seemed to receive a heavy punch, flew towards the right side, fell to the ground and rolled for several laps. His whole face was tilted a little to the right, his nose was bleeding, and his teeth seemed to be knocked out. Get out, get out. That guy just punched the bald head with his fist. The sour monster said in a panic. Posen also looked around anxiously, his eyes erratic, for fear that the next person to be attacked would be him. They don't even know when the ghost came and punched. Monument? Another dull sound appeared, which startled the other three. The body of the sour monster suddenly twisted, like a curled hedgehog. An inward pit appeared in his abdomen, and his face was extremely hideous. This time, it was his turn to be beaten. Come out, it's like a real man, fighting with me with real knives and real guns. The bald man was instantly furious. He jumped up in a fury, patted his chest, and his voice resounded throughout the clown house. Bang bang bang! The next moment, another 3 punches fell into the bald tyrant's cheeks, abdomen, and shoulders, directly knocking the bald-headed tyrant who was still aggressive just now to his knees, and tossing it painfully on the ground. The first one, kill it. The icy voice of the ghost, resounding in the clown's house, made the others even more terrified. This kind of silent hunting makes Posen and sour strangers unable to exert their superpowers, because they can't see the enemy at all, just like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The most terrifying thing is that this is not an invisibility technique, but an illusion technique that causes the ghost to disappear. No matter what means Posen uses, he can't see where the ghost is. This battle, from the moment they fell into illusion, has already foreshadowed their inevitable defeat. Boom. With the help of illusion to hide his ghost, he once again moved on the body of the sour monster. His fists were likened to hand knives, and he took turns to slash at the sour monster's stamina. The stinky weirdo, who was still in pain, rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang, losing consciousness. Second, kill it? Then, it's the other two's turn. Ghost Shadow's icy gaze fell on the fearful Posen and the white and beautiful Gorgon. Call out? He had no intention of pity and cherishing Jade, and moved straight towards the snake-haired girl, at a very fast speed, and a pair of claws stretched out like a beast attack. But, snake hair, female hair, but the real hair with snake head, has life? One after another, red poisonous snakes noticed a strong murderous aura approaching, and immediately sent a female warning to the snake. In front of the snake-haired girl's pretty face froze, and her fluttering red hair was like a heavenly demon, waving it around, and in an instant, she quickly stretched out and tied the ghost that was rushing over. It can't be regarded as tied, but the limbs of the ghost are just bound by strands of snake hair. I almost forgot, these little snakes can see me, they are not an illusion. The ghost figure who was caught by the snake's hair had a calm expression on his face. He unhurriedly analyzed the reason why he was caught, and took a warning, and he would never make such a mistake next time. I caught it, boss. The snake-haired girl's pretty face was extremely excited. Her hair could feel entangled with a cold object, but the touch made her a little puzzled. Why, like a monster in a layer of clothes? Okay, then kill him. Without these weird tricks, he won't be my opponent. Posen excitedly thought about the Gorgon coming over. Taste? Next moment, the ghost's body appeared directly in front of the Gorgon, with a somewhat mysterious expression. It's useless for you to show up to beg for mercy now. The snake-haired girl slowly raised her delicate and pretty face with a hint of arrogance on her face, and said a little flutteringly, "Hehe, I'm not going to show up to beg for mercy, I'm just showing you a surprise." The ghost's voice was suddenly hoarse to the extreme, like the crashing sound of broken glass, causing the eardrums of Posen and Gorgon to hum. His palms landed on the black gaps on his body, and he slammed them to the left and right. What? The white coat was pulled open by a large slit, and inside it was a terrifying creature resembling the evil god Croesus, screaming mournfully at Gorgon and Posen. The Gorgon and Posen were dumbfounded for a moment, standing there dumbfounded, motionless. When the Gorgon reacted, she was so frightened by the terrifying appearance of the monster in front of her that she let out an extremely loud scream, and even the ghost hurriedly closed her body and blocked her ears. Noisy. Why do you women like to scream so much? This is more than jarring? It's jarring? Ultrasonic attacks are hard to guard against. However, Gorgon's screams came to an abrupt end, her beautiful eyes closed, and she fell straight towards the ground, as if she was fainted by the true face of the ghost. Bang bang bang. Posen was also covered in cold sweat, and he took a few steps back. His expression was very stunned and fearful, like a child who did something wrong and met an adult. Just now, the monster he saw was definitely a picture he would never forget. You are not bad, you can continue to stand still. Ghost Shadow smiled coldly, looked at Posen, and slowly clenched his fists with both palms. Now you're the only one left. Have you figured out how to be beaten down by me? No, don't move. Posen hurriedly grabbed the neck of the ordinary person beside him with his palm, and said tremblingly, "If you dare to come and shoot at me, I will break this guy's neck, and I will break everyone else's neck one by one. Do it? In front of you. You can try, as long as you dare to kill an ordinary person, I guarantee you will die horribly." The ghost figure was not threatened by Posen at all, with a very cold expression, slowly drifting towards Posen, posing a gesture of indifference. Posen was really scared. He looked at the unmoved ghost, his tone began to tremble violently, his body also trembled, and he stammered and asked, "For example, if I let go of these ordinary people now, and then surrender, can't you spare my life?" "Of course, I will definitely let you go." Ghost Shadow was very happy on the surface, and readily agreed to Posen's request. Posen's palm slowly opened, and hesitantly pushed the puppet in front of him to the side, as if he had reached an agreement with the ghost. "This is right." Ghost Shadow nodded contentedly, praising Posen's sensibleness coldly. "Taste?" Posen's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the palm of his hand raised the puppet that was about to fall, and threw it towards the ghost. "Don't try to deceive me. How can you be so stupid? It's a pity that you chose a dead end." Looking at the flying puppet, the ghost figure stretched out his palms and grabbed the man's body, then gently put it on the ground, like a declaration of death, and spit out this understatement. "Don't think you can scare me." Posen tried his best to restrain the fear in his heart, and roared with courage. His swollen hands opened again, and a white mist instantly changed. The white fog dissipated, revealing his hands that were holding several knives like Wolverine's claws. The sharp knife just got stuck between his two fingers and was clamped so hard that it clamped as many as several knives, as if it was about to split the ghost directly into pieces. As long as the ghosts dare to come, he will cut the ghosts into 8 pieces. Taste? The ghost shadow stayed in place, and in front of him, began to condense a dazzling energy ball, filled with high temperature and light, like a fireball. What is this? Posen's eyes flickered with that little bit of starlight, and his body's senses suddenly produced a violent sense of threat, and even made him a little unable to control his feet and wanted to retreat. What happened to that trick? This trick, see if you can stop it. If you can't stop it, I will send you back to the west, clown. The ghost shadow threw the condensed purple energy ball out, and the energy ball shone on the ground along the way and flew towards Posen, like a UFO. Monument? The energy ball suddenly exploded on Posen's body. Not only was his body bombed, but the surrounding ground was also smashed to pieces. The cement floor directly turned into a puddle of broken mud. The smoke and the remaining impact force spread to the surroundings, but the impact force obviously spread faster. Hoo-hoo! A gust of wind blew Xiaoben's body to the side. He quickly got up from the ground and turned his eyes to the area shrouded in black smoke in front of him. Has that clown Posen been killed? I don't know. Anyway, he definitely won't be alive and kicking. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes and looked towards the smoke. His body slowly floated up and flew towards the smoke. He wanted to check on Posen's condition. Bayubio. The ghost figure came to the side of the smoke, and just wanted to enter the thick smoke area. The sound effect of the Omnitrix pattern on his body attracted his attention. His eyes fluttered directly to the side of the Omnitrix pattern, and his eyes became helpless. At this time, this little broken watch must be asking for me. As soon as he finished saying these words, his body radiated a burst of light. Xiao Chen slowly fell to the ground from the rays of light. After losing his ability to float, he returned to the ground and felt a little weightless. It took him several seconds to get used to the current state of his body and stabilize his pace. Okay, let me see how our clown is doing. Xiao Chen cast his eyes into the deep smoke, took a deep breath, and was about to dive in. Boom! A pitch-black palm suddenly stretched out from the smoke and slapped the ground in front of Xiao Chen heavily, pulling at the broken mud. It's the hand of Posen the clown? The wild roaring sounds, and the smoke, rushing out of a black-painted humanoid moon, roaring towards Xiao Chen. He was obviously seriously injured. After walking out of the smoke, he wanted to do something to Xiao Chen as soon as possible, but he didn't know where he bumped into it, so he stood there and straightened his eyebrows for a while. I didn't expect your life to be very big, and I picked up a life, of the king's money, for you. Xiao Chen slowly took a few steps back, came to Xiaoben, and threatened Posen. Posen, I wanted to give you a way to survive, but I didn't expect you to attack me. Then I had to transform into an alien again. Goo. His palm pretended to be on the Omnitrix, trying to frighten Posen. Posen opened his mouth, exhaled a burst of smoke, and then made a hoarse voice due to roar. Boy, if I guess right, your watch must have a time limit for transformation? Otherwise, you will become when you're a diamond god of war, you will never let me go. Then he and the bald bullies can't even run away. You're right. Xiao Chen raised his eyes and said indifferently, however, do you still want to resist? All three of your subordinates were knocked down by me, and you can't stand up, even you are in this miserable state, don't dead. Posen lowered his head, looked at the three people who were unconscious, and said slowly, when I am at the juncture of life and death, I will indeed find a way to surrender, but if I get out of that state, then my position will change, no more obsessed with surrender. He spoke very clearly. I think you can't move because you look like this? Why are you fighting me? Xiao Chen didn't panic at all, looking at Posen's miserable appearance. He still didn't believe the opponent could continue to fight. Wow. Posen didn't talk nonsense, and when he used his palm lightly, it was like magic again, conjuring up several needle tubes, and the needle tubes were filled with golden potions. His eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and he forcefully stabbed several needles into the blood vessels of his own arm. What kind of potion is this? Looking at the potion in the needle tube, Xiao Chen showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Chen's answer was quickly answered. After Posen finished taking the medicine, his weak aura suddenly became stronger, and the whole clown house was instantly filled with evil spirit. At the same time, there were large burns on his body, and he was recovering rapidly at a miraculous speed. Even his breath returned to normal. Except for some skin injuries, his whole body was like an ordinary person. You actually still have this kind of secret medicine. 680 Xiao Chen's expression changed. Obviously, the abnormal effect of this potion was beyond his imagination. There are so many amazing things in this world. It's just a powerful drug. I took out all the powerful drugs in my family and hit me. Posen lightly patted the dust on his clothes. His eyes suddenly became excited, and he roared in a low voice, Xiao Chen, now I want to see you and fight me with something. Xiaoben, lend me the air gun. Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoben on the side and said loudly. Because Posen came out again, Xiaoben squatted on the ground again, bowed his head, and showed a timid appearance. Even when Xiao Chen called him, he only dared to lower his head and handed the air gun he was carrying to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the air gun and, without saying a word, shot all the magazines directly at Posen. Empty the magazine? Ha ha ha, what is this? A child's toy. Posen let out a burst of excited, piercing laughter, his palms like swatting flies, shooting down all the invisible air bombs, not a single one left. Finally it was his turn to fight back. BGEF, damn, the effect of air guns against such non-human monsters is still too weak. Xiao Chen kept loading and firing, but the speed could not satisfy him anyway. And Posen was walking towards Xiao Chen after shooting all the bullets. His pace was deliberately slow, as if he was creating an atmosphere of oppression to the prey. However, this will only make Xiao Chen pull away faster. His expression is always calm, and he doesn't show any fear of Posen at all. This makes Posen extremely annoyed. At this time, this kid, how could he still show such calmness to him? On the other hand, he was so frightened before that. When you are tied up by me, you will know what fear is when you turn it into a toy. Posen frantically held the knife, speeding up, and appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes in an instant. Speed like a cheetah. Taste? Posen slid to Xiao Chen's wrist holding the air gun with one knife, trying to destroy his last weapon. Xiao Chen quickly reacted, and his wrist suddenly wanted to shrink back, but the cold light still swept across the air gun, inevitably splitting the air gun in two. The lower half was held in his hand, and the upper half had already flown neatly to the ground on the side. Not even the last weapon? Xiao Chen's heart sank. He didn't have to look down. He was sure that Omnitrix was definitely not loaded. Come on, didn't you have big eyes when you transformed into that monster just now? Let me open the corners of your eyes for you. Posen grinned and waved his knife, swiping towards Xiao Chen's eyes. A burst of cold light hit Xiao Chen's face in advance, giving him a slight pain. The hair stand up in an instant? Go away? Xiao Chen shouted violently and eagerly and intelligently through the lower half of the air gun at Posen. Because the distance was too close, the lower half of the air gun easily hit Posen in the face. Whoops. Posen already had a burnt face, but he was hit so hard that he couldn't even hold a knife, and withdrew his hands like lightning, shaking his face and wailing. Click. The knife just slipped out, and before it was about to stab Xiao Chen's face, it stopped in midair, only a tiny distance from his skin, and slid down like that, stabbing the ground in front of Xiao Chen. The icy feeling that brushed across the skin. He had a fresh memory. He stayed where he was, stunned for a second or two, before he came to his senses and took a deep breath. Goosebumps all over my body, all at that moment. Just about, he was cut with a knife. Xiao Chen, I must kill you, kill you. Posen growled angrily, his already hoarse voice even worse. Xiao Chen couldn't help but looked down at the Omnitrix and gave up the idea after seeing that the watch was charging. Posen, it will be back soon? Small class? Xiao Chen looked at the last life-saving straw, hurriedly ran to Tian Xiaoben, and pulled Tian Xiaoben who was squatting on the ground. Man, Xiao Chen, I have a fear of this clown. Tian Xiaoben submissively looked at Xiao Chen in front of him and looked directly at him, thinking that he would not see Posen, not even his peripheral vision. Xiao Ban, now you still have the strength to fight, even if you resist for a few minutes, you can help me a lot. Xiao Chen put his hands on Tian Xiaoben's shoulders and said quickly, the two of you, one is a steel warrior, the other is an alien warrior, and you are both friends, so just die here together? Posen looked at Tian Xiaoben who was terrified, no longer wasting time, and rushed towards Xiao Chen. Bang bang bang! The sound of intensified footsteps came from behind Xiao Chen, and he could even feel the murderous aura coming from Posen, which was wrapping around the two of them. That's too late. Xiao Chen stretched out his palm and pressed it on the reactor on Tian Xiaoben's chest. Since Tian Xiaoben didn't dare to shoot, then he helped Tian Xiaoben press the transform. Call out. Immediately afterwards, layers of armor began to appear on Tian Xiaoben's body, covering his skin. Xiao Chen also grabbed his body and jumped back, hiding behind Tian Xiaoben. When Posen arrived at the position before Xiao Chen, standing in front of him, it is Tian Xiaoben who has completed the transformation, but bows his head and looks timid. So this is the so-called steel battlesuit. Posen looked at Tian Xiaoben, who was terrified, and suddenly showed a sneer. Looking at you like this, I'm afraid you don't even have the courage to throw a fist at me. No. Xiaoben, it's up to you. Resist these few minutes. Xiao Chen was behind Tian Xiaoben, and after encouraging him several times, did he distance himself from Tian Xiaoben and Posen. Xiaoben, it's just a Mediterranean red nose, nothing to be afraid of. Tian Xiaoben also comforted himself, but the moment he raised his head and saw Posen's pale and colorless face, he showed a look of horror again. He had to hold back the emotion of fear and let himself be no longer cowardly. There's actually a meaning to fight back. Posen's eyes jumped up slowly. To be honest, he is also a strong bao, and I'm afraid it will be very difficult to fight again. Instead of attacking Tian Xiaoben directly, he pointed at a group of puppets beside him, and asked Xiang Tian Xiaoben loudly, Boy, look, are there any of your family members there? Xiaowen, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoben's eyes followed Posen's fingers, and at a glance, he recognized the orange-haired man and the tall and strong Mark, and couldn't help crying out. His eyes were very worried. What? Posen's expression was satisfied, and he snapped his fingers. Tian Xiaowen and Mark walked out of the crowd with weird smiles on their faces. It was obvious that Ghost Shadow's illusion had shown mercy to them, so much so that Posen's illusion is still there. Seeing the two laughing loudly, Tian Xiaoben felt uncontrollable fear, and his body began to gradually retreat. Even if Xiao Chen shouted and comforted him from behind, he couldn't hear him at all, and the world in his eyes was only the face of Posen that made him extremely frightened. The two of them will keep laughing like this until they die. If you are not obedient, you will end up like them, lose your family. Posen began to threaten directly. He thought Tian Xiaoben would be more afraid of him. After hearing this, Tian Xiaoben suddenly showed an expression like waking up from a dream. His anger burst out instantly. Looking at Posen in front of him, his sense of fear was shattered little by little. Instead, the idea is, I'm going to beat up this ridiculous clown and save Grandpa and Xiaowen. Now, immediately release my transformation and kneel on the ground, otherwise you will be servants. Posen said to himself, still immersed in the state of intimidating Tian Xiaoben before. Unexpectedly, Tian Xiaoben's fist swung out instantly, and the heavy fist covered with super alloy slammed into Posen's body. You are not. Posen held the blood-stained rock horn in his hands and looked at Tian Xiaoben who was waving his fists in disbelief. Right now, I just want to crush you, that's all. Tian Xiaoben said decisively, rushing to Posen bravely, constantly using his hands and feet to attack, palm cannon and other tricks. This makes Posen suddenly fall into a passive stage, overwhelmed. This idiot, I don't even know how important Grandpa and Xiaoan are in our hearts, how dare they use this to blackmail us. Xiao Chen sneered and looked at Posen dismissively. Let Xiaoben wake up completely. Tian Xiaoben has several previous combat experience, and Posen's physical strength is already insufficient, and it has gradually become a big experience pack. Small class has ever encountered the biggest experience pack. During the battle, his fighter skills gradually increased, he could defend against Posen's attack, and then hit back with a backhand. Soon Posen was beaten all over his head, and hit the container heavily, making a loud bang. Xiao Ban, after you beat him up, smash his clown instrument? That is the most crucial instrument. Xiao Chen reminded Tian Xiaoben loudly, for fear that Tian Xiaoben would forget. No, you can't do that, it's my heart, you can't ruin him. When he mentioned the clown instrument, Posen was even more excited than before, and instantly grabbed a tube on the clown instrument and firmly attached it to his back, as if it were connected together. He wants to use his body to maintain this clown ritual? Weird, you have to be careful, I will try to blow up the clown instrument, so as not to make you look too ugly. Tian Xiaoben was a little unbearable, but more of it was determined to fight for his family, raising the palm of his hand, aimed at the clown behind Posen. Taste? A ray of light flickered. But it's not that the palm cannon is flickering. It is the energy of the reactor on Tian Xiaoben's chest. Jing, that's too bad. Xiaoben has had too much time to transform today, several times, so the reactor energy is not enough. Xiao Chen saw a clue, and his expression became worse. Call. Tian Xiaoben lowered his head to look at the darkened reactor, the armor on his body quickly faded, his body gently landed on the ground, and he showed an embarrassed smile towards Posen. For flowers. Xiaoben, you've dragged on enough time, it's time for my Omnitrix transformation. Xiao Chen looked at his Omnitrix, his expression suddenly brightened with a smile, and he said calmly, the fully charged Omnitrix. Now, don't worry about how big a storm that Posen can make. No, I won't let you have another chance to beat me, I'm going to absorb the power of these joys and swell my body. Posen's eyes suddenly firmed up, looking at Joker Yulian's soul behind him, he suddenly pressed a button with his finger. Boom! The clown instrument made a roar, and the strange face inside was suddenly sucked into the tube, and the tube was squeezed through the soul until it was poured into Posen's body. 0. Every time it is injected, its body is also distended a little, and its expression is even more ferocious, as if it is getting stronger a little bit. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiaoben quickly stepped back and came behind Xiao Chen. This time Xiao Chen should protect him. Idiot, do you think I'll give you a chance to absorb your soul? Xiao Chen sneered, while muttering to himself, he quickly turned the Omnitrix screen away and left on the Flame Man's pattern. Ding! Detected sign-in object, full-body clown Posen, drained a lot of human joyful souls. The host chooses to transform into an alien hero Flash Star to complete the sign-in. The system's voice resounded in Xiao Chen's mind, and it had not appeared for a long time, and its voice was a little unfamiliar. This time, it is actually the exclusive enhancement of Flash Star. Finally, it's the turn of the most handsome alien hero. Wait, system, what do you mean by the full-body clown Posen? Xiao Chen recalled the content of the check-in, and noticed something was wrong. After twisting to the position of the flashing star, he consulted the system again. Hey, as the host's strength increases, the check-in conditions will gradually become stricter. The host will only meet the check-in conditions if the enemy he faces is strong enough. Is there such a thing as a setting? Xiao Chen was surprised. No wonder when he first transformed into a flame man, the transformation conditions were so low, but now it is so harsh. It turned out that the enemy was not strong enough to keep up with him. The stronger the enemy, it would bring him a sign-in opportunity for the sign-in reward. I can only watch this guy become stronger, and then deal with him. Xiao Chen reluctantly did not press Omnitrix, and quietly looked at Posen in front of him, waiting for the latter to become more terrifying. Posen's roar sounded in bursts. He was originally more than 1 meter tall, but he rose to a height of 3 or 4 meters, the size of a four-handed overlord. Because his clothes could not support his upper body was torn and stuck to him. On the skin, the eyes are full of bloodshots. The most terrifying thing is that under his pale complexion, there are one and another smiling faces, which are the smiling faces of other civilians who have been taken away. Little devil, what alien hero you have transformed into now will not be my opponent. Posen's voice was exceptionally loud, waving his arms with infinite strength, and roaring furiously. It looks like he has been strengthened. Then, use the flash star to solve you. Xiao Chen bluntly pressed the Omnitrix pattern and chose to become 6 and 80 as a flash star. Taste? A burst of light floated, and the flashing star came out of the light, looking very cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward, the martial arts book Fengshen leg from the martial arts world. Please choose an alien hero to strengthen it. It's actually a Fengshen leg. This is a great stunt in wind and cloud, and it exists like a domineering 3. It can be said that the speed of the flashing star can definitely be fully utilized, combined with the leg technique, to launch a storm-like offensive. Strengthen on the flash star. the flashing star said without hesitation. A memory appeared in his brain out of thin air, and in an instant, he seemed to have practiced for more than 10 years, mastered every move of Feng Shen's legs, and instantly became a leg master. Ha ha ha, this is a small man. He looks so weak. Looking at the flashing star in front of him, Posen sneered without hesitation. Under its huge body, the flashing star's body was indeed as small as a chicken. Not to mention Tianzioben on the side. In order to avoid being affected by the battle, he hurriedly dragged Mark and Tianzioben's bodies to the side, and Posen didn't care about this kind of thing. He just thought about how to be ashamed. Weak? You have a fairly clear understanding of your personal positioning. The mask of the flashing star slowly fell, and he sent out a cold but ironic speech, which directly blocked Posen's words. Court death. Posen stepped out suddenly. The whole room seemed to shake. Its fist slammed into the small body of the flashing star, like a high-speed train. Too slow. Flashing star glanced at the movement of the fist, and took a few steps to the right side without rushing, and the fist attacked from the side in an instant, hitting the ground on the side, and smashing a huge pit. What happened? Posen only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he realized that the flashing star suddenly appeared to the right of his fist, his expression stunned. Just now, was his eyes dazzled and couldn't see where this guy was? Continue. The flashing star lightly provoked a sentence, not caring about Posen in front of him at all. Bang bang bang. Posen again punched, frantically attacking the flashing star in front of him, but the latter seemed to be moving in place, turning into a blue light directly, dodging his every trick. In the eyes of Flash Star, this kind of battle is downright boring. You have the ability to attack, you can only dodge. What's the ability? The furious Posen retracted his fists and looked at the afterimage in front of him in a panic. His eyes were already unable to keep up with Flash Star's movements. You're right, I'll let you try my new trick. The corner of Flash Star's mouth twitched, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Posen. Feng Shen legs, strong grass in the wind? His right leg turned into an invisible shadow and slammed heavily on Posen's chest. With such a thin body, I stand here and make you beat. Posen looked at the flashing star in front of him. Just as he was about to sneer, an extremely terrifying force came directly from his chest. Puff! A pit suddenly appeared on the chest, and then, its huge body was directly kicked out by Flash Star for several steps. Speed is power. He thought that the Diamond God of War was just the ceiling in the alien that Xiao Chen transformed into. Actually, just average fighting level. I'm going to kill you. The angry Posen let out a mouthful of blood, and then moved forward to grab the flashing star. Taste? Unsurprisingly, the flashing star directly passed his attack at the speed of a flying thunder god, and followed immediately. Research? Another kick? Posen's entire head was kicked and shook, as if he was about to be kicked into a concussion. It can't touch the flash star, and the flash star can kick back every time it dodges? It's a really bad fight? No hope of victory in sight? I want to continue to absorb joy points. I want to become stronger. Posen pressed the button of the clown instrument again, staring fiercely at the flashing star in front of him, and actually began to devour his soul. Its body swelled sharply again, and the surface of the skin began to collapse. But the breath has also become extremely scary. You look good, just enough for me to practice legwork. Flash Star looked at Posen's actions indifferently, not panicking at all. In his opinion, Posen wanted to touch him and catch up with his speed. Wait another 10,000 years or so. He also let Posen absorb the soul, trying to use the other party to practice his Feng Shen legs. When Posen stopped the clowning ritual again, his body reached an exaggerated 6 meters, like a towering mountain, but at the same time, a slight crack appeared in his skin, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. The majestic black shadow almost blocked it. Most of the ceiling. I'm going to punch you into mud, a mess of mud. He thought he could do it, and once again unrepentantly raised a pair of huge fists, and ruthlessly received the position of the flashing star. This time, shhhhhhhh. A gust of wind spread out, and a flashing star, 10 flashing stars, and even countless flashing stars appeared in front of Posen. Clone technique? No, it's the afterimage caused by his too fast speed. Posen looked at the pile of flashing stars in front of him. His fist stopped again. His eyes were so confused, he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Try this trick again, Posen. Torrential rain and wind. This moment, all the flash stars raised their legs, and countless attacks swept the sky and covered the sky, hitting each of Posen's body 4.5 in an instant. His huge body was shaky in an instant, and the whole body was in severe pain. Every foot is so heavy and so fast. In just a few seconds, the bruised Posen couldn't help but let out a violent scream, and was kicked out again. The moment when that slender figure kicked this huge figure out. The picture is very impressive. Monument. As for Posen, who was kicked out, his body just hit the clown instrument, and the entire container was hit so that there was a burst of electric waves, and the soul inside actually began to automatically pour into Posen's body. But this time, his expression no longer carried any joy, but instead, it is deeply frightening. It was the injection of his soul, which caused his skin to continue to crack, but his body continued to expand, like a balloon that was about to explode. The situation is not right. This guy Abasan, why is his expression so wrong? Among the countless afterimages, the flashing star looked at Posen, who was getting more and more bloated in the distance, and noticed the other party's fear. Why is this guy scared? Shhhhhhh. Poseng's body is now like a balloon, swelled up high. His face is swollen. His facial features look extremely frightened. He keeps looking at the flashing star with begging eyes. Please, save me. Aren't you a hero who saves people? I need your rescue. Looking at Posen's terrified look, the afterimage around the flashing star kept disappearing, and the body slowly walked out of the afterimage group and walked towards Poseng with a very silent expression. Poseng's heart was so excited all of a sudden, his fists clenched tightly. I didn't expect that he would really come to save me. After I am rescued, I will let you die very relieved and very relaxed. Boom. However, the flashing star just stopped not far from Poseng. It stretched out its claws, and 16 grabbed the puppets on both sides. Call out. He disappeared in place in an instant, and the 2 puppets he caught also disappeared, and he was carried to the town by him. In an instant, the flash star is back in a hurry. The reason why the speed can be so fast is because the Fengshen legs can also increase the speed, although it consumes physical strength, but the increase force is particularly large, so that his speed is directly supersonic. I don't know how many times. Xiaoben, you have to follow me too, otherwise it will be very dangerous here. For the second time, Flash Star still ignored Poseng, but grabbed Xiaoben and the others and rushed out. Wait, you're moving these people to avoid the impact of the explosion? What about me? Are you just going to leave me alone? Poseng's mood suddenly dropped from excitement to rock bottom, unable to control his emotions at all, roaring hoarsely, questioning the flashing star. The flash star was always silent, and quickly moved the people inside out. The atmosphere is very depressing. Poseng also became completely frightened a little bit, and he didn't even have the strength to shout. Until everyone was moved out, Flash Star returned to the scene again, looked at Poseng who had almost occupied half of the clown house, and indifferently repeated the previous sentence. I used to say that if you just pretended to be dizzy like that, you'd get through it all, but you chose to stand up, didn't you? One thought difference. I can make this guy Posen pay the price. As for Poseng's subordinates, bald tyrants, snake-haired girls, and the others, Flash Star didn't even think about helping them, so please pray for yourself. Ignoring Poseng's pleas for mercy, Flash Star left the scene very ruthlessly, leaving behind no regrets, Poseng wailing frantically in the clown house. He rushed out of the clown house, about a few hundred meters away, and was about to reach the entrance of the town. Boom! A nuclear bomb-like explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud of terrifying smoke instantly rose from the suburbs in the distance. The explosive force directly swept the entire clown house, and even the trees in all directions. Plain ground? Flashing Star turned his head, looked at the smoke in the distance, and murmured, unfortunately, this guy Poseng's strength is on the same level as the 6 or 6 monsters. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Fengshen legs, there are still 3 stunts that have not been used. The actual combat intensity of this move is stronger than all previous martial arts. Maybe I can leave it to Mahaz to enjoy it slowly? He turned his head again, the mask dropped, and he flew to the town. On the way of the flashing star to the town, strands of transparent material like a soul passed by him and fell into the bodies of those people in the town at a faster speed. Another puppet, stopped smiling unconsciously, and looked around in confusion after the soul returned. They only know that they were still in the audience 1 second before. How could they be in such a place the next second? What happened? Where is Xiao Chen? Mark also rubbed his head and asked in a daze. Grandpa, Xiao Wen, both of you are being controlled by that clown from dammit. Xiao Chen was not there. The only sober Tian Xiaoben began to talk about the ins and outs. Of course, when it was about a dozen or 3, he deliberately put himself blow so hard that you won't be too embarrassed. I didn't expect, Xiaoben, you actually fought with that clown Poseng for a while to cover Xiao Chen. Really? I remember you were very afraid of clowns. Tian Xiaoben looked at Tian suspiciously when he heard the end. Small class. Tian Xiaoben was about to defend himself when a voice came from beside him. Yes, I can prove it for him. Xiaoben will no longer be afraid of clowns. Flash Star appeared in front of everyone like a ghost, stretched out his palm and patted Xiaoben's shoulder, casting a look of approval. You are all heroes. Mark praised without hesitation. Bayu. With the arrival of the Flash Star's transformation time, the 4 of them checked into the town and spent the evening as if nothing was wrong. Over there in the suburbs. Bang, bang, bang. In the thick smoke, the bald tyrant came out first. His expression was very frightened, and he was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, almost collapsed. What should I do? The clown guy has died without a burial place, and we don't have a new boss. The sour monster walked out, coughing heavily for several times, as if he was eaten by the thick smoke. Since there is no boss, we will be our own masters. Don't be too public, just grab some money and maintain a living. That's enough. 680. The snake-haired girl finally walked out. Her fair body was not stained with a trace of dust, and her pale red hair fell gracefully beside her cheeks, setting off her delicate face. The 3 unanimously endorsed the Gorgon theme. After all, that child, no, that man's death-like power has made them tremble even now. Absolutely, never run into this guy again. The 3 of them left the suburbs under the moonlight, as if they had never appeared before. The sun rises the next day. Xiao Chen, Mark, and the others had a good night's sleep and all got up from their sleep. Among them, Xiaoben and Xiao Chen both developed the good habit of getting up early in the morning and exercising by the way, which can also strengthen their physical fitness and cope with higher intensity training. After eating until breakfast, everyone came to the old broken car and drove to the next destination. In an old broken car. Grandpa, where are we going next? Xiao Chen asked lightly, holding his head in his hands. This time, we are going to a museum, where you will learn a lot of knowledge, things you can't learn in textbooks. Mark said persuasively. Museum? Quite interesting. Xiao Chen didn't feel anything. Xiaoan and Xiaoben, one is happy, the other is sighing, obviously two extremes. They don't know yet. The museum you want to go to is a museum with magic books. In the museum, Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and others were looking around at the objects in the exhibition cabinet, while the tour guide was a woman with glasses and a snarky appearance. Although it was a bad behavior to judge people by their appearance, it really looked like this. The tour guide introduced one boring art piece after another. Xiao Chen started to yawn, and only Mark and Xiao Wen could listen to it with relish. Until the tour guide came to a display cabinet. In the exhibition cabinet was a book with a blue cover and a golden medal. That book actually gave Xiao Chen a mysterious feeling. Tian Xiaoan had no reason to feel the slightest attraction. He approached the exhibition cabinet and looked at the books in the exhibition cabinet with a curious expression on his face. This is a priceless treasure, the Akamita Book of Spells, which records all ancient spells and incantations since the late 15th century. The tour guide used a unique tone to slowly introduce the role of the Akamita Book of Spells. Tian Xiaoan also showed his knowledge on the spot, and the following paragraph was repeated directly with the tour guide. The tour guide gave Tian Xiaoan a displeased look. I think you'll be the tour guide, little sister. After speaking, the tour guide held his belongings and walked forward, ignoring Xiao Chen and others, obviously angry. Xiao Wen, you've done a great job, and finally got this tour guide to shut up? I'm almost sleepy. Xiao Chen came to Tian Xiaoan and said with a compliment on his face. Don't be pissed off by the old lady, she may be even older than that book. Lao Tian Xiaoben also came over, glanced at the tour guide quietly, and said in a low voice. This made Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan laugh. The Book of Akamita Spells. Xiao Chen's expression returned to normal, and he looked at the tome with bright eyes, thinking in his heart, if I remember correctly, this Book of Akamita Spells can enhance the existence of magic? And Xiaoan, she also has superpowers like magic, this will help her. He glanced at Tian Xiaoan, and the place that gave him a headache came. He can't just take this Book of Akamita Spells away, can he? It doesn't fit his identity. I remember that in the original book, this Book of Akamita Spells seems to be robbed by one person. Although I can't remember the guy's name, I can let him rob the Book of Akamita Spells first, and then I can justifiably take it back and use it as a trophy. Xiao Chen's fist slammed into the palm of his hand in one fell swoop. It was a perfect plan. Let's see now, when will the person who came to snatch the Akamita spellbook will come out? Xiao Chen, what are you thinking? Looking at Xiao Chen in a daze, Tian Xiaoan kindly stretched out his hand, waved in front of Xiao Chen, and asked curiously. It's alright, I just wanted to eat at noon today. After walking for so long, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Chen pretended to be nothing, rubbed his stomach, and fooled the question. He just fooled around. Research? I just heard a loud noise from the wall of the museum, and was instantly pierced by a huge hole with a strong energy. The entire museum seemed to vibrate slightly, and a lot of dust quickly fell from the ceiling. Speaking of CAO will be here. It seems that we really have the abilities of elementary school students. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched, and he looked at the wall in disbelief. Akamita spellbook, where is it? A gloomy man wearing a black sleeve robe, holding a staff and wearing a necklace, like a magician, floated in, and the gloomy words resounded throughout the museum. You, who are you? It's forbidden to enter here. The tour guide and the staff all looked at the foot in surprise. Xiao Chen, you go to the toilet and transform, we are here. Mark responded quickly and whispered to Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen could answer. Taste? The corpse raised his hand suddenly, and a stone in the necklace around his neck also lit up, releasing an incomparably terrifying buoyancy. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the people in the museum, including Xiao Chen, broke the law of gravity in an instant, and their bodies were directly attached to the ceiling above. He's a guy with black magic? He's here for the Akamita spellbook. Xiao Chen made a quick judgment based on what he remembered. I didn't expect that the Book of Akamita's spells could actually enhance the magic, said Tian Xiaoan in amazement. The others, who were not as experienced and steadfast as they were all screaming, terrified, and trembling. For them, this man who waved his hand to make them float up and stick to the ceiling is like a godlike existence. No, to be precise, a devil-like existence. The Akamita spell collection. My child's corpse's eyes fixedly fell on the Akamita spell collection in the exhibition cabinet, and his expression showed a touch of excitement. He flew over there. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan, and the others looked at Xiao Chen in unison. Due to the floating, even Xiaoben couldn't transform. Leave it to me, I won't let him succeed. Xiao Chen moved his body hard, came to the corner of the ceiling, opened the Omnitrix, and selected the alien hero Blaze Monument. His palm instantly slapped on the screen. Taste? There was a green glow in the corner of the ceiling. What is that? Is it another weirdo who came to attack? This guy has accomplices. God. Everyone looked in horror at the flashing light in the corner, extremely frightened. Hearing their words, pretending to be a corpse became alert and stared at the light in the corner. I have no accomplices at all. The corner, what's going on? Ho ho ho. The flames burned, and the sound of flying sounded. The more intense fire instantly covered the blue light. The flame man, appearing in the sight of everyone, is like Apollo in the myth, in charge of the light. Just by looking at his appearance, he formed a strong contrast with horror corpse, one red, one white, obviously pros and cons. What are you? Wang Qian's? Horrified corpse clenched his cane tightly and looked very solemnly at the flame man in the corner of the ceiling. His body that kept wanting to retreat told him. Over the corner. Not an idle person. Me? I'm just a passing hero to stop your hero. The flame man was righteous and awe-inspiring, raised his finger to point at the corpse, and reprimanded. Although he wants to play a wave, he will not allow the corpse to accidentally hurt anyone. Ding. Detected sign-in object, Black Mage Hacker. The host drives the corpse back to the museum, and the sign-in valley can be completed. At this moment, the voice of the system also rang. Sure enough, a black magician like corpse burial is definitely much stronger than the unknown people of the Posen gang. Stop me, hero. I slaughtered you along the way. The corpse instantly boiled with murderous aura, and then there was no nonsense at all, and the necklace on the neck instantly flashed an amazing light. Dark magic. Breakout. The corpse raised his staff, and the staff burst into a dazzling light, quickly approaching the flame man on the ceiling, and his floating power also suppressed the flame man, trying to make the opponent unable to move. Fire punch. But that power couldn't suppress the fire fist gushing out of the flame man. He clenched his fist and waved it forward, and suddenly released a large piece of fierce fire like a fist. Boom! The fire fist and the force of the staff collided together, and the force of the staff was instantly deformed, and it kept approaching the position of HA. What a strong guy. What kind of creature is this? Or some strange superpower? The corpse showed a surprised expression. He turned the staff slightly, and the staff immediately released a large group of crimson flames, which slammed into the fire fist with the power of the staff. Idiot! By attacking like this, you are helping me. Looking at the flames released by the corpse, the flame man showed a mocking expression, his other palm turned slightly, and the flames released by the corpse suddenly stopped in the air. Boom! The flame man holds the fist. The flames that stopped in the air suddenly condensed into a deep red fireball, which looked extremely terrifying. You actually controlled my fire magic. What's going on? Horror asked in astonishment. His staff kept pulling back, and he kept trying to pull back the fireball, but the fireball seemed to have lost its control and could not be pulled back at all. This is obviously the fire magic he unleashed. Any flame, in front of my flame, has only 680 obedience. The flame man left these extremely domineering words, his fist smashed hard at the corpse, and the fireball also fell to the corpse in the ground like dynamite. It just so happened that everyone was on the ceiling because of the power of floating, and the corpse helped them avoid being affected by the flames of the flames. Hacker's eyes reflected the light of the fire, and he directly said an ancient spell with words, and instantly formed a blue protective shield composed of black magic, covering his entire body. Defense against black magic. Boom! The fireball landed on the protective cover, and instantly burst into countless flames, swallowing the protective cover and more than half of the ground below, and the fire reflected the entire museum. The flame man can clearly feel that the power of floating on his body has weakened a lot. It must be that the corpse has weakened the control of floating in order to resist his attack. Even the power of the fire fist and the staff devoured each other and collided. Monument. The flame man's limbs instantly exerted force, the flames on his body shone, and he broke free from the shackles of the power of floating, and fell back to the ground from the ceiling. At this time, the fire gradually dissipated, and the smoke disappeared with the wind. The protective cover of the foot was blasted with cracks everywhere by the smashing fireball, and the figure appeared to be curled up. Obviously, he was also quite nervous by the terrifying destructive power just now, for fear that the protective cover could not hold up. Kaka. Shield, broken. It also resisted the flame man's move. Moreover, it is not the terrifying flame of the flame man himself, but the fire magic that is lower than his flame. Musket? The flame man raised his finger again and released bullets composed of flames, which quickly attacked the corpse. The wisps of fire were ignored by Hacker at first, until a musket landed beside him and smashed a big hole. Taste? The whole body of the corpse instantly floated to the high altitude, using the power of floating to dodge quickly, only to avoid the terrifying offensive of the flame people. He was in a cold sweat. God knows how that little flame can create so much power. Over there, the flame man also had the urge to curse. He has already shown some mercy, how come this horrific corpse is still struggling? Can it be done? This guy, I can't defeat it with my own strength. Horror looked at the flame man below with lingering fears, and his pupils looked coldly at the stone lion in the corner of the museum. Taste? The staff released light again, and lightning like light fell on the two stone lions in the museum. Is this destroying cultural relics? The flame man looked at the stone lion with a puzzled look, his eyes became surprised. The two lions, who were obviously stone statues, actually lost their stone-colored skin under the bath of magic and became lifelike. Defy, roar. Two genuine, even extraordinarily strong lions rushed out of the magic, glared at them, and roared at the flame man, showing the domineering arrogance of top predators. Hold him. The corpse did not hesitate to give an order, and he did not have a bad mind, asking the 2 lions to kill the flame man. That's not realistic. He himself is not sure how to deal with this extremely powerful enemy. Just hold on. Taste. The 2 lions suddenly rushed out like arrows, showing their teeth and claws, looking very scary. Where are these 2 kittens from? They dare to show their teeth and open their mouths to me. The flame man also focused his attention on the lion, narrowed his eyes slightly, and wrapped his arms with waves of red lotus flowers. The fire, melting the surrounding display cabinets, turned to ashes. When he beat up 2 lions, Hacker hurriedly landed in front of the exhibition cabinet, smashed the glass of the exhibition cabinet with a staff in an instant, and grabbed the Akamita spell collection in the exhibition cabinet. Hey, that flaming hero, this black mage has the Akamita spell book. Stop him. He's about to succeed. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan on the ceiling, clearly watching the corpse's movements, hurriedly reminded the flame man. I see. The flame man let out a low roar, and under the fearful gaze of the 2 lions, he devoured their bodies with rolling heat waves, completely calming them down. Call out. His icy gaze fell on Zion's again. Horrified corpse held the Akamita spell book in his left hand and a staff in his right hand. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the flame man as if he were facing a great enemy. Fire Dharma. The flame man stretched out his arms, and performed another trick that the corpse had never seen before, controlling the fire magic to the extreme. A wisp of flames drifted beside the horrified corpse, spreading throughout the museum. It looks harmless to humans and animals. What's this? Horror corpse didn't feel any danger, but he didn't dare to act rashly, he just suffered a careless loss. Boom. The flame man simulates his own voice, making a low voice. But next second, this became reality. Clap clap clap. One after another, explosions broke out in the museum. At this moment, it was like being swept by a rain of bombs, constantly suffering from explosions. It was a terrifying firepower output. Even Haishi, the man who used magic, was stunned by the bombing, and the protective shield didn't have time to display. Call out. The flame man seized this time, and under the cover of firelight and smoke, unknowingly came to the front of the corpse. His right hand grabbed the necklace on the corpse's neck in an instant, but the chain of the necklace was of extraordinary quality, and it didn't stop at all. Pendant? Immediately afterwards, he punched the corpse with a backhand and fell heavily on the body of the corpse. With a fist wrapped in the explosive flame, the corpse flew straight out of the museum. Monument? The horrified corpse fell straight outside the museum, with many burns on his body, smoke bubbling from his mouth, and he did not move for a few seconds. A group of flame man horns. Isn't it because I killed him? No, I'm still expecting to get back the Akamita spell collection outside the museum. I died in this place. The corpse swayed and climbed up from the ground, using a stick as a crutch, limping out with his own body, holding the Akamita spell collection tightly in his arms. When I master it. Once you gain the power of the Akamita spellbook, it will be your death time, you firestick. Seeing that the corpse finally got up and left, the flame man was also relieved, and the cover of Huo Dharma made it impossible for anyone to see him let the corpse go away. Black Mage, the Akamita spell collection will be deposited with you first, and one of your pendants is waiting for you to come and find me with the book. The flame man spread his palms, and inside lay a mysterious pendant, said with expectation. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus, Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. Another 1 minute extension. Counting the time, the flame man has doubled from the initial time to now, enough to transform for 10 minutes? Help. I'm going to fall to my death. People covered in fire, please save us. Because of the departure of the corpse, the floating magic power is also lifted at this moment, and the tourists on the top of the flame man, the tour guide, including Mark, and the others, all fell towards the bottom. Oops. The flame man waved his hand, dispelling a lot of smoke, and seeing the people falling from above. Taste. The flame man suddenly absorbed all the flames around him into his body and gathered them together, making his body particularly dazzling. Bang bang bang. A sound of landing sounded. Fortunately, the floor material of the museum was basically burned to ashes, forming a thick buffer zone. The group of people who fell from the ceiling just held it very painfully, but it was nothing serious. It hurts. Tian Xiaoben, who fell to the ground, rubbed his back and let out a wailing sound. Are you all okay? The flame man hurriedly came to Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and others, but because many people were there, he just stood in front of Xiaoben and them, but his eyes were aimed at everyone. No, it's all right, it's just a fall, it's no big deal. Thanks to you, we're fine, otherwise that weirdo wouldn't know what to do to us. I don't know why, but there have been more and more terrorist attacks recently. What a bunch of lunatics. Everyone in the museum who was rescued expressed their gratitude to the flame people, especially the staff, and even expressed their desire to make the flame people in harmony. Sorry, I don't have that idea. The firemen politely declined their request. Mark looked around and said in amazement that the flame man, the black magician, seems to have escaped just now, and he also ran away with the Akamita spell collection. This guy will definitely absorb more powerful magic. Tian Xiaoan said with a worried expression, clasping her hands tightly. Her sixth sense seemed to tell her vaguely that magic had an inexplicable attraction to herself. It must be the fireboat hit Irma just now. He failed to solve the magician, but let him escape. The flame man stepped on the ground heavily, showing a very unhappy look, and flew outside. I will go after that guy now, and I will definitely get back the Akamita spell collection for the museum. Don't worry. Under the adoration and admiration of countless people, the flame man flew out. Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and the others walked out of the museum knowingly. After saying goodbye to the tour guides, they did not go anywhere else, but stayed in the old broken car and waited quietly. As predicted, after a few minutes, the door of the old broken car was pushed open by Xiao Chen outside. He returned to his human state, and closed the door with some care, as if there was something inlaid in his hand. Damn, I didn't expect this black magician to be so spineless, and he was directly beaten away by Xiao Chen. It's too bad. Tian Xiaoban slammed the table with his hand, looking unhappy. He was hurt just now, thinking of revenge to go back. Who knows where the corpse escaped to? It doesn't matter. He said that after absorbing the power of Akamita's spell collection, he will come back to seek revenge for me, and I will wait for him. Xiao Chen pretended to be mysterious. Wait a minute, drain power, black magic. I'll check it online. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, you all come and check the information. Tian Xiaoan thought of his laptop, opened it, and actually found the information. The search engines in this world are too powerful? In other words, maybe the person who wrote it really knew about it, but the people who read it thought it was a fun. Who knew it was real? The Akamita spell book can strengthen the magic of the black magician and fully activate the power of the magic pendant. The magic pendant is divided into fire magic, floating magic, incarnation magic, and lucky magic, which must be true. For flowers. Xiao Chen followed the information on the page and read it out. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect the information to be so complete. That's the end of it. After his magic is strengthened, he still doesn't know if he will take revenge on us? And he doesn't know it's the alien hero you transformed into Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoan sadly closed the notebook and said, Remnant? That's not necessarily. He will definitely come to retaliate against me. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously again, slowly raised his tight hand, and opened it. A pendant suddenly appeared in his hand. Tian Xiaoan, and Mark beside him all widened their eyes. 0. This is, the pendant shown on the page. Yes, this is one of the pendants of Hazy Corpse. Tian Xiaoan stood up in surprise. Xiao Chen, how did you do it? It's simple. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, when he was injured by the fire dharma just now, he didn't even notice that a pendant flew out and was picked up by me. So I said, he will definitely come to us. Don't worry. No one else would have imagined that Mantianyu would have this skill. Only Mark frowned slightly. He smelled an unusual breath, but because of his knowledge of Xiao Chen, even if the other party concealed something, he would not be suspicious. At any rate, Xiao Chen is on the right side, still the kind of strong fighting force. Then, this pendant is also a magic pendant. Tian Xiaoban's eyes slowly widened, and he looked at the pendant in front of him in surprise. Yes, I definitely don't need pendants, I don't need magic. Xiao Chen himself took the lead in rejecting the pendant, and then looked at Xiao Ban, who looked pleading, and scolded with a smile. Xiao Ban, you already have a steel battlesuit, so leave this to the defenseless Xiao Wen. This is for me? A moving expression appeared on Tian Xiaoan's face, and he looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Yes, try this pendant first and see what magic it has. Ignoring Tian Xiaoban's dejected look, Xiao Chen lifted the pendant and helped Tian Xiaoan put it on himself, but he wanted to see it. What can Tian Xiaoan do with this magic pendant? Billion, thank you, Xiao Chen. Looking at the sunny face so close at hand, Tian Xiaoan couldn't help blushing and said in a very soft voice, fine. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, retracted his body, and asked curiously, Xiao Wen, now you also have a magic pendant, do you feel anything special? Special feeling? Tian Xiaoan slowly lowered her head and pushed her palms away. She tentatively patted her hands up, as if she wanted to change the gravity environment of this old broken car. Half a day, no response. It doesn't seem to be a waste pendant that can float in the air. Then try it to see if it can emit light, or turn a dead thing into a living thing. Xiao Chen said patiently. But unfortunately, Tian Xiaoan tried every powerful trick, but all of them were ineffective, as if the pendant had lost its magic power. Then there is only one last possibility, this pendant, a lucky pendant? Xiao Chen held his chin in his hand and made his 6 and 9-7 judgment. Lucky pendant? However, I don't feel soft, like nothing has changed. Tian Xiaoan said with a hint of disappointment, holding the lucky pendant in his hand. Kukuan. A strange voice came from Tian Xiaoban's stomach, and his expression immediately became embarrassed, pretending to be nothing. Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, just right, I'm hungry too, Grandpa, let's go have lunch. Okay, there is a very good restaurant in the area. Their river prawns are delicious. I will take you to taste it. Mark also agreed with Xiao Chen's decision, stepped on the accelerator, and headed to the restaurant. It was about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. When the four of them arrived at the restaurant, the business of the restaurant was already booming, and they managed to find a vacant seat and ordered several plates of fried shrimp. I'm so hungry, I don't know how long I have to queue to get shrimp. Xiao Chen looked around at the tables full of them, with a depressed expression on his face, and complained. This lucky magic pendant didn't make us very lucky either. Tian Xiaoan held the lucky pendant in his hand and said a little discouraged. At this time, The customer at the same table next to him who ordered fried shrimp suddenly got up and said apologetically to the waiter who brought the fried shrimp, "I'm really sorry, something happened to our house and we need to rush back immediately. You throw this food away." Bar. So coincidental? Xiao Chen, Mark, Tian Xiaoben, and the others suddenly showed a look of surprise, and looked suspiciously at the lucky pendant on Tian Xiao's tattoo. Is this a coincidence, or is it really lucky magian at work? Oh well. The waiter nodded helplessly and looked at the table of Mark and the others. "Sir, this bowl of fried shrimp hasn't been touched yet, if you don't mind." "We don't mind, it's not good to waste food." Mark nodded without hesitation and let the waiter bring the fried shrimp to the table. Fragrant smell? The four of them were not polite at all, and started to eat shrimp quickly. After finishing this plate, another plate just came up. After more than 10 minutes, there was a pile of shrimp shells on the table. Xiao Chen and others rubbed their stomachs with satisfaction, and lay lazily on the chairs. "I'm too full to walk. Waiter, please check out." Mark greeted the waiter with a contented face. When the waiter came, with a congratulatory expression on his face, he said to Xiao Chen and the others, "Congratulations, you are lucky to be the 100th table guest today, and our shop is free." Free bill. Xiao Chen's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at the waiter in shock. "Are you sure you're not joking? Okay, if you are not full, you can continue to order, all for free." The waiter didn't look fake, but was very enthusiastic. Of course, Xiao Chen and the others were very full, so they waved their hands and let the waiter leave. "Xiao Wen, it seems that your lucky charm is really useful." Xiao Chen looked at the lucky charm on Tian Xiao's tattoo, and said with a look of certainty. If it was a coincidence that it was the first time that the meal was served ahead of time, then the order free this time was also a coincidence. Too many coincidences, right? Maybe, is it really our luck? Tian Xiaoan still looked at the lucky magic pendant with some doubts, and said doubtfully, "Good luck, I'll let you try it later." Xiao Chen said to Tian Xiaoan with a mysterious face, imitating Mark's behavior and becoming a riddleman. Next, the four of them chatted for a while, and after they had digested it almost, they returned to the old broken car and continued to drive towards the city, seeing a lot of local style along the way. The road conditions are surprisingly good, it can be said that it is unobstructed, and the green light is all the way. But apart from Xiao Chen and Xiaoben, the other two were still skeptical about the lucky magic pendant. And what Xiao Chen said, "Try it and you'll know," soon as he said, gave Xiaoan an opportunity to try. Taste? The old broken car slowly stopped on the road of a street, but there was a green light ahead. "Grandpa, it's only daytime, shouldn't we have to stop for dinner?" Xiao Chen put his head in his hands. Although he had some thoughts in his heart, he still asked Mark with uncertainty. "There is a group of gangsters in front of them who are blackmailing others. I think we still need to do justice." Mark replied solemnly. Really? Xiao Chen's thoughts were confirmed. In this world full of Gotham City, he doesn't feel comfortable without encountering a little gangster, criminals every day. So, Xiao Chen, is it you or me? Tian Xiaoben slowly straightened his body and looked at Xiao Chen eagerly. Do not know why. Tian Xiaoan looked at the lucky magic pendant on his body, and there was a hint of war in his heart, his determination to fight against the bad guys. Maybe this magic pendant is really useful? Xiaoban, it's still far from the time for our appearance. Besides, the energy of your reactor has only recovered a little, so don't use it all the time. Xiao Chen's eyes fell on Tian Xiao's tattoo, and he said firmly, Xiaoan, try it out, use your lucky pendant to deal with those gangsters. Xiaoan. Both Mark and Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian Xiaoan with surprise, and even she was surprised. Trust me, Xiaoan can unleash the power of the magic sword. Xiao Chen's attitude is very firm, with the unquestionable sense of majesty of a captain. Okay, I also want to fight criminals and become a hero like you, not a little girl who was taken as a hostage. With Xiao Chen's trust, Tian Xiaoan also regained his confidence and expressed to others one's own thoughts. Without hesitation, Mark nodded and agreed. Tian Xiaoban also sighed and gave Tian Xiaoan the chance to be a hero. But Tian Xiaoan also needs a uniform to hide his identity. Her quirky eyes landed on a Halloween costume shop outside the window. 4.5. The other end. The horrified corpse hiding in the abandoned house finally recovered a lot of physical strength, took a deep breath, and the wounds on his body healed a lot. He could stand up easily without a staff. Holding the Akamita spell tome in his hand, he murmured in a low voice, "Furious fellow, when I master the power of the Akamita spell tome, you will be doomed." He tried to absorb the powers of Akamita's tome of spells. 19. No matter what, his magic has not been enhanced in the slightest. What happened? The corpse was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly picked up his necklace, and one of the missing pendants was clearly visible, making it extremely abrupt. A low voice resounded throughout the house. It must have been at that time. My pendant was taken away by someone unknown, or it fell to the ground. I will use black magic to retrieve my pendant. After coming out of the Halloween clothing store, Tian Xiaoan wore a purple mask and clothes like a ranger, looking a little more mysterious. Xiao Chen and the others got out of the car and watched Tian Xiaoan walk towards the gangsters. Tian Xiaoban looked skeptical again. Xiao Chen, although what I said to you is a double-edged sword, a hero can't be made by luck, a hero needs this power? He patted the reactor on his chest. Quite obvious. Xiao Ban, don't be surprised later, the power of this magic pendant is extraordinary. Xiao Chen shook his head. however, and had high hopes for Tian Xiaoan. During the conversation, Tian Xiaoan also came to the gang of gangsters, and scolded the gang of gangsters in front of him coquettishly. Hey, you guys, don't think about stealing other people's things in front of the lucky girl. Where is this girl from? Dressed so funny, how dare you meddle in our business? Ha ha ha, what is it called, a lucky girl? Little sister, have you read too many superhero comics and thought you could be a superhero too? Big brothers are doing business, if you have nothing else to disturb, go to the side. A few gangsters turned around and saw Tian Xiaoan, all of them with hippie smiles, and they didn't take her to heart at all. They didn't even deserve to be angry, so they turned around and continued to look at the person who was robbed. Hey, Tian Xiaoan didn't give in, he instantly picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it out and hit a gangster on the back. Whoops. The little gangster bent over in pain, turned around, kept rubbing his back, and roared at Tian Xiaoan with a ferocious face. You're asking for trouble, little sister. Go, teach her a lesson. Looking at her like this, maybe she can go out for a ride with us for a while? The attention of several gangsters instantly fell on Tian Xiao's tattoo, and walked towards her with a bad expression. They didn't know that a demon-like existence was leaning on the door of the old broken car, staring at them intently. As long as the things that go too far. Xiao Chen directly transformed into a flash star or a ghost, allowing them to experience what happiness is. Come and take you? A gangster rushed towards Xiaoan. Tian Xiaoan, because he had no battle experience, just dodged to the side casually. It can be said that he avoided all flaws. Boom! But it was such a coincidence that he avoided the body of the thug who rushed over, causing the latter to face the ground and fell to the point of being unable to stand up. The lucky pendant is working. Xiao Chen looked at the lucky devil sitting, and he could also feel that the devil sitting radiated energy to help Xiaoan. Damn it, this idiot, eats the most, can't even catch a little girl. The other gangsters didn't care, and after scolding the gangster, they gathered around Tian Xiaoan. But something even weirder happened. Every time they punched and attacked, they were either easily dodged by Tian Xiaoan, or they happened to be hit by their own fists. After a while of punching and kicking, on the contrary, these little gangsters are full of bags. Tian Xiaoan dodged all attacks with ease. Well, what's going on? Am I short-sighted? Why can't I touch her? We can't even beat a girl, can we? That's a shame. The few gangsters became more and more confused, but as the pride of the gangsters, they still chose to continue to attack Tian Xiaoan, regardless of their head full of bags. I've said it all, I'm a lucky girl. Tian Xiaoan revealed a shallow smile under the mask, becoming more confident. Every time she dodged, she would wave her weak feet, but she could just hit the chin, face, and such sensitive parts of those gangsters, which was extremely lethal. What? A burst of screams came from the gang of gangsters. Tian Xiaoban and Mark are both dumbfounded. Is Tian Xiaoan at the moment still the one who loves to read books? Directly turned into a heroic heroine. It seems that the lucky pendant is really useful. Xiao Chen was even more excited, and slowly clenched his fists. A corpse, I have decided. Not only the Akamita spell collection, I want all the pendants on your chain too. They are all mine. In the distance, the horrified corpse who was on his way suddenly sneezed and muttered, could it be some scumbag who was sent to hell by me, cursing me in hell? No matter, let's find the lucky magic pendant first. Don't fight, sorry, lucky woman, oh no, it's the goddess of luck. We were wrong, please let us go. After a while, the gangsters ran away in disgrace. In their minds, Tian Xiaoan, who could never be touched, became a female devil. Lucky woman, successfully punished evil and promoted good. Are you all right? Those people have already been driven away by me. Tian Xiaoan looked at the person whose money was robbed and asked with concern. It's okay, thank you, lucky woman. I thought there were only alien heroes in the city, but I didn't expect there are people like you. The people who were rescued were actually fans of Xiao Chen, and they thanked Tian Xiaoan again and again. It's not just me who should be thanked. Tian Xiaoan's agile eyes turned slightly, left the scene, walked towards the old broken car. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, and he was very attached. It was Xiao Chen who gave her such a confidence. Xiaoan, no, lucky woman, you succeeded. We have another heroic companion. Xiao Chen showed a congratulatory smile to Tian Xiaoan. Who knows? Tian Xiaoan stretched out his arms directly and hugged him, his light body with a faint fragrance. Thank you, Xiao Chen, without you, there would be no lucky woman. It's okay. Xiao Chen looked a little embarrassed, and replied to Tian Xiaohong. He didn't dare to hug Tian Xiaoan with both arms, and let the other side hug him. After all, Tian Xiaoan is still a lowly, he is not that kind of person. After a few years, when Tian Xiaoan grows up and becomes a slender girl, he will think about falling in love. Now, at most, it is to cultivate feelings, cultivate them. Cough cough, I'm very sorry to clean up, but we have to go to another museum tonight, hurry up and visit. Mark coughed a few times, and Tian Xiaoan retracted his hands embarrassedly and changed his clothes. Save the lucky girl's costume. After getting in the car, Xiao Chen and the others discussed the topic of heroes again, and Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban were naturally like two extremes. Taste. After the old broken car drove away for a while, the terrifying corpse floating in the air slowly floated to the top of the road, with cold and dead eyes staring into the distance. Their destination seems to be the Stone Statue Museum, where there are medieval demon statues and death statues. There was a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. That will be his home ground, in the Stone Museum. After a period of persuasion by Xiao Chen and others, Mark finally gave up the idea of finding a tour guide and agreed to visit freely. As a result, Tian Xiaoan volunteered to come to the various stone sculptures to introduce them endlessly, which is better than the previous tour guide. God, Xiaoan, a nerd, can say better than the old grandma tour guide before, they should be sisters. Tian Xiaoban covered his face with his hands, complaining about the coming nightmare. Xiaoban, please bear with it. Anyway, Xiaoan will be tired after a while, so let's bear with it for a while. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and guided Tian Xiaoban. The three followed Tian Xiaoan's introduction and came to the most important statue in the Stone Statue Museum. There were already many people taking pictures next to the statue. It was a completely open statue without an exhibition cabinet. It was a humanoid monster with 2 feet, a pair of bat wings, and 4 eyes. Its lifelike appearance made many children tremble with fear. Xiao Chen curled his lips dismissively, thinking in his heart, if this thing is alive, it's a little scary. It's just a statue, how scary can it be? There are not only 1 such demon statues, but 2. At the same time, there is also a skeleton wearing a black sleeve robe, holding a scythe of death, standing proudly in the center of the museum, which is the death god recorded in the myth. The 3 statues are arranged neatly. Strange, where did that guy Xiaoan go? Tian Xiaoban made a puzzled voice from the side. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked around, his eyes narrowed, his expression became vigilant. Why is Xiaoan gone? Just now, Xiaoan was still at the front, but at this time, he couldn't find it in the crowd. Could it be that Xiao Wen has already been snatched away by that guy named Horror? Xiao Chen felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart. Li Mara stayed in Xiaoban and hurried to the outside of the museum with him. Mark also followed after seeing this. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen walked to the door and tried to open the door, a small figure squeezed in from the door that was about to close. It was a girl wearing a mysterious mask and a strange costume, and it was not difficult to see from her orange hair. This is the small pattern? Xiaoan, finally appeared. I thought you didn't take it away. Xiao Chen quickly closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you suddenly change into this outfit? Xiao Chen, I don't know why. As a lucky woman, I feel a sense of crisis approaching. The lucky pendant instructs me to put on my clothes and come here. Tian Xiaoan said very cautiously, as if he had a sixth sense in general. Even the lucky pendant also flickered. Xiao Chen didn't answer yet. Xiao Ban, who had seen Tian Xiaoan's dislike for a long time, immediately said, Please Xiaoan, being a hero is not based on luck, but intuition. It depends on who is stronger. Okay, stupid, do you want to put on your iron clothes and fight with me? I'm not afraid of you. Not to be outdone, Tian Xiaoan hit back at Tian Xiaoban and said sarcastically. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Xiao Chen sighed deeply, and reluctantly came over to fight, pulling the two apart. After all, he is the core of the hero team. After he came forward, the two really stopped. But Tian Xiaoan still insisted on wearing this dress, followed Xiao Chen and others back to the museum hall, and looked at the devil sculpture and the death sculpture. Although Tian Xiaoan's strange clothes have a high rate of return, most people's eyes are still focused on a few statues. This girl, I'm sorry, we are a very serious museum here. Can you change your clothes and come in? At this time, the security guard outside the museum couldn't stand it any longer and walked up to Tian Xiaoan seriously. I'm also telling you very seriously, I'm a lucky woman. There will be danger here. If you believe me, you should leave. My unease is getting heavier and heavier. Tian Xiaoan raised his brows. I can vaguely feel that a huge enough magic power is approaching. Please, we're not a place to play. The security guards fought back impatiently. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom! There was a loud bombardment from the door. The security guards, as well as other tourists, all looked dumbfounded, and looked at the door that was smashed and smoked. That magic power is here. Tian Xiaoan's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the area directly in front of him. Xiaoan, everyone, Xiaoban, please go to the statue with me. You must not be controlled by the floating power of the child's corpse. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to transform. Xiao Chen always trusted Tian Xiaoan's words, and was bombarded at the gate the moment he opened it. He reacted. Taste? He pulled Tian Xiaoban, who was caught off guard, and Tian Xiaoan, and rushed towards the statue quickly, but it was too late for Mark and the others. In the smoke, the corpse flew out slowly, only to see his palm waved in an understatement. Bang bang bang! Countless people, including Mark, slammed directly into the ceiling, making a steady stream of crashing sounds. My waist pendant is not with you. The terrifying eyes moved away from the group of people on the ceiling, and instantly settled on Xiao Chen and the others who were the most conspicuous. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan all held on to the body of the demon sculpture tightly, so they were not lifted off by the force of the air. And the lucky pendant on Tian Xiao's tattoo. Apparently it's the magic pendant that terrifies the corpse. It's really easy. The devil is sitting on a little girl, and the worst case is that the magic pendant is taken away by the flaming guy. Xians was a little surprised, and he directly stretched out his staff without hesitation, aiming at Tian Xiaoan's body. He wants to use black magic to solve the three of them directly, and then take his own magic pendant? The guy in the sleeve robe, do you think you will succeed? Xiao Chen looked at the staff that condensed light, first looked at the ceiling, and found that everyone's attention was on the corpse, and he was relieved. Without hesitation, he opened the Omnitrix screen, and under the horrified gaze of horror corpse, he took a picture. Taste? The green light flashes at the same time as the beam of light emitted by the staff member. Wang Nyazeo? Why is this kid radiating light? No, this light is a bit familiar. A terrifying corpse sounded. The guy who was on fire in the morning was also born under this kind of light. Taste? But, this time, it's not the guy who is on fire. It's a four-armed, exaggeratedly developed muscle, like a red monster, like a Hulk. Welcome, four-handed king. Boom. The beam of light blasted on the chest of the four-handed overlord. His body was as thick as an immovable mountain, and he didn't shake a single bit, and the magic of the wand couldn't beat him back half a step. That kid can use that watch to transform into a fire-breathing man, and this four-handed monster, maybe even more monsters. Horror corpse reacted instantly, his expression extremely horrified. He originally thought that he would face an enemy, but I didn't expect that I would face an enemy that could become several types of warriors. The four-handed overlord forcibly resisted a spell attack from the bottom of the string, but there was a trace of black marks on his chest, just like a big boss who was scraped by a soldier, still so fierce. His eyes fell on the Akamita spell book on Hazy Corpse, the necklace on Hazy Corpse's body, and the sleeves on Hazy Corpse's body. Horror Corpse prepared all the clothes, accessories, weapons, and even the exercises to be used later. Isn't this all right? Feeling the eager eyes of the four-handed overlord, the corpse was stunned. It was trying to get back its lucky charm. How to make it like? This four-handed monster has taken a fancy to his own things and wants to take his own things away. Xiaoan, Xiaoban, you two give in a little bit, and I'll get something from the corpse that doesn't belong to him. The four-handed overlord said with awe, his eyes staring at the corpse, his arms clenched tightly together formed into a fist, the amazing power ripples twisted around. Spell? Horrified corpse was in danger, and after a brief period of astonishment, he quickly spit out a spell, then raised his staff and waved at the four-handed overlord. Taste? The body of the four-handed overlord suddenly floated up, as if he was about to be thrown out directly. Boom! However, the soles of his feet smashed the floor of the museum, and the soles of his feet were deep in the cracks, jamming his entire body, so that the power of floating could not help him at all. Even, bang, bang, the four-handed bully can also pull out each of his feet, walk forward step by step, and replace each other. Looking at the four-handed overlord who was getting closer and closer, countless cold sweats broke out on the forehead of the corpse, and his body began to tremble. He had a hunch. If it is close combat, I'll be blown away by this four-handed monster. Treat it as a toy, completely abuse it, disassemble it, shhhhhhh. A pendant on the corpse instantly flashed light, and the staff burst out with lightning-like power. Old black magician, I see that you are so old-fashioned that you can't even tell where I am. The four-handed overlord spread his arms at will, and wanted to directly fight against the corpse hack. Who would have guessed that the corpse hack would actually pass over his body, and this accuracy directly aroused his ridicule. Wrong? Behind him are Xiaogong and Xiaoban. The pupils of the four-handed bully suddenly shrank, and they reacted in a very fast time, and turned around to take a look. Tian Xiaoan station, Jit, dressed as the lucky woman stood still, while Tian Xiaoban let go of the statue, and was instantly held on the ceiling by the power of floating, and those two rays of light. In fact, it fell on the three statues behind. The two rays of light are connected together and become a circle of light, making the statue bathed in the circle of light. This old magician, his goal is not me, but to revive these terrifying statues. The four-handed overlord instantly understood the intention of the corpse, and his expression was a little tricky. What bothers him most is this kind of enemy with more abilities, make it impossible to guard against. And under the light of the incarnation pendant, statue, reborn. Tian Xiaoan hurriedly retracted his hands and just grabbed a statue against the wall, so he didn't fly out like Xiaoban did. Roar? Sculpture? No, no, the real demon slowly walked out of the light, stared at his murderous eyes, and stared at the four-handed overlord with awe-inspiring killing intent. Another demon followed. Also included, the god of death, who was holding a sickle and wearing a sleeve robe, also slowly floated out. It was full of unimaginable fluctuations, and its threat value was second only to the corpse. Damn, are you going to fight for? The four-handed overlord slowly looked at the enemies on both sides. His body was secretly tensed, and the energy of the King Kong indestructible magic was constantly running in his body, and this power could erupt anytime, anywhere. Hao Hu gave a terrifying smile, and said coldly, I know that the monsters you transformed into are very powerful, so it is impossible for me to single out you. If you can fight in groups, who will be singled out? It's the villain? It is not so easy to obtain a divine suit of it. 4, and the same will be beaten. The four-handed overlord was extremely domineering, and said with a face full of flesh, Idiot magician, he's not fighting alone. On the ceiling, Tian Xiaoban, who had already put on a steel battle suit, suddenly fell straight from the sky, and instantly rode on a demon, opened his fists and fought with the terrifying demon, Xiaoban. The four-handed overlord looked stunned for a moment, and immediately, a trace of warmth emerged in his heart. He also has his own heroic companion. He is not fighting alone. Another iron warrior. Horrified corpse watched Tian Xiaoban and the demon scuffle in disbelief. He did not expect this situation. And me, lucky woman. And the little girl who took his lucky pendant actually held a heavy iron rod and provoked another demon, attracting the latter's attention. The devil, also attracted by the little girl, walked directly towards Tian Xiaoan. This time, only the death god and the corpse are left to face the four-handed overlord. Xiaoan has also shot. This devil is not the grade of a gangster. The four-handed tyrant gave Tian Xiaoan a deep look, feeling worried for her. And here, the corpse sneered again, and waved the staff in his hand casually. It seems that my lucky magic pendant can be obtained in advance. Now my goal is not to kill you, but to hold you back. He didn't take Tian Xiaoan, who just got the magic pendant, into his eyes at all. The four-handed overlord snorted coldly, clenched his four fists together, and showed his best state without any effort. Hold me? You two can try your best. Taste? Horror corpse didn't respond, just lost his face. All the pendants on his chest were flashing with light, and the whole body was flashing like purple fire. This super-strong black magician has put on such an all-out gesture just to hold back the four-handed overlord. The god of death also clenched the scythe of the god of death in his hand, silently looking at the four-handed overlord. Both sides are strong, and both are terrifying enough. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Everyone knows that once you make a move, the sky will fall apart. Four eyes to four eyes, invisibly, the incomparable four-handed overlord, the momentum of the thunderbolt spread to the surrounding, and collided with the momentum of the terrifying corpse. His extremely gloomy, murderous aura, like hitting a nemesis, shrank to the extreme, and was suppressed to the death. The corpse expression is ugly. His own momentum was suppressed miserably, and it was a little boy who suppressed his own momentum? Unforgivable? Boom! Horror corpse took the lead in raising the legal power, releasing a magic shockwave of golden, red, and several colors intertwined, and launched a fierce attack from the right side. Taste? The god of death stepped on the ground, the sickle was placed diagonally, and he slashed at the left body of the four-handed overlord in the posture of cutting wheat. Both sides attacked together. King Kong, not bad magic. The four-handed overlord's body was tense, and his crimson body was instantly wrapped in a dazzling golden light, like a big bell, filled with a heavy sense of defense. What kind of trick is this? Horrified corpse's expression was quite vigilant, for fear that it might be an extremely aggressive move. Ping! The scythe of the god of death was cut on the golden shoulders of the four-handed overlord, but it was bounced back heavily, and at the same time, the crisp chirping sound was as loud as the sound of hammering iron. How could the defensive strength of his body become so amazing? A horrified look appeared on the corpse's face. Similarly, in the King Kong indestructible magic, he couldn't feel any magical aura, and it didn't look like a high-end protective cover. How could he have imagined? It's not magic. It's martial arts, the super martial arts of the martial arts world. Boom! The supreme magic of the corpse slammed on the body of the four-handed overlord again. His golden body was really lifted by the powerful magic, and he kept moving backwards, rubbing his heels on the ground, 2 deep cracks. Boom! The four-handed bully's body didn't stop until it hit the wall of the museum, and when most of the wall was cracked like a spider web, his body reluctantly stopped. Success, have you succeeded? The power of my supreme magic is not something that guy can do? Horror's heart was extremely nervous, and he stared at the four-handed overlord stubbornly. Taste. The golden light dissipated slightly, and converged on the body of the four-handed overlord. The body of the four-handed king can be described in one word. Safe and sound. For the four-handed tyrant, Hao's offensive means can't even do scraping, and it is directly ineffective. Well, what tricks did this guy use? Is there any tricks higher than magic shields in this world? Horror looked at the four-handed overlord in shock. Gradually collapsed. Then, it's my turn to fight back. Raising his fist, the four-handed overlord took on the posture of a boxer, and his sharp eyes suddenly fell on the god of death. First, get rid of this. Boom! Death's expressionless skeleton face showed a touch of movement, and his footsteps took a step back. For a while, it can't tell whether he is the god of death, or the four-handed overlord on the opposite side is the god of death. 8 poles collapse. The four-handed overlord didn't waste any time, his legs stomped on the ground, and the huge and heavy body was flung out by a giant bullet, and instantly moved to the front of the god of death. Call out. One of his fists swiped heavily towards the god of death in front of him, because the force was too strong, causing a rolling wave to form on the fist, wrapping the entire arm. The walls on both sides, even the entire museum, and the ground began to tremble as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. Well, how powerful is this guy? Hao Hu felt the vibrations around him, and his expression became even more horrified. The god of death hurriedly swung the god of death scythe, and greeted the past with the fist of the four-handed overlord. Boom! Unfortunately, when the death god mirror knife touched Beiji Bang's fist, the whole weapon began to tremble violently, and it was crushed by the fist in a crushing posture without holding on for a second or two. The speed of the fist is not reduced, and it hits the chest of the god of death fiercely. Boom! Like being hit by a cannonball, the sleeve robes on the death god's body were torn to pieces in an instant, revealing its bone-like body, which was also shattered in an instant like the clothes, turning into a pile of rubble. Boom! It hasn't stopped yet. The fist of the four-handed bully fell straight into the air ahead. There were bursts of harsh sonic booms in the air, and when the wall in front of the four-handed bully was blasted, the entire wall in front collapsed. The terrifying fluctuations caused by the force poured into every corner of the museum like a tsunami. Xiao Chen, the power of your punch is too exaggerated. Tian Xiaoban's steel battlesuit was difficult to maintain balance and kept spinning, so did the devil. Tian Xiaoban escaped the catastrophe with the help of the lucky magic pendant. As for the devil, he was blasted out by the fist wave and disappeared without a trace. The people on the ceiling also felt the huge waves hitting them, and the whole body was beaten with pain. It lasted for 10 seconds. It just calmed down. The four-handed overlord slowly let out a breath, and withdrew his earth-shattering fist slightly, almost blowing the entire museum into a blow. The god of death was instantly killed by his punch. This is absolute power. Call out? Looking at all this, the corpse's face was slightly silent at first, and then, like a chicken blood, he frantically released countless light wave attacks towards the four-handed overlord. Although the momentum of the whole person is getting weaker and weaker, but he desperately throws magic attacks. The expression is full of fear and killing intent. For flowers. The power shown by the four-handed bully has already made him have to think about putting the opponent to death. If he doesn't kill the four-handed bully, he can't sleep well in his dreams. Today I will teach you a truth. Absolute power can crush all fancy magic, high-tech, and powerful races. The words of the four-handed overlord resounded in the museum. Looking at the countless attacks swept in, he did not mean to dodge or defend, but raised a pair of heavy iron fists. Straight punches, jabs, uppercuts, the most basic moves in boxing, were displayed by him one by one. It stands to reason that this kind of move is like a sledgehammer for a boss like Horror Corpse, with no skills. But, plus the ultimate power of the four-handed overlord. Every punch of his smashed the corpse terrifying light wave power to pieces and completely disintegrated. Even one punch can be worth the many attacks of the corpse. It's like a tireless giant beast, waving his fists sweating like rain, punching, as if it is a fighting machine, never defeated. This guy, why hasn't he fallen? The eyes of the terrifying corpse suddenly shrank to the size of the tip of a needle, and the fear in my heart reached the extreme at this moment. Why? How can you defeat this terrifying monster? This monster doesn't even use fighter jets, it's just relying on that terrifying strength to smash all magic? How powerful is this? Boom! Sudden, the staff in the corpse's hand dimmed, and the body also took a step back. The whole person was sweating profusely, and he looked like he was collapsed. 1T. I no longer have the physical strength to cast magic. Not even a simple magic can be cast. The people on the ceiling also fell to the ground because of the release of the floating force, but they all dared not move easily. Because the four-handed hero looks decent. Even scarier and more violent than the horrible corpse of the fucking villain. Finished. The four-handed overlord slowly put down his clenched four fists. His body exuded heat, and when he touched the air, it turned into steam. His expression was indescribably refreshing. The feeling of full power is really cool. You let me. I experienced what a warm-up feels like. The fight just now. Just enough to warm up. His body just warmed up, but he hasn't exerted any strength yet. How did the corpse fall? Billion, we have something to discuss. There is no need to fight and kill. Heiza looked at the four-handed overlord weakly, and showed a flattering smile at him. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to ask you to borrow something to use. The four-handed overlord walked slowly to the front of the corpse, showing an eager expression that made the latter feel terrified, stretched out a hand and lifted the corpse easily and pinched it in his hand. Monument? He suddenly took off and jumped towards the outside of the museum. Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do with the corpse of the child? Tian Xiaoban looked at the four-handed bully who jumped out in confusion. His body suddenly hung in the air, his limbs released flames, and flew straight out, keeping up with the four-handed bully. They are all gone? What a bunch of weird guys. Anyway, 697, we are finally safe, but it's a pity that all such good statues have been destroyed. Everyone in the museum recovered from the horror, and all of them slumped to the ground in relief, like the rest of their lives. Mark hurriedly came to the broken wall and looked outside, but he couldn't see Tian Xiaoban and the four-handed overlord. Where did Xiaoban and Xiao Chen go? It disappeared in a flash. How can I find it? Grandpa, do you need to find someone? The lucky girl's intuition can find anyone. Tian Xiaoban came to Mark's side and said with a smile. Then, please, lucky girl. Mark nodded knowingly, followed Tian Xiaoban out, chasing Tian Xiaoban and the four-handed overlord. At this time, an empty place. The corpse was tied firmly by the rope that the four-handed overlord took with him. The staff, the Akamita spellbook, and a necklace were all torn off and put aside to prevent him from casting any black magic. In fact, he didn't have the strength to cast black magic anymore. Okay, everything is sorted. The four-handed overlord patted his forepalms contentedly, staring at the pile of things on the ground. Taste? When it was time to transform, he changed back into a human state and grabbed the corpse's staff forward, holding the staff in his left hand and the Akamita spell collection in his right hand. Watching my things being taken away, the corpse's heart is bleeding. It is real bleeding. What do you want to do? Those are my things. Horrified corpse protested helplessly. Old magician, when you hold these things, God knows what hurtful things you will do. What happened to the museum in the morning when you burned it? And the previous stone museum, the walls were all smashed by you? So, today, I will act for the heaven and confiscate these things from you. Xiao Chen had a full sense of justice, and condemned Horror Corpse with righteous indignation. Horror Corpse, fuck? He almost yelled. When did Laozi do these things? Wow, it's so cool, so many magical equipments belong to us. Tian Xiaoben looked at the pendant and the wand with glowing eyes, and cheered. This made the corpse a little desperate. He really wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's transformation and take advantage of Xiao Chen to get his things back. The issue is, Tian Xiaoben is still in a fucking state of transformation. As long as he dares to make any trouble, the end will not be easy. By the way, this magic sleeve robe of yours looks good too, use it for me. Xiao Chen directly stretched out his hand and tore off the magic sleeve robe on the corpse. The corpse was wearing thin clothes, and he suddenly trembled with anger. Bandit, this is a fucking bandit? That's right, your magic sleeve robe is of good quality, and it's cool when I wear it. After putting on the magic sleeve robe, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The sleeve robe actually gave him a cool feeling, and it also had strange effect. Received another baby? Delicious. Xiao Chen, why are you wearing a black magician's clothes? You even take people's things. At this time, Tian Xiaowen and Mark came over, and they were even more surprised when they saw Xiao Chen holding something horrifying in his hand. Grandpa, Xiaowen. Xiao Chen greeted Mark and Tian Xiaowen, and said solemnly, on behalf of those who were attacked, I will punish the black magician and confiscate his tools for committing crimes. These things will belong to us from today. Now, it doesn't seem right to take people or things. Mark scratched his hair and offered his opinion. These weapons, in his hands, will kill many innocent people. In our hands, they will become a resounding tool for saving lives. If we hand over the weapons to Hat today, it is tantamount to indirectly helping him hurt the world. Xiao Chen came directly with a large set of logical theories, so that Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and Tian Xiaowen all heard in a fog, and gradually believed. Only the corpse wants to curse the most. Lao Zi came here to get the Akamita spellbook, but all Lao Zi's things were taken away. The most annoying thing is, my own clothes are still on that stinky boy Xiao Chen. Boy, do you think what you've done is just? You're just using what you think is right, above the law, and doing something illegal like personal punishment to me. Talk to Xiao Chen about the truth. Xiao Chen is too lazy to talk nonsense. He said coldly, I just want to grab it, how about it? Taste. In the next second, Tian Xiaoben raised his palm cannon, aimed it at the corpse, and said casually, stay here obediently, don't make any small moves, the cannon doesn't have long eyes. This is simply bullying on the surface. However, as the loser's corpse, he can only swallow his voice. Soon. Whoa. There was a sound of sirens in the distance. The man who came to pick up the corpse came. A few minutes later, the corpse was escorted to the explosion-proof vehicle by several police officers. Before leaving, he looked at Xiao Chen who was wearing his own clothes and holding his belongings, and said viciously, remember, 4.5 I am horrified. The corpse will never let it go. Okay, next time you come, remember to bring some more magic equipment. Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile on his face. Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben, on the other hand, changed their clothes long before the police noticed them, showing a harmless appearance to humans and animals. No one could believe it. These three children are actually three superheroes. Okay, Xiao Chen, I know that magic equipment is definitely not your thing, but you have super weapons like a small broken watch. So, can you give me the magic equipment? After watching the corpse being escorted away, Tian Xiaoben immediately asked impatiently. Ha, Xiaoben, you are so smart. You guessed the first half correctly, but unfortunately you didn't guess the second half. These are for Xiaowen. Of course Xiao Chen wants to improve Tian Xiaowen's combat effectiveness. For Xiaowen? Didn't she have that lucky magic pendant? Tian Xiaoben looked at Tian Xiaowen enviously as if he had eaten it. For me? Really? Tian Xiaowen looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. These magical weapons were very attractive to her. Most importantly, she doesn't want to be a helpless hostage. Of course. But you probably don't want this dress. After all, it was worn by the corpse guy. Xiao Chen handed the staff and chain to Tian Xiaowen, but he did not take off his sleeve robe. In addition, there is also the Akamita spell collection, which is also in his hands, mainly because he is worried that Tian Xiaowen can't get so many things, so he didn't give it to her. With this necklace, I have the full power of the magic pendant. Tian Xiaowen happily held the complete necklace and gently placed the lucky magic pendant on his body on one of the gaps. This time, the necklace is completely complete and possesses extraordinary magic. She slowly raised the complete magic chain, put it on her body, holding a staff. The whole figure was like a replica magician. Xiaowen, let's try the power of the magic chain. Xiao Chen said with anticipation, and immediately let Tian Xiaowen train. Good. Tian Xiaowen nodded lightly. She could feel that after wearing the celebration chain, there seemed to be a strange energy in her body that could drive the power of this waist chain magician. The fire magic pendant on her body flickered lightly. He raised his palms and aimed at the open space beside him. Taste? A ball of fireball the size of a basketball sat directly on the ground, and instantly exploded a small pothole. The power is probably a reduced version of the bomb. This power, why is it not so powerful? Tian Xiaowen's complexion suddenly dimmed, and he said with some pity, maybe it's because of the problem of mana. Ha and you, both of you have magical talent, but its mana is stronger than yours, so the power of the tricks you both use is different. Xiao Chen remembered the inner strength of martial arts novels, and immediately understood why the difference in power between the two was so great for the same tricks. Just like the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, let a person who has been in power for a few years to perform, and let Xiao Feng Xiao help the master to perform, will that be the same effect? Then, I'll try other waist pendants. Another magic pendant on Tian Xiao's tattoo flickers slightly, floating demon sit, but she was the only one who could get used to it quickly, making Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben float together. It was already very difficult, let alone making Mark take off together. Incarnation of the magic pendant, it is difficult to revive most statues, which is relatively tasteless. Now it seems that Tian Xiaoen still has not been able to completely grasp the power of the magic sword, and the current strength is still far from enough. In addition, Tian Xiaoen doesn't like to use that staff either. She is exactly like Tian Xiaoen who grew up in the original book, and she likes to cast magic with her bare hands. This kind of power, I'm afraid it can only deal with those little robots that deal with mahas. Only the lucky pendant can barely fit me, and I can't use it all the time. Tian Xiaoen sighed and put down his hands, a little disappointed. Xiaoen, don't be discouraged, you forgot that we still have the Akamita spell collection? Since the corpse can absorb the energy inside, you should be able to absorb it too, try it? Xiao Chen handed the book of Akamita spells to Tian Xiaoen's free hand. The book was quite heavy, and it pressed her hand down a lot. Let me try it, I try to use that power inside me. Tian Xiaoen was full of anticipation, as if urging internal power, urging the mana in his body to gather on the hand holding the Akamita spell collection. Taste? In an instant, Akamita's spell collection is flashing with a magical purple light, shining towards Tian Xiao's tattooed body. Her expression was stunned for a moment, and the light of the Akamita spell book also seemed to be absorbed and disappeared without a trace, just like an ordinary book. Xiaoen, are you okay? Xiaoen, Xiaoen. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoen in a trance, waved his hand worriedly, and shouted her name, but she didn't respond. This nerd should be all right. Tian Xiaoben, who usually does not deal with Tian Xiaoen, also clenched his hands with a trace of worry. At this time, in Tian Xiaoen's mind, countless memories flashed. The Akamita spell collection is really a treasure. If the corpse absorbs the Akamita spell collection, it can definitely be upgraded from the level of 6 or 6 monsters to a level that can be evenly matched with Xiao Tianyu aliens. And Tian Xiaoen has gained precious experience. For example, magic spells. The effect is that chanting spells can activate your magic pendant more effectively, and most importantly, she actually obtained a magic technique for practicing magic. Seems like a very precious one. Its status is probably similar to the Juyang divine art in martial arts novels, and the speed of cultivation is fast. Small tattoo. It wasn't until Tian Xiaoen completely absorbed the memory that Xiao Chen's shout made her recover from that memory. Are you okay? Looking at Tian Xiaoen who woke up, Xiao Chen still asked worriedly. No, it's fine. Tian Xiaoen couldn't wait to explain to Xiao Chen and others. It's the Akamita spell collection just now. It taught me a lot of magic spells. Let me master this language, and I learned a power-up magic. Mantras, exercises. Xiao Chen suddenly widened his eyes. How is Xiaoen like the protagonist, so lucky to get the exercises in this book? Well now, 3 people, 1 biotech, 1 mechanical tech, and 1 ancient magic? 3 different routes? That is to say, after you have the exercises, you can practice magic and increase your strength when you have time. Xiao Chen asked further. Yes, and after I have the magic pendant, I don't need to waste time learning magic tricks, just specializing in magic energy training is enough. Tian Xiaohong nodded, her strengthening route was also obvious. This made Tian Xiaoben stunned. He didn't even think about how to plan his steel suit. Xiaoban, don't worry, I have a lot of space for your steel suit. After you get a good weapon, you can also upgrade your steel suit. It's better. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoben's expression, a little funny. Express your original thoughts. This made Tian Xiaoben feel much better. Not only Xiao Chen and Xiaoen can become stronger, he can too. Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me the magic pendant and the treasure book, so that I can compete with you superpowers. Tian Xiaoen looked at Xiao Chen with a moved face, thanked her repeatedly, and returned the staff to her. Xiao Chen, she really doesn't like this stuff. This instead gave Xiao Chen a headache. Staff, magic sleeve robe, what should I do? I can't really let me wear it so conspicuously. It's a pity to throw it away. Xiao Chen held the staff and wore the magic sleeve robe. His face was speechless. Xiao Chen, Grandpa can help you out with this. Remember, I told you about the Tianhui Association last time. Mark looked at Xiao Chen who was at a loss, pondered for a while, and proposed a solution. God Union, are all these things handed over to the people from the Tiangong Guild? Xiao Chen looked at the staff in his hand and the magic sleeve robe on his body with pain. Of course, he didn't really want to hand it over. After all, it is also a hard-won trophy. Don't worry, Xiao Chen, we have fought off so many evil plans before, and if we can hand over such a treasure this time, the Heavenly Guild will definitely be able to apply for a mysterious reward. You guys are waiting for me in the old broken car, I'll go out. One trip. Mark put on a mysterious posture again, hanging Xiao Chen's appetite. Mystery reward? The Heavenly Union is the most secretive and most terrifying force on Earth. It can be said that any country has countless alien technologies and treasures. This mysterious reward is not bad if you think about it. Grandpa, can I go to the Heavenly Guild with you? Xiao Chen was very interested in the Heavenly Guild and asked uncontrollably. Xiao Chen, let's talk about the Tiangong Association when you both grow up. Mark however vaguely prevaricates the question of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen saw that Mark didn't want his current self to be in contact with Tiangong, and he didn't have a temper like a child, so he stopped asking. He and Xiaoben and Xiaoan returned to the old car, waiting for Mark's return. During this period of time, the other two were also very curious about the Heavenly Union, and they also tried to search for information on the Heavenly Union on the internet, but of course they found nothing, and could not find any relevant information at all. Time, 2 or 3 hours passed in a flash. It's almost time for dinner. There were some hurried footsteps coming from the door outside. Is it Grandpa? To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and shouted at the old broken car door. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, it's me, I came back with a good thing. Mark suppressed his voice, but his tone was full of joy, thinking it must be an alien technology, or a baby. Xiao Chen and the others were instantly refreshed and no longer sleepy. Xiao Chen took the lead in front of the car door, opened the door, welcomed Mark into the car, and closed the door. In his hand, he was also carrying a small red box. He didn't know what was in it. It was very mysterious. Grandpa, what's in this box? Xiao Chen pointed at the red box and asked Mark out of curiosity. Wait. Mark closed the curtains again, and then sat back in his seat, heaved a sigh of relief, and burst into a congratulatory smile. Grandpa, this time, he brought a baby from Tiangong. He gently opened the red box, and there was a medicine tube inside, and the green potion was flowing in the medicine tube, like a corrosive liquid. What is this? Grandpa. Xiao Chen was even more puzzled, and poked the medicine tube with his fingers, which was cold. It's a gene-enhancing agent, invented by a biological genius among the Gavins, which can enhance the genetic power of the human body. It's very suitable for those of you who need high-intensity battles. Mark gushed about the introduction. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The corpse's wand and magic sleeve robes have actually been exchanged for such a good treasure? This is a potion similar to soldier serum, or even higher. After all, this is alien biotechnology. However, there is only one here. How to divide it? Tian Xiaoben asked a key question, and he was itching for it, but he still reluctantly said, I don't need it, it's all for Xiao Chen, who made him my good machi. I agree. Tian Xiaoan of course supports Xiao Chen unconditionally. This made Xiao Chen a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he took out 3 cups, took out the test tube, and divided the strengthening potion into 3. According to his physique, his strengthening dose is the largest, and Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben combined are equal to him. Strengthening the potion, it is still necessary to be cautious. Then, I'll do it first. Xiao Chen raised his glass to the two of them cheerfully. Wait, let's clink glasses. I'm coming too. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben raised the cups together, and the 3 of them clinked the glasses as if they were drinking wine. Afterwards, the 3 of them drank the enhanced potion in one gulp. Call. Xiao Chen's face instantly flushed red. His body is hot and hot everywhere, as if he is about to be cooked. His strength and physique are improving and strengthening. Fortunately his dose is the largest. Xiaoben and Xiaoan also showed different thermal reactions, and both were enduring the scorching sensation brought about by the reinforcement, but compared to Xiao Chen, it was nothing compared to Xiao Chen. After half an hour, reinforcement stop? I seem to have grown a little taller. I don't know if it's an illusion. Tian Xiaoben, who was originally the shortest, was surprised to find that he was as tall as Xiaoan. Moreover, there is a faint outline of muscles on the body. My magic is faster to practice and faster to run. Tian Xiaoan found that his mode of adding points was different from that of Xiaoben. Small class is rushing to improve physical fitness. I am strengthening my magical talent. It's a pity that I can't laugh at the stupid with the height difference anymore. Where's Xiao Chen? How is he? Mark looked at Xiao Chen with great anticipation, and Xiaoben and Xiaoan also focused on Xiao Chen together. They wanted to know what effect Xiao Chen would show with the highest dose. But Xiao Chen, his whole body was still hot, as if he couldn't bear this reinforcement. The 3 suddenly became nervous. Could it be that the dose is too high? Call. After several minutes, Xiao Chen's face returned to normal. He let out a long breath, and opened his eyes slightly. Everything around is very clear. Xiao Chen, how are you feeling? Tian Xiaoan couldn't wait to ask Xiao Chen, who had been strengthening the longest. To be honest, it doesn't make much sense. Xiao Chen raised his arms as he spoke, and out of the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of his muscular arms. He looked down at his figure again, startled. The originally muscular self is full of muscles at this moment, like the lean, but powerful muscles of an oriental person. At a glance, it is awe-inspiring. Xiao Chen, why don't we both try wrenching the wrist? I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Tian Xiaoben suggested eagerly. He really wanted to test his strength. Okay, Xiaoben, I also want to try my current strength. Xiao Chen readily stretched out Wang Niazeo, his palm, and together with Tian Xiaoben, put his hand on the table and began to wrench his wrist. Tian Xiaoben didn't know that he was about to have a tragedy, and his face was excited. Comment? Next second, the two exerted force at the same time, but Tian Xiaoben's wrist felt an overwhelming force, and his palm was instantly pressed against the table. In 1 second, Xiao Chen won. Overwhelming power? Welcome? It seems that my strengthening effect is the greatest. Xiao Chen patted the shoulder at Tian Xiaoben, who was stunned, and showed a happy smile. His facial features are also more angular, and his smile is particularly sunny. Cuckoo cuckoo. He and Xiaoben's stomach protested at the same time, and they couldn't bear it anymore. The strengthened body needs more food. Ah, forget we haven't finished our meal yet. Let's go to the best restaurant to celebrate. Mark smiled knowingly, got into the driver's seat and started the old car. The old broken car starts, and a new journey begins again. The 6-story building turned thousands of times, swooped down more than 200 feet, and dived at a speed of more than 25 miles. In the end, the whole person was thrown into the super-large swimming pool. Welcome, Big Wild Wave Speed Zone. Under the sweltering heat, in a water park, there are children's frolic everywhere, and many adults are also playing in the large swimming pool of the water park. There is also a towering slide in the water park, which zigzags down to the bottom of the swimming pool. Screaming and slid down from the heights, into the water. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben were wearing swimming gear, standing in front of the Dekuanglang speed zone, listening to Tian Xiaoben gushing about the swimming slide in front of him. Yesterday, it was a boring museum, so I was very satisfied with dinner and lunch, and today I can finally have a good time and experience the water park. Let's go! Xiao Chen waited patiently for Tian Xiaoben to finish his introduction, then he couldn't wait to walk up the stairs of the speed zone and set off towards the highest point. Because of the genetic enhancement, the three of them walked to the 6-story high preparation area in one go, and they were not too tired. Although Xiaoben mainly strengthened his magical talent, his physical strength also increased somewhat. Wow, little boy, your body muscle training 697 is very good. The staff member was holding the item of height, and when he saw Xiao Chen came first, he was surprised. Don't blame him for making a fuss. Who made Xiao Chen's lean muscles and 8-pack abs make him feel ashamed even as an adult. Not to mention height, Xiao Chen's head is slightly taller than the standard height. Tian Xiaoben also has Xiaoben. The height of the two of them is the same as the standard height. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoben's height has increased due to the strengthening agent, otherwise they will not be able to pass. All passed. Zanya, I'll be the first to try this slide, is it fun? Tian Xiaoben happily ran past Xiao Chen, the first to get on the slide down, and let out a burst of screams. Is it really that exciting? Xiao Chen couldn't help showing a look of anticipation, and then he slid down, and in the end it was Tian Xiaoben. The falling speed is very fast, and it is very cool, like surfing with the body, quite exciting, but well, it's not as exciting as galloping across the lake with a flash mob. Bang bang bang. In the end, there was the sound of 3 people falling into the water one by one, and their bodies first plunged their heads into the shallow water area of 1 meter 3, and then exposed their heads to breathe the air. My watch was almost hit just now. Fortunately, I didn't turn into an alien hero in that kind of place. Xiao Chen wiped the moisture off his face, looked at the Omnitrix that raised the screen, and put the screen back gently with lingering fears. I didn't lose my magic pendant, because I was lucky. Tian Xiaoben shook the scrap chain that was always on her body. Smiling, she secretly urged the lucky scrap pendant just now. This is equivalent to adding a layer of buffs that won't drop. Only Tian Xiaoben's reactor, hidden under his clothes, looked very awkward, but fortunately no one cared about it. The 3 were always equipped with equipment. Next, it was another time of fun playing in the water. Xiao Chen ushered in a short break. Originally, he still had a little memory of the original story and remembered what would happen here. It seems that because of his butterfly effect, nothing happened. Safe. The other side of the water park. Hauer, who was wearing glasses, had a frowning look. Alas, the TNG organization doesn't believe my words anymore. They don't believe my UFO photos and alien photos. What about my source of income now? Where to find new aliens? He is worried. I don't even have the heart to play. I leaned quietly in a cool place, and looked at the sky and the scorching sun in confusion. Red light. What? Red light? There are 3 red dots flashing in the sky, and they quickly enlarge, forming the figure of 2 small robots and the figure of a large robot, falling toward the water park. Fuck. It's a JIT robot? It's alive? If this is filmed, the Eternal Samurai will definitely believe me. Howell was stunned and hurriedly found the camera. Does that guy Mohath really want to have an interbiological romance with us? Is it necessary to chase it so hard? Xiao Chen looked at the falling robots with a headache, and reluctantly complained. No matter how he went on, he would be mentally weakened. Xiao Chen, leave the big one to you, and the small one to one of us. Tian Xiaoben volunteered to help Xiao Chen, but to Xiao Chen's helplessness, the two had to fight again because of their help. Stop, there's no time for ink, these guys are about to land. You rock paper scissors, whoever wins will go up. This will make Waste JAS so angry that he vomits blood when he hears Xiao Chen's words. The battle robot it sent has already been reduced to the prey to be competed. Okay, listen to Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoben's eyes changed, and he immediately agreed. Come on, rock paper scissors. Tian Xiaoben responded reluctantly. The 2 of them tacitly took out their palms. A pair of scissors and a rock. The lucky charm is shining. Who wins? Needless to say. Yeah, the light of luck will always look after me. Tian Xiaoben cheered in a low voice, patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, and blinked. Xiao Chen, I'm going to change clothes. You can find a place to transform. Let the dumb stay here. Let's go. Xiao Chen stopped writing ink, and Hishan Xiaoben acted separately and went to where they should go. The 2 just walked away. The two small robots on the back feet floated down, just in midair, while the large robots landed heavily on the water, causing waves of water several stories high. Ah! Help! Mechanical monsters. For a time, countless tourists screamed wildly and fled out in fear. After a while, they escaped without a shadow, leaving only the iron-headed Hauer and Tian Xiaoben, who was not panicking at all. Omnitrix, Omnitrix. The large robot shifted its gaze, and the scanner quickly landed on Tian Xiaoben, friend of the owner of the Omnitrix. Hand over the Omnitrix. I'm sorry, big guy. Tian Xiaoben put on a dejected look and sighed. I really want to shoot you down, but I lost rock paper scissors. Your opponent is not me. Neither the large robot nor the two small robots could analyze Tian Xiaoben's meaning, and even Mahaz couldn't figure it out. Lost? What do you mean? It doesn't matter. Kill this kid. He is also a fighting force. I will have permanent troubles. Abandoned JAS issued a new order in an instant, and it was absolutely amazing. SHHHHHH. One large fort, two small forts, focusing on Tian Xiaoben's body at the same time, directly condensing red light waves. The combat effectiveness is stronger than before. Tian Xiaoben, he didn't even have time to transform. His body was illuminated by that red light. Oops, these mechanical monsters are going to kill this kid. Howl showed a trace of panic, eager to go to rescue Tian Xiaoben. Taste? The red light wave quickly approached Tian Xiaoben's body, and it was too late for him to transform, isn't it? Your opponent is not me. Don't worry, Xiaoben, lucky girl. I'll save you. A melodious, silver bell-like voice sounded, and on the side of the bank, Tian Xiaoben dressed as a lucky girl arrived in time, and she waved her palm towards Tian Xiaoben. The floating magic pendant lights up. Taste? Tian Xiaoben's body suddenly took off and landed on the distant shore. Boom! In the next second, the red light wave directly blasted several large holes in the swimming pool, and the entire water surface could not be calm for a long time. Lucky what is a girl? What about Xiao Chen and Omnitrix? Mahaz looked at Tian Xiaoben who had magic. His small eyes were full of big doubts. Haven't seen each other for a few days. These people have so many helpers? You bastards, you messed up the water so much. How can I breathe underwater? Just when Mahaz was puzzled, a sturdy figure like a mermaid emerged from the deep water area of the water park. Mouth full of steel teeth, strong body, with a pair of fists in a karate stance. He is an alien hero, big steel teeth. Detected owner of Omnitrix. Detected owner of Omnitrix. All of a sudden, the three robots pointed the scanner and the turret at the body of the big steel teeth, and made a cold electronic synthesis sound. They all tried to fire at Big Steel. But, I am your opponent. Tian Xiaoben's jade hand waved lightly, cast the floating magic pendant twice, and directly forcibly pulled the two small robots to her side. There is only one large robot left, standing there with a confused look. Don't think about it. Those two are already the prey of the lucky girl, and you are my prey. Big Steel Tooth smiled at the large robot. Oh yeah, extremely hideous. Mohath had a hunch. This time I'm giving it away again? Hey? As a robot, the large robot has no idea what fear is, raised its alloy iron fist, and smashed it heavily towards the big steel teeth on the water. Murloc Karate, 5,000 tile fists. Big Steel Teeth also raised his fist, full of power fluctuations, and threw his Murloc fist towards the huge alloy fist. Look at fists of totally unequal proportions. Howl became worried from the beginning because of the appearance of the Big Steel Teeth, and squeezed his hands tightly. It's over. This peculiar creature is so small, and that robot looks so huge. One punch will knock it out. The Murlocs are smashed. I just saw a talking alien with my own eyes. Is this about to say goodbye? Boom! Until the moment when the heavy metal fist and the Murloc fist touched. The 5 kilowatt positive fist shock wave destroyed all the alloy fists, smashed them into pieces, and bummed the enemy's body like a torpedo. Countless parts, fluttering with the strong wind, flying all over the sky. Unbeatable. De Gangya lightly loosened his powerful fist and spit out these words coldly. Next, he showed an incomparably terrifying combat power. Call out? The big steel tooth's tail swayed heavily, and the huge impact made its body soar into the sky and came to one of the shoulders of the large robot. What? Teeth fall? The entire alloy shoulder is like paper. It was bitten to pieces in an instant, and even the entire arm fell into the pool of the water park, completely scrapped. Detection: the body of the machine is seriously damaged. Seriously damaged. While the large robot is detecting its physical condition, it tries to attack the big steel teeth with its palm or turret, but every time, the big steel teeth just twisted in the air, that is to avoid the attack of the large robot. Then, what? What the hell? Click. Just listening to it was enough to make the scalp tingle, as if it had the bite force of a Tyrannosaurus. When the big steel tooth fell into the lake again from midair, large robot, riddled with holes, like a skeleton, and the teeth of the big steel teeth are still so sharp and terrifyingly cold. Hall was dumbfounded. He was even shaking. This Murloc with such terrifying fighting power, give him a bite, wouldn't he go to see God on the spot? If it weren't for making money and taking pictures of aliens, he wouldn't dare stay for a moment. Then, in the end, smash you to pieces, lest you reunite with human beings and become a scourge. With the previous lessons, Big Steel did his best every time he made a shot. He set off a large amount of water in the water park, forming a vortex like a tornado, and instantly sucking the large robot into the water. Ask for flowers. Bang bang bang. Under this final offensive, the robot turned into countless parts in the vortex, completely collapsed, and every part was scrapped. How many minutes have passed? About 2 or 3 minutes. Big Steel Tooth ended the battle. Boring. The other side. Broken pieces? Along with the sound of the explosion, Tian Xiaoan, who skillfully used the terrain to fight the magician, also solved the 2 small robots. She was also fighting with her own intelligence. Maximize your combat power. But when she looked at the big steel teeth, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I thought I was already strong, but when I compared it with Xiao Chen, I was called a cleaning robot professional. Lucky girl, thank you very much, my good partner. De Ganja looked at Tian Xiaoan and directly praised him. Thank you. Tian Xiaoan also smiled and responded politely. The two left the water park tacitly and disappeared into a crowded place. Mahaz in space, also because of the orange hair, figured out the situation, and suddenly became furious. Which idiot gave Tian Xiaoan so many superpowers? If I were caught by Mahaz, he would surely die without a place to be buried. Mahaz at this time, in a wheelchair, looking up at the earth below through the glass of the spaceship. Only one pair of legs is left unrepaired, Xiao Chen. After a few minutes, the water park became calm, and professionals came to investigate and clean up the scene. After the transformation, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan walked in chatting and laughing like nothing else, and reunited with Tian Xiaoban. Xiaoan, your magic power is really good, and you are improving very quickly. The main reason is that I practice magic whenever I have free time, so I'm progressing quickly. And everything is difficult at the beginning. Magic is the opposite. The beginning is smoother, and it is more difficult to grow. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan discussed enthusiastically. The three did not know. Hauer filmed everything just now, left the water park tremblingly, returned to his home, and plugged in his laptop. He made contact with the Eternal Warrior of the TNG organization. Eternal Samurai? In the dark, everything is right again. Billion, few, Mr. Eternal Samurai, I think, your celestial organization must be interested in aliens, robots, and these life forms, right? Howl said slouchingly, putting on a condescending expression. The Eternal Warrior opposite, the expression in the warrior helmet is extremely numb, motionless, but his voice is a bit angry. Mr. Hao, this time, did you take another picture of aliens that you couldn't see clearly, or some opinionated alien taxidermy? We've had enough of your jokes. Companion is like a tiger, and trading with a dangerous person like the Eternal Warrior is also very risky. The Eternal Warrior said fiercely, if you want us to play again, you will terminate the cooperation. You can imagine the consequences. Howl swallowed his saliva with a gila and said tremblingly, Eternal Warrior, I assure you, this time is definitely not groundless. I have video evidence for 697. It's really what I saw with my own eyes. Looking at Hauer, who was still so determined after being frightened, the Eternal Samurai also had a little more trust, and said coldly, send it over, remember, don't leave any traces. Yes. Hauer quickly took out the memory card in the camera, put it on the laptop, and sent the video out. The Eternal Samurai, after receiving the video, cached it on the spot. After caching, he clicked the video offline for 2 or 3 minutes. In the video screen, the first thing that catches the eye is a humanoid, a towering giant robot, and there are small robots floating around, a Hollywood blockbuster visual sense. But the Eternal Warrior has been walking around the world for many years, and the naked eye has long been able to easily judge the authenticity of the video. He can see that the video is real at a glance, and how dare not deceive himself. Robots are real. Call out. The screen turns. Mermaid creatures appeared in the lake, and there was a girl with orange hair who claimed to be a lucky girl. These two people, with the power of destroying the dead, directly destroyed these robots, and fell directly into the water in the water park, and the parts were all discarded. The robot has lost its usefulness, but the Eternal Samurai is very interested in the sudden appearance of the two. He looked at the Omnitrix pattern on the big steel tooth, and slowly fell into deep thought. This pattern is always familiar to me, but I can't remember it clearly. It must have something to do with the appearance of this creature. The Eternal Warrior immediately called his subordinates to investigate the surveillance video of the water park that day, and easily deciphered the data. Surveillance video. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan are standing in front of the big slide and talking. The Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist instantly matched the pattern on De Ganja's body, and even Xiaoan's orange hair matched the lucky girl's hair. The Eternal Warrior said immediately, you guys, investigate their identities, now. These 3 children must have extremely powerful alien weapons, and the other one is suspected of possessing magic. As for the brown-haired boy, he is not a simple person. From the moment he saw it, these technologies, magic, must belong to the Celestial Organization. Even by any means. After a while, the subordinates, who were also wearing samurai equipment and holding weapons, investigated Xiao Chen, Mark, and their identities clearly. Tian Xiaoban, XXX, Xiaoan, XXX. Now, dispatch 2 vanguard troops to capture the 3 children. Remember, they can't fight head-on. If Xiao Chen and the others want to use alien technology, they can point guns at them. The Eternal Samurai gave a cold, but powerful command in an instant. The subordinates split into 2 teams in an instant and walked out in unison. Howl listened to all this, with a faint trace of something wrong on his face. Child? What does it have to do with them? Did you kill a bunch of kids? Okay, Howl, the news you brought us this time is very useful to us. Maybe we can get a batch of very strong equipment. The money, I will be credited to your account regularly. The Eternal Samurai obviously didn't want to talk much, so he closed the laptop, waved his hand, and hit $1 million. In a dark room, the eyes of the Eternal Warrior looked very cold. A watch that can transform into an alien, a pendant, and a kid who doesn't know what props are on his chest. I want all your equipment. At this time, Xiao Chen and his party did not know that they had been targeted by a terrorist organization. After playing in the water park, they went back to the old broken car. The air conditioner was on in the old broken car. In this air-conditioned environment, reading books and playing computer games were simply wonderful things. It's so cool, Xiao Chen, you and I are also on the news report, the combination of lucky girl and alien hero. Tian Xiaoan looked at the news on the browser, as if Xiao Chen had just transformed back then. I'm so excited to be on the news. One day, I also became a news hero? Really? I'd really like to see, how do they report on our combination of the beast and the girl? Did they make a mistake? De Ganja is so handsome. The more Xiao Chen read the news, the more speechless he became. Fortunately, he didn't watch it. Tian Xiaoan got up in high spirits. Xiao Chen, why don't we go out to eat some ice cream and celebrate today's news? Okay. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, not because he wanted to celebrate, but simply because he wanted to eat ice cream. Tian Xiaoban on the side listened. Xiao Chen, bring me a Big Mac ice cream with a mix of chocolate and vanilla flavors. Listening to Tian Xiaoban's series of strange requests, Xiao Chen shook his head speechlessly, knowing Xiaoban, you'd better eat less of this kind of thing. This idiot, he eats so much ice cream because he wants to catch a cold in the summer? Don't worry, I will definitely give him some extra ingredients. Tian Xiaoan put on a mocking expression and began to teach Tian 4.5 class again. In order to prevent the two from arguing again, Xiao Chen hurriedly pulled Tian Xiaoan out of the car and walked with her to the nearby ice cream shop. The distance is quite far, nearly 1,000 meters away. The two walked for about 10 minutes before they reached the ice cream shop, where a long queue began to form. It was at this time. There were whispers from the two vans parked near the old broken car. Two important targets have gone elsewhere. Should we go and catch them together? Idiot. Now there is only a secondary target left in the car, and an old man, who can be caught casually. Why send everyone to other places? The soldiers are divided into two groups. The idea was unanimously agreed. A van slowly drove towards the ice cream shop. A van with the doors open, old broken car here. The van opens. A full six, holding spears and wearing samurai equipment, slowly walked towards the old broken car, full of chills, and they happened to be facing the side of the old broken car, behind which was the wall. Cleverly use the blind spot of viewing angle, so that no pedestrians can see their figures and actions. When I came to the door of the old broken car, a samurai put down his spear slowly, knocked on the door lightly, made a bang 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 sound, and said in a very polite tone, "Hello, we are the owner of an ice cream shop. May I ask if those two children are your family?" "Yes, they had a car accident." "What?" Mark, who was in the car, had come to the door with some vigilance, but after hearing the words of the samurai, he was a little confused. Xiao Chen and Xiao Wen did indeed go to the ice cream shop. Boom! But when he just opened the car door, what caught his eye was not some friendly ice cream shop employees, but a group of warriors with high-tech spears and armor of the godship samurai. "Call out?" Mark stepped back abruptly, his expression full of vigilance. "Who are you? I remember, we didn't offend 16 people like you." "Shut up." The samurai didn't say any nonsense. He directly moved forward coldly, raised his spear and pressed it against Mark's neck. The cold spirit made Mark's whole body not dare to move. If he hadn't seen many big scenes when he was young, he would have been scared to the ground long ago. "Grandfather." Tian Xiaoban on the other side, watching his grandfather being held against the spear, came to Mark's back in a hurry, glared angrily at the group of warriors, and put his palm on the reactor in his chest. "You are all dead. Don't move, move again, your grandfather's life will not be saved." The samurai directly pressed the spear against Mark's neck, threateningly coldly, and his tone was full of murderous intent. "He really kills? Okay, I'll just listen to you." Even Tian Xiaoban, who thinks he is a hero, has never felt so powerless. He slowly put down his palm and said dejectedly, "Xiaoban, don't do it." Mark was immediately anxious. He wanted to remind his grandson not to be fooled, but monument? The combat experience of the samurai was terrifying, and the knife fell on Mark's neck lightly, knocking the latter unconscious. "What are you doing? Didn't you say don't touch my grandpa?" Tian Xiaoban angrily pounced on Mark's body, and after confirming that Mark was not dead, but was knocked out, he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Call out?" It's just that the other samurai were not very polite. They stretched out their palms and firmly controlled Tian Xiaoban and brought them back to the van. The whole process is less than 3 minutes. Mark fainted and Tian Xiaoban was taken away. The process is quiet. Like nothing happened. Only the cold words of the leader were left. The first mission objective has been completed, and Tian Xiaoban has been captured among the 3 objectives. Looking forward to the completion of the other pair of missions. After they reported the situation to the Eternal Warrior, they sat in the van and went straight away. They are not stupid. After you have a goal, take it back and talk about it. That is a real feat. Waiting here stupidly, if the other team was killed, wouldn't they have to sit still? Stop dreaming. The other side. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan lined up. After a long wait, Xiao Chen was the first in the line, showing a relieved expression. Bring me a milk-flavored ice cream and chocolate. It's Big Mac ice cream anyway. Can't remember so many words. That's ridiculous, kid. The boss greeted warmly, and quickly made ice-cold and delicious ice cream with the ice cream machine, packed it on the box, and prepared to hand it to Xiao Chen. Beside, but slowly stopped a van. It seems very abrupt. Is the owner of this car drunk? Looking at the van parked aside, Xiao Chen muttered as he stretched out his right hand towards the ice cream box. Monument? Right now, time seems to freeze. The six Wuqi kicked open the car door with the solace of their feet, and one of the fastest warriors, holding a long spear, stabbed Xiao Chen's outstretched right wrist. Take your alien weapon first. All this happened so suddenly that everyone here didn't react, staring blankly at the warriors, for a while, thinking they were playing some kind of cosplay game. Until, when the icy tip of the spear brought an unusual sharpness to Xiao Chen, he suddenly woke up. Is the enemy? Real enemy? Taste? The gene-enhanced body has extremely developed reflex nerves. At the last moment, Xiao Chen leaned behind him and retracted his right hand, dodging the fatal shot. Yesterday, one shot smashed the ice cream, but did not stab the ice cream owner's hand, which shows its precision. If you don't attack the target, let's go together. We must not let him have any chance to do it. The warrior was not discouraged, nor did he think that he could control the strongest transformative person with one move. Shhhhhhh. The other 5 warriors pulled out their weapons, roughly spears, and attacked Xiao Chen. Until now, yes, it is a real robber, a group of robbers with cold weapons. Run 697, you will die if you don't run. You guys are too selfish. What about this kid? Only then did the people around them react. Most of them fled outside without hesitation. A few people with a sense of justice wanted to help, but they were frightened by the appearance of the samurai's cold weapons, and they also fled. Xiao Chen, dodge quickly. Looking at the cold weapon, Tian Xiaowen's face was a little pale, and the lucky charm on his body shone brightly. He directly grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and took him to the side to touch. Bang bang bang, just by luck? Xiao Chen narrowly avoided all the terrifying offensives of cold weapons. If there is no lucky pendant and no small pattern, he will become a hornet's nest. No, I have to quickly become an alien hero. The frightened Xiao Chen didn't care about anything else. He gritted his teeth, and desperately raised the Omnitrix to transform. But the warriors withdrew their weapons at a very fast speed, and stabbed Xiao Chen's body with their spear tips again in unison. The precision of the battle was breathtaking. No time to transform. Xiao Chen's pupils reflected the tip of the gun, getting closer and closer to the body. And the Omnitrix screen has just popped up, and it's too late to press it. You guys, don't you think I don't exist? Tian Xiao and Jiao shouted, watching Xiao Chen being targeted by so many deadly attacks. A terrible anger suddenly surged in her heart, and she could not wait to blast the few people out in front of her. It's not allowed, they are so vicious to Xiao Chen. The floating magic pendant lighted up instantly. Although the 6 warriors did not float directly, their bodies also fell to the side due to the sudden change of gravity, and their weapons also fell. They broke free from the shackles of the floating magic pendant in the next second, grabbed their weapons, and tried to stand up and attack again. But, late? Taste? A dazzling green light particle energy flickers next to Tian Xiao's tattoo. A steady and powerful palm slowly supported Tian Xiaowen's back, so that she was not repelled by the force of backlash. Standing beside her, it's a terrifying beast. Yellow fur, no eyes, a head of sharp teeth, looks extremely fierce orange behemoth. Super beast? Xiao Chen, that's great, you're on time. And you turned into a super beast, but luckily you didn't become a little soldier. Tian Xiaowen turned pale because of the excessive magic for a moment, and spoke. No strength. Ho ho ho, Xiaowen, leave it all to me here, now it's my turn to protect you. Although Tian Xiaowen couldn't understand the super beast's words, she could hear the concern in the roar. Now that Xiao Chen has become an alien hero, then it's up to him to protect himself. Xiaowen leaned against the wall beside him with confidence, resting slightly. What is this? How did he transform into another alien? Beast-shaped, with claws and sharp teeth. Everyone pay attention to these attacking parts of it. In addition, it has something like ears on the side, but no eyes. It seems to have a special sense of vision. Nothing more than just a beast. After being surprised for a while, the 6 warriors calmly and methodically analyzed all the characteristics of the super beast, lined up the team, and aimed at the super beast with their weapons. It's like a hunting party, ready to hunt a tiger. It's just a hunter. It's hard to say who is the hunted. Shhhhhhh. The samurai spears stabbed at the body of the super beast from different directions, fast and accurate. Every move is aimed at the weakest part of the beast, and cleverly the place where the super beast's claws can't touch. In other words, it cannot be effectively defended with claws and sharp teeth. But super beasts don't need to focus on dodging at all. With a slight movement of the spider sense in its brain, its body is like a real spider, jumping up nimbly, performing extremely difficult movements, and avoiding all the attacks of the samurai in midair. Failed? The warriors all showed a look of surprise, and they used their warrior spears to protrude upwards towards the body of the super beast. But the super beast seemed to have eyes on its back, and easily flipped backwards, avoiding the alternate attack again. No matter how ferocious and cunning the attacks of these 6 samurai warriors are, super beasts can flash past with ease. What's going on with this guy? He's obviously just a little boy, so he shouldn't have so much combat experience. This is no longer a matter of combat experience. I feel that it can predict our actions. How could there be such a trick as a prejudgment action? Then how can you fight? 1. To avoidance, it may be said to be luck, fluke. But every time the super beast dodged accurately, these martial artists showed incredible expressions. They are all battle-hardened existences, and they can't even touch the fur of this monster? How is this possible? Roar. While they are sluggish for a moment, the super beast released a violent roar towards them, and in an instant, the rolling sand and dust on the ground rose like the wind, and the ultrasonic attack directly shocked all the warriors in front of him. Their bodies did not dare to move, they were directly paralyzed. Taste? The teeth of the super beast rubbed wisps of cold light, and suddenly appeared in front of a samurai. The paw slapped casually and landed on a samurai's body. Click. First, all the equipment of the samurai was cracked by the force, and even fell apart, and then it flew out with a bang until it hit the ground 20 to 30 meters away. Slap down. A samurai is half dead. Be careful. It's on the offensive. The other 5 samurai also reacted in a very short time, and hurriedly erected samurai spears and stabbed at the body of the super beast. 10 ITT. Late. The super beast roared and flashed the spear, and with a pair of strong arms from the side, directly hugged the samurai spear that was about to be retracted. That huge holding force made the samurai's spear unable to draw it back, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. Click. The muscles of the super beast burst out suddenly, and the ferocious body of the beast completely broke the samurai spear, and the sharp end fell on the ground, leaving only the stick in the hands of the samurai. They were still very calm. They all showed panicked expressions. When a group of wolves lost their teeth, they faced the overlord in the forest, the king of beasts, the tiger. How can you not be afraid? The super beast opened a pair of claws, and once and again, it launched the offensive with incomparable force. But the super beast still maintained a trace of reason and did not kill them. The reason is also very simple. This group of people is not like the people of Morjath, nor can they be the people sent by the corpse. Behind the scenes, there is someone else. If you don't find the mastermind behind the scenes, you are afraid that you will be hunted wildly, so who can stand it? Is there always time to sleep? Hu. Xiao Wen, let's go. Chow, Wang Niazeo. Neng Beast calmed down and roared again at Tian Xiaoan. Please, I really don't understand the words of the super beast. Tian Xiaoan, who recovered, looked helpless and patted the back shoulder of the super beast. The super beast suddenly had a plan, lifted a sharp nail directly, and carved a crooked line of words on the ground. Take them away, I need to interrogate them. Tian Xiaoan read the words on the ground and immediately understood. No problem, you can take those people to the vicinity of the old broken car now, and I will meet you there. After saying that, she turned around and ran to the position of the old broken car. The super beast slowly came to the front of the warriors, picked them all up, and when there was no place, he clamped them in the armpit, ready to take them to the old broken car. Only, they did an unexpected act. Let the super beasts show a stunned expression. This gang of warriors resolutely took out the knife from the broken armor, and the cold light suddenly flashed by. The thorn is not a super beast, but their own necks. A smear of blood appeared. The super beast threw the bodies of these madman warriors to the ground, with a look of horror on their expressions, and looked at the warriors who committed suicide on the ground in shock. Among all the enemies he encountered, I am afraid that only this group of warriors can do this kind of death without hesitation. Of course, as a hero who has seen countless big scenes, the super beast quickly calmed down and became even more afraid of the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of character is it that can cultivate such a character? Taste? The super beast jumped up quickly, left the scene, and broke away from the group of dead samurai. The eternal samurai also showed a hint of regret after the group of samurai disconnected. He did not regret the death of his subordinates, but regretted the failure of the mission. Their deaths can escape interrogation, and they can also exchange glory and wealth for their families. Death is worth it. At least the other team caught someone, which is a very good record. When the super beast was one step ahead of Tian Xiaoan and fell near the old broken car, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with 697. That super sense of smell, just concentrating in the air, is to smell the mixed breath of ordinary people, as well as another different smell, murderous feeling. And the door of the old broken car also opened unusually. Although there were no signs of fighting, there was no sound inside, and it was extremely quiet. Oops. The super beast ran with it in his heart, trying his best to think that Grandpa and Xiaoban went out to buy things, and hurriedly came to the door of the old broken car and took a look inside. Mark was fainting on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and Tian Xiaoban disappeared. You don't have to think about it to know. What happened to Xiaoban? Ho, Grandpa, the super beast stretched out a beast claw, gently pulled Mark's body, and swayed him. Little class, don't listen to them. Mark slowly opened his eyes under the shaking, and the first reaction when he opened his eyes was to get up at the speed of light, shouting anxiously to the air beside him, and was still immersed in the dangerous situation he encountered before. Hoo. After taking a deep breath, he finally regained consciousness, looking at the super beast in front of him, his expression a bit lonely. A group of strange people wearing samurai armor, using me as a hostage, took away Xiaoban. After all, I'm getting old. I can't even protect my grandson. That lonely taste. Only Mark can experience it. Samurai, samurai again? The super beast's pupils slowly shrank, and a pair of claws were pinched tightly. At this time, Tian Xiaoan just arrived at the old broken car. One person and one beast continued to listen to Mark to add the previous details, but none of them noticed. Behind a nearby building, Hao leaned firmly behind the building, and when he thought of the huge orange creature, he trembled all over. In my mind, a picture was automatically added. The orange monster was on the house behind him, covering the sky and sun. He lowered his head and glared at himself, and finally rushed directly. This family really know a lot of strange alien friends. But those guys shouldn't arrest that kid, it's not right. God knows what these guys will do. Hao clenched his hands tightly, and a fierce ideological struggle was going on in his heart. He was still relieved of Tian Xiaoban and the others, so he quietly drove his car out, and just happened to hide here and witnessed everything that happened before. The Heavenly Secret Organization can do anything, and it is even possible to tear that little boy into pieces. If Hao made such a mistake, he would not forgive himself at all. Here he is fighting an ideological struggle, and a brainstorm is set off in the old broken car. As the super beast changed back to Xiao Chen, the three of them still couldn't find the identity of the warriors by searching on the internet and asking people, only know that it is an organization of people. Isn't this nonsense? They all wear the same armor and have roughly the same tricks, so it must be an organization. The question is, what is the organization called? And where is it? Just relying on we can't guess what the organization that captured Xiaoban is, and we don't know any more information. Tian Xiaoan sighed and said. She and her grandfather also heard about the suicide of several warriors from Xiao Chen. It sounds appalling. We know, then wait a few more minutes. Let the little soldiers come. Xiao Chen clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. He must rescue Xiaoban. 3 or 4 minutes later, the Omnitrix is recharged. Xiao Chen directly twisted the Omnitrix, selected the little surprise soldier, and took pictures. After transforming into a little surprise soldier, he didn't talk nonsense. He landed on the laptop, and tapped all the keys with a smack. The screen of the computer switched from a normal screen to a mysterious page. Dark background, lonely search engine. This is the world-famous dark web. According to the outfits of the samurai of that organization, Little Raiders added a keyword search. Tian Xiaoan double-clicks the search button again. Taste? The screen that jumped out was a mysterious organization name. Heavenly Organization? What kind of organization is this? It sounds very mysterious. Tian Xiaoan looked puzzled. Could it be some evil church? However, there was a glimmer of wisdom in the eyes of Xiao Kaibing. In this state, he not only has a very high IQ, but also has an extremely terrifying memory. He just searched the warehouse of his brain easily, and found out about the TNG organization. The Heavenly Organization, an organization of eternal warriors, specializes in reselling alien weapons. They should have missed it, but they ran into it by mistake. So here comes the headache. How do I find the location of the celestial organization? Let me search for the specific information of the TNG organization. Xiao Kaibing searched the TNG organization again, but could not find any key clues, only that the boss was called the Eternal Warrior. Nothing else, no more. This is the case even if Little Raiders has changed several websites. The confidentiality of this organization is very high, and any website can't find any useful information. Mark felt a lot of trouble. He was considering whether to let Xiao Chen contact the people of the Tiangong Union in advance, and try to ask for help there. At this time, outside the door, Hall stood. Although I am a selfish person who loves money. However, no matter what, I can't kill anyone, it's still a child's life. Hauer, who abides by the bottom line of being a human being, slowly raised his fist, and under a trembling, he knocked on the door with courage. Crushed. He knocked like that. Little Kaibing, Mark, and Tian Xiaoan, the three of them showed an extremely guarded expression together. Please. The samurai just now fooled the vigilant Mark by knocking on the door. In an instant, Tian Xiaoan raised the fire magic pendant. Mark directly picked up the air gun treasured in Xiao Chen's box, and even Xiao Kaibing made a time bomb urgently. Howl, who was outside the door, didn't know it yet, and while dancing frantically on the tip of the knife, he said loudly, "Hello, I'm here to provide you with some information. I'm not a bad person, please believe me." The voice came in through the door. Xiao Kaibing was completely stunned. He opened the memory palace of the brain. In the memory palace, countless voices are mixed together, including the anime I watched in the previous life, and the countless voices encountered in the real world in the previous life. Howl's voice, compared with countless memories, the response result is no match, no match, no match, skipping countless voices quickly, until, matched with a voice in the depths of the memory palace, dig out that memory again. This Hauer is the one who in the original book gave Tian Xiaoban's transformation to TNG organization, and then because the TNG organization was cruel to Xiao Kaibing, he couldn't bear to rescue Xiao Kaibing. I can't say that he is a good person, but he is a good-minded person. Open the door, he's here to help us. Little Kaibing slowly put down the time bomb and said calmly. Mark and Tian Xiaoan looked at each other, both looking confused. They didn't understand why the little soldier who was with them like a big enemy just a second ago had a 180-degree turn in his attitude this second. Believe me, he is knocking on the door now, and there is a high probability that he has information to give us. Although the two of them couldn't believe it, Xiao Kaibing's confident look was very contagious. Mark had to trust, put down his weapon, and slowly opened the door forward. A young man with harmless eyes. Hello, old man. When he first saw Mark, Howell was very cautious, and at the same time full of embarrassment, because he had caused so much misery to others. Hello, do you have anything to do with us? Mark asked cautiously. I want to talk further, is it convenient to go in and talk? Howell asked cautiously. Mark turned around to look at Little Raiders, asking for his opinion. Little Kaibing nodded slowly, let him come in. Go in. Mark naturally agreed with Howell to come in. He didn't think he could be wiser and give better judgments than Little Raiders, so he complied unconditionally. Howell listened to the voice of the little surprise soldier. His face was a little strange. He slowly walked into the old broken car, and saw the little surprise soldier on the table. His expression was stunned. The big orange dog is gone? And there's such a small, cute creature? At the same time, he also noticed the air guns, time bombs, and other weapons on the table. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. Little Chi Bing tried his best to explain, as tourists, it is quite reasonable for us to prepare some bombs and firearms for legitimate defense, right? Yep. Howell squeezed out a forced smile, but fortunately, Mark handed him a glass of water next to him. After he took a sip of water, he relaxed and slowly sat in the seat next to him. Tell me, what do you want to say? The little surprise soldier looked at Howell closely and asked. That's it. Howell slowly recounted the whole thing. When I was at the water park, I saw those strangely dressed people following you all the time, so I followed along and watched them drive and park here. Come down, and finally see them take away your family, the little boy. He wanted to admit directly that he caused Tian Xiaoben to be arrested, but he still didn't have the courage to say it. It doesn't matter what the truth is, Xiao Kaibing asked quite keenly, then do you know where those people are going? I know, drive the car for me, and I have a driver's license. Howell was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head, and with the permission of Xiao Kaibing, Mark, and others, he came to the driver's seat and started the old car. Little Kaibing and Mark, very tacit understanding, did not ask why Howell knew where the TNG organization was. Why didn't he just come over to explain? For some things, there is no need to break the casserole and ask to the end. Tian Xiaoan naturally did not dare to ask. The atmosphere was rather cold. During the process, Howell also asked about the super beasts and the little surprise soldiers from time to time. Xiao Kaibing calculated the time for Omnitrix's transformation. When the time was about to come, he stopped the time and went to the toilet to change back, which surprised Howell. Anyway, Xiao Chen didn't explain it, and Howell wisely didn't ask. All the way, very quiet, but very serious. When the car stopped, Xiao Chen's Omnitrix was fully charged early. This is it? This is a subbase of the TNG organization, but it is also unbreakable. Howell looked solemn, took a deep breath, and dropped his finger to a house outside the car window, for flowers. Xiao Chen and others also came to the car window and looked at the house in front of them through the car window. No, that's not a house at all. It was simply a large fortress, a huge building like a castle, surrounded by high stone walls, and many samurai were still patrolling it, and it was heavily guarded. This must be the place where TNG was imprisoning Tian Xiaoben? Xiao Chen, what do you say? Where do you think Xiaoben will be imprisoned? To Howard's surprise, Xiao Chen seemed to be the backbone, and even Mark would ask Xiao Chen's opinion. Xiao Chen was very worried and sighed. To be honest, the defense and alertness of this organization are the most severe I have ever seen. It can be said that there are no dead ends. He observed it, unless it was a mouse and Xiaoqiang, no one living person could sneak in. Then how do we get in? Mark's face was domineering and said violently. No, if we get in, they will definitely know that we are here to rescue Xiaoben, and they will definitely divert their targets and focus their firepower on us. Xiao Chen rejected Mark's direct intrusion plan. It looks like there is no way to start. If it is said that the attackers have no threat value at all to this group of samurai, but the initial attack made them mess up the square, what will be the result? Howard, who was sitting in the driver's seat, lowered his head and asked softly. The result is very simple. These people are very smart. If the attackers do not have the threat value, they will not be able to transfer the small class. It is better to stay here, it is more dangerous to go out. The answer appeared in the discussion between Xiao Chen and the others. I need someone who can divert a lot of attention from the beginning, but make the samurai judge as non-threatening. I'll stay, after all, it's my grandson. Even if I risk my life, I have to hold back the attention of these warriors. Xiao Chen, Xiao Wen, you two go save people. Mark resolutely came to the driver's seat and exchanged places with Howell. Okay, Grandpa. I see. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan both looked firm and nodded without hesitation. Howell, who was already guilty, looked at the two children with such determination, and there was a kind of blood in his heart. Why is he not even better than two children now? I am still a young man. Billion feeling full of guilt, Hao slowly lowered his head. Old man, let me drive in with you. I'll sit in the co-pilot, and after I get in, I can still attract their attention. It doesn't matter, I'm enough alone. Mark originally wanted to refuse, but Hao had a determined look on his face, posing as if he could not refuse. Finally, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan got out of the car and lurked near the grass next to the gate. Mark Hao was sitting in the old broken car, facing the gate of the fortress. Xiao Chen looked at his Omnitrix as usual, the state of the green light particles, and his heart suddenly settled down. Wow! The headlights of the old broken car were like a beam of light, penetrating the gate, and several separate beams passed by the group of warriors. Bright. Who? Sniper. Array. The sensitive warriors reacted directly, rushing towards the gate in unison, holding weapons and spears, because 697 was illuminated by the headlights of the headlights, so that they could not see the light at all. Old broken car behind. Boom. Until the roar of the engine starts. Boom. The old wrecked car, which was accelerating at full speed, suddenly smashed the gate of the fortress and rushed into the courtyard. Most of the warriors responded quickly and hurriedly rushed to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact of the old wrecked car. Only a few, the one who couldn't dodge, was hit and flew out. There are enemies attacking? Catch them. The entire fortress was immediately alerted, and many warriors rushed towards the old broken cart. The samurai spears thrown out even more accurately stabbed the car platform, making the high-speed moving old broken cart have to stop as a last resort. A group of black warriors, like wolves and tigers, marched towards the old broken car. Inside the car, Mark was holding a time bomb. Erhao took the air gun given by Mark, and each took a deep breath, relying on these weapons to delay the last sight. Xiaoan, go. Xiao Chen stretched out his head and looked towards the courtyard along the cracked gate. Although the crowd of black people looked scary, almost all of them had their backs to the gate, and their attention was all on Mark. He immediately took Tian Xiaoan's hand, and the two trotted all the way to the fort's house. Along the way, my heart was pounding, I was extremely nervous, and even my footsteps were shaking. Don't be found, don't be found. They didn't even dare to turn their heads to look, they just kept running forward with their backs to the warriors. This is also the place where the sense of oppression is the strongest. Whenever a samurai looks back in the dark and sees the figures of the two walking towards, all efforts turned into bubbles. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan were all in a hurry along the way, and at the moment when the door was pushed open and closed, they heard the painful voices of Mark and Howl. Boom! The door is closed. The voices outside suddenly quieted down, and it was quite quiet inside. Grandpa, after I rescue Xiaoban, I will definitely rescue you together. Xiao Chen grasped it and said resolutely. There are so many houses here, and more than the first floor, can we really find them all? Tian Xiaoan looked around in confusion. Xiao Chen also noticed his surroundings. They are in a long corridor, and they can turn left and right, and from the height of the outside, it is only the first floor. There are at least 7 or 8 rooms, and only this side. In an exaggerated way, looking for Tian Xiaoban here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's okay, look for it slowly, most of the warriors should be patrolling outside. Xiao Chen comforted Tian Xiaoan. Next moment, at the left and right corners, there was a slight sound of footsteps, and it sounded like someone was walking towards here. Moreover, they deliberately lowered their footsteps, but because of the heavy samurai armor, it was inevitable that there would be a slight noise. What's the matter? It seems that someone is coming. Shouldn't it be? Tian Xiaoan's expression showed a trace of anxiety, and Xiao Chen also showed the appearance of an enemy. The two leaned against the wall and were at a loss. The sound of footsteps gradually became louder, and it seemed that the next second would turn around and come here. But this corridor, but there are no obstructions? Bang bang bang! Xiao Chen stared at both sides, nervously sweating palms slowly falling on the Omnitrix. The pattern has been switched to the strongest four-handed overlord in melee combat. In seconds, 2 groups of samurai came directly from both sides of the corridor. There were 6 people in one group, 12 samurai in total. Their icy gazes like knife madness, instantly focused on this corridor. There is no one. The door is closed. Calm. We came from the stairs just now, and went all the way to the corridor at the gate. The entire first floor has been searched, right? It seems that no one has sneaked in. A samurai breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly. Don't be long-winded, continue to search, and continue to search if you can't find anyone. The Eternal Warrior said, you must search the house well, and you must not be swayed by the enemy. The other samurai said coldly, like patrolling robots. They walked past the door of one house after another. In one of the rooms, in the dark room, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan's bodies were close to the door of the room, and they were extremely nervous, especially when they heard the footsteps stop at the door. Their hearts came to their throats. However, the footsteps soon drifted away. Tian Xiaoan's face was a little tired, and her little hand was holding the lucky magic pendant. She used the magic pendant's ability again. Eternal Samurai, I can see that we are turning the tiger away from the mountain. Xiaoan, without your lucky magic pendant, I am afraid that I can only fight head-on, and Xiaoban may not be able to save it by then. Although he didn't confront the Eternal Warrior, Xiao Chen felt the pressure for the first time ever. Think about it too, big villains like Eternal Samurai and Mahaz are all organized and have worked hard for many years. How could they be fooled at will? You must give 200% of your spirit to defeat them. Okay, the footsteps are far away, we should be able to continue walking, and I will always activate the power of Lucky Magician. Tian Xiaoan listened to the footsteps and left, heaved a sigh of relief, and said while holding the lucky magic pendant, Xiaoan, take a rest when you are tired. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen was not hypocritical, and told Tian Xiaoan very seriously. The two opened the door again, knowing that there are many people patrolling here, so they have to look for them. Driven by the lucky drop, The two successfully came to the front of the stairs, starting from the first floor, moving towards the second floor, and reaching the third floor. Xiao Chen, this is it. The lucky charm reminds Xiaoben to be here. Tian Xiaoan leaned on the armrest with his hand and said lightly, 4.5. There are more than a dozen rooms here, all of them are so big, it's hard to find. Xiao Chen looked at the layout of the third floor with difficulty. The structure of each floor of this house is the same, and the rooms are many and big. Most importantly, hold on to the stairway, as long as you hold it there, that kid won't be able to come up. Unless he climbs the window, he's courting death. The voices of the samurai whispering were heard from all directions, and it was obvious that a large number of samurai were gathering towards the entrance of the stairs. Yes, they figured it out. There is only one way for Xiao Chen to come, and it is to block Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, why don't you go down? Let's go to the second floor to hide and find a way. Tian Xiaoan said. Time is running out. Xiao Chen turned the Omnitrix's screen, switched from the four-handed overlord to another alien hero, gritted his teeth. I'll make all the warriors in the house overwhelmed. I'll trouble you to find Xiaoben. Monument? The green light is very dazzling, filling the entire staircase. Xiao Wen, I'll divert those people away first. You take the opportunity to find someone in the room. The sharp sound of the flashing star sounded, and before attracting the enemy, it also stretched out a pair of sharp claws, and there were several claws toward the stairway behind it. Shhhhhhhh. A pair of claws are like countless sharp knives, like cutting tofu, tearing the stairs behind them instantly, leaving a large section of the way. Although this certainly can't stop the warriors from coming up from the bottom, but at least it can delay the footsteps of the warriors coming up. I see a green glow in there. According to the previous information, once the child uses his alien technology watch, it will emit this light. The warriors all noticed the light emitting from the entrance of the stairs, and immediately put on a murderous look. They all raised their steps and rushed towards the stairs. Xiaoan, grab me, don't fall. Flash Star quickly stretched out his arm, hugged Tian Xiaoan, and suddenly released his Fengshen legs, making his originally extremely fast speed even faster. Taste? A gust of wind swept up to the third floor, and the warriors who were walking towards the stairs could feel a gust of wind blowing beside them, causing their bodies to fall heavily to the side. On the floor, there are still countless connected footprints. After half a second, the Flash Star arrived at a corner of the third floor, slowly put down Tian Xiaoan, the mask dropped, and said solemnly, Xiaoan, next I will attract the attention of all the enemies in this house and look for Xiaobens. The task is left to you? Okay, don't worry, I will definitely find that idiot. Tian Xiaoan nodded lightly, holding the scrap chain on his body, making a serious promise. Call? And the flashing star took a deep breath and galloped in the original direction. After another half a second, his figure reappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and he appeared in front of all the enemies in a grand manner, without any fear. Are you guys looking for me? Flash Star looked at the group of warriors in front of him and hooked his fingers towards them. Catch it. As long as you catch this kid, you will make a contribution and personally get the alien technology given by the boss. This guy is mine, don't grab it. A group of well-trained warriors, armed with their own weapons, launched an endless attack on the Flash Star, and the promise of the Eternal Warriors made them dazzled by the benefits. Moreover, the thin appearance of the Flash Star is not underestimated for a day or two. The Flash Star is getting used to this kind of shit. But, this time, a total of 10 or 20 warriors are attacking the Flash Star, which can be described as extremely dangerous, and even the Flash Star has to put on an all-out attitude. Taste? The mask of the flashing star was lifted again, and a pair of eagle-like eyes stared at all the warriors in front of him. This moment, his speed briefly surpassed the time of these people. The movements of the warriors were slowed down countless times, very slowly waving towards the flashing star. Every movement, expression, and even the drop of sweat on their bodies were all displayed at a glance. Naturally, the flaws exposed by the group of people when they attacked were also magnified. I don't know how much. Fengshen legs? The flashing star let out a low growl, and then used his Fengshen legs to match his dynamic vision. Martial arts with alien abilities? Shhhhhhh. In an instant, one pair of his legs turned into 2 pairs, 3 pairs, and even countless pairs of shadows, like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm, quickly falling on every warrior's weakness. The speed is terrifying. Puff. What? Time? Back to normal? The dozen or so warriors who were moving forward instantly felt a heavy blow somewhere on their body. The terrifying leg force directly caused them to take off in place. Bang bang bang! More than a dozen people took off together and slammed into the corridor together. This scene was quite spectacular. They all hugged their abdomens, hugged the weak parts of their bodies, and wailed in a low voice, and the parts that were kicked, the armor directly appeared a whole. It is unimaginable that without the armor, their bodies would likely be kicked to pieces. The third pose of Fengshen's legs, heavy rain and strong wind. The flashing star gasped slightly, and his body was still in the motion of flying kicks. When he was about to land, he stretched out his hands to support his body, and after a roll on the ground, he quickly got up. All the enemies in front of you can't get up for a while. Come on, there's movement upstairs. Let's go to support together, and the pile can kill this child with alien technology. And according to the previous intelligence inference, this child's extraterrestrial ability is not eternal, it is limited. The samurai patrolling downstairs rushed towards the third floor from downstairs, and they were not afraid that the flash star would hear the content of the conversation, and they deliberately amplified their voices, just to make the flash stars afraid. Listening to the footsteps, there are at least 20 samurai warriors here. If I use another heavy rain and gale, and I need to activate my physical abilities, I'm afraid I'll be too tired to run. Flash Star quickly analyzed. After all, the alien hero he has transformed into is not a specialized combat type. It is quite difficult to deal with so many people at one time. He calmed down slowly, clenched his teeth, straightened his body, and directly matched his speed with the Fengshen legs to the extreme. Only by letting go and breaking through the limit can we get the chance to deceive these people. Must remember, he is not here to fight, he is here to save people. Taste? When the 697 gang warriors scolded and jumped over the break in the middle of the floor and came to the corridor on the third floor, they saw a light blue afterimage flying towards them. A gust of wind swept over their bodies and ran down again. He's down again. Don't come up from the first floor, just block the door and don't let him escape. Yes, he can't be allowed to escape, he must be captured alive. The group of warriors stopped again, except for a few warriors who stayed on the third floor under martial law. All the other warriors rushed downstairs, and at the end of the corridor on the third floor, sweaty flash mob, huddled in the corner panting, surrounded by smashed glass scum, the shadow that ran out. Not an entity, it's an afterimage. He had already rushed down the floor at a faster speed, and then smashed the window at the speed of takeoff and turned to the corner of the third floor. It is difficult for the flashing star to estimate the speed of the explosion in the extreme state. In short, time is showing a sense of lag. In the eyes of those samurai warriors, the flashing stars of the previous second actually appeared, and they ran after them. Xiaoan doesn't seem to be in the corridor on this side, so I'll start looking for Xiaoban from here. Flash Star took a breath and fixed his eyes on the 7 or 8 rooms on this floor. One of the rooms also has a label on it. Not allowed to enter, offenders will be shot to death. Since not allowed to enter, offenders will be shot to death. Seeing the label on the room, the Flash Star came to the door of this room with a bang, and without hesitation, stretched out his paws to the door and pushed inward. The doors are basically unlocked, seemingly out of absolute trust in the security system. The door was pushed open easily. Small class? Tian Xiaoan walked into this room and saw Tian Xiaoban, who was staying in the room, at a glance, with a happy face. She looked at the sign at the door, no entry, violators will be killed, and she felt suspicious, probably meaning there is no silver 300 taels here, so she walked in directly. Unexpectedly, I really met a small class. At this time, Tian Xiaoban looked very sad, his shirt was taken off, and he was tied to an instrument similar to an operating table. The cold white light was shining on the reactor in front of his chest, and there was a Frankenstein holding a sawtooth next to him. Seems to be preparing to cut that reactor off. Tian Xiaoban? Xiaoan, my god, I never imagined how exciting it would be to meet you. Tian Xiaoban almost burst into tears, shouting Tian Xiaoan's name excitedly. Little girl, get out. Frankenstein instantly raised the sawtooth, bent over, pulled the chain, and the electric sawtooth kept shaking, looking very scary. It was just that Tian Xiaoan used the floating magic pendant to fly out easily, and his head hit the table and fell over. Xiaoban, are you alright? It's already in a mess outside. You are ready to transform at any time. I'll start Lucky Magian to find Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoan was too late to explain too much, so he hurried to Tian Xiaoban's help him break the rope in front of him. After opening the door, what Flash Star saw was not the picture of Tian Xiaoban being detained. It's a warehouse? There are high-level exhibition warehouses in the warehouse, and there are strange parts or biological components hanging in it, and there are also good things such as high-level cores and mechanical parts. A dazzling array of high-tech, making the flashing stars dazzling? This must be the warehouse used by the Eternal Warrior to store alien technology, and at least it is super high-level alien technology. Who? Squeeze the urge to steal in your heart. No, the Eternal Warrior wants to harm Tian Xiaoban, so he can get something back in his own defense. What's wrong? Is that called stealing? I'll come back to pick up the things here later. The most urgent task is to find Xiaoban first. Xiaoban still holds a high place in Flash Star's mind, not least because he was his favorite anime character as a child. More because they are brothers. After the flashing star circled around here, except for some dark little things in the corners, there was no more discovery, and there was no such thing as a secret door to hide people. He left the house directly, returned to the corridor and walked into other rooms to search for Xiaoban's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after entering 4 or 5 rooms, I found nothing. He didn't find Tian Xiaoban's footprint until he visited all 7 rooms of the Flash Star. At the same time, a large group of warriors were panting in the courtyard, trying hard to find clues, and finally came to the other side of the building. On the wall, all the way to the window on the 3rd floor, there are deep footprints, and the Flash Star is like Spider-Man, and can run on the building. The windows on the 3rd floor are still broken. At first glance, there is no change, but if you look closely, you can see tiny cracks around. It was obviously smashed by a Flash Star. This guy has already gone upstairs, and we have been tricked again, running for so long in vain. A samurai saw something was wrong and stomped his feet angrily. Another samurai complained, this kid's alien technology is so tricky. Other alien technology has only one ability at most. As long as time goes by, we can analyze the weakness. But with this kid, our previous combat experience is of little use. His remarks were highly approved by the samurai, and ripples appeared in his heart. First of all, the other party is not a human being transformed. Secondly, Xiao Chen can switch to an unknown number of alien heroes, and each one is stronger than the other, with different abilities. How does this make them fight? The super beast data analyzed before, and now encountering a flashing star, it is completely blind. No wonder the boss values the ability of this watch so much. This time the samurai no longer gather, they are cleverly spread out, ready to patrol the 3 floors thoroughly, so that there are no dead spots for the flash stars to take advantage of. The flash star upstairs, after searching the room to no avail, is going to look for footprints in other corridors on the 3rd floor. However, he still heard the footsteps coming from downstairs with his ear power surpassing that of ordinary people. The pupils shrank suddenly. The samurai came up to search for themselves. It's been several minutes since I came out, and Omnitrix's transformation time is almost here. If I go somewhere else, I'm likely to be caught on the spot, and it's over by then. Flash Star paced back and forth, his expression distressed. Out of the corner of the window, I saw that room again, etc. This shoot to kill is not just for oneself. The Eternal Samurai is also on guard against some of his minions. That is to say, most of the subordinates didn't dare to come in when they saw this label. The most dangerous place is the safest place, just hide here. Flash Star immediately made up his mind, opened the door, and walked into this mysterious warehouse again. Look at the countless alien technologies. Another good idea rose in his mind. If those guys really find themselves here, then grab the alien technology here and fight with them. If it doesn't work, all the jade and stone will be burned. Who is afraid of who? Thinking of this, a ruthless look appeared in Flash Star's eyes. He could make the Eternal Samurai experience the feeling of hemorrhage. Hide in the corner first. Flashing Star muttered to himself, hiding in the corner. Just, Wang Nyazeo, there was a display cabinet in front of the corner, enough to cover his body. Taste? The time for Omnitrix's transformation just arrived. A green light flashed. I don't know what touched it, and the alien technology in a certain exhibition cabinet suddenly made a short and rapid sound. Welcome? The door has a strong sound insulation effect, but you can still hear faint noises outside. Someone's inside? It must be that kid hiding inside. Is it time to transform? Wait a minute, this is a place that the adults ordered not to enter at will. It is a warehouse for storing alien technology. Then send 2 people in. It's not for a fight anyway. It's enough to determine the position of that kid. A group of warriors, like sharks seeing the smell of blood, blocked the gate at a very fast speed, and even the warriors below came to the back of the building to prevent Xiao Chen from breaking through the wall and escaping from behind. For a while, Xiao Chen is in a great crisis. Bang, bang. The 2 warriors pushed open the door of the room without any suspense, walked in slowly, and closed the door. They looked at the alien technology around them with a little curiosity, then obediently retracted their restless eyes, and carefully observed the vacancies behind each exhibition warehouse. No one, no. As the 2 warriors walked towards Xiao Chen became more and more nervous, and placed his palms on the glass of a training bin, but unexpectedly found that his own strength could not hold the glass. It must be some kind of super bulletproof glass, maybe it's made by, oops. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly became cold, and he began to think about how he should throw a punch to give these 2 warriors a punch. It seems that there is only one way to choose. Just as he got up slightly, ready to rush over to strike at any time, the voice of steaming Rong came from behind. Xiao Chen turned back, saw a wall, and looked down again. The corner of the wall is made of stone, and a mouse hole has been gnawed out, and there is a big black mouse inside. It is obviously a mutant mouse, and the bite force is so strong. How long has this ghost place been cleaned? There are even big rats? Is the food particularly good? 697. Mouse? That's the last place left. Ready to fight at any time. Even if the enemy is not in a state of transformation, it cannot be taken lightly. The 2 martial corpses looked at the training warehouse next to the wall, and they were sure that Xiao Chen was there, all of them holding weapons in their hands and walking on the catwalk. Suddenly, a black mouse the size of a kitten emerged from the cultivating bin and ran out in fright. The 2 warriors were startled, the weapons in their hands suddenly stabbed the ground, and the tip of the spear sank into the ground for 3 points, but because the mice were small, they were not stabbed. They were in a rush for a while before they caught the black mouse running around and breathed a sigh of relief. Original. Just a mouse. The 2 were a little disappointed. The abnormal noise just now was probably also the result of the mouse touching the mechanism of alien technology when it hit the exhibition warehouse. The 2 grabbed the mouse and walked out quickly. Outside, they reported to the samurai ranks. Report and confirm that there is nothing abnormal inside. Very good. It's enough to have this result. Fortunately, you haven't been in for a long time. You've seen it for a long time, and it's not a good thing. The voices of the samurai faded away, until it disappears completely. It shouldn't be Xiao Chen's, they don't have the courage to come in again. Xiao Chen got up, walked straight out of the corner, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and wanted to take off his shirt. It was hot and crowded, so uncomfortable. Monument. The door outside was suddenly pushed open. Open the door. It was 2 samurai wearing armor and helmets, and they seemed to be the 2 samurai who just left. Eyes collide. Time seemed to freeze. I have to say that Xiao Chen has never felt so embarrassed in his life. He also reacted very quickly, and rushed directly to the front of a display cabinet. If you two dare to speak up, I will immediately kick the glass and destroy your alien technology. At that time, I will. If you can't live, you will die because of your inability to do things. He put on a posture of death, staring at the two warriors with blood-red eyes, hysterical. The weird thing is, the two warriors didn't react much, looked at each other, walked in, and backhanded the door. Huh, it's so hot, Xiaoben, this piece of equipment is really tiring and heavy? A samurai made a very familiar female voice. She slowly took off her helmet, and under the helmet was Tian Xiaowen's pretty face. Next, remove the wrist guards, remove the light armor from the body, take off all these equipment, and stuff the boots with pads for heightening. The other one who took off his equipment was Tian Xiaoben. Yes, it's Xiaowen, and Xiaoben is here too. What's going on? Xiao Chen also subconsciously maintained a state of vigilance, holding the glass, bjit, in his hand, and asked in surprise. Tian Xiaoben showed a complacent look. Just as he was about to exaggerate, he was stopped by Tian Xiaoben. This idiot is talking, and he wants to run the train with his mouth full. Let me make a long story short. Tian Xiaowen quickly explained the ins and outs. How did he find Tian Xiaoben and save Tian Xiaoben? Then how did he defeat the two samurai who came into search, and then mixed in with their armor? And finally, driven by the lucky magic pendant, he came to this house. Fortunately, it's you. I was ready to sink the boat just now. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief with a slight tiredness. After his body that had been tense for a long time relaxed, he also slumped on the ground along the smooth glass. On the way just now, I also heard about the Heavenly Secret Organization and the Eternal Samurai. These people actually put their minds on our head, and even threatened me with grandfather. They must have a long memory. Tian Xiaoben angrily looked at the surrounding exhibition warehouses, and placed his palm directly on the reactor. Should I just treat all these high-tech technologies as garbage and smash them out one by one? This revenge plan will indeed make the Eternal Warrior very distressed, even with Xiao Chen and the others. When Xiao Chen heard Tian Xiaoben's thoughts, he was also excited for a short time, and could not wait to agree. However, after thinking about it, he calmed down. No, I just looked at it. There are some alien high-tech. It is also helpful to us. Maybe, it can improve our combat effectiveness. This is his ultimate goal? Fighting wits and courage with this gang of evildoers not only fights the darkness, but also makes oneself stronger and stronger in the process. Even, turning waste into treasure, using the enemy's equipment to enhance our strength, just like robbing the corpse last time. Isn't it beautiful? Enhancing our strength? But these don't seem to match your watch. Tian Xiaoben scratched his hair, looking puzzled. Not the same, to enhance my watch. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he came to an alien chip and observed it carefully. Seeing this, Xiaoben and Xiaowen also gathered around and stayed on the left and right of Xiao Chen. They just don't understand what it is. But Xiao Chen, who has the knowledge storage of doctoral students, can see the technical content. This is a super chip that can make the robot's energy run more efficiently. Similarly, it also has an effect on your steel suit of Xiaoben. A very bold idea popped up in Xiao Chen's heart. The current small class, the strength compared to the original, is not enough to read. But if there is an epic step up here, then the future strength of the small class is also very impressive. Then let's take this chip back and slowly convert my reactor later. Tian Xiaoben said. It doesn't need to be in the future, just now. It's not a big change, it's just changing the chip for your reactor. It's a very simple matter. In this suit, the weakest part is the chip. Xiao Chen happened to be in this hits a premium chip. However, with his manpower, he couldn't break the sturdy glass. Let me come. Tian Xiaoben held down the reactor. His body was armed again. He entered a fighting state, raised his alloy fist, smashed the glass of the exhibition with a bang, took out the advanced chip stored inside, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at it carefully for a few minutes. The high-level chip is a square, thin piece of core, similar to a computer's processor. Xiaoben, don't move, I'll help you install it. Xiao Chen held the Laguang nucleus in his left hand, and skillfully placed his right hand on Tian Xiaoben's reactor. He touched the tiny little mechanism with his bare hands, opened it, disassembled it, and removed the cover of the reactor like that. The process was extremely skilled. After all, how the shapeshifter and the little surprise soldier are assembled and how to spend the blueprint, he also shares part of the ability. After dismantling the shell, inside is an extremely complex system. Xiao Chen, be careful, don't touch any parts. Tian Xiaoben said cautiously, his expression seemed very distressed. Don't worry, little class. Xiao Chen made a promise to him and carefully deducted a small piece of core from Tian Xiaoben's reactor. Bang bang bang! Tian Xiaoben's steel suit was suddenly put into the reactor and changed back to its original state. Without the core, there would be no energy-converting components, and naturally it would not be able to transform. Then, Xiao Chen pressed the lightning core hard. Sit size. The surroundings of Tian Xiaoben instantly flashed with bursts of yellow light, and the reactor in front of his chest no longer flashed with blue light, but with deep golden light. His body is illuminated by lightning. How do you feel, Xiaoben? Xiao Chen covered the reactor shell and looked at Tian Xiaoben at the moment. I feel that the reactor seems to be lighter. I don't know if it's an illusion. Tian Xiaoben touched the reactor on his body and muttered. Don't worry, Xiaoben, you can actually fight later. Xiao Chen's eyes shifted to several alien parts in the exhibition cabinet row. His eyes were very cold. It is difficult for us to take out these unused parts. They are too large. If they are not used, they will be destroyed. Jumping over the bomb technology that looks like a self-destruction, Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoan and the others directly smashed the exhibition cabinet and destroyed all the alien parts inside. If this eternal warrior is here, he will definitely feel distressed to the point of suffocation. Research. After smashing the last showcase, the door was kicked open violently. Who's in there? This time, it's definitely not a mouse. Which mouse can make such a big noise, or several times? Several warriors rushed into the warehouse one after another, staring at the glass scum all over the floor in stunned eyes. These three little devils. They actually smashed so much of their boss's alien technology? Court death? You guys came at the right time. I need someone to vent my anger now, so let's use you to vent my anger. Tian Xiaoben put his hands together and said with a domineering expression. Ding dong. At this time, the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist came from a special sound effect. He slowly pressed the movement, bounced off the screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaoben, Xiaoan, get ready for the Habian guys. Broken? Omnitrix instant press. Tian Xiaoben's palm also pushed the reactor. Tian Xiaoan's body floats slightly, as if he has a pair of invisible wings. Taste. The golden electric light and the green light flickered at the same time, but the green light was obviously stronger and more dazzling. Bang bang bang. Some warriors outside the door could clearly hear the dull fighting sounds coming from the warehouse. When they were about to rush into the house together, they only heard a boom. The walls on both sides were smashed by two violent figures. With the falling of countless broken bricks, an emerald-colored figure flew out from the wall and landed on the corridor instantly. Diamond God of War. On the right, Tian Xiaoben smashed it with a body of steel. Compared to before, with the lightning core installed, the color of the entire armor has changed to red and gold, the energy is extremely dazzling, and the appearance is very similar to the second and third generation Iron Man armor. Ask for flowers. Behind him and the Diamond God of War lie 3 and 5 samurai. The combat power is significantly improved. You two, can you not make such a big noise when you go out? Tian Xiaoan's helpless voice came from behind. She slowly floated out of the hole and said to the two of them. Diamond God of War Tsundere said incomparably, This is called a heroic appearance, and it is the most suitable for us. Another new enemy? No, you look at the pattern on his body, it's the child, but transformed into other aliens. Several warriors in the corridor looked at the Diamond God of War and Tian Xiaoben. All of them looked like they were facing a big enemy, and their bodies were tense. But Diamond God of War did not give him a chance. He slashed the mess with a quick knife, turned his arms into a pair of hammers, and with a heavy sway, he immediately blasted all the enemies in the corridor, smashed the walls, and was directly sent to the first floor. I don't even want to talk nonsense with you. Xiao Chen, save me a few. Tian Xiaoben said regretfully. What about the battle plan? Battle plan? It's very simple. You two go to save Grandpa and that boy with glasses, and I'll deal with all the enemies here. The Diamond God of War raised his eyebrows and said as a matter of course, as if he was the protagonist of the audience. Knight, you look too pushy. Tian Xiaoben complained helplessly. He was more pushy than him. Research. Next moment, the Diamond God of War jumped directly on the spot, followed the big hole in the wall, and landed directly in the courtyard of the fortress. It fell into the courtyard under the watchful eyes of dozens of warriors. Diamond God of War, I want to fight 10, no, dozens? The enemy appeared, and he was alone. Then deal with him together. The weapons on the fort are also activated. He must be caught. All the warriors drew their knives, took out their weapons and spears, and stared coldly at the Diamond God of War. Even the cannons, gatlings, and even alien technology on the fortress were ready. For a while, the Diamond God of War is surrounded by countless people. It seems that because the danger level of this mission is really high. Ding! The system also triggered the sign-in reward. 100 million. Ding. Detected sign-in object. A large number of samurai subordinates of the TNG organization. The host chooses to defeat them or take people out of here safely, and the sign-in can be completed. Rewards coexist with dangers. It is precisely because it is challenging enough that the Diamond God of War will get the opportunity to sign in, and it is possible to get the opportunity to become stronger. Xiao Chen, I guess you must need help. Tian Xiaoben's voice accompanied his figure, and he quickly landed beside the Diamond God of War, with electric lights flashing all over his body, and asked eagerly, System, if Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan help me fight together, can I complete this sign-in challenge? The Diamond God of War looked at Tian Xiaoben next to him and asked tentatively. No, it counts as failure. The system replied coldly. Really? The Diamond God of War never dreamed of 697, and he actually hoped that the villain would be stronger so that he could become stronger. Xiaoben, Xiaoan, I don't need your help, you go to save people now, go. The Diamond God of War said loudly to the two beside him, looking at the warriors who were getting closer and closer. He was afraid Xiaoben took a shot at them. Well, I'll go save Grandpa and the person who helped me first. Speaking of Grandpa Mark, Tian Xiaoben still hesitated for a few seconds, sighed slightly, and flew to other places with Tian Xiaoan. Have to say you made a very stupid choice that you want to deal with all of us alone. A samurai raised his samurai spear high and stabbed towards the jaws of the diamond god of war, like a fisherman stabbing upwards with a harpoon. Shut up. The diamond god of war had cold eyes, squinted at the enemy, slammed a punch, faster than the samurai's attack, and instantly landed on his chest. Monument? A samurai was suddenly blasted out. Not only the armor was smashed, but the bones seemed to be broken. Kill. Go together. In an instant, countless warriors raised their weapons together and launched the most ferocious attack towards the diamond god of war. They were so aggressive that they seemed to tear the whole world apart. Full body armed. The eyes of the diamond god of war flickered with awe-inspiring rays of light. I saw that he clenched his fists, and diamond spikes protruded from all over his body, like a huge hedgehog, entering a fighting state. The arms are turned into dexterous double swords. Bang bang bang. Countless weapons collided with the diamond spikes, making a muffled sound of weapons touching, but there was no way to get the diamond defense weapon. Essie. The eyes of the diamond god of war flashed with fierce murderous intent, and with a low roar, the whole person moved a pair of splitting blades, and quickly shuttled through the crowd. Every few steps he took, the diamond knife in his hand also turned into a cold light. Everywhere, a wisp of blood is blooming. The crowd was like a blackboard, and a few red scratches were smeared abruptly, and the scratches became more and more all over the blackboard. Those who are lucky only have their chest or shoulders cut by a sharp diamond knife and lose their fighting ability for a short time. With bad luck, a few people will even fall to the ground waiting to die as if they were shaking their bloody necks. The diamond god of war can only feel the blood surging all over his body, and the fighting cells are constantly burning. At this moment, he only has the enemy in his eyes, and he is mechanically waving his diamond knife. Fight, fight, fight. He didn't even notice that the fallen enemies were getting bigger and bigger, and even his black and white clothes were dyed red. Is this guy, really an enemy we can defeat? Don't worry, we still have more than 30 people left, and he only defeated a dozen people. Yeah, let's go together, and one day he'll be exhausted. In this scene, the rest of the cold-blooded warriors were shocked. Yes, they are not afraid of death. But what they are afraid of is moths flying into flames. Such a meaningless death. SHHHHHH. This gang of warriors once again made concerted efforts to attack the diamond god of war. Some of the weapons and spears in their hands even successfully penetrated the gap of the diamond spikes and hit the body of the diamond god of war, leaving some subtle scars. But this can't block the footsteps of the diamond god of war at all. The next moment, his eyes glowed with blood, and a knife slashed through the attacker's body, and another person slowly fell down, and was knocked down with his steps. The passage of battle time. Don't let the diamond spirit be exhausted. On the contrary, he has completely integrated the warrior skills rewarded by the system into his body, even to the extent that it is carved into his DNA. Every move is a deadly move, there is no eye-catching skill, all you want is your life. The transparent diamond knife, on the eve of the swing, also reflected the trembling body of the enemy under the samurai armor, and the incomparably fearful and horrifying expression of the enemy after swinging the knife. Time passes by every second. The hot-blooded diamond god of war, panting like a cow, his eyes slightly returned to normal, just because there were no warriors standing near him who dared to shoot at him. There are just a dozen warriors standing in the distance, although the warrior helmets cover their expressions, but the diamond god of war can feel their fearful eyes. It's been done, so much. The diamond god of war was taken aback and looked at the large group of samurai who fell to the ground, and his expression couldn't help but be a little surprised. He took a tentative step towards the warriors. SHHHHHHH. The large group of warriors took a step back. Diamond god of war is forward, they are backward. I don't even have the courage to fight. His strength, the boss is not necessarily stronger than him, right? Don't fight the boss and you'll die when you come back, and you'll die if you fight here, it's better to live a little longer. He's here. A group of warriors looked at the diamond god of war fearfully, their bodies shivered. At this time, boom, 4.5 a shell was blasted out instantly and landed directly on the body of the diamond god of war. The terrifying blasting force not only blasted him away, but also blasted out a huge pothole. The smoke from the explosion also covered a large area. Monument. The body of the diamond god of war fell heavily to the side, and those creepy eyes landed directly on the position of the fort. Taste. His arms changed for a while, and instantly turned into a honeycomb-shaped gatling with both hands, releasing countless diamond-throwing knives like a hail of bullets. Broken pieces. All the turrets in the long range were instantly blown up by diamond-flying knives, and the surrounding walls were also stabbed to death, and even the man who manipulated the turrets also burst into a red light. At that moment, the area on the side of the fort was swept away by diamond-flying knives and became a hornet's nest-like area. Have the enemy been swept away by me? After the fort was completely smashed, the diamond god of war looked around again. Except for the dozen or so warriors, there was no one standing, as if he had emptied the entire area. At this time, only then did a huge sense of fatigue appear in the body, which made the diamond god of war have to sit down on the spot, take a deep breath, and relax his body. In the short few minutes of battle just now, he seemed to be possessed. His speed, strength, and skills had all reached the pinnacle. But at the same time, his body was beyond the limit, so he didn't feel tired. This, thanks to the gene enhancement, allows him to fight with a higher load, and the fighting process will not be affected. Even the diamond god of war sits in place. Those warriors, tremblingly holding the samurai swords in their hands, all look like they don't dare to approach. Even. They looked at the honeycomb gatling on the palms of the diamond god of war's hands and began to speculate for no reason. Don't move your body, I guess his diamond weapon 16 is already aimed at us. Yes, as long as we dare to move, we will end up like the people in the fort, and we will be instantly swept into a hornet's nest. He can't deceive us, anyway, we are also battle-hardened existences. It was not the diamond god of war that scared them, but their fear of the diamond god of war. The clothes were so dirty, they had to be washed, otherwise they would look very scary. After a short rest, the diamond god of war came to the sink as if nothing had happened, washed his body, and then came out clean. During the whole process, no one dared to disturb him or attack him. You people, I'll give you a choice. After cleaning up and recovering most of his stamina, the diamond god of war stood up again, staring at the dozen or so warriors coldly. Now take off all the armor and spears and throw them on the ground, let me destroy them, spare your life. If you don't get rid of it, you will die now. Crack clap. His arms reorganized in an instant and turned into a honeycomb gatling, aiming at a dozen warriors in front of him. That was no joke. You can instantly feel. Feeling so cool? Under the heavy pressure of the diamond god of war, the warriors struggled for a few seconds, then unloaded all their equipment and weapons and threw them on the ground ahead. Their bodies are just relatively robust ordinary people. Bang bang bang! The arms of the diamond god of war swept across the area. After a few seconds, those equipped spears were pierced by diamond flying knives without any intactness, and they were all abolished. Now, this group of people is no longer a threat. Xiao Chen, didn't you leave me a single enemy? Tian Xiaoben's complaint sounded from behind. The diamond god of war turned his head and saw that it was Tian Xiaoben who was swooping towards him. The speed was much faster than before, and he came to him almost instantly. Where are Grandpa and Xiaoen? The diamond god of war asked strangely. We are here. There was a sound of the engine starting from the gate. Mark actually drove the old broken car and drove into the courtyard again. Tian Xiaoen was sitting in the co-pilot, helping to direct the road ahead. Not only rescued people, but also got out the old broken car by the way, and repaired the tires. Same. Mark, Tian Xiaoen, and the others, looking at the large group of warriors who were screaming and howling on the ground, their expressions were extremely shocked. Is the diamond god of war able to fight like this today? At the same time, they feel very at ease. It's a nightmare to have someone like the diamond god of war as an enemy. It is an absolute sense of security to have such people as family members. Grandpa, let's go, don't worry about these people. The diamond god of war patted the dust on his clothes, strode to the door of the old broken car, and opened the door directly. As soon as the car door opened, Howell was sitting on a chair inside, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and it seemed that he had been beaten severely by the warriors. He noticed the diamond god of war who opened the door, and was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Hi, hello, new alien hero. The diamond god of war nodded at him indifferently, then walked into the old broken car, found a place to sit down casually, and looked very cool. Tian Xiaoben then flew into the car from the outside, disarmed the reactor, and complained while disarming, alas, Xiao Chen, you have eliminated all the enemies, I don't have time to experiment with this new suit. Listening to his complaints, the diamond god of war shrugged his shoulders. Xiaoben, whether it's you before or now, it's easy to deal with this kind of warrior, right? It's not interesting at all, you must find someone strong enough to fight. People to compare. Strong enough people, Dongwu Haishi, they all went in. Tian Xiaoben's face showed a touch of memory, and before he knew it, his eyes fell on the diamond god of war in front of him, and his heart became eager. Xiao Chen, isn't he a ready-made, powerful person? Yes, he didn't think so. Xiao Chen has always been the strongest fighting force between them, no one. He can also choose to challenge Xiao Chen to see how far apart he is from Xiao Chen, the kind that challenge directly. Me? Xiaoben, stop joking, we are not enemies, how could we fight? The diamond god of war smiled, not taking Tian Xiaoben's words to heart. 697. It doesn't matter, we don't have to fight to the death like those samurai warriors, but we can play a friendly match, similar to whoever falls to the ground first loses first. Tian Xiaoben said impatiently. Remnant. The diamond god of war was also a little moved, his sword-like eyebrows twitched. Speaking of which, he also wanted to check how the current Xiaoben's combat effectiveness was, but they didn't wait for the two to say anything. Mark, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned back and reminded, the car is turning around, and the enemy's fortress hasn't been driven yet. Don't forget the two of you, we haven't escaped yet, we'll talk about it later. The diamond god of war and Tian Xiaoben glanced at each other, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, stopped mentioning this matter, and turned his attention to the enemy. The enemy didn't mean to block at all, and only the few people left couldn't block anything, so he watched the old broken car open the gate and drove towards the distance until it disappeared from sight. The diamond god of war looked at the rearview mirror through the glass, and the rearview mirror reflected the shadow of the fortress. When the fortress was completely invisible, the reward of the system came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue reward. Reward the host to get a random alien's DNA, and automatically save the DNA to the Omnitrix. The reward this time is actually equivalent to rewarding a new alien hero. What kind of alien hero did you get? Could it be Thunder, or Wild Magic Vine? Maybe it will be a super giant, or even ex-Superman who can destroy the universe. Diamond God of War opened his reverie, but if he really wants to know the answer, he has to wait until after his transformation is over and check the Omnitrix to know which alien's DNA he has obtained. As the night fell, the old broken car drove smoothly into the urban area. During this period, the Diamond God of War did not forget to hide in the toilet when his transformation was about to end. Although Erhao can roughly guess what happened, he still has to play it, which is the basic quality of a masked hero. Diamond Aries in. Xiao Chen came out. Erhao also noticed that the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist had changed from green to red before, and his expression became meaningful, but he didn't say anything. My friend, we are now in the city, and we are completely safe. Thank you for your help. Mark stepped on the brakes calmly and said politely to Erhao. Erhao was also an adult. He quickly understood what Mark meant, and stood up with a sullen face. Yes, I just happened to go out to buy some ice cubes. Save my face, it hurts me to death. The more secrets he knows, the better, and he is also afraid that he will be killed by this family. After all, the domineering and awe-inspiring appearance of the Diamond God of War and the terrifying appearance of the Super Beast were still lingering in his mind. Before he got out of the car, he turned back and reminded deeply, I know the TNG organization. Although I only cooperated slightly before, I also understand their style of doing things. For a small person like me, they may not make a big deal, but you guys be careful, they will definitely get their revenge on you. These words. The expressions of Mark, Tian Xiaoben, and others became a little nervous, and there was obviously a hint of worry. If they come to take revenge on us again. At this time, Xiao Chen looked calm, put his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, then we will kill those people again, once again, and once again, until we wipe out all the members of the TNG organization. Until then, they should be afraid of us. Although his tone is not as arrogant as when he turned into a Diamond God of War, his steady voice is full of confidence, giving people an infinite sense of security. With his remarks, Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoen, and the others also became hardened, and all of them put on a confident gesture and watched Howl leave. Howl disappeared into the night. The old broken car continued to drive towards a relatively open place, preparing to find a place to rest. Although Tian Xiaoben really wanted to try it out, what level of strength is the upgraded steel suit, but it's too late now, so he can only have a chance tomorrow morning. When Xiao Chen waited for the Omnitrix to be fully charged, he couldn't wait to turn on the screen and turn to the brand new alien hero. He doesn't change, but he just wants to see what shape it is in advance, so he has a mental preparation. This is. Look at the pattern on Omnitrix. Xiao Chen made a puzzled voice, lizard. On the Omnitrix screen, there is an image of a lizard, but this lizard has 3 surprises on its body, which looks quite strange. It should not be the alien hero who has played many times in the original book, otherwise he wouldn't feel so strange. All these doubts can only be answered tomorrow when the actual combat is carried out. After the old broken car was quite stable, the 4 of them took a shower one by one. After taking a bath, they went back to their respective beds and began to rest. Only Tian Xiaoen had to go back to sleep after a while because she needed to practice magic exercises to strengthen its own magic strength. In the fortress of the Heavenly Secret Organization, the remaining dozen or so people looked at the courtyard full of potholes with trepidation, and for a while did not know how to report to the Eternal Warrior. Tell me, what's going on here? At the gate of the fortress, there was a voice that had no emotion and could not hear any tone, but it made the warriors present even more panicked. Eternal Samurai. He is here in person. Lord Eternal Samurai. Yes, it's our fault. A group of warriors turned their heads in fear and looked at the Eternal Warrior at the door. The Eternal Warrior was wearing a steel warrior armor, with a golden mask on his face, and the pattern of the Heavenly Secret Organization was engraved in front of him, and he looked more domineering. His eyes were full of evil spirits. The courtyard was smashed. And so many men have fallen. Even weapons such as turrets were completely destroyed. Even when he went to check the warehouse, he found that many alien technologies were completely destroyed, and the most valuable lightning core was missing. This time, the Eternal Warrior was instantly furious to the extreme. He has never been taught such a bad lesson before. A sub-base is almost scrapped, and many of his subordinates have been brought down together. If he wants to renovate it, he doesn't know how much it will cost. Especially alien technology, all of them are treasures that can't be exchanged for real money. Stealing chickens can't lose rice. This sentence has been brought into full play in the Eternal Warrior. Call. In order to suppress his violent temper, the Eternal Warrior clenched his hands tightly, and the golden mask seemed to be inflamed with anger. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, your alien technology, I will definitely grab it. When the time comes, I will let you pay a heavier price. As for those warriors, he didn't really kill them in a fit of rage. He is not a fool, everything has been robbed, the enemy is indeed very strong, and it is understandable to lose. If you kill your own gang now, wouldn't that mean losing your wife and losing your troops? It's not too late to kill it after you're done using it. Therefore, the Eternal Warrior revolted, zhoudas, and comforted his subordinates, paid some medical expenses for the first time in the world, and even made the subordinate warriors cry bitterly, swearing that they would go to hell for him. Cold? Wait until he is fully prepared. I definitely won't let everyone in Xiao Chen's car. As for Erhao's jumping clown, I just pray that I don't run into them. Silent night, but perilous. Xiao Chen himself has fallen asleep in a sweet sleep. Perhaps because of the continuous battle yesterday, Xiao Chen, who usually sleeps lightly and is very vigilant, accidentally overslept. When he woke up, Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan and the others also happened to wake up. Washing, brushing teeth, and eating breakfast are the daily routines of the three of them in the boring morning. After eating breakfast, Tian Xiaoben went straight to the ground in front of Xiao Chen and pointed to the reactor on his body. Xiao Chen, forget it, we are going to have a fight this morning. Of course I didn't forget, it just happened not long after breakfast, you can digest it well. Xiao Chen stretched his waist, got his spirits up, and twisted the Omnitrix to the new alien hero pattern. Tian Xiaoben's palm also fell on the reactor. Wait, Xiaoben, and Xiao Chen, you two are going to transform outside anyway. You transform inside the car. What if you burn the car? Mark looked at the two who were about to transform, and hurriedly stood in between them, and said bitterly, okay, you can go outside and transform. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders, listened to Grandpa Mark's advice, and went to the open space with Tian Xiaoben. Because the time is in the morning, and this area is near the suburbs, there are already few people, so no one will see the transformation of the two of them. Apart from Mark and Tian Xiaoan, the two of them volunteered to walk out, with Grandpa Mark as the referee, and Tian Xiaoan as the melon eaters, watching with interest. I count 3.2.1, the two of you will transform again? Remember, until the point is reached, friendship comes first. Mark said maturely and prudently, and took out a whistle dignifiedly. 3, 2, blow the whistle with him. Xiao Chen pressed down. The screen popped up by Omnitrix at once. The green light flickered out, and the brand new DNA reorganized his body, and a chill swept all around him in an instant. Even in the sweltering heat, he could feel the feeling of falling into an ice cave. Like a lizard, it fell on all fours, and its body was close to the ground, but its body was like a fish, and it had a blue stunned new creature. It appeared in the eyes of Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and others. Tian Xiaoben was stunned. He forgot to press down on the reactor, his expression puzzled. Xiao Chen, I have no impression of the alien hero you transformed into. Yay, it looks like a powerful air conditioner. Tian Xiaoan, who was far away, felt a burst of coolness blowing towards his face, and a smile appeared on his face. Have you forgotten what I said to you last time? This watch has more than 10 kinds of DNA, there are many kinds, maybe I'm lucky this time and become a brand new alien hero. When Xiao Chen spoke, the air he exhaled suddenly turned into a burst of cold air, just like the hot air exhaled in winter, the air would freeze. This hero is so cool, he can actually release cold air? Why don't we call it the frozen lizard? Tian Xiaoben touched his chin back and forth with his hand, and with a flash of inspiration, BGEF, he gave Xiao Chen's new alien hero a pretty good name. Frozen lizard? He secretly remembered the name and grinned, it's a good name, I like it. Xiaoben, if you don't change, I'll do it. Don't be fooled, frozen lizard? Tian Xiaoben put on a stern look to remind Jifrist, and forcefully photographed the reactor on his body. Call out? Lightning flashes all over his body in an instant, dispersed with a burst of bright thunder. Tian Xiaoben, wearing a red and yellow steel battlesuit, appeared in front of the frozen lizard and the others. Heroes appear. Tian Xiaoben also put on a pose, accompanied by his cool voice. I have to say, this stupid new look is quite handsome, much more handsome than when he was a picker. Tian Xiaoan did not forget to give a sharp comment. Tian Xiaoben just wanted to respond. Sigh. The extremely frozen lizard opened its mouth instantly, spit out a large mass of icy cold air, and rolled away towards Tian Xiaoben's position. The ground along the way was directly frozen into a frosty road, even under the blazing sun. The frosty road, it doesn't mean to be melted in the slightest. Hey, frozen lizard, you have to be rude. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly pulled his body and flew to the side. Although he reacted quickly enough, the cold air still flew past his arm. A whole left arm was suddenly frozen into ice cubes by the cold air, unable to move. Xiaoben, since we are practicing against each other, we are the enemy, so I will not obey any hero rules. You have to remember that the real enemy is countless times more vicious than me. The extremely frozen lizard sternly faced Tian Xiaoben, posing as a warrior, just like Tian Xiaoben in the original book. Sure enough, Tian Xiaoben could not escape the fate of being educated. I will definitely do my best. Tian Xiaoben clenched his right hand into a fist, his expression became solemn, and his voice responded firmly. Ding! Sign-in object detected, Guang nuclear field Xiaoben who is going all out. The host chooses to kill him, or choose to defeat him to win the competition, and then the sign-in can be completed. The extremely frozen lizard was stunned, and there was a hint of joy on its expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaoben also provided him with a sign-in opportunity. Maybe Tian Xiaoben's strength has reached the standard, or maybe the strength of the frozen lizard is not as terrifying as other heroes. In short, there is another chance to sign in. The key is, the one who chose to kill him saw that the frozen lizard wanted to scold his mother, but fortunately this was not a mandatory single task. Others watched the frozen lizard's expression change for a while, and they still couldn't figure it out. Xiao Chen, what happened? Frozen lizard, the enemy won't give you a chance to distract you in battle. Tian Xiaoben's reprimanding voice sounded, and immediately, his palm cannon released a golden light like thunder. The light instantly shines on the body of the frozen lizard. Fuck, I was actually anti-educated. The frozen lizard that reacted, looked at the attack that was close at hand, and without hesitation, spit out a lot of cold air, condensed into freezing light, and collided with the light in Tian Xiaobin's palm. Boom! When the cold air collided with the thunder light, countless electric sparks and shards of ice jumped around, sputtered, and made a violent collision sound. The two energy bodies were rapidly dissolving and cancelling each other out. However, on the eve of the offset, the extremely frozen lizard jumped directly onto the Road of Frost, and with the help of the slippery force of the Road of Frost, it quickly slid to Tian Xiaobin's side. Tian Xiaobin reacted, just as he was about to turn his palm cannon at the freezing lizard. The freezing lizard spit out another chunk of cold air in front of him. Ping ping ping! Tian Xiaobin's entire right arm was also instantly frozen into ice cubes, unable to move, and a touch of golden paint was smeared in the ice cubes. Boom! The extremely frozen lizard did not give Tian Xiaobin any chance to fight back. With all his strength, he jumped up in front of Tian Xiaobin, clasped his fists with both arms, and threw himself into Tian Xiaobin's body. Although his strength was not as strong as that of the four-handed overlord, the diamond god of war, he was also stronger than ordinary people. Too much, he sent Tian Xiaobin out. Monument? Not long after Tian Xiaobin was knocked out, he fell heavily on the ground, and before he could stand up, the frozen lizard continued to pursue his victory. Shhhhhhhhh. The extremely frozen lizard spit out foam like frozen bubbles several times in a row, and flew towards Tian Xiaobin. It seemed to have no power at all, and it was quite safe. In fact, Tian Xiaobin rolled over and flashed the first frozen foam lightly. Boom! The blasted frozen foam, like dynamite, instantly covered the ground within a few meters, the kind that completely covered it. Feeling the coldness below, Tian Xiaobin's expression was a little frightened. If I didn't hide just now, but stayed in place arrogantly, maybe I'd become an ice sculpture. Next, Tian Xiaobin kept rolling over and over, only to escape the successive attacks of the extreme eastern lizard's dash. The extremely frozen lizard tried to continue the attack, but the frozen energy in his body needed to be recovered, and the foam that he spat out was obviously much weaker now. It seems that it needs to rest, and it can't use the big move as a level A like the Flame Man. Frozen lizard, I'm going to be serious next time. Seeing that the offensive was gone, Tian Xiaobin controlled his body, and the golden light on his right arm suddenly brightened. Sit size. The ice cube that froze his arm even burst out of water vapor. The ice cube was rapidly shrinking and melting, but it still failed to block the powerful attack of the palm cannon. Of course, if the battle was easy, and Tian Xiaobin was defeated by the frozen lizard within 2 or 3 minutes, then he would wonder if the system was sending him crazily sign-in tasks like when he first woke up, or, say, Tian Xiaobin no progress at all. Simply put, it is normal that Tian Xiaobin cannot be taken down in a short period of time. Boom! Tian Xiaobin's palm cannon was completely freed from the trap, and his arm also broke free from the shackles of the ice cubes. He clenched his fists and smashed the ice cubes on the other arm. This time, neither side was distracted, and they began to concentrate on the battle together. Taste? Tian Xiaobin turned into a golden afterimage and flew directly in front of the frozen lizard. A fist was swung out, also filled with golden electric light, as fast as a bullet popped out of its chamber. Boom! Not to be outdone, the extremely frozen lizard released several condensed frozen bubbles, constantly fighting with Tian Xiaobin. In this battle, not only did Tian Xiaobin gradually adapt to the strengthened steel suit, but also experienced more powerful strength. It is also an extremely frozen lizard. After being familiar with his new alien hero body, the endurance, power, and control of the freezing ability are also greatly improved. Ice Age. 4 minutes later, the battle came to a fever, and the open space was full of bombed-out pits. Tian Xiaoan and Mark were stunned. They were amazed at the rapid progress of the two. The frozen lizard can even imitate the ability of the Pirate King Aokiji General, spitting a lot of cold air into the sky. Moment? The battle area between him and Tian Xiaobin was shrouded in heavy cold air, like a new world. A frozen world that belongs to him? Tian Xiaobin was flying in this small world, surrounded by countless cold air. His speed and movements were much slower, and frozen frost continued to condense on his body, suppressing his ability. Wow, I feel like I'm about to catch a cold, and even the body inside the steel battlesuit feels cold. Tian Xiaobin shivered violently, and the cannons at the ends of his limbs erupted with flames, and a large amount of flames evaporated his body. All the frost around. He rushed out intact, and then continued to cast the light and the extremely frozen lizard against the waves. After 3 waves, the smoke is out. Tian Xiaobin, who was surrounded by electric and optical cables, accelerated again, and with the help of the smoke, he rushed in front of the frozen lizard, and his fists attacked the body of the frozen lizard without knowing it, and the frozen lizard seemed to be confused by the smoke, staying in place and motionless, not noticing the heavy punch that was about to hit him. Am I going to win, Xiao Chen? When I hit him, I have to take some strength and don't use too much force. Tian Xiaobin was full of thoughts, and he was so excited that he beat him. That's right, Xiaobin, I know how to use every ability of the steel suit and start to match each other. Your fighting style was so single in the past that I wanted to complain. But when the heavy fist was close at hand, the frozen lizard suddenly said such a sentence. For flowers. He always knew that Tian Xiaobin was attacking. He deliberately sold a flaw to Tian Xiaobin. Taste? The body of the extremely frozen lizard suddenly faced Tian Xiaoben, and his face was already full, like a blue balloon. When he opened his mouth, he spit out a storm-like terrifying cold air. The cold air swept across Tian Xiaoben's body like a gust of wind. His whole person instantly became an ice sculpture, keeping punching and leaning forward. That fist even touched the frozen lizard's forehead, and it was close to defeating Xiao Chen. In fact, this little distance is insurmountable by Tian Xiaoben. The battle is over. Xiao Ban, you lose, I'll save you later. Frozen Lizard announced the result lightly, with a smile on his face. 0. With or without sign-in rewards. This battle has really tempered his strength greatly, made him adapt to the current body, and made great progress. Tian Xiaoben has also made a lot of progress. He already knows how to cover his body with smoke, and then use the special ability of the lightning core to teleport to the enemy to start melee combat. Change it to the frozen lizard that just got the watch, I'm afraid it will overturn directly. P.S. Special ability of the Thunder Light Core. The Thunder Light Core instantly stimulates all the power of the battlesuit, causing an instant speed increase, and the speed can even keep up with the pace of the flashing star in that second. Clap. Several times in a row. Mark and Tian Xiaoben watched the wonderful battle and couldn't help applauding, especially the small world with ice and snow in front of him, just like the kingdom of ice and snow in the fairy tale world. This is an experience that money can't buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the green bonus, the host's Omnitrix cooldown minus 10 seconds. Cooldown minus 10 seconds again? Arrived at 4 minutes and 40 seconds? As the number of check-ins increases, will the cooling time reach 0? At that time, it doesn't matter how long it takes to transform, just change it. This reward, the frozen lizard is also quite satisfied. It is a little regrettable that it is not an enhanced reward, and the glider king and the current frozen lizard have not been strengthened. 100 million monument. The palm cannon released energy again, and there were melting marks on the ice cubes. Tian Xiaoben's 2 palm cannons in the ice cubes were staring at him. He was already trying to break the ice if he couldn't wait. Extremely frozen lizard no longer pays attention to the sign-in reward, and hurriedly helps Tian Xiaoben, only to rescue Tian Xiaoben from the ice block after half a minute. Cold, I'm so cold. AQ, Xiao Chen, I will definitely not lose to you next time. Tian Xiaoben broke free from the ice cubes, hugged his shoulders in Shuangtang, trembling as if he were sneezed. I'm sorry, I said I was going all out, so I'm serious. The frozen lizard also looked apologetic and said to Tian Xiaoben, don't worry, I'm Chu. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose, this time you won. Tian Xiaoben directly lifted the transformation of the steel battlesuit, his face turned pale, and hurriedly returned to the old July 1 broken car to drink hot water. Mark and Tian Xiaoben pointed to the large frozen area in front of him, and asked with some doubts, what should I do here? It's not good to be discovered. The frozen lizard disagreed, don't worry, these will be eliminated naturally. Oh, right. I didn't explain it to you before, whether it's my cold air, the flame of the flame man, the diamond of the diamond god of war, release. All the substances in my body will be slowly eliminated after my transformation. Otherwise, the diamonds of the diamond god of war can be directly used to make a fortune, and you will become the richest man in the world in minutes. After getting the answer from the frozen lizard, Mark and Tian Xiaoben were relieved. After the frozen lizard was released, the three got back into the car and drove to their new destination. It was peaceful all the way. It was Xiaoben who was very unlucky. AQ kept sneezing, and it seemed that he really had a cold. To this, Xiao Chen can only say, Xiao Ban, drink more hot water. He didn't drink too much hot water, and Tian Xiaoben was covered with a quilt, and the situation was a little more stable. Anyway, the disease usually doesn't have much impact on the human body, but it was a little uncomfortable. No way, the feeling of snot running out is too annoying, and the feeling of being stuck in it is even more annoying. Xiao Chen, can you transform into a flaming man and warm me up? Tian Xiaoben hung his nose and his eyes were red. Staring at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. Xiao Ban, I'm afraid that I can't control the temperature well, and if it's a little bit higher, it may cause you to die on the spot. Don't worry, Xiaoben, we are going to the new city soon. The first street is a place similar to Chinatown. There are many Chinese-owned stores there, including a pharmacy specializing in Chinese medicines. I will catch you when the time comes. Get some medicine. Mark comforted Tian Xiaoben, and when Tian Xiaoben heard the word medicine, he immediately retched, may I buy some ice cream mixed with medicine? Otherwise, I will vomit. Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing, and asked amusingly, how can you eat ice cream when taking medicine? And the Chinese medicine that Grandpa said, I generally understand, is the medicine used in ancient China. It belongs to that a medicine to replenish the body. I heard from my grandfather that there are many Chinese-owned stores there, so in addition to drugstores, there should also be Chinese restaurants. When he thinks of this, he wants to drool. China's various special food dishes are unique, I haven't eaten them for a long time. Tian Xiaoben wailed not to take medicine, but Xiao Chen became stupid. The two of them came to a brand new city in an old broken car with diametrically opposite attitudes. As Mark said, there are many Chinese-owned shops on the first street. There are restaurants everywhere, supermarkets dedicated to Chinese products, etc., shops full of Chinese colors, and there are even people dancing lions on the streets, just like the Spring Festival. If it weren't for the locals everywhere, Xiao Chen almost thought he had gone home. Here, Xiaoben, I'll take you to get the medicine. Xiao Chen and Xiaoen can buy what they want. After Mark parked the car in the parking area, he opened the door to help Xiaoben buy medicine, and gave Xiao Chen and others free time. Xiao Chen, who couldn't hold back for a long time, was the first to get out of the old car. Xiao Gong and Xiaoben followed, feeling the lively atmosphere of the new year on the street. Xiao Chen, do we want to bring some souvenirs back? For example, Chinese books, textbooks, etc. Tian Xiaoen looked at the surrounding shops and asked with interest. My god, Xiaoen, are you in the summer vacation and your head is in class? Do you read books all day long? Tian Xiaoben didn't forget to smear Tian Xiaoen when he caught a cold. You two are starting again. Although it was very happy to have two people comforting each other by the side, Xiao Chen was also helpless sometimes. In the end, Xiaoen wanted to buy a book, and Xiaoben wanted to buy a Qinglong Yin knife. Xiao Chen's choice was take them to eat a pancake and fruit, and experience one of China's special snacks. It happened that I had been driving for a long time, and this pancake fruit can also be eaten for lunch. Except for Xiaoben, Xiao Chen and Xiaoen both ate deliciously. What is delicious to eat? Carrying a convenient bag full of medicinal flavors, Mark walked towards Xiao Chen and the others, and asked kindly, why doesn't this boss have meat in his hamburger? Grandpa, this isn't a hamburger, it's a pancake. Xiao Chen gave Mark Cope a systematic look, and then bought him a copy for him to taste, and he was full of praise. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support on the urban renewal plan we are pushing hard. At this moment, on a host stage in front, a middle-aged woman was talking into the microphone. Her gestures were full of confidence, and all kinds of people gathered around to listen to her speech. Xiao Chen was also aroused by curiosity. Is this the chief of the city? What is the urban renewal plan for the content of her speech? Is it referring to the Chinese shops here? Urban renewal plan, I know this. Mark explained 4.5 to Xiao Chen. Urban renewal plan is that the city demolishes old buildings and builds new buildings on the original ground, which is called renewal plan. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. However, I heard that there is a strange person who doesn't want to move out, and has been arguing with the workers. I don't know why, but they have negotiated this matter. Mark murmured with a puzzled look on his face. Don't want to move out? Whack? Thinking of Zhu for Mao Xiao Chen? This guy was also in arrears in rent, and when he was about to be kicked out by the owner, he exploded and completed his scientific plan. In a sense, Dr. Dong Wu is a weirdo in the eyes of others. The scripts of these two weird people are a bit similar. Are you sure it's not the cyberpsychosis of this world? In order to confirm the conjecture in his heart, Xiao Chen asked Grandpa Mark again. Grandpa, do you know what that eccentric person does? This? I don't know about this. Where did I get so much news? It's just a brief understanding of the local area before planning a travel plan. Mark smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head, expressing that he didn't know either. This is truly a dream come true. The middle-aged woman on the stage said in a congratulatory tone with a smile on her face. Just when she was about to continue speaking, she was suddenly interrupted. A humming hornet flew slowly in front of her face, which immediately made her complexion worse, for fear of being stung by the hornet. However, this hornet really stopped in front of her. No matter how to disperse it, it would not go away, and it was not afraid of people at all. This. I think someone is going to have bad luck. Xiao Chen watched this scene with black lines all over his head. These people are just trying to kill. Who is not good to mess with? To mess with these Frankensteins 16? As expected, his general. Buzzing? One after another, a large number of wasps flew over from a distance, passed over the heads of the crowd, and surrounded the podium around the middle-aged woman, like a large group of bees. Ah, so many wasps? Don't piss me off. Many timid people in the crowd suddenly screamed, and many others hurriedly retreated, afraid of being affected by the horse lift. The middle-aged woman was the most unlucky one. Surrounded? These wasps must have been caused by humans, otherwise how could they attack humans on such a large scale? Tian Xiaoen speculated with his vast knowledge. Don't think about it, Xiaoen, the culprit is here. Xiao Chen raised his finger speechlessly and pointed to the midair near the middle-aged woman. One was wearing a brown coat and a hood, his skin was a little turquoise, his beard was so long that he could compete with the second master Guan, and there were holes in his trousers and clothes. A man like a primitive man, floating in the air. The way he floats in the sky is very unique. His feet are stepping on a dark yellow somersault cloud. If you look closely, you can find that countless wasps gather in a group to support him, which makes your scalp numb. Ah, likes and dislikes, this person. Tian Xiaoen frowned immediately. I wonder if he and Dong Wu are some long-lost brothers? If the two of them met, it would definitely be a good one. Xiao Chen kept complaining about the bugman, without panic at all. The bugman felt a few malicious eyes staring at him, his expression was stunned, and when he turned his head, he saw Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoen, and others. What the hell? This old man and the three little devils are not afraid of him, and they have no intention of running away? Even looked at him a little jokingly? After I've cleaned you up, I'll go find trouble with those people. The bugman resisted his anger and said to the middle-aged woman, I'll make your dream come true and turn it into a nightmare. Ah. The middle-aged woman took a few steps back in fear, looking at the densely packed monsters around her. She felt the hairs all over her body stand up, and she didn't dare to move when she closed her eyes. Do you know what I did before I came? After I got the power of these little treasures, I killed the workers first, and then rushed over. You will die like them. The bugman waved his hand in an instant, like the king of the bug race, instructing the wasps to attack the middle-aged woman. Alright, hero time, Akio, it's here. Tian Xiaoben sneezed. Xiaoben, you should rest first, the cold is not cured yet. Xiao Chen, Xiaoan, I'll leave it to you. Mark stopped Tian Xiaoben, said sternly, and put a large bag of Chinese medicine in Xiaoben's hands. Xiaoben, take a good rest, it's enough to have me and Xiaoan. Xiao Chen walked forward quickly, pressed the Omnitrix pattern by the way, and after completing a series of transformation sequences, pressed the raised screen. Taste? Moment? The whole body was flashing with electric light, and the purple light like the Lord of Thunder appeared in everyone's sight. He instantly raised his arms and released a purple electric current. With a boom, the twisted electric current exploded like a thunderbolt, and the profit was infinite. What kind of monster is this? The bugman heard the loud noise of the electric current, and his attention instantly hit the purple light, his expression stunned. He has studied biology for so many years, and he still doesn't know this monster? Freak, don't care what kind of monster I am, you just need to remember that with me, you can't hurt anyone. The purple light said domineeringly. Block me from his current. The bugman saw that the electric current was getting closer and closer. He suddenly woke up, and gave instructions to all the wasps. Shhhhhhh. The wasps that originally gathered near the middle-aged woman all condensed in front of the bugman, forming a dark yellow shield composed of wasps. Boom! But the terrifying electric current blasted away the dark yellow shield, and countless Ma Feng corpses fell to the ground and were completely wiped out by the wave of light. Ace is the best way to deal with these bugs. The purple light gently shook his fingers, and the fingertips were pulsing with electricity, and his expression became cold. Deal with the bugman. The 5 scumbags that can't be triggered by sign-in rewards. Get rid of it ASAP. I'm here to save people. Tian Xiaoan, who was dressed, took this opportunity to activate the floating magic pendant, moved the middle-aged woman to a distance, and successfully saved the person. Damn it, you 710s are bad for me? The bugman frantically looked at the middle-aged man who was sent away. With his mind, it was not difficult to figure out that it was the purple light that deliberately attracted his attention. Unforgivable, let these two be buried together. Shhhhhhh. The bugman landed quickly, his arms spread out, countless bugs condensed on his arms, forming a huge bug fist, and this super large fist was full of wasp stings, which could be called a poisonous stinger punch. Listen, Mr. Freak seems to be very angry, so he used his trick directly. Then I'll do a trick too? Not to be outdone, the purple light also raised his arms and displayed his incomparably terrifying ability to induce electricity. The electricity of this city, use your power. On the cable, on the telephone pole, on the electrical box. Countless electric currents drilled out from these places and attacked the little figure of the purple light fiercely, and in order not to affect the people on the ground, he also consciously floated into the sky and accepted the power of all electric currents. Taste? Countless electric currents gathered together, making the purple figure in midair like a god, like the day, dazzlingly bright. At this moment, he became the light. The purple electric light swallowed the whole world. The wasp suddenly started to move. Bugman felt fear. My own horse is in fear. All of you are not allowed to escape for me. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed by other wasps. In order to stabilize the military's heart, the bugman issued a dead spirit to all the wasps, which made the panic-stricken wasps they calmed down a bit. It's too late. Eat my trick. The purple light raised his palm and held up a huge purple electric current ball, like a person carrying a mountain. That dazzling purple electric current ball was even more majestic like a purple sun. He directly accumulated all the energy of the current into this trick. Damn. Tian Xiaoan hurriedly said to Tian Xiaoben and Mark when he saw this scene. My lucky pendant gave me a bad premonition. Let's retreat a few dozen meters away. Don't be caught by this recruitment is here. Mark and the others evacuated non-stop towards the distance. Boom. The purple light is like releasing the turtle Qigong, releasing the huge purple sun, like a floating hill smashing over it. Suffer to death. Not to be outdone, the worm man raised his worm arm violently and waved it heavily towards the purple sun. Boom. But when these two moves collided head-on, the bugman saw with his own eyes how big the gap between himself and the purple light was. The purple sun was not affected at all, and continued to fly towards him. On the other hand, his worm arms were rapidly losing weight, because a large number of wasps were electrocuted to death by the terrifying electric current and fell from the sky. Listen to my advice, weirdo. The purple light kindly discouraged. You might as well just beg for mercy, or your wasps will all die. At that time, the people from the Animal Protection Association will strip you alive. He said with schadenfreude. Less nonsense. Go on, all the insects are here to help me. The bugman roared. In the gap on the ground, a large group of cockroaches actually crawled out, and many buzzing mosquitoes flew out, and many different kinds of insects gathered on his arm again. But that's just a drop in the bucket. Useless. The purple light looked at the bugman and wanted to resist, and suddenly waved his hand, releasing 3 thunderbolts of electric current, slamming into the back of the purple sun. With the impact of these 3 thunders, the purple sun's offensive was extremely fierce in an instant, and it ripped apart all the blocking bugs violently, and approached the bugman unstoppably. Paul, protect me, arm me. The bug man stared blankly at the getting closer and closer to the purple sun. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he screamed strangely. After receiving the order, a large number of insects lied directly on his body, and soon his figure was swallowed up, as if wearing an insect armor. Monument? There were densely packed insect corpses lying on the ground, and the purple sun was unstoppable and fell directly on the insect man. Boom! Just like a nuclear bomb exploded, this area was instantly enveloped by countless purple electric lights, and a steady stream of rumbling sounds came from it, as if being bombarded wildly by countless bombs, setting off a purple shock wave, like a circle of light moving towards the surroundings. Spread over and over again, for a long time, this street is like bathed in a purple northern lights. My current destructive power is really amazing. This is no longer called electric current, it can be said to be thunder and lightning. The purple light had long since evacuated into the distance, watching the results caused by the purple sun, he said with admiration. A small half of the street was blown up by myself. Fortunately, we hid far enough. In Xiao Chen's watch, it is the smallest fake, the most destructive. Tian Xiaoan patted his chest and said happily, that freak is bound to be doomed. If he can stand up after taking this, then he should be called the Rubber Man. Tian Xiaoban said while sniffling. God, what the hell happened? Most of the street was shrouded in that terrifying light. It must have been the work of the bug-driving monster? Thankfully someone stopped him. Neighbors are hiding far away, watching this miraculous scene. I am afraid this picture, they will never forget. For a long time, a gust of wind spread out, and it seemed that the purple light also drifted away. In the area that was previously shrouded in purple light, a bottomless pit was revealed. Numerous insect corpses disappeared, and the pit was filled with dust. Those insect corpses, directly under the high temperature generated by the super current, turned into dust. Is this guy still alive? The purple light flew towards the big pit curiously and looked down. Although it was difficult to identify, there was indeed a shadow in the dust that was trembling slightly and was still alive, but it was covered by a large amount of dust and was almost breathless. Whoa! There was a sound of sirens in the distance, and the police officers came to hear the news, just to help the purple light to complete the finishing touch. Whether you are dead or not, you are considered lucky. The purple light clasped his shoulders with his hands, and under the premise of the approaching siren, he quickly disappeared from people's sight. The bug man was created from the pit by the police officers who came next, and then he was handcuffed and taken away. His appalling appearance made the police officers in disbelief. A few minutes later, except for the big pit on the street, a maintenance team came to repair it. The whole street has returned to calm, and the number of tourists not only has not decreased, but even more. Everyone knows that there are alien heroes and science freaks fighting here, so I can't wait to take a photo here to commemorate it. It was directly brought by the purple light and became an internet celebrity attraction. In an old broken car, Tian Xiaoan, who had changed his clothes, and Xiao Chen, who had returned to his original state, successfully met here, while Mark and Tian Xiaoban rushed to the car before the two transformed, disguised. I really envy you guys, can punish the bad and promote the good, Akio. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Wen with admiration and sneezed. Xiao Ban, forget about the unhappy, Zhaodas, things like catching a cold, and I'll show you guys a good stroll around this street to experience the culture and souvenirs from other countries. Xiao Chen seemed to be in a good mood. For so long, this battle was the easiest one to fight, none of which was cold. An end? It is estimated that I can have a good mood today, and no one will disturb it again? After Tian Xiaoban took the cold medicine, Xiao Chen took them out of the old car again, joined the ranks of tourists, and strolled on this street, eating candied haws, special dishes, and experiencing major cultural customs. Everything is very prosperous. And on the other side, in the car where the bug man was imprisoned, the bug man raised his charred mouth like crazy. I said, there really is an alien. Why don't you believe me? Also, I didn't cause that big pit, so why should I pay for it? Mental loss. He is really wronged. Ha ha ha. First, you are a suspected mentally ill person. Second, that alien hero is fabricated by your mental illness. Everything is directed and acted by you. Am I right? The police officer laughed at the bug, said the man. The bug man was about to explode with anger, his dark palms clenched tightly. That alien monster, I will definitely come to seek revenge on you. I will definitely. No one can imprison me, this great entomologist. Family. Ha, you are also a mental patient who thinks he is proficient in animals and is addicted to the character of the doctor of biology. There is a person who is almost as crazy as you in our prison over there. Find a good friend. The police officer on the side looked at the crazy look of the bug man, his eyes lit up, and said, no, I'm not allowed to be imprisoned, I'm going to hire my lawyer. It's a pity that the bug man doesn't have a lawyer here in the United States, and his words were ignored by others. 10 minutes later, the bug man with a Sema face was detained by two white police officers and came to a prison. In prison, a man with white hair, sallow skin, wearing a red prison uniform, and taking care of himself in an orderly manner, stared at his blood-red eyes, and looked at the white police officer and the bug man outside the prison. Dr. Dongwu, we have a new friend for you. His condition is the same as yours. We will let him in to discuss your condition. Playful smiles, they all put on a look of contempt. Cut. Dr. Dongwu snorted coldly with a somewhat ugly expression. He was used to the ridicule around him. He ignored those people, and just stared straight at the bug man. Now, The Bugman also looked up and looked at Dr. Dongwu. The two saw each other's eyes, the pursuit of science and biology, almost morbid, crazy pursuit. This is an interesting guy. Dr. Dongwu showed a smile. The Bugman no longer had any resistance, so he obediently walked into the prison, and washed his face in front of the sink to wake himself up. A time. He and Dr. Dongwu washed their faces, sat in their seats and read the newspapers, and no one paid any attention to them. Waiting for the police officer to leave, the prisoner's attention is not here. Dr. Dongwu was the first to speak, putting down the torn newspaper in his hand. Friend, how did you get in? Me? A group of guys with little eyes, wanting to kick me out of my house. I commanded a group of little guys and killed them. The Bugman showed a bloodthirsty, brutal smile. After that, I was ready to sneak behind the scenes the Black Hand, but was stopped by a ghost. Did the ghost stop you? Dr. Dongwu was taken aback for a moment, and quickly asked, what the hell? Do you still remember what it looked like? The Bugman wiped off the water droplets on his face, recalled a second or two later, and described the appearance of the purple light. No, the one I met was a monster with 4 hands, and his watch can definitely transform into other monsters. Dr. Dongwu quickly speculated, and then asked the most crucial question. Did you see a strange pattern on that alien monster? Strange patterns, there are. With a flash of inspiration, the Bugman roughly described the pattern of the Omnitrix. Dr. Dongwu directly picked up the newspaper in his hand and looked at a column above. The column impressively reported the 4-handed overlord and his deeds, among which, the pattern of the 4-handed overlord's Omnitrix was quite conspicuous. It really is him. Dr. Dongwu showed a grim expression and stomped his feet angrily, which made the Bugman curious and asked what happened. These two mad scientists just chatted with each other for more than 10 minutes and said, bjit, their own deeds. The two directly put on a pair of sympathy and hatred for each other, and shook hands with each other. If it wasn't for that damn little brat of Xiao Chen, the two of us might not have met. Bugs. The male servant Dongwu roared with a grim expression, knowing everything. No, I should thank him for letting us gather here. Together, we are much more powerful than one person alone. Dr. Dongwu said calmly. But what's the use of us being locked up in this prison? Talent can't be used at all. The Bugman slammed the wall with rage and rage. Dr. Dongwu looked much colder, with a cold expression on his face. You can control bugs. I know how to make a gene variable device. I only know how to get out. A shocking plan was brewing in his mind. What plan? The Bugman put down his anger and came to Dr. Dongwu's side, listening to the latter explaining the plan to him. His expression changed a little bit, and finally became joyful, and clenched his fists. Very good, this way we can match our abilities, escape from this ghost place, and take revenge on Xiao Chen, including his family. Looking at the happy Bugman, Dr. Dongwu showed a trace of disdain. How can a guy who is unstable in mood changes and can't even think calmly is qualified to be compared with him? After taking revenge on Xiao Chen, you are only worthy of being my Dr. Dongwu's dog? The prisoners around, the guards guarding, seeing the appearance of Dongwu and the Bugman, also all had expressions of disapproval. They didn't think that the two madmen could make any trouble, and some prisoners even laughed mercilessly at Dr. Dongwu, saying that he was dreaming. The Bugman returned angrily. Dr. Dongwu didn't speak, just lowered his head slightly and covered his eyes with newspaper. The cold light in those eyes was like a knife, almost piercing the newspaper. Your fate will not be any better. Plan. Begin executing. The Bugman secretly used his superpowers. No one noticed that cockroaches, ants, and other insects crawled out of the corners of the prison. On the street. For lunch, Xiao Chen and the others also ate at a Chinese specialty restaurant. If nothing else, Xiao Chen was very satisfied. What made him happy the most was that he had a good time all morning. After the Bugman, it was calm. Not even the bastard mechanical army of Mohath came to disturb them. Rarely clean. I hope this afternoon and evening will be as peaceful. Xiao Chen said sincerely. Noon. The prison cafeteria is open for dinner. Almost all the prisoners went to the cafeteria to eat, but Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman didn't know what to do. They didn't move, and even the guards came over to urge them to ignore them. Forget it. Well, these are just 2 mental illnesses. It doesn't matter if they stay. Yeah, we have to have lunch too. Today our lunch will be a ham sandwich. It won't taste good when it's cold. Several prison guards took into account the fact that the two were madmen, so they paid no attention and went to lunch one by one. Wait until everyone is gone. The Bugman suddenly got up and waved to the surroundings. The dense swarm of ants that is enough to make any intensive phobia sick, holding small metal parts, sent them to Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman. High speed. Ant colonies cover the ground like a tide. Surveillance, but did not capture this scene. As 2 geniuses, he is still a genius like a lunatic. Dr. Dongwu and Bugman, even if they didn't specialize in electronic information, they easily found the various layouts of the surveillance, and perfectly blocked all the cameras. As for the surveillance officers and prison guards, at the moment enjoying their delicious lunch in the break room. But they don't know. The wasp commanded by the Bugman, dragging a small packet of laxatives, arrived at their lunch before lunch, and it was still a powerful laxative. This is the plan. Dr. Dongwu provides the prison structure and staff work and rest time, and the Bugman then directs a few insects to find a way to bring them down or delay the group through work and rest time, so as to cover up the truth of their stealing electronic parts. The combination of the two geniuses resulted in an extremely terrifying chemical effect. After a few minutes, the ground is full of dense electronic parts? Very well, the belt and helmet shell I still have ready-made here. When they were locked in, these two treasures were brought in by me. Dr. Dongwu hurriedly looked down from his bed to find the helmet and belt, and installed the parts in the helmet and belt according to the construction method in his memory, and then connected these two objects. Size. The helmet with the corner of the chair suddenly flashed with bursts of red light, representing an unstable DNA reaction. The red button on the belt also shines brightly. You're done, Dr. Dongwu's best technology. Dr. Dongwu excitedly put the genetic variable device on his head and put his belt on his body. At this moment, his whole self-confidence came back. What are you going to do? Shatter the prison with this? The bugman asked Dr. Dongwu suspiciously. No, I'm going to use it to strengthen the creature and escape with you. Dr. Dongwu growled and pointed the direction of the genetic variable at a wasp in the sky. Taste? A red light instantly enveloped the wasp's body, buzzing. The wasp's body swelled up instantly, from the size of a finger to a fist, to the size of half a human being. The vibration of the wings was extremely loud, like the wings of a helicopter spinning. The poisonous thorn under his body like a long spear is even more shocking, like an unstoppable weapon. Dr. Dongwu actually strengthened the ability of insects. The insect man's face showed a touch of excitement. Fantastic, this is a genius idea? Dongwu, these insects originally have abilities beyond ordinary animals. Once they are strengthened by the genetic variable, their strength will be increased. Pretty amazing. At this time, the giant wasp has an incomparably terrifying speed, powerful penetrating power, and the combat power is even as strong as the small robot of Mahaz, or even better. Dr. Dongwu smiled calmly. Now, it's time for us to go out. It's up to you, Mr. Bug. Destroy this cage. The bugman can give orders, and give orders to the huge horse front in front of him. Call out. The giant wasp's eyes shone with light, fiercely raised its poisonous stinger, and stabbed it on the cage, directly slamming the door lock into a chill. Pull the tail out again. The entire prison gate was also dragged down and slammed to the ground. Boom! Dr. Dongwu and the bugman stepped out of the prison at the same time and came to the outside corridor, breathing the fresh air, and their emotions were somewhat active. In the toilet, prison guards and surveillance officers were still bending over and covering their stomachs, wondering what was going on. The prisoners were attracted by the sudden sound, and a few ran to the corridor with quick eyes and hands. They all had a hellish look on their faces. Dongwu, he, and the new neuropathy came out. What's going on? I've become a neuropathy too. There's a big bug next to them. Is this bug eating too well? Not only, there are so many ants under their feet, it's terrifying. The scene in front of them made the prisoners' hair stand on end, and they were extremely terrified. Dr. Dongwu grinned at them, smiling coldly, like a knife. The bugman opened his mouth angrily, asked a low question, and roared, "You mocked us just now, didn't you? Just so, my children need some snacks. 0. Taste?" The huge wasp flew into the crowd in an instant, and a large number of ants also crawled under the prisoners' feet, biting them. One after another, inhuman screams broke out in the prison, very mournful. People kept coming, and new screams kept coming out. Until a few minutes later, a group of blood-stained insects pushed open the prison gate, paving a dark insect road ahead. Dr. Dongwu stepped out and stepped on the dark road. His white hair fluttered with the breeze. He searched the prison uniform on his body with his palm, threw it out lightly, and put on a black vest. On his face, he also wore hippie glasses that he didn't know where he got it, reflecting a ray of sunlight. It feels good to be free, Dr. Dongwu said with a smile. The goblin-like vicious bugman walked out next, but he had no image. His clothes were dyed a lot red, and his green face and fangs were the exact opposite of Dongwu. Whoa! The prison also had an outer wall that blocked them. The post near the outer wall noticed two people breaking out, and the urgent alarm bell rang instantly. Sounds throughout the prison. Someone is coming to greet us again then. Create more little creatures to deal with them. Dr. Dongwu gently lifted the hippie glasses, and said coldly, "Billion. Taste?" First, the first ray of light released by the genetic variable device hit a cockroach. The Camphoroake is a typical big man. The two brothers have long antennae, a crimson body, and 6 cockroaches that give people goosebumps. The limbs are covered with fluff. The scythe cockroach multiplied rapidly, its tentacles pointed straight at the sky like a sword, its teeth were sharp like a row of knives, and its body was even more terrifying. It could even be compared to a large beast, like a crimson armor. Late? Exactly. Under the premise of genetic variables, this large cockroach has been mutated again to become like a large beast, but I don't know how powerful it is. Dr. Dongwu showed a smile. These are not enough, Dongwu, the bugman said violently, staring at the reinforcements who were about to arrive. Don't worry, this time is the main event. Dr. Dongwu calmly aimed the genetic variable at dozens of ants. Taste? The most shocking scene has appeared. Dozens of ants multiplied at the same time, and the empty ground in this July 10 suddenly became crowded, and the tiny ants became the size of cats. Boom! If an ant swings its limbs at will, it can leave grooves on the ground, which just match their limbs, showing the strength. Although they are just ordinary ants, their strength is enough to reach 20 or 30 times their own body weight. At least they can possess 1,000 jins of strength. An army of ants, giant wasps, mutant cockroaches, let them kill this gang of money ants. The Bugman roared happily, giving orders to the 3 bugs in his heart. In fact, he didn't know that Dr. Dongwu could actually manipulate these insects, but Dr. Dongwu deliberately did not manipulate them and gave him the right to manipulate them. If the Bugman has a different heart, then Dr. Dongwu will catch him off guard. What a big bug. All fire attack, attack. The sniper is in place, the sniper is in place. The gate of the outer wall was open, and a group of support staff armed with submachine guns or rifles rushed in. Looking at the terrifying insect swarm, they instantly took a breath and released their maximum firepower without hesitation. On the outpost in the distance, there were also 2 snipers, who picked up cannon-like sniper guns and aimed the guns at Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman. It's a pity that those little horses are rushing frantically, attacking them by suicide, preventing them from attacking Dongwu and the Bugman. Bang bang bang! A large number of bullets poured out, as if the prison had been turned into a terrifying battlefield, and a large number of ordinary insects all died under the ammunition. But the crimson body of the mutant cockroach, as if to reiterate, directly ejected all the bullets, shining brightly. The ants in the ant army were punched with tiny grooves on their bodies, but this weak pain made their eyes even more scarlet, and they chased after them furiously. The giant wasp is flying rapidly in the air, and the bullet can't catch up with its speed at all. The terrifying mutant creatures are rapidly approaching the support staff, getting closer and closer. No, don't come here. Bullets can't stop them. When the mutant cockroach jumped on the first support staff, the other support staff were instantly terrified, and even the cowardly didn't even need a gun, and fled directly towards the door. But it's too late. SHHHHHH. The ants of the ant army chased after them fiercely, first covering the stubbornly resisting people, and then dragging those who tried to escape back one by one, dragging them into the dark ant colony, like, bottomless the abyss is ordinary. Sound gradually weakened. Click, click. The mutant cockroaches tore all the hot weapons to shreds in 3 or 2 strokes, like a general in the insects, leading all the insects to charge. When you're full, you have the strength to go on the road and kill that kid Xiao Chen. The Bugman showed a vicious expression and murmured excitedly. Although Dr. Dongwu was also brutal in his bones, he frowned when he saw this scene, resisted the mood of ordering the insects to retreat, and watched the insects enjoy this feast. A few minutes later, Dongwu sat on the mutant cockroach, the Bugman rode on the giant wasp, and rushed towards the street where Xiao Chen was, followed by the horrific bugs from the Mother Ant Legion. On the way, it can be said that everyone along the way was frightened, and they all fled to the house shivering and did not dare to come out. And it didn't take long for them to escape. Riot in prison. It spread in the local area and even shocked the whole city. Even if this is a parallel world of the United States, and every city is like the United States of Gotham City, this kind of bad prison escape is also unprecedented, directly on the hot search of major TV stations. According to the investigation by reporters and federal agents on the scene, all other prisoners and guards in the prison were killed by insects, and only the 2 mad scientists were left. Urgent notification, urgent notification. These 2 mad scientists are running rampant on the street with a group of terrifying insects, and they are suspected to be heading towards one destination. Attention to all citizens, attention to all citizens, please don't go out at will, keep pesticides or RPG at home. Be prepared to prevent pests. The hosts of major TV stations reported the incident crazily, and the photos of Dr. Huawu and the Bugman were instantly posted on the local forum, causing great panic. In the restaurant, after Xiao Chen took the last bite of the delicious fried rice, he rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Afternoon. Where to play? Today is also a rare holiday, a hero's holiday. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan are sitting on chairs, staring at the super large 4K TV set in the restaurant, watching the variety shows inside, and laughing out loud from time to time. Call out? The picture suddenly changed, from variety shows to urgent news, based on investigations by reporters on the scene and federal agents. Several hosts took turns to introduce, first the ID photos of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman, then the prison with no survivors, and finally the photo of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman moving on the street. Every picture. It all looks amazing. Many people in the restaurant closed their mouths. Looking at this scene, they couldn't accept this scene. Some people who were eating even spit it out. They felt that the food was difficult to swallow, and the terrifying mood suddenly spread. Dongwu and that guy, the 2 of them are actually in the same prison? Have they come out yet? Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of astonishment. It was too late for him to hold the others accountable, to think about why the 2 stayed together, why there were so many mutant insects. These questions. Neither is more important than a question. I have to find their coordinates now and stop them. Such more than 4.5 insects will kill many people, especially children of a few years old. Xiao Chen thought anxiously. Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan, and Mark, 3 everyone also stood up and reminded Xiao Chen to drive the old car. Wait, don't go out anymore, it must be very dangerous outside. There is a delay in the TV news in our house. This is the picture from a few minutes ago. It must be very dangerous outside now, children don't go out. The Chinese owner of the restaurant hurriedly reminded. What? Is this news from a few minutes ago? A sense of urgency rose in Xiao Chen's heart. Go out sooner? He immediately raised his footsteps and walked towards the door, but a black shadow flashed outside the door in the next second. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Chen, are you coming to find us? Are you in such a hurry to come out? The shadow stopped at the gate. It's Dr. Dongwu, who is loudly provocative with a cold smile on his face. He came. Dr. Dongwu rode on the mutant cockroach very coolly, with a hot weapon submachine gun in his hand, followed by a terrifying army of ants and insects dragged by a giant wasp. Male? The bugman grinned, with blue veins on his palms, and looked like a green-faced beast. Xiao Chen, thanks to you, I met a like-minded man. I will make you die a little more happy. Everyone, run, the farther the better. Xiao Chen reacted in a very short time, and tried his best to roar. His roar resounded throughout the restaurant. The people who were stunned at first, got up after Xiao Chen's violent drink, and they didn't even care about their own things, and hurriedly fled from the back door, including Mark, too. Keep Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaowen, and Tian Xiaoben still in place? Crack crack. The ant army hurriedly came to the gate, nibbled at the gate and the glass quickly, sprayed out pits one after another, and broke into the gate in a few seconds. Transformation, no matter what it is, it must be transformed in 16 minutes. Looking at this group, Xiao Chen resisted the urge to disgust, raised his Omnitrix, and landed his finger on the screen. Taste? Dr. Pingwu, who was staying on the mutant cockroach in the distance, directly raised the submachine gun in his hand. Bang bang bang, accompanied by the flames, several hot bullets directly broke the window, and rushed with countless glass scum. Enter the store and fly straight to Xiao Chen's wrist. He had just pressed the Omnitrix screen, and before he had time to take a picture, the hot feeling of the bullets had already spread to his wrist. Hand is about to be knocked off. Xiao Chen, let me help you. Fortunately, Tian Xiaowen and the others didn't eat dry rice. Tian Xiaowen had already prepared the magic. With a finger on both hands, the whole body's magic power blocked the bullet in front of Xiao Chen. Shhhhhhhh. Several submachine gun bullets suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Chen, but they did not stop completely, but approached slowly in slow motion. Quick, let's go. Tian Xiaowen stretched his arms straight, a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead, and said with a little difficulty, "Thank you." Xiao Chen thanked him in a low voice, and hurriedly turned to his side to avoid the bullet's attack range. Broken pieces? Tian Xiaowen also immediately released the control. Submachine gun bullets pierced through the table at the cashier counter, leaving two caves the size of buckets. Late? This little girl seems to have some magic power. Your family is really not easy. However, without Xiao Chen's ability, you will surely die. Dr. Dongwu said wildly. In an instant, bang bang bang, the ant army smashed open the door and the wall with its body, and rushed into the store, including the wasp who also rushed in aggressively, as well as Dr. Dongwu's submachine gun. It aimed at Xiao Chen's body again and shot frantically, for fear that he would have any chance to transform. With so many bullets, Tian Xiaowen could only slow down a little. Xiao Chen glanced at the Omnitrix pattern. Damn it, how could it be a little surprise soldier? This can't stop bullets. No time to convert. He jumped into the back of the cash register with quick eyes and quick hands, and with the help of the cash register machine, he escaped another round of strafing. At this point, the floor was full of holes made by bullets. It's useless. Guys, rush in and kill these 3 human kids. The bugman whispered. In an instant, a huge group of ants crawled towards Tian Xiaowen in unison. The tables and chairs on the ground were ignored by them and flew to the side, and there were wasps in the sky. Look at so many mutant bugs. Xiao Wen was numb all over, his expression was sluggish, and he was so frightened that he didn't move. Ordinary girls may feel scared when they see a cockroach, not to mention seeing so many bugs. They are all mutant bugs. Before fainting, Tian Xiaowen's mental ability was considered strong enough. Xiao Wen, hold on. Xiao Chen twisted the Omnitrix pattern. While comforting Tian Xiaowen, he switched to fighting heroes such as the Four-Handed Overlord and the Diamond God of War. Mage aliens are needed to get rid of these damn bugs. Xiao Chen, didn't you say you want to have a good day off? AQ, leave it to me and Xiaowen today. At this time, Tian Xiaoben, who had already put on his steel suit, flew out from a corner without realizing it, and landed heavily in front of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaowen. Looking at the worms, he looked disgusted, but not afraid. Taste? Raise the palm cannon. Boom! A huge golden flame spewed out, covering all the floors in front of him, turning this place into a terrifying prairie fire, and the screams of countless insects resounded instantly. What? Where did this guy come from? The bugman looked at Tian Xiaoben with a look of astonishment on his face. Dr. Dongwu's face was also a little ugly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he directly speculated, this kid must be that Tian Xiaoben, and his voice is like this death. I haven't seen each other for a while, and the Tian family has superpowers. And the combat ability of this steel battlesuit looks very strong. Tian Xiaoben's palm was used upward again, and the heat and flames created by the palm cannon were thrown upwards, burning a large number of wasps into ashes. Even the ceiling and even the roof were melted through, and the warm sunlight directly penetrated into the store for 10 minutes, shining the golden and dazzling steel battlesuit. Beautiful, small class. Xiao Chen stood up and had a panoramic view of everything. He couldn't help but raised his palms and patted them, shouting for Tian Xiaoben. His Omnitrix watch has also been reversed to the position of the Flame Man. But, looking at Tian Xiaoben's serious fighting attitude, Xiao Chen thought for a while, but did not press the Omnitrix pattern. You still have to give them some combat experience. Otherwise, if you really encounter some terrifying opponent, without me, Xiaoben and Xiaoan will lose miserably. Xiao Chen thought to himself. For example, Mahaz. Having said that, this guy Mahaz has been quiet recently, which is very strange. Stupid, I have to admit, you are still somewhat useful. Tian Xiaoan turned around from his fear and looked at the insects in the sea of fire, his face no longer with fear. Duotu is not afraid of these bugs, and Xiao Chen is even more fearless. How can she hold back? Competitive spirit is aroused, and even terrifying insects can be defeated. Hey, are you complimenting me or scolding me? I feel like I've been taken advantage of. Tian Xiaoban muttered unhappily. Boom. Sudden, from the sea of fire, several figures like cannonballs popped out, slamming into Tian Xiaoban's steel body, knocking him down. What rushed out of the sea of fire was a few ants whose shells were burnt to the pitch black, but their bodies were still fine. Fiercely knocked Tian Xiaoban to the ground. 2 ants held his hands, 2 ants bit his feet with their teeth, and 1 bit his shoulders and squeezed hard in the direction of the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there were still a dozen ants from the ant army that had not been burned to death, staring at Tian Xiaoban with bloodthirsty. Drag him into the fire he made and kill him. The bugman gave the death order without hesitation. Dr. Dongwu said to him again, wait first, let your ants try not to destroy the reactor core of this steel armor, and it will be useful to us. Okay, bug. The man repeated it to the ants, but the ants still didn't understand the IQ. Finally, the bugman said not to bite the golden glow, and they understood. Let go of me, you disgusting ants. Tian Xiaoban twisted his limbs, but he just kept twisting his body and his forearms twitched slightly, but he couldn't completely overturn the ants. Every ant, that terrifying body burst out with incomparably terrifying power, like a small house, pressing firmly on Tian Xiaoban's body. The worst thing is that this is still evenly suppressed, so Tian Xiaoban can't work hard, and naturally he can't escape. Watch the ants drag him away little by little. Xiao Chen couldn't help but want to start his transformation. Fire magic pendant? Xiaoan over there raised her right palm, the fire demon sat shining brightly, and a hot ball of fire emerged from her palm, about twice the size of a basketball. Monument? A fireball instantly blew away the ants that suppressed Tian Xiaoban's right arm. After the ants were blown away, they rolled several times in the sky and fell into the sea of fire, rolling continuously. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured. Thanks, Xiaoan. Tian Xiaoban let out a low roar, and after his right arm was freed from the restraint, he immediately clenched his right fist, hammered every inch, and smashed all the ants out of his body. After each ant was smashed and flew, it fell on the ground without movement for a long time, and the whole body was knocked down. Good job, it seems that I can rest in peace today. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a glass of unopened Coke from the counter, and watched the game while drinking it comfortably. He actually let him give it? What are you rubbish waiting for? Let's go together, let's go together. The bugman frantically gave orders to the bugs, and he also got off the giant Ma Fang, allowing him to participate in the battle. Taste? The giant wasp raised its poisonous stinger directly and stabbed it towards Tian Xiaoban's head, and many ants also quickly crawled towards Tian Xiaoban. Bumblebee, your opponent is me? Tian Xiaoan didn't eat dry rice, she switched to the floating magic pendant again, and hugged the big Ma Fang to this side fiercely to confront him. Tian Xiaoban is like a boxer, punching punch after punch, quite skillfully knocking the ants out one by one. His punching movements can be said to be very standard. The ant army was not enough to see in front of him. Boom! However, Dr. Dongwu also let out the mutant cockroach. The huge mutant cockroach directly overtook all the ants, and it rammed the drivers along the way, and it was like the king of insects, hitting Xiaoban fiercely all the time. Not surprisingly, Tian Xiaoban threw his fist this time, and although the mutant's ink stopped to Xiang Cheng's body, Xiaoban himself also took a few steps back. This guy's strength is really strong. Tian Xiaoban used his palm with some vigilance and solemnly looked at the mutant cockroach in front of him. Hiss! The mutant cockroach made a deep hoarse sound, its wings began to flap, and its body took off instantly, hitting Tian Xiaoban's forehead. But its purpose was not to collide, but to quickly stretch out its limbs, and at the moment it passed over Tian Xiaoban's head, it stretched out its limbs and grabbed Tian Xiaoban's shoulders. Tian Xiaoban, who was caught off guard, was caught by the mutant cockroach and thrown outside the Chinese restaurant like a prey. Research? Tian Xiaoban smashed the glass on one side and fell on the street several meters away. He got up in a few seconds and rubbed his dazed head. Do cockroaches really have such a terrifying combat capability? Hiss! In an instant, the mutant cockroach roared and flew towards Tian Xiaoban, knocking Tian Xiaoban, who got up to the ground again, opened his big mouth, and immediately bit Tian Xiaoban's neck with fangs full of fangs. The picture was once brutal, but Xiao Chen on the other side of the counter disappeared and didn't know where he went. Bite him. The bugman showed a brutal smile and shouted at the mutant cockroach. What a lunatic. Dr. Dongwu complained in his heart as he looked at his innate violent look. Enough. Tian Xiaoban let out a low growl, and the lightning core in his chest instantly flashed with electric light, extremely dazzling. The strong light directly stimulated the single eye of the mutant cockroach, making its movements a little slower. And Tian Xiaoban's fist turned into a golden afterimage, hitting the chest of the mutant cockroach like a thunderbolt. Boom! The mutant cockroach was blasted out like a football, rolled on the ground for dozens of meters, flattened all the uneven ground along the way, and was directly smashed to pieces. Haha. Look at Tian Xiaoben's punch again. Even in front. Around the arm, there are also bursts of electric light. On his face under the steel mask, there was an excited smile. It seems that the lightning core can not only strengthen my speed at once, but also strengthen my attack speed at once. It's really cool. The mutant cockroach was killed by this punch. In the same way, even in the face of Mohatha's large robot, this punch can shatter the latter's head. Dr. Dongwu's expression was very calm. His eyes glanced at the belt under him. The energy of the gene variable device was still full. What? The mutant cockroaches have also been killed. The worm man was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The ant army all came out to kill this iron boy and the wasp. You also gave it to me. Zhaodas, don't worry about that little girl, that doesn't matter. Only a dozen or so ants crawled out in response to him, lined up in a line, but there was no giant horse front. You mean I don't matter? I'm sorry, I found the insecticide, which is just enough to restrain your ghosts and bugs. Tian Xiaoan walked out of the restaurant lightly and waved the powerful insecticide inside. The body of the giant wasp was falling behind her. Lucky Magian, eternal god. The battle is over. Tian Xiaoben also spread out his palms, posing a pair of palm cannons, releasing huge golden energy. That dazzling energy directly engulfed all the ants in front of him. Boom! Under the bombardment of terrifying temperature and energy, more than a dozen ants, without any escape time, disappeared in an instant. When Tian Xiaoben recovered the energy output, there is only a bottomless pit left in place. And the bugman with his bare hands and Dr. Dongwu. Phew, it's your turn. Do you surrender yourself, or do you want me to go there in person? Tian Xiaoben raised the cannon in his palm, facing the bodies of Dr. Dongwu and the bugman while walking towards the two of them. If you have the ability, you will kill us. But the bugman was particularly not afraid of death. He put on a look that he was not afraid of death. He directly opened his arms and roared like a lunatic. What a lunatic. Tian Xiaoben's expression was a little embarrassed when he saw this. His feet burst into flames instantly, and his body rushed towards the bugman under the huge driving force. Buzzing. There are also a lot of terrifying flies. The mosquitoes do not know where to get out from, and gather on the bugman's body, gradually making him form a huge bugman, which is 2 or 3 meters high and looks extremely huge. Boom! Tian Xiaoben flew directly into it, knocked the bugman to the ground, and fought with him in the most primitive way. You punched me and kicked me. Bugman, falling behind again and again. Tian Xiaoben takes a punch, shakes his body, and can continue to wave his fist. The worm man took a punch, and a large piece of skin tissue made up of worms fell on his body, which continued to bleed, and the punch was not long at all. I'm here to help you. Dr. Dongwu looked at the bugman who was at a disadvantage and couldn't sit still. This time, he directly aimed the genetic variable at the figure of the bugman. He is going to directly gigantic the flies and mosquitoes on the bugman. 710. A person who is 3 meters tall will become a giant insect giant that is more than 10 meters, or even 30 or 40 meters. It is as huge as Ultraman, and no one can match it. Dongwu, do you think I've been watching the show all the time? Behind the car parked next to him, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly rushed out and hit Dr. Dongwu, who was caught off guard, heavily. Boom! His figure, which was several heads shorter than Dr. Dongwu, burst out with outrageous power, knocking Dr. Dongwu directly to the ground. Naturally, the energy of the genetic variable also fell on the ground and was bounced out without causing any impact. 8 poles collapse? Xiao Chen unhesitatingly threw out a heavy fist and slammed it into Dr. Dongwu's cheek in pursuit of victory. Boom! Dr. Dongwu received a heavy slap on the face, and the body that had just bent over was hammered to the ground again, and his vision was a little sluggish. How can this kid's straight punch be so heavy? It can almost be compared with the strength of a normal adult man. The mosquitoes and flies on the bugman's body were also smashed away, and the whole person swayed and ran after him, obviously losing to Tian Xiaoben. This time, I will hit you directly, without hesitation. Tian Xiao, Bjit, class threw a heavy punch and shouted fiercely. Seeing that, victory is within easy reach. Flavor? Suddenly, 2 small robots of Mahaz flew from the sky, quietly raised the red turret, and aimed at Xiao Chen and others below. Be careful. Tian Xiaoan was directly possessed by the lucky girl, and quickly threw himself on Xiao Chen's body, falling to the ground together with him. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly let go of the bugman, flew towards the small robot, and raised his palm cannon. Boom! The golden laser and the red light collided, producing a violent smoke, which directly covered a large area of the ground, forming bursts in the air, and the golden laser was obviously pressing the red light forward. Mohath didn't care what the outcome was, he shot just to save the 2 mad scientists. There is a good saying, the enemy of the enemy is his friend. The 2 small robots barely delayed Tian Xiaoben, and 2 more small robots flew into the smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, they quietly took away Dongwu and the bugman. Boom! At the same time, the 2 small robots were directly missed by the golden light and turned to ashes in the explosion. Tian Xiaoben threw his fist in the air angrily. If I hadn't activated the lightning core before, which exhausted most of the energy, or this little robot would have been blown up by me. It took so long? The smoke below gradually dissipated. Tian Xiaoben is with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could feel a faint fragrance coming from beside him, which made him feel a little relaxed. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Tian Xiaoan carefully got up from Xiao Chen and asked embarrassedly. She thought that the light would fall on the ground and then rushed over, but it didn't hit the ground, just some smoke. This is embarrassing. It's okay, Xiaoan, thank you for coming to help me. Xiao Chen didn't care, but thanked Tian Xiaoan seriously. Although I really don't want to interrupt the two of you, but I think it's more important to find Dongwu and the Bugman first. If you can't find it, you will be in big trouble. Tian Xiaoban's voice interrupted the strange atmosphere between Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan. Xiao Chen turned around and quickly looked at the blue sky, but the footprints of mad scientists and small robots could not be seen on the clear sky. Tian Xiaoban also flew several times in the sky, but he couldn't find those monsters either. This made him even more puzzled. It's only been a while, why did the robots of Morjath take those two monster scientists away? Is it so fast? What is certain is that they are probably not here anymore. Xiao Chen smiled wryly and said to Tian Xiaoban, Xiaoban, you better come down quickly and release your transformation. I have a hunch that your transformation time is coming soon. Under his reminder, Tian Xiaoban slowly landed and released his transformation. The light of the thunder light core on his chest was obviously dimmer than before. With a smile on his face, Xiao Ban came to Xiao Chen and said boastfully, how? Am I strong enough? Those guys were beaten up by me. And my help. Tian Xiaoan also reminded him to add himself. Well, thanks to you guys this time. Xiao Chen answered the two vaguely, not in the mood to praise them. Mahaz captured the words of the Bugman and Dr. Dongwu again. In addition to the previous Kevin, he was also taken away. In other words, there are at least 4 enemies on the opposite side, and a bunch of mechanical monsters, and there are only 3 people on our side, as well as the auxiliary Grandpa Mark. The difference in strength is a bit big, but after thinking about it, did Mohatha's robot really bring those 2 people out of the earth? Impossible to fly so fast. Somewhere in a dark, stinky place. It's great, the number of bugs here is incredible, we will definitely be able to kill them back. I see, all the bugs in the city are here. The excited voices of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman sounded. At that time, of course, he couldn't escape from Earth, or even from Xiao Chen's pursuit, but it was enough to hide in this good place. Dr. Dongwu immediately activated the genetic variable and aimed at the good place with the most bugs. The other side. Xiao Chen and the others just left and returned to the restaurant after meeting with Grandpa Mark. Xiao Chen's ear. A ding sounded, very crisp. His expression immediately froze. Shit, check-in reward triggered, ding. Detect sign-in objects, a large number of mutated cockroaches and mice caused by Dr. Dongwu's genetic variable. The host chooses to transform into a frozen lizard to complete the check-in. Alright. No need for Xiao Chen to think about what happened. The system also told him directly. Caused a large number of mutated cockroaches and mice. The two really didn't escape from the Earth, but instead created more mutant creatures, maybe not far away, and the number must be very large, otherwise it is impossible to trigger the system's sign-in task. The only thing Xiao Chen felt fortunate about this quest was that this quest was obviously to strengthen his extremely frozen lizard. Xiao Chen, why is your expression so wrong? Was it hurt by that lunatic Dongwu just now? Noticing that Xiao Chen's expression was cloudy for a while, Tian Xiaoan asked with concern. No. Xiao Chen came back to his senses, and hurriedly said to Mark and the others beside him, Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman are nearby, you continue to hide, Grandpa, and by the way, remind those people not to come out. Let me and Xiaoban and Xiaoan solve it. His words made the other 3 look stunned. The 3 looked at the calm street, and wiped their eyes several times in a row, but the street was still so calm, and it didn't seem to have changed at all. Xiao Chen, I don't want to doubt you, but there is really nothing on the street, are you hallucinating? Mark looked at Xiao Chen with more concern, thinking that something had happened to his grandson. No, do you believe in something called the 6th sense? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said forcefully and quickly, after taking that gene-enhancing medicine, I have this ability. It can be used with come-on warning. Now my 6th sense tells me that danger is coming. If the danger is not directed at Xiao Chen and the others, the system will not trigger the sign-in at all, otherwise the sign-in will explode every day. Xiao Chen's words were full of flaws, but look at his resolute, decisive look. Mark's expression became serious, he chose trust, and without saying a word, he ran back and stopped other people who wanted to go out. As for Xiao Chen and others, they once again ran into a messy street. The streets were extremely empty, and from time to time there was a lonely wind blowing, and it looked like nothing had happened. Tian Xiaoanayo wiped his fire magic pendant with his hand and looked around. They don't seem to be around here. Xiao Chen, should we rest for a while? No, it should be nearby, it's just, where we can't see it with the naked eye. Xiao Chen shook his head vigorously and said unwaveringly, etc. The system is saying, lots of cockroaches, and rats, right? Xiaoban, where are the most cockroaches and mice in a city? Xiao Chen asked directly to the 2 next to him, and we can never see it on the street. The place with the most bed bugs is, of course, the Corporal Deo, where there is a lot of fun, Tian Xiaoban said as a matter of course. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, the sewer? His eyes suddenly fell on the far side of the street, a place covered with a manhole cover, and he said without hesitation, Xiaoan, bombard that place with the fire demon. Xiaoban is also ready to transform, and activate the palm cannon to smash that manhole cover. Ah, do you suspect that they are in the sewers? Impossible, anyway, they are 2 scientists, how could they be so faceless? Tian Xiaoban also said with confidence. Boom! The manhole cover was slammed into the air, and flew out for more than 10 meters. When it landed, it made a deafening loud noise. The entire manhole cover was crooked. Xiao Chen's body tensed up instantly, and he yelled at the 2 people who were stunned beside him, causing them to be woken up. He also pressed the Omnitrix's screen very skillfully and began to rotate rapidly. Almost to the pattern of the frozen lizard, almost to the pattern of the frozen lizard. Hurry up. Shhhhhhhhh. There. After the manhole cover was knocked off, one after another flew out from the entrance of the sewer, smaller than the mutant cockroaches, but a huge number of mutant cockroaches. I'm afraid there are dozens of them, and hundreds of mutated beetles flew out. Immediately after. Boom, boom, the surrounding ground was torn apart by the terrifying creatures underground, breaking out big holes, and then several huge black shadows jumped out of the big holes. Hashtag. A giant mouse with a body length of 3 or 4 meters, a fat body and sharp teeth, its ruby-like scarlet eyes are full of the bloodthirsty of carnivores. Mutated cockroaches swarm, cover the sky, for flowers. There were 7 or 8 giant rats, covering the entire street. Oh my god. Looking at the large number of mutant berry towns and mice, Tian Xiaoan knew that his ability was insufficient, and his face was shocked, but he held the floating magic pendant and the lucky magic pendant, and prepared a defensive posture. Although Tian Xiaoban has completed the mechanical transformation, his palm cannon is moving frantically, and he doesn't know which one to hit first. Rather than hitting, he was even more afraid to provoke so many monsters at once and come and bite them. After all, Tian Xiaoban's ability is only equivalent to the initial Flame Man in the original book, and it has not yet reached the level of Super Ave. Ha ha ha, aren't you shocked that there are so many mutant creatures? They are all my masterpieces, but you 2 little devils can't handle them. 0. The high-spirited Dr. Dongwu sat on a small robot, then flew out and floated above the mutant mice. The Bugman sat on another small robot. The 2 of them were not in a hurry, with smiles on their faces, and their eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. The real enemy is not Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, but Xiao Chen, who has never done anything. Finally found you. Xiao Chen, who had been looking for the frozen lizard, breathed a sigh of relief after finding the frozen lizard pattern. His palms trembled a little, and he pressed the screen excitedly. Call out. A burst of light suddenly jumped out of his body, and he began to transform into an alien hero. That's great. With Xiao Chen's help, I instantly feel relieved. Tian Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief, and his face regained some confidence. Heat them with the 4-handed overlord, or make a barbecue cockroach with the flame man. Tian Xiaoban clenched his fists excitedly and said, 4-handed king? Flame man? The Bugman looked confused. All he knew was that dim little purple man. What was that light called? On the other hand, Dr. Dongwu frowned slightly after hearing the name of the 4-handed overlord. He still remembers the earth-shattering power. However, even a 4-handed king can't stand so many monsters. To everyone's surprise, when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was not a tall and burly 4-handed overlord, or a domineering flame, these 2 alien heroes with the strongest combat power, but extremely frozen lizards. Billion. This is the frozen lizard that Xiaoban played against in the morning. Tian Xiaoan looked at the frozen lizard and said. Tian Xiaoban's look full of anticipation rubbed off for a while. Isn't it? Xiao Chen, how did you become this guy? He's your new alien hero, so he's just better than me. He was a little puzzled. Why did Xiao Chen not turn into a purple light or a flame man, but chose an extremely frozen lizard? New hero? And only slightly better than that kid. Dr. Dongwu is indeed a scientist with high IQ. With Tian Xiaoban's words, he analyzed the combat effectiveness of the extremely frozen lizard ahead. If you just talk about combat power and don't talk about ice-making ability, it's not as good as the 4-handed king who just appeared. On the other hand, there are countless mutant creatures on Dr. Dongwu's side, and it is not easy to use the 4-handed overlord. Ha ha ha, this kid Xiao Chen must be confused, or his 710 watch is not obeying his orders, making him such a ghost. He can't help but be weak. Dr. Dongwu smiled smugly. His watch is quite interesting. The Bugman raised his eyebrows with interest and said a little greedily. Morpheus listened to the conversation between the 2, but said nothing. It's Izumi, but it's not stupid. Now is the time when you need to use the 2, so just pretend you don't need Omnitrix and see if you can create a lose-lose situation. Anyway, Xiao Chen, when did he awaken a new alien? I don't know how many alien heroes he can transform into. It's really troublesome. In front of the screen of the spaceship, tall and burly, with a figure not inferior to that of a 4-handed overlord, JAS stood proudly on the floor. His developed muscles were full of explosive power, like a heavy city wall standing there. It's full of blood. Everything about the outside world. Frozen lizards are clueless. It is absorbing the rewards given by the system. After a second, it just slowly opened its awe-inspiring eyes, looked at the panicked 2 people beside him, and said in an understatement, Xiao Ban, Xiao Wen, don't worry, just look at me. Xiao Chen, you Before Tian Xiaoben could finish his words, the energy of the lightning core was exhausted, and the steel suit on his body suddenly lifted and returned to its original state. His expression became more embarrassed. Done. He also lost his ability to fight, leaving only the frozen lizard and Tian Xiaowen, and Tian Xiaowen can only protect himself? Xiao Chen, shall we retreat? Tian Xiaowen said as a girl, knowing that the two boys had good face. Are you so unconfident in me? Stand back and let me come. The frozen lizard didn't have any intention of retreating. Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben looked at each other with some worry on their faces, but they did not step back and chose to stay and fight side by side with Xiao Chen. It's not that I have no confidence in Xiao Chen. Mainly because of the combat effectiveness shown in the morning. I can't say it's not strong, I can only say that it's not that strong. Rats, kill them. The bugman couldn't hold back any longer. He waved his hand and yelled. He wants to let his little guys smash this ignorant Xiao Chen. Shhhhhhhh. A sturdy mutant mouse instantly stretched its limbs and galloped towards the extremely frozen lizard. The difference in size between the two is quite large. So much so, in front of mutant mice, the little frozen lizard is simply vulnerable, like a small ball. But the latter stood very calmly in the same place, opened his mouth, and showed a slight chill, not paying attention to the huge mutant mouse. Seeing that the mutant mouse was about to crush it, the ground beneath the frozen lizard's feet also began to shake violently. Dr. Dongwu showed a look of anticipation, but the bugman was excited. Only Mahaz. He thought that this matter would not be so simple, at least, that kid is not like a megalomaniac, but only when the victory is in hand. Freezing time? Looking at the mutant mouse that came with the money, the frozen lizard could almost feel the stench from the sewer. Immediately opened his mouth wide and spit out a lot of frosty cold air. That cold air was actually incomparably majestic, and it spread far more than before, and the ground that passed by was frozen in an instant, colliding head-on with the mutant mouse. Click. No matter how fast, how ferocious, the mutant mouse is also in front of the frozen lizard, turned into an ice sculpture, shining brightly in the sun. Underfoot is the frosty land, like a frozen road paving the way for extremely frozen lizards. 7. Another low drink. The cold air of the extremely frozen lizard Changbari condensed an incomparably sharp ice blade, with a flavor, tearing the sky, breaking the ice sculpture of the mutant mouse like a blue flash. In an instant, countless ice crystals flew like a kaleidoscope blooming, and the ice blade fell on the ground not far away, completely shattering the ice sculpture of the mutant mouse. Instant kill? The frozen lizard smiled in satisfaction. The reward is really strong enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue rewards, all the tricks from Kuzen Aokiji from the world of One Piece. The rewards of the system not only allow you to gain skills. If your energy is not enough to perform those destructive tricks, it can directly boost your energy forcibly. For example, it directly strengthens the cold storage of extremely frozen lizards, which is several times or even 10 times that of the previous ones. What? Didn't you say this guy is weak? How did he kill the mutant mouse in 1 second? The bugman asked in disbelief. Dr. Dongwu was furious and seemed to have reacted. He pointed at Tian Xiaoben. I see, this kid did it on purpose. He knew that the frozen lizard that Xiao Chen transformed into is very powerful, but he deliberately showed his weakness to the enemy, and let us send it to him. A general? The scheming is too deep. Tian Xiaoben looked confused. So I used a very powerful trick? Weird? He looked at the frozen lizard in disbelief. It was only stronger in the morning, why is it suddenly so strong? As for Mahaz, his expression was incomparably calm, and everything was within his expectations. Even, the body after recovery is burning with a trace of fighting factor. It really wants to have a battle with this eye-catching human child? It won't be long. Stop talking nonsense, let the horses come over. The frozen lizard roared and said sternly. You, give it all to me? The bugman didn't release any water this time, and instantly directed all the mutant mice to rush towards the frozen lizard. Including some mutant cockroaches, they carry out a terrifying attack on the frozen lizards in the air. For a while, frozen lizards seem to be in crisis. He is calm. In front of absolute power, what is this amount? Bang bang bang? Several mutant mice attacked like lightning, and their claws left cracks on the ground, like cars. The extremely frozen lizards couldn't help laughing when they looked at their stupid appearance, and slowly withdrew from the frosty land under their feet. Dr. Dongwu saw something, but it was too late. Monument? The first mutant mouse approached the extremely frozen lizard, but because the ground nearby was frozen, it fell directly to the ground and let out a whimper. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the mutant mice behind them, like a domino effect, slipped one by one on the frosty ground, fell together, and couldn't get up for a long time. The frozen lizard almost laughed. The IQ of these enemies is too low. You idiots, stand up for me, the worm said angrily. Seeing that the mutant mouse couldn't get up for a long time, he could only pin his hopes on a part of the mutant cockroaches in the sky. Cockroach, just use this trick to solve it. The extremely frozen lizard's gaze fell on the mutated cockroach group in the sky, and his eyes suddenly condensed, and the cold air gathered in front of him, condensing an icebird like a phoenix in a very short time. Taste? 16. The icebird spreads its wings and flies in the air. It has a beautiful figure, but its eyes are alive and very sharp. When it flaps its wings, it seems like snow is falling, and countless frosts fall. The air you touch is frozen. Buzz. A large number of mutant cockroaches cried out in pain, and when the ice bird collided with them, its body was rapidly melting, but the mutant cockroach was also instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Bang bang bang! The mutant cockroaches fell down in groups, like hailstones, and they were all frozen to death. Occasionally, the mutant cockroach hail smashed into the mutant mice, causing another scream. Wait until the ice bird has completely melted away. There are not many mutants in the sky. A large part of their bodies were also frozen, and they could only barely fly, completely losing their ability to fight. Now, it's your turn again. The extremely frozen lizard's eyes narrowed, his eyes as cold as a knife, fixed on the mutant mouse, and once again used another powerful trick. Frozen time capsule? It opened its mouth, spit out a capsule-shaped ice cube, and flew towards the mutant mice again. Get out of the way, you bastards, stand up. Dr. Dongwu shouted anxiously to the mutant mice. Although this trick looks like a big ice cube, but based on his understanding of Xiao Chen, plus the fact that he has suffered several losses in a row, it's also a long memory. There are many advantages and disadvantages as well. In the frozen home field of the frozen lizard, several mutant mice were crowded together, unable to stand up, and knelt down in front of the frozen lizard, like a group of subordinates bowing their heads. Boom! The frozen time capsules fell into their bodies, and they dissipated into countless cold air like frozen bombs, and instantly solidified the bodies of several mutant mice. Ice skates. The extremely frozen lizard spit out several ice blades in a row. Bang bang bang! The ice knife penetrated and smashed the ice sculptures of several mutant mice until they stabbed into the ground fiercely, reflecting the short, but like a frost god-like figure of the extremely frozen lizard. All annihilated? Frozen lizards are too strong, Tian Xiaoan said in shock. She wants to practice her magic level to this level? The controllable field can explode? The current Xiao Chen is already the ceiling of Xiaoan. How can it be so powerful? Tian Xiaoban was puzzled. He was sure that after the few tricks just now, he would probably feel cool too. I'm afraid it won't last for 3 minutes. In the morning's test, it must be Xiao Chen. You let the water out, otherwise I wouldn't have lost to you for so long, right? Tian Xiaoban suddenly thought of this possibility and asked. More or less. The frozen lizard answered vaguely and passed the matter over. Dr. Dongwu and the bugman in front did not move, and they did not order the mutant cockroaches to attack. They suspect that how many were sent in the past. If you don't come, I'll go. Compared to answering Tian Xiaoban, the frozen lizard was more willing to face the enemy. Its short body slid rapidly on the frozen ground, and after sliding out a distance, it pulled down a lot of distance with Dongwu and the others. Let's retreat, it's enough to let these cockroaches block this kid. Dr. Dongwu took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to the bugman beside him. No, this time, I will personally go out and fight with these cockroaches. The bugman's eyes were still flashing with revenge, he said with gnashing teeth, and jumped off the small robot. He spread his arms and gave orders to the pair of mutants. Join me, I'll make up the head. I'll make up the body, I'll make up the limbs. The mutant cockroaches used their pitiful brain capacity to think about how to combine them, and while thinking, they flew to the body of the bugman, condensing a dark yellow bugman, and the size kept multiplying. In this way, all right, I will solve them all at once, so as not to kill them one by one. But the frozen lizard did not stop it, watching the bugman fit with interest. Don't say it, it's interesting. It's just an enhanced version of Mohatha's large robot. What? The figure of the giant insect is more than 10 meters high. Just standing upright at 710 is already higher than the small robot hanging in the air. This kind of top-down perspective makes him feel very good. Especially when looking at the enemy's extremely frozen lizard, it is as small as an ant. If you are a car, then the frozen lizard is a praying mantis, which is self-evident. I've given you enough time to fit in, now, hurry up. The frozen lizard said casually, with a rather casual attitude. I'm going to beat you to a puddle and take your watch. Feeling the disrespect of the frozen lizard, the giant insect was furious, raised its big fist like a car, and waved it from above. What a big fist. Xiao Chen, let's stay away for now, we can't handle such a big fist. Xiaoban and Xiaoan looked at the big fist like a building, their bodies numb, and after leaving a sentence, they hurriedly hid behind the house in the distance. Unstoppable. The extremely frozen lizard spit out the word lightly, opened his mouth again, and released a lot of cold air. This time, ice 2 spears. The cold air actually gathered a huge blue spear, as if to penetrate the world, facing the big fist waving from above. That's right. He wants to defeat this giant head-on? Fight for 1 minute to get rid of this giant bed bug, break through your entire arm. The frozen lizard let out a low voice, and then released the ice cube 2 thorn spears. Taste? The extremely sharp ice 2 thorn spears ripped apart the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, which shows the terrifying power. On the other hand, the giant insect looked disapprovingly and laughed dismissively. It's just a spear, it's made of cold air, I can smash it with one punch. Boom! His fist hit the tip of the ice cube 2 thorn spear head on. However, the expected smashing sound did not sound. On the contrary, it was his fist. Why did it stop suddenly? It seems that I can't kill you with one move, but I am satisfied that I can abolish one of your arms. The extremely frozen lizard below could see it clearly, and sighed regretfully. Including the surrounding Dr. Dongwu, Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoan, and even the gang of Mahas, they all saw it clearly. That dreadful ice cube 2 thorn spears. In an instant, it turned the entire huge fist into an ice sculpture. Countless bugs froze to death inside. Boom! The ice cube two thorn spears did not stop, and in the next second, it smashed the ice sculpture fist like a broken bamboo, and penetrated all the way up, flying directly from the shoulder of the giant insect. The moment you fly out, all remaining arm joints. It's all frost. What made the giant insect's expression tremble when he felt an arm lose control, and looked at the short, frozen lizard in disbelief. How can the strength gap be so big? This idiot is going to die here. I won't stay and be buried with him. Dr. Dongwu scolded him in a low voice, and he didn't need to look any further. He also knew what the result was. Boom! He patted the small robot's head and let the latter fly away with him. Take advantage of the chaos and run, and close when you see it. At least the genetic variable is back. Boom! Not long after Dr. Dongwu ran out, the frost arm of the insect giant also burst, smashing into countless frosts. Then, to the other arm. The extremely frozen lizard slowly jumped up his eyes and looked at the other arm of the giant insect. Just luck, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The bugman, with a frantic look on his face, once again raised his remaining one arm and slammed it towards the extremely frozen lizard. This time, the force was so great that the surrounding buildings were shaken by the wind, the glass was shattered, and all fragile objects were directly crushed to pieces. In front of the fist, a drill-like shape gradually condensed, and it was the mutant cockroach that changed the shape of the fist. Do you think this will stop me? The extremely frozen lizard showed a helpless expression, as if sympathizing with the enemy's ignorance and weakness. The terrifying cold air he released once again condensed into a ferocious, terrifying figure. This time, it's a dragon? The frost dragon in the shape of the oriental dragon? He is several meters long, but he is extremely domineering. Long Hui is extraordinarily domineering, and he is unparalleled in the world just by twisting it. Ice Cube Dragon Wrath. Frozen Lizard said silently in his heart. Boom! Frost Giant Dragon with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, pounced on the attacking drill fist. He opened his mouth, exposed his dragon teeth, and bit the drill bit down directly. After biting it down, it immediately turned into an ice sculpture, and it was bitten into pieces. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The terrifying frost giant dragon was actually entangled around the giant insect. One bite, another bite, before the bite was a body part composed of a large number of cockroaches, and after the bite, it was full of ice slag. This ice cube dragon fury is my original trick. King Xiang's tricks are too few, but he, like Ace, has enhanced my energy strength and allowed me to have a higher endurance. This is the most important thing. On this basis, the frozen lizards can also create their own terrifying tricks. That's a dragon that only appears in movies. Tian Xiaoben was shocked physically and mentally when he watched the dragon appearance. The fighting power of the dragon is also unparalleled. Although the body of the ice dragon is constantly melting and shrinking, it has also left countless wounds on the giant insect. The gigantic giant that was a dozen meters before has shrunk to a pitiful size of only a few meters. Now, Bugman is still fighting, but he was half kneeling on the ground with a look of fear on his face. Mentality was shattered. Before meeting Xiao Chen and Dongwu, he thought he was the only superpower plus scientist like him in the world, and he thought he was unbeatable. Dongwu is not bad, at least he is a scientist like him, and Dongwu has no superpower. But this Xiao Chen, his fighting power was so terrifying that he defeated all the bugs he was proud of. Or the bugs that were strengthened by Zhuo. Bugman shuts himself on the spot. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan also ran over slowly from a distance, and both breathed a sigh of relief. They were also slapped in the face once today. Frozen lizards are also very strong existences. Woohoo! There was another sound of sirens in the distance, and the police officers were coming quickly. The Bugman was lucky to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he could live as in the daytime, and find another chance to escape. But, small class, small pattern. The fate of this guy is left to my ice dragon to decide. The frozen lizard opened its mouth again, spit out a large mass of cold air, and once again condensed the terrifying frost dragon. The close-up observation made Xiaoben and Xiaoan hold their breath, and once forgot to answer the question of the frozen lizard. They were shocked by the lifelike ice dragon. You, what are you doing? No. Looking at the huge ice dragon, the Bugman was extremely frightened, and the ghost cried and howled. Such a brutal worm man who tramples the lives of ordinary people at will, when death comes. It's so unbearable. Taste? The frozen lizard didn't show any sympathy, and immediately released the ice cube dragon's wrath, rushing towards the Bugman. He fell into the dragon pig. In fact, the frozen lizard knew that the worm man was sure to die if he hit this trick. The reason why he said that he wanted to hand over the fate of the Bugman to Bing Long was just to tell Xiaoben and Xiaoan to make them feel better. It's not the frozen lizard, everything is the back of the ice dragon. Zhao does, yes, it's all about it. Frozen lizards show another side of their decisiveness. He has tolerance for wicked people, provided that you didn't kill anyone, even if it is your subjective urge to harm human life, but it is unsuccessful, and it is a superpower, or an existence with special abilities. Directly, hit hard? If you dare to kill, I will let you die. It's that simple logic. By the way, what about that fellow Dr. Dongwu? Frozen Lizard remembered something. He has always ignored Dr. Dongwu, or in other words, Dr. Dongwu has been silent. Looking around, Dr. Dongwu was no longer there. Really gone. The siren was getting closer. Frozen Snail knew that the Bugman was sure to die, so he didn't stay, and directly took Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan into the restaurant, and went to meet with Grandpa Mark. When the police officer arrives at the destination, all that was left was Ice Slag, Insect Man, impressively in it. Back in the restaurant, Omnitrix's transformation time has also come to an end. Xiao Chen and the others joined Mark in the back kitchen of the restaurant, and the others basically ran away, leaving Mark alone waiting here. Grandpa, something bad happened. Abandoned JAS rescued that guy, Dr. Dongwu. Xiao Chen looked at Mark and said with a sigh, he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. What? Is that Dr. Dongwu who can make animals mutate and make them huge? Mark was stunned and asked in surprise. It's him? Xiao Chen nodded. Originally, a Mahaz is enough to be difficult to deal with, but this time there is another Dr. Dongwu, and Kevin is also with him. We have to face a lot of opponents to hunt. The most troublesome thing is not this. Mark's expression was very solemn, and he said earnestly, Mahaz's movements are suddenly so frequent, I'm afraid he wants to come out to deal with us in person. Go out in person. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Mahaz's personal strength is different from these people on Earth. It is equivalent to the level of the ultimate big boss. If this is the case, then they have to be careful in the days to come. I'm not sure, but the 710 suddenly changed its behavior, as if it was paving the way for something. In short, we have to be careful these days. Mark urged again and again. Tian Xiaoben looked curious and muttered, I don't know what this Mahaz looks like. Since it is a cosmic bully, it should be dozens of meters high, right? He thought about it all over the place. The police officers outside quickly blocked the area. In order to avoid disputes, Xiao Chen, Mark and others secretly left the back door of the restaurant and returned to the old car to discuss countermeasures. The unanimous opinion of all is, in the past few days, people try not to be separated. Even if they are separated, they cannot be separated by more than 10 meters. At least when they are taken away, the people next to them can rush over and pull them. And heaven. Dr. Dongwu sat on the body of the small robot and kept floating upwards. The originally blue and jade-like sky gradually became deeper and brighter, as if he was in a starry sky. His breathing gradually became difficult, and he was often out of breath. I said, where are you taking me? I'm out of breath. Although Mohath sent a robot to save him, he didn't know who Mahaz was, how he caused these robots, and where he was. He thought it was some crazy mechanical scientist who also had a feud with Xiao Chen. I'm in outer space, now, I'll let the robot hold you to outer space. Mohath's low voice came from the small robot. Dr. Dongwu's expression circled, barely keeping his composure, and shouting with all his strength, friend, we humans on Earth can't breathe in outer space, no, I'm going to suffocate to death. Cough cough. His face turned red, and he couldn't breathe, apparently because of lack of oxygen. This F***ck, he did not die in the hands of Xiao Chen, but in the hands of Mahaz. Sink, sink. Seeing this scene, Mahaz repeated several times and gave instructions to the small robots, asking them to float down. This is a talent, can't let him die here. Ho. After sinking for dozens of meters, Dr. Jiao Wu's complexion improved a lot, and he looked scared. The feeling of hypoxia that was on the verge of death, he didn't want to experience it again. Speak. This kid Xiao Chen has made many enemies, all in outer space. Wait, I'll send another small robot to send you an oxygen mask. Mohath's voice sounded again. A few minutes later, a rapidly falling small robot came to Dr. Dongwu with an oxygen mask and asked him to put on the oxygen mask. This time, Dr. Dongwu is free to ascend. He flew out of the atmosphere. I stared at the boundless universe, the sun like a huge fireball, countless stars, and even space junk. Shocking? BGEF, this is a shock from the heart? Only then will he feel a sense of insignificance as a human being. And not far from Earth, there is also a huge spaceship that can only be seen in sci-fi movies. Shocked that Dr. Dongwu's hippie glasses fell off. Xiao Chen, is this someone who has provoked a galaxy battleship? Dr. Dongwu flew all the way to the bottom of the huge spaceship, and through the entrance at the bottom, came to the interior of the spaceship. The hall is incomparably wide and scattered, and there are humanoid robots everywhere, working and maintaining the flight of the spacecraft, with a clear division of labor. It's like a future world. Don't stop, send it directly to the hall on my side. Mohath continued to order the small robot. This spaceship has more than one hall. The hall on the Mahaz side has many advanced equipment, such as a console for giving instructions to robots, and a robot viewing screen, and it is also the closest hall to the Earth. Another moment passed. Dr. Dongwu flew a long distance before arriving at the lobby area where Mahaz was. I don't know how many rooms and space technology one saw, and the whole person was stunned. When he was put down by a small robot and saw the giant Mahaz in the sky with his own eyes, Dr. Dongwu's body even fought a cold war. Mohath's scarlet eyes looked at Dr. Chi Wu. The heart seemed to be about to explode, beating wildly, like a terrifying demon standing in front of me. Dr. Dongwu, I'm about to faint. Just slumped to the ground. The first time we met, my name is Abandoned JAS. Mahaz made a very low voice, even if it was a suppressed voice, it was full of endless murderous aura. Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu said tremblingly. Mahaz slowly stepped up and came to Dr. Dongwu. When he got there, his body was even more majestic. Dr. Dongwu was like a little bean. I have a lot of time, you can ask the questions you want to ask, this way, it will be beneficial to our future cooperation. Contrary to his ferocious appearance, Abandoned JAS is very sophisticated and straightforward. Okay, let me ask one by one. Dr. Dongwu reluctantly stood up from the ground, his legs were still shaking, and he forcibly asked questions calmly. After a while, only then did Dr. Dongwu understand what happened between Mahaz and Xiao Chen, and what happened to the watch. After he learned all the relevant information, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, feeling a little gloating for Xiao Chen. This kid can't even dream. Mahaz is back, and ready to shoot at him. Even Xiao Chen, when he encounters Mahaz, will definitely not end well. So, cooperation. Mohath asked with murderous intent after answering all the questions, breaking Dr. Zhu's state of thinking. So, cooperation. When he said this, Mahaz had a murderous look on his face, and the robot behind him seemed to turn his attention and stay on Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he forced a smile, when, of course, Mr. JAS, let's work together to kill that kid Xiao Chen. Dr. Dongwu, you shouldn't have any ideas about Omnitrix, right? Mahaz put on an intriguing expression and slowly asked Dr. Dongwu. No idea at all. Dr. Dongwu hurriedly shook his palm, strongly denying that he wanted to occupy the Omnitrix. Even if he had it before, he would not dare to have it now. Omnitrix, it's mine. Of course, the planet Earth is given to you. Mahaz is like a high-ranking king, and before the battle begins, he divides the spoils. At that time, everything on this planet will belong to you. Really? Dr. Dongwu hesitated for a moment, then asked excitedly with a look of ecstasy. Yes, to you? Mahaz nodded slowly. With a big stick and a peach in his hand, he first beat Dr. Pingwu's mentality that he wanted to take the Omnitrix as his own, and then expressed his willingness to give up the Earth to Dr. Dongwu. As for whether you will keep your promise after getting Omnitrix. The Earth must be handed over to Dr. Dongwu. Wouldn't it be justifiable to snatch back the Earth and kill Dr. Dongwu after his Mahaz put on the Omnitrix? Dr. Dongwu could see Mahaz's thoughts, but he could only helplessly pretend to be confused and stunned. Can't beat this at all. It's better to pretend to be confused and live longer. Rolling his eyes, Dr. Dongwu focused his attention on Xiao Chen, who was in trouble in his heart, and asked with some resentment, Mahaz, Lord Mahaz, when are we going to start attacking Xiao Chen? How is it now? Not urgent. Mahaz flexed his muscles exploded, and he looked extremely domineering. I will not be long after I recover, and I still need to get used to my current body, and I will let the Tian family and the surname Xiao be afraid for a few days. It's their turn to die. In the words, there was a strong killing intent, but Mahaz's rationality prevailed, and he slowly walked to the training hall and went to practice with Dr. Dongwu. Method of practice. In the training hall. Yes, it's a four-handed bully. There is also an alien covered in fire, a diamond crystal man. Is this a dinosaur man? Dr. Dongwu looked at the group of shivering aliens in the training hall. Stunned? These aliens are actually of the same race as Xiao Chen Omnitrix's alien genes. My training method is very simple. You, use the genetic variable, strengthen this group of vulnerable waste, and I will deal with them, until I get used to the way these guys attack. Mohath roared in a low voice. This. Absolutely the craziest devil training ever? In the next few days, its strength will be improved by leaps and bounds, and it will be able to exercise a target against all the alien heroes of Xiao Chen. The ultimate body? Okay, I'll activate the genetic variable device. Dr. Dongwu nodded slowly, and also cooperated with Mahaz to carry out this terrible devil training. On the Earth, Xiao Chen and the others returned to the old car and headed towards the new city according to the original plan. First day, it was calm and nothing happened. Everyone also relaxed a lot, and there was no fear in their imagination. In the end, it was Xiao Chen's previous battle performance. It was so amazing that he had never lost a battle, so much so that everyone let their guard down. In their minds, Xiao Chen is an undefeated myth. And that far out of reach Mahaz, it is more like some nameless. Only Mark and Xiao Chen remained vigilant. On the second day, the travel plan was as usual, and I had a great time on this day. Not only did I not encounter Guangjiz's mechanical army, or Mahaz personally appeared, but even the kind of lunatic, mad scientist, evil man with superpowers, alien, didn't come across a single one. It was so safe that Xiao Chen felt terrified. Everyone else relaxed, only he was a little uneasy. Morpheus, why haven't you acted on me? I remember that according to the time of the original book, Mahaz also covered up and recovered his body at this time. Xiao Chen thought complicatedly. Ask for flowers. He didn't know yet that Morjath was doing a special training for his alien hero. The plot has long since been rewritten. Xiao Chen, who showed amazing fighting power, made Mahaz vigilant and prepared in advance. You must know that Mahaz is a monster like Frisia, who basically only relies on physical talent and combat to break through, without serious training. Once trained, the results are great. Xiao Chen, come and experience this haunted house. I heard that there are zombies in it. In the distance, Tian Xiaoban's shout interrupted Xiao Chen's thinking. The absent-minded Xiao Chen raised his head and responded perfunctorily. It was Hishan Xiaoban and the others who entered the haunted house in the playground to experience the haunted house project. 0. That's all. Xiao Chen and the others enjoyed the long-lost peace. After playing for 2 or 3 days in a row, they were all calm and safe. Even Xiao Chen's own point of view was shaken a little, and he began to enjoy the summer vacation with Xiaoben and the others. Of course, the three of them still have necessary training time every day, and this has not been forgotten. Until early morning a few days later, Xiao Chen, who was in the old car, got up first, washed, had breakfast, and exercised regularly. Then, bored, he turned on the TV in front of him and watched the entertainment program. While watching, he also yawned. I really didn't expect that Gotham City would have such a peaceful day. It's good, it saves me from fighting every day. Now for an urgent news. Sudden. The TV station directly forcibly changed the channel and turned into a reporter in professional attire, standing in front of a burning bank, reporting the scene. Just a few minutes ago, a group of robbers armed with high-tech weapons robbed the bank. The money transporter drove to the expressway and asked people on the expressway to avoid it. The police have already come to the rescue. See this scene. Xiao Chen actually had the urge to be moved. Oh shit. The world is finally back to normal. This is Gotham City? This kind of occasion, how can I be an alien hero without me? Xiao Chen was so energetic for the first time, with vigor. He stepped on the door of the old car with his feet full of energy, and walked out domineering. After Xiao Chen left the old broken car, because I was so excited, I even forgot to close the door. The sun's rays penetrated into the interior of the old car, causing Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaoan, and others who were still in their sleep, to wake up. They rubbed their eyes and heard the news broadcast on TV. Tian Xiaoben reacted directly, and hurriedly got up from the bed, with a sense of duty on his face. It's time for a hero to attack. Grandpa, Xiaoan, I'll go first. Don't worry, Xiaoben, you haven't had breakfast yet. Wait. Mark walked to the door of the old broken car, and reluctantly persuaded Tian Xiaoben, who was eager to be a hero, to let him and Xiaoan wash up first, and then eat breakfast. While he was quickly preparing toast, the host on the TV switched the screen again, and it seemed to be switched to a helicopter screen, taking aerial photos of the money-transporting vehicles robbed by the robbers. It's very strange. Why do robbers keep gold bars in the car in exchange for the speed of the car? Don't they just want to stage a robbery game for money? In the cash transporter driving on the highway, in addition to 2 people in the cab, there are also people in the back warehouse. Open the rear door, and keep throwing away the gold inside. The people on the helicopter were full of doubts. What does this mean when they robbed the bank and made headlines, but threw away the gold bars they had worked so hard to grab? Are these people stupid? Tian Xiaoben looked at the robbers in the TV screen and smiled. It seems that Xiao Chen doesn't need to take action. I bet these people can't escape this highway. No, Xiaoben, they have high-tech on them that ordinary people can't handle. Look. Tian Xiaoan came to the TV and put his hand directly on a robber. It was the robber sitting in the passenger seat. He seemed to be the cover of fire throughout the whole process. From time to time, he would pop out the car window. He was holding a red and yellow laser gun, and one shot could blow up the road behind. A red laser can destroy all pursuers? The power is terrifying. Their weapons are familiar and soft. The red and yellow color reminds me of Mahaza's robot, which is also the same color scheme. Tian Xiaoben looked at the color and said with a whim, "Wow, great genius, can you connect this? Wait, these guys don't want gold bars, and they don't shoot down helicopters in the sky. Did they deliberately let us see the TV screen?" Tian Xiaoan habitually teased Tian Xiaoben, but as she spoke, she sensed something was wrong. Boom, ahead. Mark sat directly in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel in his hand, with a particularly solemn expression. Xiaoan, sit tight, I want to escort you to the scene. I'm afraid this matter is not easy. High-tech weapons, the same energy output as Mohatha's small robots, and they also deliberately swaggered through the market, as if they wanted to see them. There is work? Absolutely work? Call out. The old broken car starts at full speed and rushes towards the highway. Even the sports car on the side of the road can't catch up, only the exhaust gas caused by the old broken car can be seen. Shhhhhhhh. Not long after Xiao Chen ran out, he took a photo of the Omnitrix button and transformed into a flashing star, flying through the streets like blue lightning. The highway soon appeared before his eyes, zoomed in. Monument? A second and a half later, the flash star directly broke through the level set by the highway and rushed into the highway. The railing that blocked the car was directly knocked out by a fracture. The staff next to him was stunned. What happened just now? Taste? Flash Star casually used his claws to throw away the broken gravel in front of him. On the highway, he could quickly chase without reservation. Gradually, a small black spot appeared in front of his view. The distance between the little black spot and him rapidly narrowed, and almost in the blink of an eye, it became the shadow of a car. Coming? The robber leaning out the window, when he saw the faint blue flash behind the car, his heart tightened, and the words he said were extraordinarily strange. Immediately after, the other robbers seemed to be ready to deal with it long ago. The 2 behind held their laser guns and aimed at the rear. The robbers sticking out of the window even held several red round bombs. The robber in the driver's seat seemed to communicate something by radio. Flavor? 2 red rays of light spewed out in an instant, heading towards the position of the flashing star. When he was close to the light, his extremely resilient body bent suddenly, made a difficult movement, and handsomely dodged 2 lights with a drifting tail. Broken pieces? The sound of bombing sounded from behind him, and the smoke seemed to be the embellishment of his back. Damn, it's useless. The two robbers in the back gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, and said with some annoyance, "Let me do it." The robber in the second driver's seat had a fierce look in his eyes, and threw the red bomb in his hand directly. The round bomb was like a ping-pong ball, forming a circular arc in the air. It's useless. The flashing star mask was lifted, and his eyes were fixed, looking at a few bombs thrown over, and activated his dynamic vision. In an instant, the speed of several bombs has slowed down countless times, and even the flight trajectory can be seen clearly. Whoa! The tail of the flashing star follows that position, and with a single tap, a few bombs are slapped out and exploded in the sky, and in the eyes of several robbers. When the terrifying blue shadow was about to be hit by the bomb, a whip-like thing suddenly erupted from its body, blasting the bomb into the sky. The speed is horrible. Damn it, is he here? The robber in the second driver's seat gritted his teeth and scolded, "Damn. I knew I wouldn't take this order." "No, it's all right, he's gone." The blue shadow is gone. The two robbers in the back of the car made suspicious noises, and all of them put on a strange look. Heard. The two robbers in the cab looked at the rearview mirror together, and indeed did not see the blue shadow in the rearview mirror. "Why did you leave?" "Strange." The robber in the driver's seat withdrew his gaze and looked at the road ahead. Sudden. His eyes were fixed. A blue, slender figure, standing dozens of meters away, is waving at them. That blue shadow had already overtaken, and it was still in front of them. For flash stars. This speed competition is just like adults and children playing a game. Even if it is unlimited, you can easily win the game. 4.5 The robber was obviously frightened, and slammed on the brakes. The entire cash transporter was constantly spinning on the road, out of control due to inertia. Several robbers were also used to fly out of the car, fell to a place more than 10 meters away, and let out a wailing sound. It's over without me doing anything. The flashing star silently looked at the four robbers who were thrown away. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes fell on the laser gun scattered on the side. However, the shape of this laser gun, why do I feel déjà vu? There is also that kind of energy output, which seems to have been seen somewhere. The cyborg robot? Flash Star's heart beat heavily, and suddenly he felt a huge sense of crisis. He felt like he had fallen into a pit. Bang! Next moment, a meteorite-like shadow broke through the atmosphere, made a deafening sound, and fell towards the direction of the flashing star.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.